At the prestigious Wuzhou High School, the senior students were grinding through a mock exam, preparing for the upcoming finals. But in the quiet classroom, the sound of soft snoring echoed from Marcus Chun. Suddenly, he shot up from his seat and yelled, "Junior sister!" Marcus looked around at the unfamiliar scene in a total daze. Just a second ago, he was on a date with his sweet, beautiful junior sister in the Chimio universe. A pen suddenly jabbed him in the butt. His desk mate, Zeke, hissed at him. "Sit down, dude. It's an exam. Did you sleep so hard you lost your soul?" Marcus felt the eyes of everyone in the room lock onto him. A second later, the entire class erupted in laughter. "Junior sister? What's that, some lowly?" Ha! Marcus must have fried his brain from sleeping. Adeline, the school's #1 beauty, looked at Marcus with pure disgust. Even though her parents were always trying to set them up, in her eyes, he was nothing but a good-for-nothing rich kid, not even worthy of polishing Leon Yuan's shoes. And speaking of Leon Yuan, he smirked as he watched Marcus make a fool of himself. He felt that Marcus wasn't worthy of Adele, nor was he worthy of being his rival. The exam proctor finally got the class under control after the chaos Marcus had caused, and the head teacher laid into him. "Marcus Chun, not only do you refuse to improve your grades, but you sleep during an exam. At least don't disturb the other students. If you don't want to be here, I'll ask you to leave the room." The bottom line was Marcus Chun had been reborn into this body, in a completely different world. The surging spirit and powerful soul that once filled his body were now completely gone. In his previous life, Marcus was a filthy rich heir who was framed and nearly killed by his enemies. He was saved by the Tenghua Immortal Emperor and set upon the path of cultivation. Along that path, Marcus befriended his junior sister, and they roamed the heavens without a care in the world. Now, his junior sister was probably wandering somewhere on this earth. Marcus had to get his strength back fast. He had to reclaim his cultivation and find her. Seeing Marcus just standing there like a statue, the teacher's face turned red with anger. "Well, Marcus Chun, what are you standing there for? If you don't want to take the test, get out." Marcus smirked. It wasn't like this body had any of the required knowledge in its head anyway. Marcus confidently walked out of the classroom, leaving his classmates utterly bewildered. Is he crazy? Is he really just leaving? But Marcus wasn't crazy. He was just obsessed with cultivation now. There are 8 major realms of Qi cultivation: Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Spirit Transformation, Tao Fusion, Mahayana, Tribulation Transcendence, Immortal Venerable. In his past life, Marcus had already reached the level of a Spirit Transformation Grand Cultivator. But now, his goal was to quickly enter the Qi condensation realm. He had to learn from the lessons of Qi into the body. Marcus closed his eyes and meditated for half an hour. And just like that, he successfully absorbed Qi into his body. As expected, choosing the Mystic Sky Dragon Ascension art was the right move. Suddenly, a group of people swarmed over to Marcus. Leading the pack were Adele and Leon. She looked at Marcus with an unreadable expression. She couldn't understand what he was doing behind the school. Or maybe our dear classmate Marcus is just so brilliant that he finished the exam early? Leon's sarcastic comment made the whole group burst out laughing at Marcus. Trailing behind Adele was a gentle and obedient-looking girl. Marcus recognized her immediately, Jia Tang. She came from an ordinary merchant family. In his past life, she had always stayed by his side, never leaving him. That was how he knew her true worth. Adele repeated her question, asked what you were doing here, but Marcus completely ignored her and walked straight over to Jia. "Jia, how did the exam go for you?" Jia Tang was so surprised she blushed. She never thought the day would come when Marcus Chun would ignore Adele to talk to her. It went well, Jia stammered. Marcus gently patted her head, promising that if she ranked in the top 10 of their class, he would give her a special gift. Jia's eyes lit up as if they contained the entire galaxy. Really? But a second later, her face turned as red as a tomato. "I'll do my best." Marcus smiled, waved goodbye to Jia, and even promised to see her again in 3 days. All the while, Adele stood there forgotten. She watched Marcus's retreating figure. Her eyebrows furrowed. She figured he was just playing hard to get, trying to show off for her. According to Marcus's memories, a great disaster would soon befall Jia. Now that he was reborn, he couldn't let that happen again. As Marcus was heading home, he suddenly remembered that he was currently staying at Adele's house, forced by his parents. He had just given Adele the cold shoulder, and now he was supposed to go sleep at her house? Marcus would rather die. He wanted to rent a room, but his pockets were completely empty. Marcus wandered aimlessly through the streets. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. That night, he set up a stall selling talismans on the pedestrian street. He looked no different from a beggar. A few elderly people walked by, sighing, "This society has gone mad. Even high school students are pretending to be scammers. Who does he think he's fooling?" Marcus swallowed his pride, telling himself that among the ignorant masses, there had to be one or two who understood. Finally, that person appeared. "What can these talismans of yours do?" A girl who was both stunningly beautiful and radiated a bone-chilling aura. This was Iris Kim. Marcus wasn't fazed by her beauty. He launched into his stated that if she didn't believe in it, the talisman wouldn't work. Iris nodded. "I believe. I'll buy it." Marcus held up 3 fingers. "The Sober Mind talisman is 30,000. The Clear Spirit is 20,000, and the rest are 10,000 each." 30,000? Why don't you just rob someone? A girl suddenly jumped out from nowhere, stopping Iris. It was Layla, a member of Iris's board. "Iris, how can you believe this stuff? These are just lies. He's a total scammer." Iris sighed. Her grandmother's condition was getting worse, and the hospital had given up. At this point, she was willing to try anything. "Layla, I've made up my mind. Even if I get scammed, for my grandmother's sake, I have to try." Iris then asked for Marcus's account number to transfer the money. Seeing her filial piety, Marcus gave her all the remaining talismans as a bonus. "After you get back, just stick the talisman on your grandmother's forehead and shout 'Activate.'" Iris returned home, overjoyed. Before leaving, Layla shot Marcus one last threat. "If these useless talismans don't work, no matter where you hide, I will hunt you down and make you pay." By selling just one talisman, Marcus had enough money to rent a house. From then on, he locked himself in his room and focused on his cultivation. Back with Iris, she anxiously asked her grandfather about her grandmother's condition. He said she had another episode an hour ago. Dr. Lin just gave her a sedative. "The episodes are getting more frequent. I'm afraid she'll be in her grave soon." Iris immediately took out the talismans she bought from Marcus and gave them to her grandfather, explaining she had met a benefactor who sold them to her, hoping he would let her try them on her grandmother. Her grandfather frowned and sighed, not understanding why Iris would believe in such things. It would only cause her grandmother more suffering. Iris knelt and begged him. Even if there was just a sliver of a chance, she wanted to try and help her grandmother. Her grandfather had no choice but to nod. After all, it was just a piece of paper. There was nothing to lose by trying. Iris placed the talisman on her grandmother's forehead. Then she shouted, "Activate!" Her grandmother lay still on the bed. Her grandfather just sighed quietly, not blaming Iris. His wife's illness had stumped even the best specialists in the capital. How could a single talisman possibly work? Suddenly, the talisman on his wife's forehead burst into flames. A stream of energy flowed into her head. Zhong Ruin, the grandmother's weak voice, stunned both Iris and her grandfather. The grandmother shakily sat up. Iris leaned in close, her voice trembling. "Grandma, do you recognize me?" The grandmother smiled gently. "My dear granddaughter, how could I not recognize you?" The grandfather frantically called for Dr. Lin. A short while later, after several examinations, the doctor exclaimed, "A miracle! This is truly a miracle. The old madam is completely healthy." Iris was overjoyed, and a huge weight was lifted from her grandfather's heart. After Dr. Lin left, the grandfather immediately asked Iris to recount the story of buying the talisman in meticulous detail, not leaving anything out. After hearing the story, The grandfather mobilized his forces to carefully investigate Marcus Chen's background. He wanted to pay him a personal visit. At that moment, Marcus had just finished a strenuous cultivation session, draining his energy. The spiritual energy on Earth was too thin. He would still need 3 days to break through to the Qi condensation realm. Marcus subconsciously picked up his phone. He had a feeling his mother would call soon. And just as he thought it, Li Sufeng, Marcus's mother, called. "Marcus, come to Hanyang Airport immediately. You're coming with me to Yanjing for your grandmother's funeral." Marcus felt a wave of emotion wash over him. It had been 600 years since he last heard his mother's voice. Marcus suppressed his feelings and told his mother to wait for him at the airport. His mother was born into the Li family, one of the 6 super families of Yanjing. Because she married his father, a mere commoner, she was cast out of the family. Marcus's parents built their own lives from scratch, becoming successful in their respective fields through sheer hard work. In the eyes of the Li family, Marcus was just an outsider, to be looked down upon and trampled by anyone. Worse, Marcus was treated as a tool for a marriage alliance with the Yin family. Although the Yin family insisted on canceling the engagement, Helena, Yin had been secretly protecting him for a long time. Now that Marcus was reborn, he would slowly settle all the old scores from the past. Outside made it look like a party. It made one think they were hosting his celebration. The Li family's butler, Uncle Fu, saw them and asked, "Fourth miss, why have you come? How could I not come to see my mother off one last time?" Marcus's mom was firm, but he could tell from the butler's face that the Li family did not welcome them. Butler Fu whispered into his mother's ear, "There's not much I can say, but I'm afraid your visit this time will be met with many obstacles." Marcus's mom frowned. It was only natural for a daughter to see her mother. She liked to see who dared to stop them. As soon as they stepped inside, a barrage of scornful gazes locked onto them. In his past life, this was stern and expressionless as he surveyed his surroundings. The eldest son, Li Wen, frowned. "Fourth sister, why are you here?" Marcus's mom stared him down. "If you're going to call me fourth sister, don't ask such a question." Li Wen was speechless. The second son, Li Wu, glared at them so hard his eyes looked like they were about to pop out. The eldest, by her words, the second son, Li Wu, roared, "Anyone not in the family registry is an outsider. As long as I'm here, he won't take a single step into this hall." Marcus's mother's face darkened, but their younger sister, Li Lian, stepped in to mediate. After all, it was their grandmother's day of rest. If they caused a scene, they would be branded as unfilial. The eldest son nodded, glancing over at Li Dongyang, who was observing everything. If they made the old man unhappy, they'd all be kicked out. Marcus's mom was out of options and had to leave Marcus outside. She instructed him to pay his last respects to his grandmother from the entrance of the hall. Marcus nodded. He kowtowed before the morning hall to see his grandmother off. After the ceremony was over, a younger cousin told Marcus and his mother to stay, saying that a special arrangement would be made for Marcus. Marcus's mom wanted him to come with her, not wanting to bother them. But it seemed the young man wouldn't easily let Marcus go. "Annie, my father said that the younger generation has its own place." In the middle of the night, as expected, they came to the warehouse. The guy who gave him the key ordered the door to be opened. Each holding an iron pipe, they rushed in, thinking Marcus was asleep. But to their surprise, he was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the room. With a casual posture, he asked, "What do you want?" The young master sneered. Did they need a reason to torture Marcus? They did it because they felt like it. He turned and ordered his lackeys, "Just don't kill him." The 2 thugs rushed forward, but before 3 seconds had passed, they were sent flying by Marcus's kicks, coughing up blood. He dusted off his clothes. His nonchalant expression was as if he had just swatted 2 flies. The young master, Victor, was slightly surprised, but he wasn't panicked. He powered up, looking like he was about to go Super Saiyan. "I'll show you what real power is." The spiritual energy radiating from him surprised Marcus for a moment, but this energy was so weak it could barely be called spirit chi. More importantly, there were cultivators on this earth. The two thugs had got their faces smashed and crawled up to praise their boss. Wow, Brother Victor is a martial master. Looking at this form, he must be a grandmaster of the outer realm. Marcus noted the terms martial master and outer realm grandmaster, which were slightly different from his own system of realm. His aura was majestic, but as soon as he reached Marcus, it fizzled out. He stopped the punch with a single hand. This made Victor's jaw drop. Before 3 seconds had passed, Marcus slammed him face first into the ground. In that moment, Victor felt like he couldn't breathe. Is this what you call real power? Seeing Marcus plant his foot on their boss, the two lackeys shouted, "Marcus, let Brother Victor go." "Let him go?" "Sure." Marcus spoke softly, then stomped down hard on Victor's chest. He coughed up blood, his face turning pale. You dare to cripple my Danteon. I'll haunt you even as a ghost." Marlon is just beginning. The next morning, the eldest son and his wife were crying their eyes out in front of the main house. Li Dongyang's face was grim. "Speak. What happened?" The couple sobbed painfully as they tattled. "Father, our Victor's Danteon was crippled by that bastard son of fourth sister." Crippling a Danteon was no different from ruining a person's life, especially a member of the Li family. Li Dongyang's eyes blazed with fury. That animal dares to be so vicious. "Li Wu, bring Marcus and fourth sister here now." Just then, Marcus calmly walked in. "No need. I'm already here." A crowd of relatives gathered to watch the drama, each one sneering. "He's got a death wish. What a bastard." Even his youngest aunt had to admire Marcus's courage for daring to come here alone. Victor's mother shrieked in outrage. "Victor is your cousin. How could you be so cruel?" Li Dongyang ordered Marcus to kneel. He just smirked, not reacting, which made the old man's face darken with rage. Marcus lived up to his name, indifferent. "I have always acted with a clear conscience. What did I do wrong?" The relatives continuously cursed Marcus for being uneducated. The eldest uncle cried and raged. "You animal! As a member of the Li family, how could you attack your cousin so viciously and still refuse to admit your mistake?" Marcus looked down with a sorrowful expression. "So now you consider me a member of the Li family? But I don't care." The eldest uncle was speechless. He turned to Li Dongyang, crying and begging him to deliver justice. Li Dongyang said only one thing: enforce the family law. The eldest uncle and his wife were secretly overjoyed. They thought to themselves, this time, Marcus is definitely dead. Just then, Marcus's mother appeared. "Big brother, Marcus is not a malicious person. There must be a misunderstanding in this matter." The eldest uncle pointed to Victor, who was covered in blood. "With him like this, what is there to misunderstand?" Marcus's mother turned to ask him what happened, but Marcus felt that even if he explained, they wouldn't believe him. "Mom, I understand what you mean, but justice lies in the heart. Tell me the truth and let the family judge." Marcus scratched his head in frustration. It seemed his mother was still deluded about the character of the Li family. But regardless, Marcus still had to be a good son and listen to his mother. He turned and grabbed a nearby lackey, who panicked. "Let him speak for me." The guy saw the whole thing clearly. Li Dongyang gritted his teeth so hard that veins popped out on his forehead. Seeing Marcus approach, the guy trembled with fear. "What do you mean? Tell them everything you know. Don't misstate a single word." The guy recounted the events mechanically, from how Victor wanted to teach Marcus a lesson, and then slap Li Sufang so they wouldn't dare come to the Li family again. Victor arranged for Marcus to stay in the warehouse, then brought 2 helpers, thinking that as long as they didn't kill him, it would be fine. We didn't expect Marcus to be so good at fighting. Victor used all his strength, but got crippled instead. Marcus's mother's lips trembled, but she was no longer the weak woman who tolerated her siblings' abuse. "So this is the good son you raised." But the couple still felt Marcus was too vicious. "Victor just talked a little trash, that's all. Besides, what did Victor say that was wrong? If you did something like that back then, are you afraid of people talking about it?" Marcus's mom was about to explode after that comment from Victor's mother. Marcus had to quickly hold her back. His mother only needed to know one thing. What if the person lying on the ground right now wasn't Victor, but Marcus? Father, would you still use the family law? Marcus stood by and watched the show, realizing he didn't even need to say a word for his mother. She had asked a question that silenced everyone. But Li Danyang answered decisively. Of course not. He is not a member of my Li family. Why would the life or death of an outsider be worthy of Li family's law? Marcus's mother's face twitched with suppressed anger. So ruthless it's laughable. So, how does the head of the Li family plan to handle today's matter? Li Danyang didn't hesitate to say, a blood debt must be paid in blood. He ordered Marcus to be imprisoned and dealt with after Victor woke up. Naturally, Marcus's mother disagreed. For Marcus's sake, she raised her voice and argued with Li Danyang. What is there that I wouldn't dare? You rebellious child. Li Danyang raised his hand, preparing to slap his daughter. Marcus immediately used his power. His hand clamped down on the old man's arm. The people outside were shocked and cursed him for his insolence. As for the second uncle, Li Wu, he had been waiting for this day for a long time, a chance to openly use force against Marcus. Marcus's mother, terrified, told him to let go. But at this moment, Marcus also felt two auras, souls hidden behind old Li Danyang. These two auras could pose a threat to him. As expected, the Li family didn't become one of the 6 great families by being simple. However, the dignity of a spirit transformation grand cultivator is not easily violated. In his previous life, Marcus was useless. In this life, he had power. If he still let his mother be humiliated, he wouldn't deserve to be called human. Marcus turned to warn Li Danyang. I beat Victor. If you want to deal with someone, come at me. But as long as I'm here today, no one will touch a single hair on my mother's head. Otherwise, I don't mind making the Li family change its master. As Marcus spoke, he released a powerful spiritual force, pretending that it was out of respect for Marcus's mother that he hadn't destroyed the Manhwa group and the Chun family in Yuyang. Otherwise, he would have wiped them out without leaving a single blade of grass. Marcus's face showed open contempt because, in his eyes, the Li family was just an ant. The two went back and forth with verbal jabs. This stone contains heaven and earth energy. It's not of much use to ordinary people, but for martial arts practitioners, it has miraculous effects. The old man's eyes lit up. Could it be that you're a martial arts practitioner? That's right, I am. As soon as Marcus confirmed it, the old man shot up in excitement. His master had revered martial artists his whole life, but had never met one. The old man himself thought martial artists were just a myth to fool old folks. But today, he had met Marcus. So he told him the story of how he found the stone by the Blackwater Pool on Spirit Marshall Mountain. There were many more stones like it around the pool, but he didn't dare go deeper because of a legend about a monster inside. Although he had never seen it, every time he tried to go deeper, a chilling sensation washed over him, stopping him in his tracks. Just from this story, Marcus guessed that the Blackwater Pool held something he needed. So Marcus asked the old shopkeeper, "Do you want to become a martial artist?" The old man asked doubtfully, "Can I? Doesn't cultivating martial arts require aptitude and a strong constitution? And you have to be under 16? Marcus chuckled. If he said it was possible, even the dead could be resurrected to cultivate. The old man immediately knelt and called Marcus senior brother. "Senior brother, please recommend me. If I can join the sect, I will forever remember this great kindness." Marcus smirked. "Senior brother? You?" A servant came to report that the family meeting had just concluded with the decision to annul the engagement with the Chun family, specifically with Marcus Chun. The purple-haired girl turned, her long hair swaying with her every step. "My, Helena Yan's future is in my own hands. No one else has the right to decide." Helena ordered her handmaiden, Zong Zong, to prepare for a trip to Chidang. Zong Zong immediately warned her to be careful, as leaving the Yin family estate would be fraught with danger. Helena frowned. It was always the same boring excuse. Didn't Zong Zong know martial arts? Besides, they had an inner realm martial artist protecting them, So what was there to worry about? But will he help us? There at 11:30. Right on time, Jia Tang happily ran out to greet Marcus. You're finally here. I was waiting for you. Jia Tang's mother also came out to greet the guest. Jia, so this is Marcus. I heard you chirping his name in my ear all morning like a little bird. Marcus politely wished her a prosperous business with money flowing like water. Jia's mom chuckled. You're such a smooth talker. No wonder our Jia mentions you all the time. Jia Tang blushed and pushed her mother inside to prepare, so Marcus didn't even have a chance to give his gift. He had prepared a red envelope, but he knew Jia would never accept it. So Marcus quietly left it on the table. Then he followed Jia inside. Her hand rested on his arm. A group of jealous guys' eyes practically bulged out of their sockets. They immediately labeled him as their #1 rival. Zeke pulled Marcus over to sit with him. Zhao was about to turn back to check on the food when another classmate, Wang Lei, called out to her. Don't be so busy. Find a seat and sit down. Everyone's waiting for you to talk to us. Jia Tang nodded. Zeke deliberately offered to switch seats with her. Then he gave Marcus a sly nudge. You owe me one for this, Marcus. But Zeke's little favor made the rest of the rich kids in the room glare daggers at him. Two of the rich kids huddled together, plotting. A young man set up his best friend. Chu Hao, today is the grand opening of Jia's restaurant. What gift did you prepare? Chu Hao smugly said he had given Jia's family a money tree. Then he turned to ask Marcus. You didn't come empty-handed, did you? Or did Marcus just give a $10 red envelope? The group clutched their stomachs, howling with laughter as Marcus was made the butt of the joke. Even Zeke was getting anxious seeing Marcus remain silent, letting them walk all over him. Finally, Jia had to step in. She wanted the class to have a fun gathering today, but they had turned it into a money-flexing contest. I thank those who spent money on gifts, and I also thank those who came to support us without gifts. Let's just drop it here. Although Jia had spoken up, the others still had it out for Marcus. At this moment, Marcus finished a glass of water to recharge. He began to clap back at Chu Hao's group. Are you provoking me because you think I'm an easy target? Chu Hao put on an arrogant face, but said Marcus wasn't even worthy of being provoked by him. Jia got angry seeing Marcus being made a fool of. She didn't hesitate to ask Chu Hao to take his gift and leave. Chu Hao, afraid of upsetting Jia, quickly waved his hands and said he wouldn't say another word. But in his heart, he secretly held a grudge against Marcus. But Marcus didn't like to show his hand. He secretly cast a spell to make that Chu Hao kid die a silent death. Just then, Jia's mother ran and holding the red envelope, arrogantly. So you're not planning to pay up. Jia's mother, furious, threatened to report them to the police. Her husband quickly stopped her. It's not that we won't pay. It's just too much money. We don't have it right now. Tiger Zhang frowned and asked again, Are you paying or not? This time, no one could stop Jia's mother. She charged forward to fight. Pay my ass. You want to collect protection fees? You think this is a TV show? Tiger Zhang's face darkened from the cursing. He ordered his men to call for backup. As for the rich kids who were acting tough earlier, they now made excuses to slip away. Jia didn't blame them. After all, they were just guests today. You guys head back first. Be safe on the way. A bunch of cowards. Jia's family is in trouble, and you all run faster than rabbits. If you leave now, don't ever say you know me. Chu Hao. Chu Hao suddenly stood up and said a few incredibly righteous words, surprising Jia and her friends. He walked up to her, saying he knew those guys and would try to talk to them so they wouldn't make things difficult for her family. Jia was incredibly grateful to Chu Hao. But as Chu Hao walked past Marcus, he dropped a snide remark. Chu Hao, am not like some people who give a red envelope and then make a big show of it, afraid others won't know. Say one more word and I'll slap you dead. Marcus said coldly and released a bit of spiritual energy. Just that was enough to make the whole group's faces turn pale. Chu Hao trembled before the killing intent radiating from Marcus. If you want to run now, you still have time. Just then, Tiger Zhang's tattooed and dyed hair lackeys arrived. Seeing he had more people, he maintained his I'm your daddy attitude. Someone doesn't want to follow the rules. What do you think we should do? The blonde, Pierce guy sneered. Isn't that simple? Before they can make a move. Chu Hao immediately went to talk to Tiger Restaurant today. Marcus replied nonchalantly, my backer is myself. Tiger Zhang had never been talked back to so much in his life. He was determined to break at least one of Marcus's arms and legs today. Marcus smiled. How long had it been since he heard someone say they'd break one of his arms and legs? So nostalgic. But Tiger Zhang's side was fired up. So much so that even when Jia's mom decided to give him the money, he refused. Too late. Just stand there and watch. Marcus leaped into the air, dodging and weaving, landing a kick wherever he went. He even aimed for their family jewels. The result was the whole gang rolling on the ground, screaming in pain. Everyone present was dumbfounded. They stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. Zeke cheered wildly, never expecting his best friend to be such an amazing fighter. Everyone was happy, except for Chu Hao, whose face was pale. The plan he had painstakingly devised in the bathroom was shattered by Marcus's prowess. Tiger Zhang dusted himself off, still completely calm. You're good at fighting, but can you dodge a bullet? His question made Marcus pause. Even though he had reached the first level of chi condensation, dodging a bullet would still be tricky. Marcus stood still, observing. He saw Tiger Zhang preparing to draw a gun. He immediately rushed forward and delivered a powerful uppercut. Tiger Zhang was sent staggering and fell to the ground. He cursed and swore. Damn it, you dare to hit me? Before he could finish, Marcus sent him flying into the air. Tiger Zhang coughed up blood. He was pinned under Marcus's foot. You dare to pull a gun? I'll smash your head in right now. Tiger Zhang begged Marcus to spare his life. He said there was no gun in his pocket. He was just trying to scare him. Marcus, annoyed, changed the subject. He reminded Tiger Zhang to pay tenfold and apologize to the Tang family. Tiger Zhang agreed. Marcus lifted his foot and turned to leave. Hurry up and apologize. Tiger Zhang now crawled on the ground to Jia. Miss, please be merciful and spare me. I am willing to compensate for your family's losses. Jia ordered Tiger Zhang to apologize to her parents and never to trouble the Tang family again. Tiger Zhang raised his hands and kowtowed, as if worshipping his ancestors. Tiger Zhang was blind. I apologize to you both. I hope you can forgive me. I guarantee that my men will never come to your restaurant to cause trouble again. I will ensure the safety of your restaurant from now on. Jia's mother temporarily accepted, but she didn't need tenfold compensation. Just pay according to the market price. Tiger Zhang was overjoyed. Before leaving, he had to ask for Jia's permission. Jia nodded. Tiger Zhang scrambled to his feet and dragged his men away. Marcus also left. He told Jia that if she ran into any more trouble in the future, just to give him a call. Meanwhile, Marcus went to the Kim family estate. Marcus cracked a smile. So this is the real reason you asked me here. He got right to business, telling Old Master Kim to hit him with a full-powered punch so he could see. Old Master Kim seemed surprised, but did as he was told. He took a deep breath and threw a palm strike. Marcus frowned. To his surprise, the old man was an inner-realm martial artist. With just one look, Marcus knew what was wrong with Old Master Kim. He said that one foundation nurturing pill would cure his illness. Old Master Kim was overjoyed. This illness had plagued him for decades. Each episode was agonizingly painful, and famous doctors couldn't cure it. If Marcus could cure him, he would give him half of the Kim family's assets. Iris quickly tried to stop him. Grandfather, don't be rash. Marcus didn't even examine you. How can he cure you with just one look? That's too careless. Marcus took advantage of the opening and laid out his diagnosis. Old Master Kim isn't sick. He just cultivated an incomplete technique, causing his meridians to be blocked for a long time. Add to that an old internal injury from his youth that never fully healed, and that's why he's suffering now. Old Master Kim had never mentioned the internal injury, but Marcus knew. The old man believed him even more. Grandmaster Chun is absolutely right, spot on. But here's the problem. If Old Master Kim wants a complete cure, he has to give up martial arts cultivation. Otherwise, it will relapse. The important thing is whether he's willing or not. Zhongruan looked astonished when he heard this request. Give up martial arts? Incomparable to those ancient martial arts sects that have been passed down. Marcus found this strange and replied, Are there still ancient martial arts sects in Dali Nation now? The old man wasn't a member of a martial sect, so he just told him everything he knew. Yes, although I don't know where their sects are located, they definitely exist, and they've been passed down for a long time. The more he heard, the more his curiosity grew. Then tell me about the martial arts world first. On the other hand, Marcus secretly speculated, perhaps the Leaf family has connections with those ancient martial arts sections. With his decades of knowledge, the old man explained everything bit by bit. The martial arts world has 4 major realms. They're called the 4 realms of martial arts: Outer Realm, Inner Realm, Transformation Realm, and the legendary Divine Realm. Within each of the 3 realms, Outer, Inner, and Transformation, there are 3 minor subrealms: Initial Stage, Grandmaster Stage, and Peak Stage. After entering the Transformation Realm, one is revered as a martial arts grandmaster. Martial arts grandmasters are extremely rare, each one a powerhouse who guard the region. They established the major families and are the pioneering existences of today's martial arts world. As for the Divine Realm, no one has appeared in nearly 100 years. Then Marcus became interested in Zhongruan's situation and asked frankly, What is your strength level? The old man happily replied, I am a grandmaster of the Inner Realm. For so many years, I have fought solo and never met an opponent. At this point, Marcus began to ponder. So right now, I'm probably at the peak of the Inner Realm, just a step away from the Transformation Realm. However, this is just to classify power levels. It doesn't fully represent strength, so I'm not afraid of a Transformation Realm Grandmaster. But if I encounter the legendary Divine Realm, it would be a bit dangerous. I need to increase my strength quickly. The scene changes. Marcus has returned to Chidong's number 1 high school. At this moment, he was still thinking about his grades. Today is the day to get the report card, and also the day the Yin family comes to annul the engagement. Yin family. Lenny laughed and mocked Marcus. He said his grades are better than the class president's. Did I hear that right? The teacher didn't believe in Marcus's ability, but she still made another offer. Marcus, we can't make everyone retake the midterm just for you. But I have a practice test from Huanggang High School. You and Susie will do it right now in front of the class. Whoever loses has to apologize to the other. No more arguing, okay. Hearing this offer, the whole class was surprised and started murmuring. Huanggang High School, their practice tests are 10 times harder than the college entrance exam. How can Marcus do it? At this moment, with a chance to show off, Susie arrogantly said, Marcus, do you dare to compete? If you don't, apologize to me now. Don't be a laughingstock. He replied without a hint of fear, There's nothing in this world that I, Marcus Chun, don't dare to do. So, Ling had the 2 of them sit at the front desk and told the class, Good. The rest of you, move back and keep quiet. To get a quick result, the time limit is 1 hour. We'll see who gets a higher score in the end. Now begin. After she said this, the 2 quickly started on their papers. While the 2 were focused on their work, the class observed their expressions and whispered. Even Susie is biting her pen and frowning. This test must be really hard. But look at Marcus. Why is he so relaxed? It's like the test is super easy for him, but his grades are way worse than the class president's. Lenny looked annoyed at Marcus's calmness and thought, he's just pretending. That loser Marcus is definitely just guessing. But Jia Tang looked worried for him, though she also had some faith in him and thought, Marcus would never just guess. He's a smart guy. Adele, on the other hand, was tensely observing him in silence. Among those betting on him to lose was, of course, Leon Yuan. He comfortably thought to himself, Marcus is definitely losing this match. Half an hour later, Marcus put down his pen. He walked up to Liying and handed in his paper. Teacher Wang, how many days is the winter break this year? She quickly replied, It starts tomorrow until the 16th of next month. Hearing this, Marcus turned and walked away, replying, "I see." Seeing him leave, Susie thought Marcus was afraid of losing and was running away, so she angrily shouted, "Stop! Are you planning to run after just guessing for a while? Apologize to me." Marcus wasn't angry at all and just said softly, "I'm done. You can check it." Ling couldn't believe her ears when Marcus said he was done and replied in surprise, "You're done?" The next second, she quickly checked Marcus's paper. And then Li Ying shouted in shock, "Correct, correct, correct, all correct. All 100 questions answered, not a single one wrong. How is this possible?" Lenny's face turned pale with shock. "What? How? How is that possible?" But Jia Tang was overjoyed and said, "I told you," dancing and repeating this, confusing Marcus. Then he grumbled to himself in annoyance, "If I could, I'd rather face more than 20 Transformation Realm Grandmasters than this group of nosy old women." Just then, someone loudly signaled them, "Stop." As soon as he saw this person, Marcus quickly asked, "Who are you?" The newcomer was Felix Yen. He arrogantly pointed at Marcus. "My paternal grandfather's paternal grandson's paternal cousin is my cousin Helena's father's paternal grandfather's cousin. I represent the Yen family and my cousin Helena to officially annul the engagement with you." He didn't expect things to change so much. So with a shocked face, "Huh? It wasn't like this in my past life. Could it be that because I was reborn, history has changed?" Not knowing the other person's name, he asked again, "Who are you? Are you sure you can represent the Yen family?" Felix Yen, with a confident look, began to introduce himself. "I am Felix Yen. You can call me Young Master Felix." "All right, I've delivered the message. I have other business. You don't need to hold me back. Farewell." He came and went so quickly that Marcus didn't have time to react. He then threw money at the girls and ordered them, "Let's go, let's go." After receiving the money, they happily said to the departing Felix Yen, "Little friend, if you have such a good gig in the future, remember to find me." At this moment, he sighed and mumbled, "So the Yen family has such a rich young master." Marcus suddenly understood by that. Marcus didn't even bother to look back, leaving her there alone. This action unintentionally hurt her, and Adele said in disappointment, "Marcus, why have you changed so much?" Nearby, Leon Yuan was secretly watching her. When he realized Adele had feelings for Marcus, he became jealous and thought, "Marcus, you become a threat to me, so don't blame me for what happens next." Felix Yen returned home to talk about annulling the engagement with the Yen family. After hearing his words, an old man looked confused and asked, "Young Master Felix, I really don't understand. What exactly is the meaning of this?" However, he didn't take it seriously and replied casually while drinking tea, "I don't know what the Yin family likes about Marcus. They base out. You brat. Anime said you rented a room outside? Since when? Where did you get the money? What are you planning to do?" Marcus explained, "Mom, is there anything about your son that you don't know? What's there to worry about?" But his mother didn't agree and ordered him, "Move back immediately. I'm not at ease with you living alone outside." He then gave a reason. Mom, I'm learning Kung Fu from a mysterious old man. It's really inconvenient to live at the Yin family's house." In his mind, Marcus thought, "Sorry, mysterious old man who doesn't exist." In the end, even though she was worried, she gave in to her son. "All right, but you must ensure your own safety." He happily said, "Don't worry, Mom, I promise." His mother was an understanding person and told her son, "Also, you have to go and talk to the Yin family. Anime Ting thinks it was her fault and is very worried." Hearing these words, Marcus grumbled to himself, "That Anime really gets on my nerves. But Uncle has always taken good care of me. I should repay him." On the other hand, to reassure his mother, Marcus promised, "Okay, Mom, don't worry, I know what to do." At this time, in the western suburbs of Chaitang, the Yinggu Lake Villa area, following his mother's words, he went and rang the doorbell of the Yin family's house. Very quickly, Adele came to open the door. As soon as she saw Marcus, Adele said in surprise, "You're here." He replied in a low voice, "Hello, your aunt invited me for dinner." Hearing this, she happily invited him in. "Please come in." Auntie May happily greeted him when she heard he had arrived. Little Marcus is here. Adele, talk to little Marcus for a bit. Dinner will be ready soon. Adele was momentarily at a loss for words, so she just looked at Marcus in silence. While observing him, she secretly compared, although he seems to have changed a lot, he's not easy to please. Compared to Leon Yuan, he's still far behind. A moment later, Uncle Lin showed excitement when he saw Marcus. Little Marcus is here. He had a good impression of him, so when he saw him, Marcus stood up and bowed politely. Hello, Uncle Lin. When she saw his attitude towards Annie May was completely different from his attitude towards Uncle Lin, Adele found it strange and thought, why do I feel that Marcus's attitude towards Dad is very different from his attitude towards me and Mom? Uncle Lin asked about Marcus's father. How is your father lately? He replied politely. Thank you for asking, Uncle Lin. My father also really wants to come and reminisce with you, but he's too busy with work and doesn't have time. Then, Uncle Lin praised Marcus's father. Your father works too hard. If he had accepted the family's help, he would have become a powerful figure in the government long ago. He didn't say anything more and just replied obediently, Yes, sir. A moment later, many delicious dishes were laid out on the table. At this time, Annie May asked Marcus, Little Marcus, why did you rent a room outside by yourself? Uncle Lin, not knowing about this, asked her in surprise. Little Marcus moved out? Auntie May, with a displeased expression, turned to scold her husband. You're busy outside from morning till night, never caring about things at home. So he had to laugh wryly and awkwardly reply. Marcus quickly interjected for him. Auntie, I've already decided on this matter. Let's not talk about it anymore. She awkwardly failed to say, well, Adele thought Marcus's attitude when talking to her mother was not quite right. So she spoke up to remind him, Marcus, watch your attitude. Auntie May, seeing that he and she didn't seem to like each other, looked unhappy and thought to herself, this can't go on. I have to think of a way to improve the relationship between little Marcus and Adele. Then the doorbell rang again from outside. Adele stood up and happily said to her parents, That must be Ware calling for me. We agreed to go to a classmate's birthday party together. After speaking, she hurried to open the door. Adele was overjoyed. Tiffany, Nina. The two of them greeted her back in turn. Hello, Adele. On the other hand, when the two of them appeared here at the same time, Adele was a little curious and asked them, Didn't we agree to meet at the coffee shop? Why did you suddenly come here to find me? Do the others know? She quickly explained, They are all waiting in the car. The plan has changed. We're going camping first, then to a karaoke bar to sing. Adele turned around and replied, Is that so? Then wait for me a moment. I'll go get my jacket. Tiffany urged her on. Okay, hurry up. Adele put on her jacket and said to Annie May, Mom, I'm going out with my friends. I won't be eating at home tonight. She quickly stood up and asked her daughter, Wait, let little Marcus go with you. I'm not at ease with you going alone. Uncle Lin then turned to ask Marcus, Little Marcus, please take Adele with you. Auntie May also happily chimed in. That's right, little Marcus considered helping me by taking Adele out for a while. Although he didn't want to, Marcus had to reluctantly agree. Yes, I'll go with her. Hearing that, she urged him, Then let's go. And so, Marcus followed Adele out. However, Tiffany turned to her annoyedly and asked, Who is he? Adele quickly replied, A friend of my dad's son. He's staying here to study. Meanwhile, although he didn't say it, Marcus knew these two well. Tiffany is a rich girl who always looks down on others. She's the girlfriend of Chad Zhang, the captain of the school's basketball team. In my past life, she often made things difficult for me. Nina, although she looks cold on the outside, has a kind heart. After graduation, I never heard from her again. If Adele has left me behind, then I have even more free time. After meeting up with the others, Chad Zhang was very surprised to see Marcus. And then he mocked him, Oh, who is this? Isn't this Marcus, the famous loser who skipped the test? Hearing these words, he felt annoyed and thought to himself, This is a matter of our class 6. How could their class 2 know so quickly? unless someone deliberately wanted to humiliate me. Besides, Adele remained silent and didn't speak up for him. It didn't stop there. Chad Zhang continued to insult Marcus. You want to date the school beauty? You should look in the mirror and see if you're worthy. Tiffany also quickly walked over, linked arms with Adele, and chimed in with her boyfriend. That's right, Adele is Leon Yuan's girl. He's the son of the deputy governor of Wuzhou. Were you? And you dare to cling to Adele. Finally, unable to take it anymore, Marcus retorted, In my eyes, what are you guys? You dare to talk to me like that? Do you think you're worthy? His eyes were now filled with anger. Tiffany quickly ran to her boyfriend's side and, acting pitiful, said, Chad, he's bullying me. He quickly acted like a good boyfriend and said, You brat, apologize to Tiffany quickly, and I'll consider letting you go. Marcus replied without a hint of fear, You brat, you immediately kowtow and apologize to me quickly, and I will also consider letting you go. At this point, Chad Zhang was so angry he cursed. Damn you, you have no manners. Today, I will teach you how to be a person. Adele then stepped in to stop them. All right, stop arguing. Today is Tiffany's birthday. In addition, she went over to him and advised him to back down a little. Can't you? With your small frame, Chad will knock you out with one punch. Beside them, Nina remained silent. It was this state of hers that attracted Marcus's attention. Just then, Nina happened to see him looking at her. And then Nina looked embarrassed and thought to herself, The way he looks at me is so strange, as if he's known me for many years. A moment later, Chad Zhang acted like a magnanimous person and said, Forget it. I'll give the school beauty some face. I'll let you go this time. He turned his face away and said with an annoyed tone, However, my car is a bit small, not enough room for a great god like you. You could take another car. Everyone else chimed in with Chad Zhang. This car is full. My car is also full. No way, no way. Don't tell me you have to walk. However, Nina suddenly made an offer to him. Marcus, it'll be a little cramped with the three of us, but Adele objected. Nina, why let him squeeze in with us? Tiffany also disapproved of this. Little Nina, you've fallen for him, haven't you? She replied angrily. What are you talking about? We're all classmates. I just don't want her to lose too much face. To prevent Nina from feeling upset, Adele made another offer. All right, forget it. I know you're kind-hearted. I'll go talk to Shuyang in the back and ask him to let him ride with him. And so, the group began their journey. Shuyang loved speed, so he drove very fast. My car is overtaking car after car. Adele's friend, instead of stopping him, cheered him on. Shuyang is the best. This is so exciting. Just then, a car appeared in front of them, blocking their way. Shuyang got angry and gritted his teeth, saying, This piece of junk is blocking the way. Didn't you fill up on gas, you coward? If you don't know how to drive, don't drive. She also chimed in with Shuyang. Just a cheap piece of junk, and it dares to block Brother Yang's way. Soon after, because he couldn't control his speed, Shuyang's car gradually got closer to the car in front. And so he screamed in panic. In a flash, Shuyang's car crashed into the car in front. The next second, he got out of the car, crying and shouting, My precious car! Dao Zi, the driver of the car in front, also got out angrily and scolded him. Do you know how to drive? This is called illegal parking, understand? Shuyang was completely unreasonable and blamed him. Look, you crashed into my car. With no other choice, Dao Zi went to ask for Wenxiong's opinion. Sir, a kid crashed into the back of our car and is even yelling at me for illegal parking. Before he could answer, Shuyang walked over and snapped. Who are you talking about? However, because they were in a hurry and didn't want to get involved, Wenxiong ordered, Dao Zi, forget it. The Kim family has urgent business with me. Don't waste time. He quickly replied, Yes, sir. Before leaving, Dao Zi didn't forget to look back at him with a look of contempt. Being treated like this, Shuyang shouted, Stop. You're trying to run without paying for my car? Dream on. Seeing the car in front stop, Chad Zhang and the others got out and asked Shuyang what's wrong. He quickly blamed Dao Zi. This guy slammed on his brakes, causing me to crash into his rear. Now he's trying to run. Chad Zhang defending his friend, replied sternly, "Then we can't let him run. I'll block them from the front." Hearing this, everyone said in unison, "Okay." As soon as the words were spoken, the group of friends split up and surrounded the opponent, which surprised Dao Zi a little. Moreover, they even stood blocking the spot where Shi Yang's car was parked. At this moment, Wen Xiong was still casually smoking in the car. A second later, he said to himself with self-mockery, "I never thought that I, Wen Xiong, would one day be pushed around by a bunch of kids." So when Xiong ordered, "Dao Zi, get out of the car," he immediately ran over to open the door for him. Chad Zhang stammered, "You are?" Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Mad Dog So, Vance So." Vance So swaggered and asked back, "A punk like you has even heard of my nickname? Whose kid are you?" Chad Zhang bowed and replied, "My father is Zhang Gui." Vance So heard this and said, "So you're Zhang Gui's son. Out of respect for your father, you can go." Chad Zhang immediately bowed his head and thanked him profusely. "Thank you for your great kindness, Brother Xiong." Chad Zhang looked at Shi Yang and said, "Why don't you thank Brother Xiong for not holding a grudge against us youngsters?" He immediately roared, "I said I'd let you go, not him." Chad Zhang and Shi Yang were terrified. Chad Zhang quickly said, "Brother Xiong, you are a famous figure in Chaidang. Please don't hold a grudge against us." But he didn't care and replied, "It's too late. Dao Zi, call for backup." Chad Zhang clasped his hands and begged for mercy. "Brother Xiong, please, for my father's sake, let him go." Vance So replied, "You brat, go home and ask your father if he dares to ask me for face." Chad Zhang was sweating bullets. He thought to himself, "Vance So is the king of the entire Chaitang region. I heard he has an even greater power backing him. In front of him, my family is nothing. What should I do?" He suddenly gave a wicked smile and said, "If you want to go, that's fine. Just have those two girls have a drink with me to cheer me up." Hearing this, Adele and Nina held hands in fear. So's men all got out of the car and said, "Sir So." Shiyang knelt down and cried, "Brother Xiong, I was wrong. I agreed to compensate for your losses. I beg you to let me go." Vance So was unyielding and even more arrogant. "Compensate? Fine. 1 minute of my time is worth 3 billion. You can calculate how much you should compensate." Hearing this, he panicked and grabbed Chad Zhang's hand, begging for help. "Brother Zhang, save me." He ordered his men, "Grab this brat and those two girls and put them in the car. Beat up the rest of them to teach them a lesson." Seeing the men rush towards them, Chad Zhang's group panicked and shouted in unison, "Don't come over here." Suddenly, something flashed by. He stood in front of the thugs. Marcus said coldly, "I'm protecting these two." Vance So asked, "Who are you?" Marcus smiled faintly and said, "I'm someone you can't afford to mess with." He frowned and chuckled. Adele was skeptical. Why does this guy always have to show off? What good will it do for him to step up? Nina also wondered, "Marcus, how are you going to get us out of this?" Vance So pointed his finger and asked again, "I can see it. You can't fool me. I already tell you, I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. Do you know or not?" As soon as the words fell, Chad Zhang and Shi Yang's faces immediately turned pale. They thought, "Is this guy tired of living? How dare he talk to Vance So like that? I'm afraid Vance So will kill him." Vance So's face turned purple with anger. He said sternly, "Get him." The men all rushed forward. Marcus waved his hand and slapped them a few times. Vance So was immediately shocked. How can he be so arrogant? "Get him, all of you." The men rushed forward again, cursing, "Go to hell." Marcus immediately moved like a blur. He unleashed a flurry of moves. The thugs were all sent sprawling on the ground. "Oh, my chest. My ear. Oh, my fate." He was stunned. His subordinates were not easy to deal with, yet they were all down in less than a minute. He looked at Marcus and thought. As for Marcus, his face is unchanged. He's not even breathing hard, as if he wasn't the one who attacked. The group of friends were also extremely surprised. Is Marcus that good? He took on more than 10 guys by himself. Dao Zi strode out menacingly and declared, "Sir, let me go teach him a lesson." Vance So replied, "Don't kill him." He stepped forward and threatened, "You brat, I'll make you regret meeting me." Marcus asked coldly, "Are you done with your last words?" Dao Zi's eyes widened, and he was furious. "You're tired of living." Instantly, he unleashed his aura. Behind him, he chuckled to himself. Dao Zi's strength has increased quite a bit. He threw a punch, but the punch was blocked. Marcus was still calm, while Dao Zi spat out blood. He staggered backward. Vance so exclaimed in shock. Dao Zi is a special forces soldier that I spent a lot of money to recruit, yet he was sent flying like that. What's going on? The people around all praised him. How is he so amazing? He fights so well. Chad Zhang was sweating buckets and thought, I was just about to teach Marcus a lesson. I really am tired of living. Adele thought to herself, so this is your real trump card. This level of martial prowess is truly something to be proud of. But in this day and age, what's important is still money and resources. Compared to Leon Yuan, you're still far behind. Meanwhile, Nina thought to herself, a man like this is the man I want to marry. Vance so asked Dao Zi, Dao Zi, how are you? He clutched his arm and replied, Sir, my arm is broken. He might be the legendary martial arts practitioner. Hearing this, he was stunned again. A martial artist? Vance so suddenly made an offer. Kid, you're pretty good. Why don't you come and be my bodyguard? The salary is $350 million a month. We'll forget about what happened today. What do you think? Everyone around thought that the $350 million salary was secondary. The title of being one of Vance So's men was what was valuable. Marcus replied calmly, You want me to be your bodyguard? Are you insulting me? He pulled out a gun and threatened, You brat, I've already shown you face, don't push it. Can you fight a gun? The crowd immediately became agitated. He has a gun. Oh no, this is not good. Meanwhile, Marcus remained silent and didn't react. He suddenly frowned, his eyes blazing with killing intent, and said, I'll give you one chance. Put the gun down. Then kowtow and beg me to spare your life, and I'll let you live. Vance so aimed his weapon at Marcus and laughed. You brat, I'm very curious where you get so much confidence. Nina worriedly reminded him. Marcus, can't you be a little more lenient? Staying alive is what's important. Marcus thought to himself, although I can't block bullets yet, I have many ways to kill him before he can pull the trigger. Suddenly, the phone rang. The 18th of the first lunar month is a lucky and auspicious day. The 18th of the first lunar month is a lucky and auspicious day. He then took out his phone and said, Wait a minute, I have to take this call. Hearing this, Vance so said provocatively, Fine, go ahead and leave your last words. On the other end of the line, a voice said, Mr. Chun, the medicine you needed last time has been prepared. It was Iris. She asked him, When can you come and treat my grandfather's illness? He calmly replied, Right now, I'm free, but I can't leave for another hour and a half. Iris quickly replied, Mr. Chun, are you in some kind of trouble? Perhaps I can help you solve it. Marcus then said, Well, there's a guy named Vance so pointing a weapon at me. I have to deal with him first before I can go to your place. Suddenly, Iris said something. Marcus, huh? He handed the phone to him and said, Here. Vance so said confusedly, Let me hear it. See who you can invite. From the phone, Iris shouted, Vance so, are you trying to cause trouble? You even dare to offend my grandfather's honored guest. Hearing this, he quickly turned pale and explained, Second Mississippi. What are you saying, Second Miss? How would I dare to offend the old master's honored guest? Iris was angry. The high school student standing in front of you is my grandfather's honored guest, Mr. Chun. Even I don't dare to raise my voice in front of him. He trembled and asked again, Second, honored guest of old Master Kim? Marcus smiled faintly and asked, Can I have my phone back now? Vance so quickly replied, Yes, 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 yes. He respectfully handed it back with both hands and said, So, it's Mr. Chun. It was my fault for not recognizing a great man. Please forgive me. On the phone, Iris said, Mr. Chun, I've already scolded Vance so. Please spare his life. Send me your location, and I'll send someone to pick you up right away. He replied, All right. Marcus looked at Vance, So's fat face, and said indifferently, "All right, this matter ends here. Don't make that face anymore. It makes me want to puke." He laughed and replied, "Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chun." The lackeys were immediately shocked and wondered to themselves, just because of one phone call, Vance So admitted his mistake and apologized to a high school kid. Is this really Vance So? Chad Zhang and Shi Yang were no less surprised and thought, "What on earth just happened? Who am I? Where am I? Why can't I keep up with this?" Marcus said to Nina and Adele, "I have something to do. You guys go ahead." Nina hesitated, but meanwhile, Adele urged her, "Let's go." The group quickly ran towards the car. "Let's go quickly." Scene change at Kim Jong-ruin's house. The old man clasped his hands. "Master Chun." Iris bowed. "Hello, Master Chun." As he entered, his attention was drawn to something on the table. He looked at it and said, "The quality of these herbs is pretty good." Iris asked him, "Master Chun, do you need any other tools? For example, a refining furnace?" Marcus heard this and asked curiously, "Who told you that you need a refining furnace to make pills?" Iris replied naively, "Isn't that what all the novels say? The better the refining furnace, the more effective the pills, right?" He smiled and said, "When I refine pills." Then he picked up the plate of herbs and continued, "I only need these 2 hands." Marcus said to himself, "A true immortal cultivator refining pills doesn't need a furnace at all." He formed a hand seal for the spirit-gathering array. Then he pointed 2 fingers to control the herbs and commanded, "Go." The herbs swallowed the pill and asked, "Grandpa, how is the effect?" Old Master Kim sat in a meditative posture, his body enveloped in a surge of life force. Iris asked Marcus worriedly, "Is this pill really effective?" He replied, "Don't disturb him, just wait." Suddenly, Zhong Ruin's eyes snapped open. He looked at his body happily and thought, "Not only has it cured the strange illness in my body, but my martial arts cultivation has also improved by 1 level, reaching the peak of the inner realm." Old Master Kim clasped his hands and bowed. "Grandmaster Chun has given me a new life. Please accept my bow." Marcus replied, "I gave you the pill. You paid the fee. This is a transaction. No need for thanks." He handed Jungruin a piece of paper and said, "Out of consideration for Iris's initial trust in my talismans, I will help you complete the missing part of your cultivation technique. In the future, you can continue to cultivate martial arts." The old man's eyes filled with tears as he opened the paper and read, murmuring, This, oh my, it's really amazing." When the old man knelt down and kowtowed, he quickly thanked Marcus. "Grandmaster Chen's kindness. I don't know how to repay you. Please accept my bow." Iris was extremely surprised. "Grandpa." Zhongruin looked at Iris and said, "Iris, quickly kneel down and thank Grandmaster Chun." Following the old man's words, Iris knelt down and thanked Marcus. Iris Kim of the Kim family kneels to thank Grandmaster Chun. Old Master Kim shed tears, thinking to himself, "This complete cultivation technique can be passed down to the descendants of the Kim family, becoming a timeless legacy of the Kim family." Marcus thought to himself, "With the technique in this book, in less than 3 years, Kim Jongruin can definitely become a Transformation Realm Grandmaster, let alone kneeling. Even if the Kim family built a temple to worship me, it wouldn't be too much." He walked away and said, "All right, just transfer the money to my account. I have something else to do. I'm leaving now." Zhongruin bowed, respectfully seeing Grandmaster Chen off. He watched Marcus walk away. Iris asked the old man doubtfully, "Grandpa, he just looked at you once and was able to complete the missing part of your cultivation technique? That's too vague, isn't it?" Old Master Kim replied, "Iris, you're not a martial artist, so you don't know how terrifying Grandmaster Chen is." The old man continued, "Iris, instruct everyone in our Kim family to never offend Mr. Chun. If anyone deliberately disobeys, kick them out of the Kim family." Zhongruin emphasized, "Especially tell your good-for-nothing father to manage his subordinates well. If something like today happens again, don't blame me for not giving him face." Old Master Kim gave Iris another instruction. Also, when you transfer the money to Mr. Chun, remember to add another 0. She respectfully replied, "Yes, Grandpa. I'll do it right away." It was dark now. Marcus was walking down the street, talking on the phone. He said, "Yeah, don't worry, I'm fine." After hanging up, he thought, "I didn't expect Nina to call and check on me." He opened the door and entered his house, thinking, "I need to seize the time to cultivate." Outside, the scenery was quiet. Marcus sighed and thought, "At most in 5 days, I will be able to enter the second level of chi condensation." Suddenly, the phone rang. "Who will be calling at this hour?" Marcus asked, "Who is it?" The other side replied, "Helena Yin." Marcus was stunned. "Helena Yin?" She continued, "I've arrived in Chaitang. Come and pick me up." He was extremely confused and asked a series of questions. "How does Helena Yin have my phone number? She's already in Chaitang and wants me to pick her up? What is the Yin family planning?" At the airport, Helena, dressed elegantly, walked with her handmaiden, Zong Zong, behind her. Zong Zong thought carefully, "At the Yin family home, we have an inner realm martial artist for protection. Once we leave, it won't be so safe anymore." She sighed sadly. "I'm starting to regret doing this crazy thing with the young miss." Marcus waved and greeted, "Miss Yin." Helena looked at Marcus and thought to herself, "Although I, Helena Yin, am not someone who only values looks, this fiancé of mine does look quite ordinary." She continued to think, "But he has the aura of someone who has been through many storms. Is he really a good-for-nothing, incompetent rich kid?" She ordered, "Take me to your place." Marcus replied, "Okay." Scene change. At Marcus's house, he was pulling Helena's suitcase and asked her, "Are you planning to stay here? Not renting a hotel?" Zong Zong scowled and said her mistress had to stay with him. Helena blushed. Zong Zong also suddenly became embarrassed and quickly corrected herself. "I mean, it's not safe at a hotel." She pointed at Marcus and continued, "Since my mistress has come to Chaitang, you must bear the noble responsibility of protecting her safety." Marcus looked away and replied, "All right, then you two can sleep here. I'll sleep outside." Zong Zong pouted and thought to herself, "How dare he? He really doesn't know what's good for him," while Helena said softly, "Sorry for the trouble." Marcus, while tidying up, said to himself, "Good thing I chose a one-bedroom, one-living-room apartment back then. Otherwise, I'd be sleeping outside now." Zong Zong suddenly said, "I'm going out to buy some things. I'm warning you. Keep your hands to yourself. If I find out you're bullying my mistress, I'll deal with you." He also quickly replied, "Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person." She added another instruction, "Also, before I get back, you are absolutely not allowed to leave my mistress's side. There are many people who hope something bad happens to her." Helena then said, "Zong Zong, I trust his character." Marcus's face darkened. "It seems my peaceful life ends here." In the living room, Marcus asked Helena if she wanted some water. She replied that she had already drunk some on the high-speed train. Oh, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and both of them fell silent. Helena secretly glanced at Marcus and thought, "A spoiled rich kid, arrogant and rebellious, who skipped school. Not at all like the Marcus standing in front of me." Marcus crossed his arms and thought to himself, "The heaven and earth energy in the jade stones of the spirit gathering array is almost depleted. I need to find new jade stones quickly." He remembered Chen Songzi and thought again, "But it's very difficult to find jade stones that meet the requirements. It seems I still have to go find that disciple and ask him. I'll also teach him some Taoist techniques while I'm at it. His cultivation is too weak." Marcus glanced at Helena and thought again. And then there's this young miss from the Yin family. He calculated, "It seems that because I was reborn, fate has changed slightly. The inability to know the future makes one feel a little dangerous." Suddenly, Helena spoke up and asked, "Aren't you curious why I suddenly came to find you?" Marcus replied, "Why?" She stammered, "Actually, I don't know either. I just don't want others to control my destiny." He calmly said, "I see." Helena blushed and the two of them were once again enveloped in an awkward atmosphere. She turned and walked away in a huff. He really doesn't know how to talk. The scene changes to late at night. Zong Zong peeked around the room. She saw Marcus meditating. She snorted and slammed the door shut. Marcus frowned slightly. Outside, the wind howled. "Here, show yourselves." Suddenly, a group of about 5 ninjas landed from nowhere. They said, "You brat, you're pretty alert." Zong Zong quickly ran out and said, "You protect the young miss. I'll deal with them." She asked them angrily, "Who sent you here?" They laughed mockingly. "Strike fast, win fast. Deal with this little girl first, then we'll deal with that guy. After that, we'll get a taste of the #1 beauty of the capital." Zong Zong raised her hand and shouted by Marcus's punch. He said in fear, "He's a grandmaster of the inner realm. The situation is not good. Let's retreat." They asked each other in panic, "But this is just a teenager. How can he be a grandmaster of the inner realm?" They went to help the one who had just fallen. He ordered, "Go." Marcus suddenly teleported. He said indifferently, "Since you're here." He kicked them. "Don't even think about leaving." The 2 who were hit were immediately knocked unconscious. The remaining 2 were immediately horrified. Marcus appeared behind the 2 of them in a flash. They were immediately sent flying by him. The leader trembled and got up. He struggled to ask, "Who are you? Why do you want to meddle in the Yin family's business?" Marcus replied coldly, "What'd I do? Why should I explain it to you?" He asked him, "Tell me who sent you here." The other guy collapsed without saying a word. Marcus frowned slightly, so he drank poison to log out. He turned to ask Zong Zong, "Who on earth wants to kill you too?" "They're willing to spend a lot of money to hire these death soldiers." She replied, "I don't know either. There are too many people who want to harm my mistress." She asked him back, "What should we do with these bodies?" He walked away and replied, "Don't worry, someone will come to clean them up." He explained, "The person behind this will definitely not let their identities be exposed." The scene changes to early morning. The sun was already high in the sky, casting bright rays into Marcus's house. Zong Zong silently entered the room. Helena rubbed her eyes. "Zong Zong, why do you look so pale? Didn't you sleep well?" She quickly replied, "It's nothing. I probably just caught a cold. I'll be fine in a couple of days." In the living room, Marcus was already waiting. He said, "I bought breakfast. You too eat." He handed Zong Zong a pill and said, "Take this foundation nurturing pill. It will be very good for you." She replied softly, "Thank you." Putting the food on the table, Marcus said, "I have something to do and need to go out. Make yourselves at home." Zong Zong called out worriedly, "Wait, let my mistress go with you." Helena was confused. "Why do I have to go with him?" Zong Zong replied, Because I'm not feeling well, and I'm afraid I won't have the strength. Let Marcus protect you." Helena was skeptical. "Huh, are those words you can actually say?" Zong Zong insisted, "Yes, they are. Mistress, please listen to me." Helena had no choice but to resign herself. "All right, then I'll go with him." Meanwhile, Marcus's face darkened. He thought to himself, "I have things to do. If she comes along, she'll definitely cause a lot of trouble." The scene transitions to a living room. On the table were 2 cups of hot tea. Songzi asked Marcus, "Master, if I may be so bold as to ask, is this your wife?" Hearing this, Marcus couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water. He blushed slightly and said, "Don't talk nonsense. She's a friend of mine." Helena pouted and thought, "Just a friend?" The old man asked again, "I wonder why Master has come to find me." He said directly, "I was in a hurry last time, and there are many things I forgot to mention." In his head, he thought, "For example, I forgot to ask your name." The old man clasped his hands respectfully. "I am ready to listen to Master's teachings." Helena was surprised and thought to herself, "An old man bowing to a young man? It looks really strange." She said to Marcus, "You two talk. I'll go for a walk." Marcus asked the old man, "What's your name?" Songzi then replied, "Master, I joined a Dao Chun Songzi." Marcus said again, "Chun Songzi. All right, from now on I will call you that." He handed him a cultivation manual and said, "This is a basic cultivation technique that I specially prepared for you. If you can enter the first level of guiding chi into your body within 3 days, I may consider officially accepting you as my disciple." The old man then knelt down and replied, "Understood." Chen Songzi thanks Master. Marcus revealed his aura and commanded, "My cultivation technique cannot be revealed. Otherwise, I will definitely make your soul scatter." Songzi's face turned pale. "Yes, from today on, this life of mine will belong to Master. If there is anything you need, your disciple will definitely obey." He said, "Get up." He asked, "I've used up the jade stone from last time. Do you have any more?" Songzi quickly replied, "If Master needs it, you'll have to go to the Black Water Pool on Spirit Marshall Mountain to find it. But there's a fierce monster in the Black Water Pool. It's very dangerous." The old man continued, "I think Master can try searching the stone gambling yard first. You might find what you're looking for there." Marcus thought to himself, "The monster in the Black Water Pool is just a wild beast that has absorbed the essence of heaven and earth and gained sentience. But with my current strength, I can't kill it. I can only wait until I enter the second level of chi condensation to deal with it." He said in a deep voice, "All right, arrange a time and route to go to the stone gambling yard. The sooner the better." Songzi clasped his hands. "As you command." Marcus continued, "All right, I'm leaving now. You can focus on your cultivation. I will come to check on your progress on Saturday." The old man suddenly asked him, "Master, your disciple has a wish. Speak." Songzi then said, "From today on, I want to follow by Master's side as an attendant to serve Master. I hope Master will grant my wish." Hearing this, he thought, "It's good that you want to get closer to me, but there are already 2 troublesome fairies in my 1-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment." He walked away and said, "We'll talk after we go to the stone gambling yard." Songzi clasped his hands and bowed his head again. "Thank you, Master, for agreeing." Night fell, and a storm raged outside. The rain poured down outside Marcus's house. An old man with white hair opened the gate and walked in. His eyes were bloodshot, and he had a wicked smile on his face. The man standing in the rain was Peng Shiwan. His internal energy was so strong that the rain couldn't touch him. In the room, Marcus was lying with his eyes closed, his thoughts racing. He opened the door and walked out. Zong Zong also quickly came out. She said, "Let me go first. If I can't beat him, then you go." The 2 of them went outside and were stunned. Zong Zong thought to herself, "The rain doesn't wet him. Peak inner realm." She clasped her hands and bowed, asking, "Senior, with your cultivation, you could enter the transformation realm at any time. What are you doing here?" He replied, "I can enter at any time, but I can't. In the end, it's all just dust. This old man doesn't have many years left to live. Only by entering the transformation realm can I extend my lifespan." He continued, "This old man must borrow something from the young lady of the Yin family to make a transaction." Zong Zong asked worriedly, "I wonder what Senior wants to borrow. If my young miss has it, she will definitely offer it with both hands." Shuan said coldly, "She definitely has it, because what I want to borrow is her life." Zong Zong frowned and asked, "Who sent you here?" He replied, "The conditions they offered moved me, so I can only cast aside my face to come here and attack a mere little girl." Zong Zong said worriedly to Marcus, "We are no match for him. You should take the young miss and run." Only then did Marcus speak up, "I'm a little curious. What kind of conditions could move you so much?" Shiwan laughed and said, "The right to enter the Void Mountain. As long as you survive coming out of the Void Mountain, you will definitely become a Grandmaster." Zong Zong exclaimed in surprise, "Void Mountain, you will definitely become a Grandmaster." Marcus asked again, "So where is Void Mountain?" Shiwan replied, "I don't know. After I complete the mission, they will tell me." He said sternly, "They? Who are they?" He suddenly teleported and said, "Why should I tell you? All right, go to hell." His body erupted in a blue flame. Shiwan jumped forward and grabbed Zong Zong by the throat. She trembled and thought to herself, "Until just now, I always thought that although there was a huge gap between me and the peak inner realm, if I fought with my life on the line, I could still put up a fight." He raised his hand. about to strike her directly in the face. Zong Zong could only give up and think, but in reality, I don't even have the strength to fight back. She closed her eyes tightly. Young miss, I'm sorry. Suddenly, Shiwan disappeared. Zong Zong opened her eyes. He had been knocked far away. He said, I never thought you could stop me. You've hidden your skills well. Marcus emitted an aura that prevented the rain from touching him. He calmly replied, Tell me their identities, and I will spare your life. Sure Yuan Ling Guilun. He said, Brat, since I made my debut, no one has ever dared to talk to me like this. You are the first. But then he unleashed his power and roared, and the last. Shiwan fiercely lunged towards him. Marcus calmly ducked down, his hands swinging back to form a fist. The moment the two fists collided, a loud explosion rang out, and the surrounding space shook and lit up. Marcus steadily retracted his hand. Xuan, on the other hand, was not doing well at all. He was shocked, lost his balance, and staggered back a few steps. His vision darkened. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, Peak inner realm. Impossible. Even if you started cultivating in your mother's womb, it's impossible. With that, he let out a sinister laugh. However, if I defeat you and find the secret on you, then this old man can also become a grandmaster. Facing him, Marcus replied nonchalantly, I'm afraid you don't have what it takes, old trash. Shiyuan's hands moved with incredible skill, and a powerful, colorful energy radiated around him. Thrusting palm, countless hands appeared around him. He roared, raising palm, receive. Zong Zong, seeing this move, screamed in fear. Thrusting palm hand. He is Pang Shuan, the famous master of thrusting palm hand from the Northwest 10 years ago. Marcus remained calm as he watched the countless hands rushing towards him. For every palm that came, he threw a punch back. And just like that, the entire famous and supreme thrusting palm hand was easily neutralized by him. Shiwan exclaimed in shock, You were actually able to block my thrusting palm hand? How on earth did you do that? Marcus smirked and thought to himself, Test complete. He looked at Shiwan and assessed, If you just look at the amount of spiritual energy, my first level Qi condensation cultivation is at most that of an initial stage inner realm martial artist. But in terms of quality, my spiritual power is equivalent to that of a peak inner realm martial artist. He chuckled and softly uttered two words. The end. Marcus brought his hands together in front of his chest amidst the swirling energy, and his voice could still be heard clearly as he shouted, Heavenly Mystic Divine Fist, first form. He opened his eyes and roared, Mountain Sundering Axe. A very large axe appeared in Marcus's hand. He leaped into the air. Shiwan was clearly terrified. What kind of power is this? What martial art is this? I've never seen it before. Nevertheless, he braced himself and shouted, Old man, I'll fight you. With that, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. The space fell deathly silent. Shiwan's cry was cut short. His face split in two. His eyes rolled back in their sockets, and he died without a chance to say a last word. Marcus showed no mercy and swung down, blood splattering onto him. Zong Zong turned pale and covered her mouth with her hand. Oh, the person in question, Marcus, was also a little surprised. He thought to himself, using the first level Qi condensation cultivation to execute the heavenly mystic divine fist is still a bit difficult. I couldn't control the force well. I didn't mean to kill him. I still had questions for him. The scene changes to the Liu family's territory, one of the 6 super families. Ria frowned in annoyance and asked, Uncle Wu, are you saying that bitch from the Yin family has a transformation realm grandmaster by her side? Ria Liu, the granddaughter of the current head of the Liu family. Uncle Wu's face was filled with worry. He slowly explained, 10 years ago, Pang Shuan was already at the peak inner realm cultivation level. To be able to kill him in one move, it can only be a grandmaster. Ria gritted her teeth in anger and said, I thought that since that bitch left the Yin family secretly, she was courting death. I never expected her to have a grandmaster protecting her. Does that mean it's almost impossible to kill her? Uncle Wu replied awkwardly, yes, because we basically can't hire a grandmaster. He clasped his hands and calculated. To kill Helena Yin, we could either bribe the mysterious grandmaster by her side or arrange an assassination when he is not with her. Ria slammed her hand on the table. She said decisively, Uncle Wu, you must help me. I can't let Helena Yin return to the capital alive. The scene transitions to the capital, the Namgung family. The grandson of the head of the Namgung family, von Namgung, ran in anxiously and announced, Grandfather, the people you sent have all failed. They were too weak. The head of the Namgung family, Namgung Wang, frowned at this. There is a master protecting Helena Yin. Otherwise, would Yin Ju be at ease letting her run around outside on her own? Vaughn was still unwilling. He scowled and said, if an outer realm expert isn't enough, find an inner realm expert. If an inner realm expert isn't enough, find a grandmaster. Namgung Wang sternly scolded him. Foolish. Do you think it's that easy to hire one? Martial artists have their pride. Being scolded, Vaughn resorted to whining. He threw himself at him, crying and begging. Grandfather, I don't care. I must have Helena Yin. He pat his head and comfort him. He didn't say anything, but in his heart, he was clearly still plotting. I hope so too. If you get Helena Yin, our Namgung family's position can be secured. Scene change. Yinjing. Ma Chuan entered the living room and said seriously, Father, someone in the capital has already made a move against Helena. We should bring her back. Helena Yin's grandfather, Yin Anzhong, replied. Anzhong smiled gently. It's fine. Those people were all killed by a mysterious grandmaster. Helena is very safe. Only then did Ma Chuan understand. You mean there's a martial arts grandmaster by Marcus Chen's side? Helena Yan's father, Yin Manxian. Anzhong stroked his beard and said slowly, to be able to train a teenager to become an inner realm martial artist, who else could it be but a martial arts grandmaster? It seems Marcus's potential is far beyond my expectations. Let Helena continue to develop her relationship with him. The scene changes to the largest stone gambling hall in Chaitang, Jinbao Hall. Marcus led the way inside. Helena asked confusedly, Why do we have to follow Marcus? Can't the two of us just go for a walk? Zong replied softly, Miss, just listen to me. Songzi followed behind, flattering, Master, I've sold my house and all my belongings. From now on, I will stay by your side and serve you wholeheartedly. Marcus replied softly, All right, you are very determined. He looked at him and praised, Not bad. You successfully guided Qi into your body in 3 days. Songzi pointed to himself and replied politely, Yes, I succeeded on the second night. I finally did not fail Master's teachings. This form of address made Marcus a little embarrassed. He instructed, By the way, from now on, call me young master in public. Songzi obediently replied, Yes, young master. He walked beside him and introduced, Young master, this Jinbao Hall is the largest stone gambling establishment in the district. All the participants in stone gambling are rich tycoons. Marcus also glanced around and assessed. These things are indeed not bad. Tiffany excitedly ran into the hall. The stone gambling conference is about to start. On the contrary, Adele was a little shy. This is a rich man's hobby. We can't afford to play. Lenny smiled gallantly and said, It's okay. Looking is free. Let's walk around here. Maybe you can meet people from my Lin family today. As expected, her eyes lit up when she heard this. You mean the Lin family, the #1 family? Lenny proudly replied, basking in the glory. Of course. Suddenly, someone pointed to a corner and said, Look over there. Isn't that Marcus? Why is he here? Lenny glanced over with contempt. This kid must be here to try his luck at the stone gambling hall. But this is not something a country bumpkin like him can play with. Adele frowned and thought to herself, What is Marcus doing at the stone gambling hall? Nina had also spotted him. She ran over and called out loudly, Marcus! He heard the familiar voice and looked over. Nina. She blushed and explained, Adele and I were bored, so Tiffany dragged us here to watch the fun. Are you also here to watch the fun? Marcus smiled and replied, "No, I want to buy 2 stones to give to my father for the new year." Lenny, standing far away, shouted over, "It's you." He sneered, "You want to buy stones? Do you have money?" Nina frowned unhappily and reminded him, "Lenny, can you be a little more polite?" He didn't seem to care and retorted, "What I said is the truth." Helena, who had been listening from the side, elegantly raised her hand, took off her sunglasses, and said, "Marcus, are these people your classmates? They seem a bit overly enthusiastic." The men in the hall only noticed her when she spoke. They all blushed in unison and thought, "A great beauty, a super great beauty, truly a goddess." Tiffany's group was also stunned when they saw her. "She's so beautiful." Nina was dumbfounded, but in her heart, she wondered, how does Marcus know such a beautiful woman? Marcus was also speechless. This Helena, Yin is definitely the type who fears the world isn't chaotic enough. Nina was the first to break the silence. "Who are you?" Helena smirked. She playfully jumped over, linked arms with Marcus, and replied with a radiant smile, "I'm his future fiancé. Hasn't he ever introduced me to you guys?" The men in the hall rolled their eyes again. "What? Future fiancé?" This time, Nina's and Adele's groups were also dumbfounded. Huh. Nina tremblingly pointed at the culprit and asked, "Marcus, is she really your future fiancé?" Marcus replied blankly, "The engagement has been called off." Hearing this, Nina's expression returned to normal. "Oh, the engagement was called off." Unexpectedly, Helena smiled even more charmingly. "Who said the engagement was called off?" "My, Helena Yan's engagement. No one has the right to decide." Just one sentence was enough to make the hall explode. Lenny couldn't help but shout, "Helena Yan, you are the #1 beauty of the capital, Helena Yan." He made a face and pointed at Marcus, saying, "A country bumpkin dares. I'll be watching to see what happens to you." Helena half closed her eyes and gently dropped another bombshell. "What's there that I wouldn't dare to touch? Marcus and I are already living together." The entire hall fell deathly silent. Everyone's mouths were wide open, but they couldn't utter a word. Zong Zong was also stunned and covered her mouth, thinking the young miss actually dared to say that. Marcus, on the other hand, was miserable beyond words. He fumed inwardly. "Helena definitely didn't say that because she likes me." This time, Nina still didn't forget to confirm with him. "Marcus, is what she said true?" Helena was still holding on to Marcus's arm. She beat him to the punch and replied, "Do I need to lie to you?" Marcus really couldn't take it anymore and finally spoke up, "Don't listen to her nonsense. She's just temporarily renting a room at my place." He turned to Helena and warned her sternly, "If you continue to cause trouble, don't blame me for sending you back to the capital." She replied loudly, "You dare." Marcus lost his way and turned to go somewhere else. "Then you guys continue. I'm leaving for now." Songzi ran after him and asked worriedly, "Young master, those 3 teenagers who insulted you, do you need me to teach them a lesson?" Marcus replied without looking back, "No need." Songzi immediately praised him. "Young master is magnanimous." The two were walking when they suddenly heard someone call out loudly, "Mr. Chun." Vance so smiled and clasped his hands, saying, "I didn't expect to meet Mr. Chun here." "What an honor." Marcus replied politely, "What a coincidence." He was smiling on the outside, but in his heart, he was secretly plotting. This Marcus actually cured old Master Kim's illness. He's totally worthy of respect. I've offended him before, so I must seize this opportunity to mend our relationship. Vance so rubbed his hands together and forced a smile to start conversation. Could it be that Mr. Chen also has an interest in stone gambling? How about I help you choose? I will definitely reward you properly. Only then did Marcus seem satisfied. He replied, "Then it would be rude of me to refuse." He thought to himself, who wouldn't take free money? Welcome everyone to the Stone Gambling Conference of Jinbao Hall. The Stone Gambling Conference will now begin. Vance so extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. "Mr. Chun, the Stone Gambling Conference has begun. Let's go over there." In this corner, Adele saw him and was suspicious. Isn't that Vance so? She seemed a little scared. He's also participating in the Stone Gambling Conference. Nina gently comforted her. Don't be afraid. With Marcus here, he won't dare to do anything. Scene change. Inside the hall, the guests had already filled all the seats. Jing squinted his eyes and smiled, then began to explain the auction rules. The Stone Gambling Conference begins. Each bid must increase by at least 10,000. The owner of Jinbao Hall, Gu Jing'an, Marcus was led by Vance, so to the VIP seating area, where he could easily observe the entire auction. Helena's group of girls stood below, watching. Vance so found a topic to start conversation. The owner of this Jinbao Hall, in terms of strength, is a little stronger than me. In the entire Jianya, he can rank in the top 10. On the auction floor, two muscular men were carrying a large stone. A raw stone, starting price 500,000. Budong didn't even look closely before raising a hand to bid 55,000. The richest man in Qingyang, Fong Budong. Tianya chuckled and shouted 600,000. The number one family in Linzhou, the eldest son, Lin Tianya. Marcus, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up and asked, "Is this Lin family very rich?" Vance was a little surprised, but quickly replied, "In terms of financial assets, everyone is actually not that different. But the Lin family has a mysterious background that makes everyone respect them." Beside Tianya, Wu Bo was sitting with his eyes closed, meditating. Marcus's eyes scanned the scene. He thought to himself, this terrifying initial stage inner realm expert is the Lin family's backing. The auction continued lively. Suddenly, Dong Han clasped his hands in front of his chest and said loudly, "The stone is just big. There's nothing inside." Ruxia's richest man, Su Donghan. Vance So, seeing him, also had a frown and say, "This Su Donghan is a local tycoon, very powerful, an enemy of Jinbao, Zhai, and me." Marcus remained silent and did not reply. He looked at Yongshan sitting next to Donghan and guessed he's probably a cultivator from the Incorp sect. On the stage, Jing angrily shouted, "Boss Su, you speak as if you have X-ray vision. If you want to ruin this stone gambling conference, my Jinbao Hall does not welcome you." In response, Donghan just smirked and said, "If you don't believe me, fine. We'll know when the stone is opened." Tianya crossed his arms and said provocatively, "Boss Su is saying that the people of the Lin family have no vision? It's only 600,000. We could just buy it for fun." Lenny, standing with Tiffany's group, heard this and grinned from ear to ear. "See? The people of my Lin family are very bold." It seemed his voice was very loud. Tianya and Wu Bo heard it and glanced over. Lenny considered himself a member of the Lin family, but the Lin family didn't even consider him one. The fact that the real Lin family members were sitting inside while he was standing outside was the clearest proof. Vance So turned to ask, "Mr. Chun, what do you think of this raw stone?" Marcus replied without thinking, "Nothing special." Hearing him say this, he decided, then let's leave it for the Lin family. Tianya crossed his legs and raised his hand to signal. "Boss Gu, if no one else is bidding, let's open it." Jing swallowed his anger. If it weren't for Su Donghan's sabotage, how could this raw stone only sell for 600,000? Damn it! The raw stone was split open and shattered. People started to discuss. As expected, there's not even a hint of green. What is green? It's jade. Tinya's face darkened and he gritted his teeth. There's really nothing. Donghan smiled smugly. If you don't listen to the old man, you'll suffer. Jing brought out the second auction item. The starting price for the second raw stone is 1 million. Donghan still maintained his arrogant attitude. He raised 2 fingers and signaled. Inside this raw stone is a green pine jade with decent purity, but the highest price it's worth is 2 million. I'll bid 2 million. The other guests heard this and whispered to each other, "Should we bid? He's so confident. Let's not compete for the price. Let's observe more." Tianya was clearly provoked. He roared, "I don't believe in this nonsense. I'll bid 2 million. Donghan replied cheerfully, "Okay, see you." Jing on the stage shouted loudly, "Open it." The raw stone was split open, revealing the jade inside. There really is jade, and the market price is indeed around 2 million. Only then did Tianya lose his arrogant demeanor. He began to look over at him. "Boss Su, it seems you brought a master with you this time." Dong Han remained calm and crossed his arms. He replied proudly, "Not at all, not at all. I was just lucky." Vance so said warily. Su Dong Han came prepared. Jing, and suppressing his anger, introduced the fifth raw stone with a trembling voice. "The starting price." Before he could finish, Dong Han interrupted. "Inside is a piece of jade. 800,000 is the highest. I'll bid 800,000. Jing rolled his eyes, gritting his teeth and cursing inwardly. "Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that killing is illegal, I would definitely shoot him for 3 days and 3 nights. Just then, Marcus suddenly shouted, 1 million. Everyone in the hall was shocked, and their mouths hung open. Lenny couldn't believe it either. Did I hear that right? That loser Marcus actually bid 1 million? Where did he get so much money? Nina frowned unhappily and reminded him. Marcus said he wanted to buy 2 stones, so he must have the money to buy them. But Lenny was still unwilling. He pushed his way to the front. He must be a fraud. I have to expose him. Over here. Vance so looked at Marcus curiously and asked, Mr. Chun is interested in this raw stone? He replied decisively, I must have it. Dong Han, sitting nearby, heard this and frowned. But then he smiled warmly, extended his hand, and said, Young man, inside this raw stone is just ordinary jade. It's not worth 1 million. Even if you have money, you shouldn't waste it like this. Why don't you do me a favor? How about you let me have it? Marcus closed his eyes and didn't answer. The people around started whispering again. What's the background of this young man? He doesn't even give Su Donghan any face. Vance So, relying on Marcus's face, shouted loudly, Su, you dead man. If you want to buy, increase the price. If you don't, get lost. Don't talk so much. Donghan's face darkened, but he couldn't vent his anger. He could only grit his teeth and say, Out of respect for you, Vance So, I'll let him have it. Yongshan whispered something in his ear, and only then did his expression soften. Jing'an on the auction stage smiled happily and squinted his eyes. He began to close the bidding. 1 million going once, 1 million going twice, 1 million going. Just then, Dong Han stubbornly shouted, Wait, I can't give up this raw stone. I'll bid 1.5 million. Marcus didn't even look up and said, 2 million. Dong Han stood up angrily and snapped, Young man, you really want to go against me? Vance So also stood up and retorted, Su, you dead man. Who are you threatening? I'm the one who wants to go against you. I'll bid 3 million. Dong Han, driven mad by him, refused to be outdone and said, So, you think I'm afraid of you? 4 million. The witnesses were all dumbfounded. A piece of jade worth 4 million. Someone boldly speculated, maybe it's not jade at all, but a high-grade gemstone. Marcus calmly raised his hand and signaled 5 million. Jing'an's face flushed with excitement, his beard standing on end. He rubbed his hands together and whispered 5 million. Dong Han gritted his teeth and hissed, You! He trembled with anger. Young brother is truly rich. 5 million. Anyone else want to bid? Jing'an excitedly spread his arms and asked, 5 million. Anyone else want to bid? Just then, Tianya suddenly shouted, Wait. Tianya said contemptuously, He looks like just a poor student. How can he have so much money? With that said, Jing'an also became a little hesitant and scratched his face. Little brother, they suspect you don't have the money. This. Before Marcus could answer, Vance So stood up. Old Goo, he is a guest of mine, Vance So. Could I possibly owe you money? He took out a shiny card and handed it to a nearby staff member. There's 10 million in this card. The password is 6 zeros. The guests in the hall were all shocked. 10 million. And he even gave out the password. So generous. Songzi, although a little surprised, had already figured it out in his heart. Perhaps in the eyes of the young master, worldly wealth is not even worth a glance. Jing'an said cheerfully, All right, I'll check it to verify the young brother's strength. Lenny frowned, certain that he had no money. Lenny was still adamant. Young master, don't worry. I've been his classmate for 3 years. Don't I know how much he's worth? Jing'an returned with a grin and announced, I've checked. There is indeed 10 million in the card. Tinya stood up angrily and pushed Lenny over. This bastard dared to trick me. He also couldn't believe it and said, How is that possible? The group of girls was no less surprised. Tiffany asked curiously, How did Marcus suddenly get so much money? Nina, on the other hand, was happy to see someone else's misfortune. Lenny just can't stand to see others do better than him. He deserves it. On the contrary, Adele seemed pensive. Why do I feel like there are many secrets hidden within Marcus? Quinn Thatch frowned and calculated. I didn't expect this kid Marcus to have so much money. I'll definitely have to ask him to get a bigger room when we get back. Jing'an smiled and asked, Little brother, do you need this raw stone to be broken open on the spot? Marcus nodded and said, Break it. The sound of the stone breaking echoed as everyone watched in anticipation. It's green, it's green. The moment the crystal was revealed, someone recognized it and shouted, This is a red star stone, and inside is a large cat's eye red diamond. Congratulations, little brother. The hall erupted. What? A red diamond? That big? It must be worth over 200 million, right? This kid is too lucky. Vance So leaned in close and smiled flatteringly. Congratulations, Mr. Chun. Next, please help me choose. Marcus, bored, rested his chin on his hand and thought, It's just a gemstone with fire attribute energy. Jing'an said sharply, Everyone, I'm afraid someone deliberately said that those raw stones were worthless to gain everyone's trust and then schemed to buy the valuable raw stones at a low price. Everyone started to gather and criticize Donghan. Boss Su, your heart is really black. We were all fooled by that Su guy. Boss Su, what you did was unethical. Tinya also gritted his teeth in hatred. He warned, Boss Su, the Lin family will remember this debt. Jing'an respectfully brought the item over himself. Mr. Chun, thank you for exposing Su Donghan's true colors. After the stone gambling conference ends, I have a thank you gift for you. He replied politely, Then thank you, Boss Gu. Vance So, on the side, teased, Old Gu, don't be stingy with your thank you gift. Jing'an replied unhappily, Don't worry, I'm not that kind of cheap person. Marcus casually tossed the crystal to Songzi, standing behind him. Hold this for me. The old man took it in confusion and said, As you command. The witnesses were endlessly shocked. That's a priceless blood-red diamond, and he trusts someone else to keep it for him. Nina thought to herself, Marcus is a real man. Helena, on the other hand, rubbed her chin and calculated, If I made that diamond into a ring, wouldn't it be beautiful? Jing'an returned to the auction stage and shouted, All right, next, let's bring out the 6th raw stone. After that, no one believed Su Donghan's words anymore. Vance So repeatedly consulted Marcus and spent a large sum of money. Jing'an, with a beaming face, announced, Next is the 17th raw stone. Marcus didn't even look and raised his hand to bid 500,000. Someone in the hall exclaimed in fear, That kid is bidding again. Another person, still holding on to their belief, said, Let's bid too. It might be a top-grade jade. It had been a long time since Jing'an had laughed so much. He couldn't even cover the corners of his mouth with both hands. The price of the raw stone rose higher and higher. 6 million, 7 million, 10 million, 11 million. Donghan stood up and shouted, 30 million. When the stone was split open, everyone started buzzing again. There's green as expected, but the price is definitely not more than 10 million. Su Donghan is going to lose a lot of money. Donghan trembled with anger and couldn't say a word. Marcus rested his chin on his hand and sighed. He thought to himself, That's a wood spirit jade. It's not a matter of money. After all the raw stones have been auctioned, Jing'an satisfactorily announced, The stone gambling conference has come to a successful conclusion. Thank you all for coming. Just as Marcus was about to leave, he ran over and gestured for him to come. Mr. Chun, please come to the back. Hearing this, Vance So guessed, Old Gu, you want to take Mr. Chun to the warehouse of Jinbao Hall? Jing'an raised an eyebrow and replied, Of course. I already said I have to thank Mr. Chun. In the warehouse of Jinbao Hall, countless valuable raw stones were displayed on the shelves. Vance So couldn't help but exclaim, Oh my God, so many. Jing'an looked at Marcus with a smile. Mr. Chun, to show my gratitude, you can choose any 3 raw stones here. They're on me. He said politely, Boss Gu, this gift is a bit too big. Vance So also couldn't believe it. Old Gu, you're really letting Mr. Chun choose freely? He might choose the 3 most expensive ones. Jing'an really didn't mind and waved his hand, replying, Haha, Mr. Chun can choose freely. I definitely won't regret it. Marcus lowered his gaze slightly. Boss Gu, speak. What do you need my help with? Jing'an forced a laugh. Mr. Chun has already figured it out, so I won't beat around the bush. He clasped his hands and explained, In a few days, I have a transaction with a few friends, and I want to bring Mr. Chun along for guidance. Unexpectedly, Marcus was very easy to talk to this time. Since Boss Gu is so generous, I'll have to accept. Jing'an nodded enthusiastically. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Marcus walked around the warehouse, choosing. Helena thought curiously, with so many raw stones, can this guy really pick out the most valuable one? Jing'an was also eagerly watching. Actually, I'm more curious. Which raw stone will he end up choosing? After assessing for a while, Marcus made his decision. I'll take these 3. Boss Gu, open them. Jing'an opened the 3 stones and placed them on the table. He was secretly overjoyed. Although all 3 raw stones revealed jade, their value is not high. Marcus made a mistake this time. Although he thought this, he still smiled and praised on the outside. Ha, Mr. Chun, you really have a keen eye? These 3 raw stones are not empty at all. All of them have green. Vance So also chimed in, flattering. Mr. Chun is truly benevolent, going easy on Old Gu. Marcus said with satisfaction, Take them back. Let's go. Songzi immediately replied, Yes. After gathering everything, everyone went outside, only to be blocked as soon as they left the door. Dong Han put his hands in his pockets and said arrogantly, If you want to leave, that's fine. Leave the blood-red diamond behind. Vance So's face hardened and he shouted, Su, you mad dog. You dare to rob in broad daylight. Let me tell you, this is Chaitang, not Ruxia. Jing'an also stopped smiling. He frowned and reminded, Boss Su, doing this is breaking the rules. Dong Han's face darkened and he replied, It's not that I want to break the rules. It's just that this kid doesn't know what's good for him and has annoyed Grandmaster Wang. Vance So looked suspicious. Who is Grandmaster Wang? A person quietly stepped out from the crowd. Yongshan, with his hands behind his back, said coldly, In Jinya District besides me, who else dares to be called Wang? Vance So saw his face clearly and exclaimed in shock, Ghost-fearing sorrow, Wang Yongshan. Yongshan acted virtuously and said, Young man, hand over the blood-red diamond to me. It's not something a mortal can possess. Seeing this, Vance So hesitated. This? Jing'an was also scared and sweating buckets. He approached and tried to persuade him. Mr. Chun, hand over that red diamond. We can't imagine Grandmaster Wang's power. Marcus lowered his gaze and asked, as if surprised, Oh, is this Grandmaster Wang very powerful? Seeing him like this, Jing'an had to explain first. Grandmaster Wang has opened a spirit altar. He can capture ghosts and exorcise demons, communicate with the yin and yang worlds, even control ghosts and summon people's souls. He is extremely powerful. People have given him the nickname Ghost-fearing sorrow. Marcus confirmed indifferently. Is that so? He said indifferently. Then how about this? You want a red diamond? Exchange your life for it. Yongshan was clearly angered by him. His eyes flashed, and a strange light radiated from his body. Young man, since you are seeking death, this old man will grant your wish. With that, he took out a jar with a talisman attached to it from his sleeve. The ghost was summoned by him and crawled out of the jar. Marcus stood still, not having made a move yet. Yongshan's face was extremely fierce. He roared and ordered the ghost, Go and eat his soul. The ghost obeyed and charged straight at Marcus. Vance, So, and Jing N's group scattered in panic. A ghost? It's really a ghost. Helena was also terrified and covered her mouth, saying, seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Zong Zong quickly stood in front of her and reminded her, Miss, be careful. Songzi also rushed forward to block Marcus. I'll fight you. But he must have forgotten that what was rushing toward him was a ghost. It passed through his body with ease. By the time he realized it, it was too late. He turned around and shouted, Young master, be careful. The ghost rushed forward like the wind. Marcus didn't even flinch. In the instant it was only a few feet away, he raised his hand and summoned lightning. A mere lowly soul dares to be so arrogant. Marcus pointed his finger and shouted, Thunder, come. The ghost was struck and vanished without a trace. Yongshan was terrified and fell to his knees, begging, I didn't know a celestial master was present. I have offended you. Please spare my life. Marcus spoke with a stern voice. You raise ghosts to cause harm, harming countless innocent lives. How can I possibly spare you? As soon as he finished speaking, another bolt of lightning struck down, hitting him directly. Yongshan's eyes rolled back, and his whole body went limp and fell backward. Donghan was so scared he jumped. He couldn't believe it and said, This young man can actually summon lightning to destroy ghosts and easily kill Grandmaster Wang. He knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly, saying, Grandmaster, I was threatened by Wang Yongshan. Please spare my life. Jing'an, who had run away just now, had returned at some point. He couldn't stop exclaiming, Mr. Chun, you are the real Grandmaster. Vanso's eyes lit up. He grinned from ear to ear and said, Grandmaster Chun, you are a living celestial master. Marcus said truthfully, I am not a celestial master. I am just a cultivator who knows a little bit of Taoist magic. Although he said that, Vance, So, and the others still praised him profusely. He clasped his hands and said respectfully, In our eyes, Grandmaster Chun is a true immortal. Jing'an also clasped his hands and bowed his head. In the future, I hope Grandmaster Chun will take care of us more. Helena was also stunned and said, How can he be so powerful? Is he even human? Zong Zong, beside her, speculated, could it be that the martial arts technique Marcus cultivates is related to lightning? Marcus looked at Donghan kneeling before him and said coldly, Considering this is your first offense, I will spare your life. Send 50 million to my car before tomorrow morning and never set foot in Chidang again. He warned in a deep voice. Otherwise, I will hunt you to the ends of the earth and take your life. Donghan replied with a trembling voice, I will follow your orders. Suddenly, a round of crisp applause rang out. Excellent, excellent, truly. Tianyao walked over and said with a smile, I didn't expect to witness the Taoist lightning technique today. It was truly an eye-opener. He raised his chin contemptuously. I said that loser Su Donghan couldn't stop them. Uncle Wu Bo nodded in agreement. Young master is wise. Vance So, seeing their strange attitude, asked, What do you want to do? In response, Tianyao frowned. Don't get excited. I have no intention of offending a grandmaster. He looked towards Helena and made an offer. I just want to invite the stunning beauty for a drink. I wonder if the beauty would be so kind. Helena frowned. Zong Zong stood in front of her and angrily shouted, Get lost. Tianyao, not knowing what was good for him, was still rubbing his chin. Hey, if I can have both little beauties, that would be even better. Marcus looked at Zong Zong and instructed, Let me see how much your strength has improved. She immediately replied, Okay. She clenched her fists and warned in a stern voice, If you want to touch my young miss, you'll have to get through me first. Tianyao sneered and ordered, Wu Bo, don't hurt her. I have a soft spot for beautiful flowers. Wu Bo's face turned grim. Young master, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Zong Zong rushed forward and punched him low, but he only needed to stand there and raise his hand to easily block it. Not bad, the strength of an initial stage inner realm expert. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. He raised his palm and struck Zong Zong directly in the chest. She was hit and groaned, clutching her chest. Wu Bo waved his hand and said, "If it weren't for the young master's soft spot for beautiful flowers, that blow of mine would have taken your life." Marcus's entire demeanor turned gloomy. He didn't look at Zong Zong, but reminded her, "It seems you're still too weak." She lowered her head in acceptance and replied, "My strength is lacking. I'll have to rely on you next." Tianya, hearing the two of them talking, became wary. "If you dare to interfere, you will become an enemy of my Lin family." Marcus squinted his eyes and said, "In my eyes, your Lin family is just an ant." As expected, these words angered Tianya. He angrily pointed his finger and ordered, "You dare to insult my Lin family. Wu Bo, cripple him." Wu Bo also rushed forward, his hands transforming into sharp claws. "Brat Dot." Marcus gently raised his hand, and a swirling energy gathered around him. His voice was cold as he said, "I'll kill you." He clenched his fist and punched straight at Wu Bo as if killing a chicken. He let out a blood-curdling scream, his eyes bulging as he fell backward. Tianya, witnessing this scene, exclaimed in horror, "Wu Bo is a grandmaster of the inner realm. How could he not withstand a single blow?" It wasn't over yet. Marcus retracted his hand, turned his head to look at him, and said, "You're next." Tianya was so scared he almost peed his pants, but he still said stubbornly, "What do you want to do? If you dare to touch me, the Lin family will definitely not let you off." Marcus looked at him unhappily and said, "Today, I will break both of your legs as punishment." Tinya's eyes widened. He quickly knelt down and begged, "Big brother, I was blind. Please spare me. My Lin family will definitely reward you handsomely." Marcus looked at him with disgust and uttered, "Too late." Marcus showed no mercy and stomped hard on Tinya's knee. The sound of bone breaking echoed, chilling one's heart. He opened his mouth and screamed in pain. He sat limply on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. However, he still couldn't let go of his habit of relying on his power. After being humiliated like that, he gritted his teeth in anger and warned, "My Lin family will not let you off." Jingan's eyebrows were about to twist into a knot. He sighed to himself, "This person is not to be trifled with." Vansa was also scared. He pursed his lips and secretly made a decision. "We must definitely suck up to him. The scene changes. Night falls, and the moon hangs high in the sky. A hand reached out and turned the doorknob. A room has been arranged for young Master Chun. Helena Yin, Zong Zong. Marcus entered the room and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, some time for peace and quiet. He laid out all the stones he had auctioned today on the table. He looked at them and calculated, "With these jades, I can break through to the second level of the second layer of Qi." Unfortunately, Helena was unaware of his intentions. She was lying on the bed, plotting to herself, "I wonder what excuse I can use to trick him into giving me that red diamond." She thought excitedly to herself, "If I make it into a ring, it will definitely be very beautiful." Scene change. Late at night, the sky is full of stars. Marcus's eyes suddenly snapped open. He sat cross-legged, his hands forming a seal, and his body was enveloped in a radiant golden light. Second level of Qi condensation achieved. He frowned and thought, "The current cultivation resources are too scarce. I have to give up the 9 transformations golden body from my previous life. I'll cultivate the soul origin imperishable body of the soul origin sect as my body tempering technique for now." Scene change. The table is filled with delicious food. "Here, eat this." Helena, with ulterior motives, took great care of Marcus during the meal. "Try this dish. Don't be shy, Zong Zong made it all. It's hot, don't burn yourself." Zong Zong squinted her eyes in confusion. Songzi was past the age of puppy love, so he tried to focus on eating his rice. Helena smiled radiantly and said, "Marcus, can you let me see that red diamond of yours?" Marcus replied very calmly, "Eat your food." Scene change. The number 1 family in Linzhou, the Lin family. Tianya was in a wheelchair, constantly shouting, "Father, Wu Bo is dead. My legs are broken. I want that bastard to live a life worse than death. The head of the Lin family, Lin Zun. He sat with his eyes closed, meditating. His expression was so calm that no one knew what he was thinking. The subordinates spoke up angrily. Family head, if we don't avenge this, our Lin family will have no face in the future. That's right, family head. We must kill his entire family. Lin Zun suddenly opened his eyes and ordered, Lin Ruffeng, you take some people to deal with Vance So. From now on, I will make the underworld of Chidang have the surname Lin. Ruffeng stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and replied, yes. Scene changed. 3 days later, everyone was present in the meeting room. Vance So's face was gaunt, as if he hadn't slept for days. He bowed his head and said in a low voice, these past few days, the Lin family has been attacking my territory. Tonight, they will send an inner realm master to kill me. The head of the Southern Hongmin Martial Arts Association, Zhong Changhua, glanced over and said with contempt, Boss So shouldn't have invited an underage kid to be his assistant. Vance So forced a laugh and replied, Master Zhong, don't look down on Grandmaster Chun just because he's young. He wields the lightning technique and has profound strength. Wei Hua didn't even bother to look over. He pouted, lightning technique, my ass. It's all just smoke and mirrors. Marcus was silent and said nothing. Songzi was fuming with anger. Helena saw through the boredom and thought, Zhong Changhua wants to use insulting Marcus to highlight his own extraordinariness. Zhang Zhang's face darkened. When Marcus shows his true strength, let's see what expression Zhong Changhua will have. The clock struck 9. Ruffeng suddenly pushed open the door and entered. Vance So, you found helper. Are you planning to reject my conditions? The Lin family's Lin Ruffeng. Vance So frowned with dissatisfaction. Lin Ruffeng, don't push people too far. I've already given up a third of my territory. Ruffeng retorted without missing a beat. Vance So, the person who broke young Master Lin's legs, is your guest. If I don't look for you, who should I look for? He glanced at Marcus and couldn't help but feel annoyed. He's always causing trouble for me. Immediately after, Wei Hua stood up to protect him, which made him visibly pleased. Let me see how much you're worth. Ruffeng asked calmly. Inner Realm Master, are you sure you want to become an enemy of the Lin family? Wei Hua replied without hesitation. Does the Lin family even deserve to be my enemy? As soon as the words were spoken, Ruffeng immediately rushed forward to attack him. Very well, then I'll deal with you first, and then I'll take Vance So's dog life. Ruffeng then kicked him. He promptly used his hand to block and kicked him back. Old man Songzi, watching the fight between the two of them, couldn't help but exclaim, Young master, these two are evenly matched. Who will win? Marcus replied nonchalantly, What do you think? The old man doubtfully said a name, Zhong Weihua. Marcus spoke up, Wrong. Zhong Weihua has just entered the inner realm, and his foundation is not stable. In addition, he is too arrogant and conceited. In less than 10 moves, he will definitely lose. As for the fight, Ruffeng swung his hand out and landed a painful punch. As for Wei Hua, he used all his strength to block this punch. Immediately after, he was so shocked that he coughed up blood. Ruffeng looked down at him and said with contempt, I've already gone easy on you. Wei Hua endured the pain and turned to say to Vance So, Boss So, my skills are inferior. He looked surprised. Even Zhong Weihua was defeated. Marcus slowly stepped out and said, Actually, I was the one who broke Lin Tianya's legs. Hearing him say that, Ruffeng couldn't help but wonder, How could you? You're not an inner realm martial artist at all. He replied with a nonchalant tone, Inner realm martial artists? Are they that rare? Ruffeng's face darkened and he said, If not, then what? Do you think inner realm martial artists are like carrots in a big warehouse, available everywhere? Wei Hua, who was in less pain now, said, I trained to become an inner realm martial artist at the age of 40. You kid, don't be so arrogant. Marcus took out a bottle and poured out a pill. Then he turned to Songzi and said, Swallow it. Zhang Zhang and Helena, standing nearby, couldn't help but be surprised. Foundation nurturing pill? Could it be? Songzi opened his eyes and looked at him. He obeyed, yes. Then he took the pill and swallowed it. Immediately, he was surrounded by a great source of power. At this sight, Van So looked extremely surprised. What's going on? Taking medicine before getting injured. As for Wei Hua, he thought contemptuously, just pretending to be mysterious. But Feng was lost in thought for a moment. Could it be no, impossible? That's too exaggerated. A moment later, Songzi's eyes shone brightly. Then he knelt before Marcus. Master's great kindness, this disciple has no way to repay. He said coldly, go. Don't embarrass me. Songzi erupted with a power that overwhelmed his opponent, leaving him utterly bewildered. Insulting my benefactor, you deserve to die. He stared wide-eyed. Grandmaster of the Inner Realm, how is this possible? As for Wei Hua, he exclaimed in panic, fake. It must be fake. This is just some kind of secret technique to create a fake realm. Songzi seized the opportunity and rushed forward to attack Rufeng. He roared, die. As Rufeng reacted, he quickly raised his hand to block Songzi's punch. But this punch was so powerful that it broke his arm. Immediately, he was knocked back 8 meters. Wei Hua's jaw dropped as he thought to himself, so it's true. He's really a grandmaster of the Inner Realm. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. But Feng saw that the situation was not good, and a thought flashed through his mind. Run. Songzi was right on his tail. You want to run? Don't even think about it. Immediately after, the old man threw another punch. He punched him squarely in the back without missing. He coughed up blood, his eyes wide. Lin Rufeng dead. Songzi warned again. I said, insulting my benefactor, you must be killed. Wei Hua, after witnessing this absolute power, bowed his head and knelt before Marcus. Grandmaster, it was my fault for not recognizing a great man. Please spare me. He couldn't help but think in horror to be able to create an inner realm master in an instant. This method is terrifying. Then how strong is he? Marcus turned to Vance, and gave him a few instructions. In the future, if the Lin family comes to provoke you, tell them to come find me directly. Vanso replied, yes. He turned to Songzi, who had returned to his normal state, and said, let's go. Vanso quickly spoke up, Grandmaster Chun, I'll have my driver take you back. On the other side, Zong called out to Helena, Miss, we should go too. Marcus and Songzi walked out the gate. He said, I will teach you a set of fist techniques. Master it as soon as possible. He replied, as you command. 2 days later, the reception room, the headquarters of Jinbao. Jing came to greet Marcus's group. Please come inside, Grandmaster Chun. Then, Marcus's group swaggered into the headquarters. A moment later, Jing introduced the guests present. Let me introduce you. This is Shui Yin, an old Master Shui from Nanling Prefecture. In Nanling Prefecture, if old Master Shui says 1, no one dares to say 2. Marcus smiled faintly and nodded in greeting. Jing whispered to old Master Shui. Old Master Shui, Grandmaster Chen doesn't like formalities. Please forgive him. He smiled and replied, it's a small matter. Then many new faces appeared. Boss Fong, Boss Gu. Next, a young man with slick back hair appeared. Boss Qin, I'm sorry for not greeting you from afar. Standing here, Dong Han and Grandmaster Ping spoke up to greet the bosses who had been waiting for a long time. I apologize first. Beside them, Jing An's face was heavy as he said, Boss Su, are you deliberately here to show us up? Before Dong Han could retort, he accidentally saw Marcus, who had been sitting on the sofa all this time. He looked surprised. Why is he here too? I haven't transferred that money to him yet. But then he quickly regained his composure. But with the help of this master, I don't need to be afraid of that brat Marcus anymore. Then Dong Han turned and ordered his subordinate, bring out the items for the esteemed gentleman to see. The guests looked at this item and couldn't help but wonder. I don't understand. Boss Su, please introduce it. In front of the guests were displayed a pearl, a bodhisattva statue, and a bagua compass. He crossed his arms and said, or should I let you all appraise it first? Shui Yin smiled faintly and said, "Please, Master DeLong, appraise it." Jing and turned to Shui Yin in surprise and asked, "Could this be the true man DeLong of the Xiong Mountain Lingbao Taoist Temple?" Shui Yin smiled and replied, "Exactly." As for Marcus, he calmly observed the situation. There's a flickering spiritual energy on this true man DeLong. In other words, there really are cultivators on Earth, but I don't know for what reason the Orthodox Taoist lineage is lost, and only a little bit remains. Then, this Master DeLong walked over to the table, displaying the artifacts. He used magic and recited an incantation, "Open." Immediately after, the pearl emitted a beautiful green light. Master DeLong declared, "This pearl must be a relic of an enlightened true man, imbued with spiritual energy. It has the effect of clearing the mind and improving sleep." The others were filled with admiration after hearing this. "Indeed, the coldness emanating from this pearl can make me a little more clear-headed. I feel a sense of mental clarity. I want this pearl." Then he used magic on the Bodhisattva statue. "Open." Immediately, he felt the power of this statue. This is a Bodhisattva statue, consecrated by a renowned monk. Having a bronze statue of the King of the West in your home can protect it from evil spirits. As for the others, they were all in an uproar. "I want this too. It's a treasure to protect the house. I'm so afraid of ghosts. I must get this treasure." To the last item, DeLong shouted, "M." But this Baiwa stone showed no reaction at all. Seeing this, he had no choice but to say, "Forgive my poor eyesight, but I don't see anything special about this Bagua jade." Dong Han, standing beside him, couldn't help but exclaim, "It's a pity that among the 3 treasures I brought, this piece of jade is the most precious." Then Dong Han turned and said, "Please, Grandmaster Ping." Grandmaster Ping stroked his beard and smiled. "Your cultivation is still shallow. Don't show off your meager skills in front of others." Master DeLong was very surprised. "I have never heard of this Grandmaster Ping." Immediately, he flexed his power for everyone to see. "Because you're ignorant, look closely." After he used his magic on the Bagua stone, it immediately emitted an extremely warm energy. The others felt extremely comfortable. So comfortable, like being in my mother's arms as a child. Master DeLong then bowed his head and said respectfully, "So your excellency is a master of the Taoist sect. I was clumsy. Please forgive me, senior." Grandmaster Ping said bluntly, "You should go back and cultivate for another 30 years. Then he turned to everyone and continued, "This is a magical artifact that can nourish the body and prolong life." Hearing the phrase "prolong life," all the guests stood up. Prolong life. This jade really has the effect of nourishing the body. A treasure. This is a real treasure. In a corner where no one could see, Dong Han and Grandmaster Ping glanced at each other with an incomparable look. Jing suspiciously asked Dong Han, "Boss Su is willing to sell such a precious treasure?" He replied confidently, "It's because I have obtained a better treasure that I am willing to sell these 3. Or does Bosku have any objections?" Jing then turned to Marcus and gave him a friendly smile. "Then let's ask Grandmaster Chun to help me appraise it." Dong Han immediately spoke up. "Bosku, are you mistaken? This is just a middle school student. To have a brat appraise it." Bosku stopped joking. Jing waved his hand and explained, "Everyone, please calm down and listen to Grandmaster Chen's opinion." He was sweating bullets and thought to himself, "Can he really do it? Marcus must have an appraising eye." Grandmaster Ping said to everyone, "Then please, Grandmaster Chun, take a look." Dong Han, standing beside him, added sarcastically, "Grandmaster Chun, don't make a mistake." Marcus stood up and held the Bagua jade in his hand. He asked seriously, "Do you really want me to say it?" At Marcus's question, Dong Han suddenly hesitated. "This." Beside him, Grandmaster Ping spoke up, "Speak." Marcus waved his hand, performed a spell, and declared, "These 3 items are all fakes." His words caused a stir in the crowd. "What? Is he serious? He's not just talking nonsense, is he? We've all tested the effects of these treasures. Then Marcus explained further. This ordinary pearl has been infused with a bit of Yin energy by someone, causing people to have the illusion of a clear mind. But if you are exposed to it for a long time, you'll be entangled by the Yin energy. That Bodhisattva statue is the same. Not only can it not exorcise demons, but it will also attract ghosts. Inside this Bagua jade is a simple formation that can catalyze the water element energy contained in this jade. Water attribute energy can indeed nourish the body, but the user needs to use their own spiritual power to activate the formation. Ordinary people simply cannot use it. The entire fraudulent scheme was exposed by him without missing a beat. Dong Han and Grandmaster Ping were immediately bombarded with criticism. So they are scammers. Despicable. How dare they bring fake goods to deceive people? Su Donghan, you are too shameless. Marcus turned to Grandmaster Ping. You must be a fellow disciple of that Grandmaster Wang, right? He felt a twinge of guilt and gritted his teeth, saying, You brat, you killed my junior brother first, and then you ruined my good business. I will flay you, pull out your tendons, and grind you to dust. He leaned back, his mouth wide open as he executed a technique. Suck. He exhaled a strange black smoke to attack him. Go! That black smoke contained extremely ferocious skull ghosts. The surrounding guests scattered in panic. Ghosts! They're ghosts! Help! He cackled and declared, Today, I will let you taste the flavor of being devoured by the souls I have raised. 6 ghosts, seizing soul. Marcus chanted a spell without fear and said, No matter if you have tens of thousands of Yin souls, my lightning is enough to destroy them. He shouted loudly, summoning lightning. Thunder come. His move stunned Grandmaster Ping. Heavenly Thunder Taoist art. You are a descendant of the Heavenly Master sect. Marcus didn't say much. Oh, destroy. A bolt of lightning immediately descended, striking away the ghosts. The lightning flashed and struck towards him. Grandmaster Ping immediately had difficulty breathing. Then he summoned a smoke puppet in his own image to block the blow. When this smoke puppet rushed forward to attack Marcus. However, it was easily destroyed by his lightning. He was also hit. Grandmaster, spare me, he said with a serious face. You have harmed countless living beings for the sake of your cultivation. Even if heaven forgives you, I will not. Then he clenched his fist, and then he executed soul-locking curse die. Grandmaster Ping disintegrated, while Jing exclaimed in panic. Grandmaster Chen's divine might is displayed. He destroyed the Yin soul with just his hand. Then he turned to look at Dong Han. Boss Su agreed to send me the money. Have you forgotten? He was terrified and said, How could I forget Grandmaster Chen's order? I will go back now and prepare it for you right away. He stared at him and threatened. I seem to have said, if the money doesn't arrive, neither will your life. Dong Han was so scared he knelt on the ground. Grandmaster Chen, I have already prepared enough money. It was the soul-locking curse that threatened me and wouldn't let me send it. Please give me another chance. I will send it immediately, double the amount. He didn't listen and ordered his disciple. Too late. Songzi. Songzi immediately punched him in the face. Su Donghan died. On the other side, everyone in the hall bowed respectfully. Grandmaster Chen's divine might is displayed. We admire you. As for Helena, she thought to herself, if I had this kind of strength, who would dare to interfere with my destiny? Marcus ordered Songzi to go and retrieve the Bagua jade. I need to use it. He replied, Yes. He looked at the Bagua jade and thought to himself, with this water attribute jade, I can set up a 5-element spirit gathering array. Marcus turned to the others and said, Who is willing to take over Su Donghan's forces? I will take half of the assets. Of course, I won't take it for free. Jing immediately smiled and flattered. Grandmaster Chun, you are my honored guest. Naturally, it should be me. But inside, he thought, in the future, if there's anything unfair, I can always ask Marcus to step in. Marcus closed the deal. Then it's decided. Jingen couldn't help but be overjoyed. I made a huge profit. Surprisingly, Shui Yin knelt down and bowed to him. Grandmaster Chun, I am willing to submit to you. Please take care of me. His action made the others stare in disbelief. Like a domino effect, a series of big shots knelt down and bowed to him. Please take care of us, Grandmaster Chun. I am willing to submit. He stood among everyone and said clearly, All right, but if anyone is two-faced, don't blame me for being ruthless. Everyone replied in unison, We wouldn't dare. Boss Chin thought to himself, Grandmaster Chun is too powerful. The person kneeling next to him, Boss Fong, couldn't help but calculate. From today on, a small half of the industry will probably be under Grandmaster Chen's control. Master DeLong couldn't help but exclaim, This is a true Grandmaster. Although he is in the mortal world, he is not a worldly person. A few days later, bad news, Grandmaster Chun. That frantic voice belonged to Vanso. He called him on the phone. The Lin family has laid down the gauntlet. They want to fight you, Grandmaster Chun, in 3 days at the shore of Yinggu Lake in Chaitang. Beside them, Jing Yan's face was pale as he said to him, Grandmaster Chun, they've set an example. They said that if we don't submit to the Lin family by then, we will be killed just like that. You must stand up for us. After hearing this, Marcus replied, I understand. In 3 days, I, Marcus Chun, will definitely be there. The scene transitions to Yinggu Lake. The group of people who had just submitted to Marcus had all gathered at the appointed place. Why isn't Grandmaster Chun here yet? It's time, right? Jing anxiously called, I can't get through to Grandmaster Chen's phone. Vance So spoke up to reassure them. Don't be anxious. The Lin family people aren't here yet either. From a distance, a procession of cars arrived and parked at the lakeshore. A group of people got out of the cars. They all stood in neat lines, forming 2 rows as if to welcome their main character. Suddenly, someone laughed heartily while gliding across the surface of the water. The group of people shouted in unison, Welcome, Third Elder. The person called Third Elder, named Lin Jianfeng, appeared with a cool demeanor in front of everyone. The water around him rippled slightly. He stopped and stood firmly in the middle of the lake. He glanced around and said, Where's Marcus? Has he been scared away by the reputation of my Lin family? As for Jing on the shore, he had already seen Marcus. He exclaimed, It's Grandmaster Chun. Marcus's group had arrived. Grandmaster Chun is here. Grandmaster Chun is here. Vance So let out a sigh of relief. Thank heavens, Grandmaster Chun is finally here. Jianfeng acted all high and mighty and challenged him. Brat, kneel down and kowtow to beg for mercy now, and I might spare your life. Marcus, without flinching, retorted, Are all you people from the Lin family idiots? Jianfeng confidently showed his personality and said, Only the winner has the right to speak. Make your move. Hearing this, Songzi angrily replied, You want to challenge my young master? You'll have to get through me first. These words didn't scare Jianfeng at all. On the contrary, they made him even more smug. He said, You're courting death. I'll grant your wish. Of course, Songzi was angered by his attitude and shouted, Arrogant! Immediately, the 2 of them started fighting. The 2 fought continuously, neither side willing to give in. This scene left the people there so shocked that their jaws dropped. Vance So looked at Jing and with a look of complete bewilderment. At this moment, a world-shaking blow occurred. Only then did Jianfeng and Songzi separate from each other. After a long fight, Jianfeng was tired and switched to threats. Your strength is not ordinary. If you join my Lin family, I guarantee you a bright future. Otherwise, I will have to kill you today. Songzi, of course, didn't take this threat seriously and even retorted sarcastically. Did you leave the house without waking up? You're talking nonsense. Being insulted directly by the old man, he became somewhat angry and cursed. You don't know what's good for you. Now he switched to playing with his sword. My Lin family is most famous not for our martial arts, but for our swordsmanship. Holding the sword in his hand, he confidently declared, Use your life to regret it. Without hesitation, he attacked Songzi. Dragon Gate 3 leaps. With his hot-blooded nature, Songzi was not afraid and retorted, heavenly mystic three fists, mountains splitting. The spiritual power of both sides collided. It created a blinding light that made the people there quickly cover their eyes. Unexpectedly, Jianfeng's sword fell to the ground. He couldn't believe he had lost to Songzi and exclaimed, "What is that fist technique of yours? How can it be so powerful?" Songzi calmly replied, "Powerful? This fist technique of mine is far inferior to my young master's. You're just too weak." The old man's words made him glance at Marcus. In his heart, he wondered, could it be that he is not an ordinary person, or is his cultivation so high that my realm cannot detect it? Knowing he couldn't win, he decided to run. It wasn't easy for Marcus to let Jianfeng escape. "Did I say you could go?" This sentence of his, of course, didn't scare Jianfeng at this moment, but instead made him think, my Lin Jianfeng's lightness skill is unparalleled. Even if you're a transformation realm grandmaster, you can't catch up to me. Now he began to gather his spiritual energy. The sword that had just fallen to the ground was controlled by him and flew after Jianfeng. He sent him back to his ancestors without a second thought. This made him only able to panic and say to himself in his last moments, No, impossible." Then he fell straight into the river before him. This horrifying scene left Zong and Helena with their jaws dropped in shock. Zong even said to herself, "Marcus is so strong." As for Jianfeng's bodyguards, they were scared out of their wits. Immediately, those present knelt down and praised Marcus. "Grandmaster Chun is invincible. We are in awe." He just gave a cold command to the Lin family. Scene change at Linzhou, the Lin family. Inside the house, there was a commotion. Jianfeng, the family head, has been killed. "What?" An old man sitting in the main seat heard this and muttered worriedly, "Maybe it's time to invite him to appear. He is the head of the Lin family, Lin Zun." Suddenly, a Lin family subordinate entered and reported, "Family head, there is someone outside who wants to see you." Seeing this man stuttering, he said impatiently, "Speak." Immediately, this subordinate, terrified, relayed the message. "That person said to tell you to come out and die." These words made his face turn pale with fear. He asked, "Did that person say their name? How old are they? How many people did they bring?" The subordinate quickly informed him. "He looks like a student, said his name is Marcus, and he's alone." This announcement made him exclaim in surprise, "Alone?" At the same time, outside, a Lin family subordinate was pinned under Marcus's foot, struggling and shouting angrily, "Let me go! You're dead! Let me go!" An old man didn't dare to act rashly and only dared to question him. "Grandmaster Chun, your skills are indeed not bad. Are you here to negotiate with my Lin family now?" He is Lin Zun's younger brother, Lin Shi. Seeing him talking too much, Marcus replied with cold contempt, "Negotiate? No." He stomped hard on the Lin family disciple under his foot and declared, "I am here to wipe out your clan." Lin Shi was no longer polite and angrily challenged him. "You're full of it. No matter how powerful you are, you can't even kill one person from my Lin family." Not want to waste time with them, he coldly uttered, "Spiritual energy forms a sword." He calmly walked inside after dealing with these obstacles. One sword to slay all beings. Inside the Lin family, Lin Zong didn't hear any noise and quickly ordered, "Why is there no movement? Lin Shui, you go out and see." Lin Shui obeyed, "Yes." But before she could go out, Marcus had already stepped inside. "No need." As soon as Lin Zong saw him, he was shocked and asked loudly, "How did you get in here? Where's Lin Shi?" Without bothering to answer him at length, he asked plainly, "What do you think?" His arrogant attitude angered him, and he declared, "Marcus, you dare to show off your martial prowess here. You won't be leaving this place today." He, of course, was not afraid of him and replied arrogantly, "Unfortunately, the dead have no right to speak." At this moment, Lin Zun began to draw his sword. "You can't escape." He held the sword in his hand and unleashed his fury, flowing cloud 13 swords. A series of his afterimages surrounded Zane. Despite this, Zane casually scoffed, "This looks like a child's sword dance." It might be good enough for choreographing TV show fights. The moment Lin Zun attacked, Zane effortlessly stopped his sword with just 2 fingers. Enough. I've seen your little show. Now it's my turn. This time, it was his turn to strike. Frostfall Palm. A single palm strike sent him flying backward. This scene sent the Lin family members into a panic. Patriarch, what kind of martial art is this? The power is terrifying. Zane offered Lin Zun a backhanded compliment. To survive one of my punches without dying, you're a bit stronger than Qian Lin. Realizing he was outmatched, Lin Zun tried to bargain. Kid, let's stop here today. From now on, we'll have no grudges. What do you say? Of course, Zane paid no attention to his offer. You still don't get it, do you? I'm here to wipe out your entire clan. Seeing that Zane truly intended to send his whole family to the afterlife, he switched to begging. Master Zane, must you be so ruthless? To kill us all? Just then, Zane coldly called out Snow Lin. She respectfully answered, Master. This enraged Lin Zun, who roared, Snow Lin, the Lin family treated you well. Why would you betray us? Snow Lin was even more furious. She clenched her fists and revealed the evil deeds he had committed against her family. Lin Zun, that year you sent my mother to her death, you killed my father. You raised me only to continue exploiting me. Is that what you call treating me well? Without a shred of fear, she declared, I want your Lin family line to be severed, to never find peace for 10,000 lifetimes. After letting Snow Lin vent, Zane spoke up. Snow Lin told me you were investigating and planning to harm my family. That is a line I do not let anyone cross. Do you have any last words? Lin Zun, now cornered, could only cry out in despair. Zane, today, you have severed my path of martial arts. He powered up and screamed, Tomorrow, I will make sure your family is shattered. The Lin family disciples, seeing this, cheered wildly. His inner energy is being released. He's suspended in the air. He's become a grandmaster. This time, the patriarch can definitely kill Zane. Lin Zun, filled with indescribable rage, declared, The price of this momentary realm ascension is the depletion of my cultivation foundation. But to kill you, it's worth it. Zane, of course, wasn't scared and even taunted him. Can you, though? I'll give you a chance to try. Driven mad by the taunt, he prepared to strike. Take this sword. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed towards Zane. Snow Lin, watching this, worriedly wondered, this sword strike, can Zane block it? Now Zane made his move, ripping Tiger Claw. Seeing Zane face him barehanded, Lin Zun sneered contemptuously. You dare to block it with your bare fist? You're already dead. But perhaps he had underestimated Zane. A single punch easily shattered his sword energy. Seeing the punch flying towards him, he screamed in terror, no. However, in the end, he was still sent to meet his ancestors by Zane. After eliminating Lin Zun, Zane sighed to himself. This consumed too much spiritual energy. Grandmasters really can't be underestimated. Unlike him, the Lin family disciples were scared colorless. The incredibly strong patriarch was killed in an instant. Meanwhile, Snow Lin realized just how powerful Zane was. I chose right. Zane is strong enough. As soon as they regained their senses, the Lin family disciples scrambled to escape. Run! Of course, Zane wouldn't let them go. Try to run? He easily dealt with the entire group. After finishing them off, he turned to Snow Lin. The main line of the Lin family is gone, but their resources shouldn't be wasted. Can you control the Lin family now? Snow Lin answered directly. As long as you support me, young master, I can do it. However, she also reminded Zane of an issue. But first, we have to kill one person. Hearing this, Zane already knew who she meant. You mean Leo Lin. I'll leave him to you. He also gave her a pill. This is a recovery pill. Your current realm is the minor external stage. I will help you advance so you can manage the Lin family. This trust made her gratefully reply, Thank you, master. Suddenly, Zane asked, with so many people in the Lin family dying at once, can you handle the external repercussions? Snowlin confidently replied, you don't need to worry. In the martial arts world, the officials will turn a blind eye. Hearing this, Zane was relieved. So that's how it is. 3 days later, at the Shah Mansion, Rueshui District, an underground auction was being held. Naya heard from her friend that this underground auction had all sorts of strange and rare items. I heard there are even magical artifacts. This made her wonder. Magical artifacts? Tully, sitting next to her, spoke up. That's right, haven't you seen one? Me neither. So I asked my uncle to take me to broaden my horizons. I didn't expect to run into you. Naya politely replied. My uncle and I came too. It's a pleasure to meet you. However, she felt a tinge of regret, thinking it would have been great if she could have brought Zane. Hearing this, Tully scoffed. That broke loser? He wouldn't even be qualified to enter. At the same time, in a backstage resting room, Belle politely offered Zane some water and asked, Master Zane, why are you here? Zane calmly replied, I was heading to the nearby Spirit Marshall Mountain, and this auction happened to be going on, so I came to have a look. He asked her, I heard there will be a magical artifact at this auction. The scene changes to a collection room, where Belle invites Zane to browse freely. Master Zane, I don't understand magical artifacts. Everything is in here. Please feel free to look and choose whatever you like. He didn't stand on ceremony. All right. Just then his eyes caught something. He realized what it was. That a sword in the corner had caught his attention. This sword has a trace of true spiritual energy left by a genuine cultivator. It seems this so-called magical artifact is this very sword. Satisfied, he picked up the sword and thought to himself, as soon as I reach the 3rd level of chi condensation, I can cultivate the flying sword divine ability. Zane then turned to Belle and said, I'll take this broken sword. Consider me indebted to the Jean family. Belle heard this and politely replied, Master Zane, you're too kind. He told her she didn't need to accompany him anymore. Go about your business. I'll be leaving. She enthusiastically replied, I'll see Master Zane out. She escorted him to the auction hall exit. This scene was spotted by Naya, who wondered, why is Zane coming from backstage? Tully was also shocked. That's Zane, and the person next to him is from the Jean family. In another corner, a spiky-haired young master saw the scene and roared in anger. Grandmaster Wu, you must help me get rid of that kid. Anyone who dares to get close to Belle Jean must die. This was the eldest son of the Nguyen family, Vincent Nguyen. The man he called Grandmaster Wu confidently replied, Don't worry, getting rid of him will be as easy as squashing an ant. Time passed to the next afternoon. Naya strolled along, remarking, Although I didn't see the magical artifact from the auction announcement, the scenery here at Spirit Marshall Mountain is truly not bad. Walking behind her was a plump old man, tiredly complaining, Where on earth do the spiritual herbs in this mountain grow? We've been walking for so long and still haven't seen any. He was Naya Moron's uncle, Tyson. The young man next to him explained, Master, if spiritual herbs were that easy to find, they wouldn't be called spiritual herbs. He was Tyson's bodyguard, Jade. He suddenly noticed a few people ahead of them and suggested, Those people up ahead must know where the spiritual herbs are. Let's just follow them. The people ahead were none other than Vincent and Grandmaster Wu. He chuckled and said, Grandmaster Wu, there are quite a few people on the mountain this time. I'm afraid they're all here for the spiritual herbs. Grandmaster Wu heard this and smugly thought, The more people who come, the more they'll fight amongst themselves. That's when we can reap the benefits. Just then, the group saw something and exclaimed, Look, is it over there? It turned out they were mesmerized by the beautiful scenery. What a beautiful waterfall! More specifically, the fruit growing on a tree near the waterfall, the crimson sun fruit. It takes 50 years to grow a leaf and 50 years to bear fruit. It can allow a martial artist or cultivator to directly advance a level. Grandmaster Wu recognized it as a fine item at a glance and quickly stepped forward. Only the Wraith sect can utilize this crimson sun fruit to its full potential. This will lay a good foundation for my future breakthrough to the heavenly ghost realm. Vincent beside him cheered excitedly. Master, I see the spiritual herb. His master also saw it, but didn't forget to reprimand him. Don't, just like him, everyone present reminded each other. This waterfall is as black as ink, very strange. We must not act rashly. Suddenly, Vincent asked him, Grandmaster Wu, are they all just going to watch like this? Instantly, a wicked idea came to the Grandmaster, and he whispered a plan to him. After hearing the plan, Vincent gave a cunning smile and replied, A brilliant plan, Grandmaster. So, Vincent quickly began the plan. First, he loudly introduced himself. Everyone, I am Vincent Wen. Please listen to me for a moment. He proposed an idea to the crowd. I won't waste words. We're all here for that spirit fruit. I suggest that whoever can get the spirit fruit first, it belongs to them. Does everyone agree? Of course, everyone was fooled by him and started murmuring among themselves. This is not a bad idea. The capable one gets it. Right. One fool even took off his shirt and volunteered. I don't care what's in this waterfall, I'm going in. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped into the waterfall with a splash. Seeing him do it, the others followed suit. This is the simplest and most effective way. I'll give it a try too. Let's swim across. The one who volunteered swam forward smugly. This spirit fruit is mine. My future as a grandmaster is secured. Vincent, seeing this, asked with some concern, Grandmaster Wu, what if he actually gets the spirit herb? Grandmaster Wu chuckled confidently. Don't worry, he won't get it. The man in the lead swam forward with fierce determination. The spirit herb is mine. But before he could achieve his dream, something pulled him straight down to the bottom of the pool. This scene froze the others swimming behind him in terror. For where the volunteer was pulled down, a red stain of blood spread across the water's surface. He struggled to surface from the water and screamed, Help me! Suddenly, something that looked like a crocodile emerged from behind him. The sight of it made him scream in terror, and then it snatched him again. The ones who followed him were scared out of their wits and fled. It's a monster! Run! Vincent, standing on the shore, watched with wide eyes and exclaimed, Grandmaster Wu, is that a golden crocodile? It's terrifying. Grandmaster Wu confirmed. Yes, the golden crocodile here has absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to protect the crimson sun fruit. We must eliminate it first. By now, the ones who had just volunteered to swim across had climbed back onto the shore. They fearfully discussed among themselves. What was that thing? A monster? To get the spirit herb, we have to kill the monster? It's in the water. We're at a disadvantage. Seeing them all run ashore, Grandmaster Wu angrily shouted, You bunch of wastes. Get back in the water and lure that beast out so I can kill it. His words angered them, and they retorted, You're telling us to go die. Why don't you get in the water and lure it out so we can kill it? Annoyed by their backtalk, he grew furious and roared, You dare to oppose me? One of them fearlessly confronted him. So what if we oppose you? Without a shred of mercy, he struck the young man. Then go die. A stream of spiritual energy from Grandmaster Wu passed through the man's body. It left his eyes looking lifeless. This confused the others, who murmured, What happened? What just happened? Now the young man's skin had turned ashen. Grandmaster Wu placed a hand on his forehead. Then, with a gentle push, he made the man fall backward. He coldly stated, His soul has been scattered. He's dead. The horrifying scene made the others murmur in fear. Devouring his soul? How is that even possible? Using his recent act of murder, he blatantly threatened them. Now, does anyone else object to my idea? Immediately, he ordered them, all of you, into the water. You are not allowed to retreat without my command, or you'll die a more miserable death. Although they obeyed Grandmaster Wu and entered the water, he, of course, didn't spare them and ordered them to move a little further forward. Under the water surface were the young men who were forced to go in. Suddenly, one of them was attacked by the golden crocodile. Not wanting to be sitting ducks, they fought back. Attacked. Despite their efforts to fight back, With their weak spiritual energy, they were no match for the golden crocodile. On the shore, Grandmaster Wu ordered, "Lure it to the bank." The men followed his command and lured the golden crocodile closer to the shore. Seeing the distance was right, he quickly leaped up and prepared to attack it. Watch this. Expecting some grand move, everyone was surprised when he just tapped it on the snout. Then, with a smooth motion, he sliced it in two. Wounded, it quickly dived into the water to escape. This made him laugh smugly. But before he could gloat for long, the people present suddenly panicked and shouted, "Grandmaster Wu, there's another one." Hearing their voices, Grandmaster Wu's face paled as he turned to look. He never expected another one to appear, making him scream in terror. Why is there another golden crocodile? This golden crocodile was even larger than the previous one. It used its mouth to nudge the young crocodile that Grandmaster Wu had just killed. Seeing its child was truly gone, it roared in fury. "You killed my child? All of you must die." The fact that this golden crocodile could speak made everyone present scream in terror. It can speak human language. This is the true spirit beast guarding the tri-leaf vermilion fruit. Even Vincent was so scared he trembled and fell to the ground, exclaiming, "This is a real monster." Ultimately, unable to escape in time, he was sent on his way by the beast. This bloody scene once again made everyone present turn pale with fear. They took turns fleeing. "We can't fight it. Let's run." Grandmaster Wu, seeing everyone run, shouted at them, "Don't be afraid, everyone. Attack together. We must not be defeated by it." But because he was distracted, he was sent to the afterlife by the golden crocodile. Even as he was being eaten, his eyes were wide open as if he couldn't believe what was happening. Tyson was now pulling Naya's hand, running for their lives. "Let's go." While running, she happened to see someone. It turned out she saw Zane walking towards the golden crocodile. So she quickly warned him, "Zane, why are you here? Run." Despite her panic, he calmly replied, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. You'll be fine." His attitude baffled everyone present. Where did this kid come from? He's not running. What does he think he's doing? At this moment, Zane walked up to the golden crocodile and called out loudly, "Hey." He calmly gave it an ultimatum, "Become my mount, and I will spare your life." His arrogance provoked it into attacking him. "You want me to be your mount? You're looking for death." Seeing it dare to attack him, he said with displeasure, "A refusal? What a pity." Without a shred of mercy, he blasted one of its legs off. Mountain shattering palm. This single blow caused the golden crocodile immense pain. It quickly dived into the water and said smugly, "As long as I stay underwater, you'll never get the tri-leaf vermilion fruit." The onlookers saw this and lamented, "The golden crocodile is terrified. It probably won't come out again. It's invincible in the water. Looks like no one's getting the spirit herb." Zane himself felt he should deal with it now. So this golden crocodile knows about the tri-leaf vermilion fruit. It must know when it will ripen. If it eats it, it'll be harder for me to deal with. Looking at the tri-leaf vermilion fruit on the tree, he calculated the time. "I estimate there's still an hour left." And with that little time, he decided he couldn't wait any longer. "I have no choice but to use that move." Seeing him walk step by step towards the water, everyone panicked. "He wants to go into the water. He's crazy. He'll be eaten." Naya anxiously warned him, "Zane, you have to be careful." At this moment, Zane placed one foot on the water's surface. His spiritual energy allowed him to stand on the water, which shocked everyone present. Floating? What is this? His hair suddenly turned white, causing another stir. Look, his hair turned white. He's aged. He must be using some kind of secret technique. Without another moment's hesitation, he slammed his palm onto the water's surface and shouted, "Water parting palm." The water surface split in two from Zane's strike. The golden crocodile, caught in this move, was sent to the afterlife. Finally, its corpse fell onto the restored surface of the water. After using this technique, Zane was a bit tired and panted heavily. Naya, seeing this, hurried over to ask about him. "Zane, are you okay?" He calmly replied, "I'm fine, just need a little rest." Next, she asked him, "Is that monster dead?" He answered honestly, "Dead. Completely dead." Suddenly, he turned to the crowd with a mix of request and threat. "Escort her back safely. And to be clear, don't doubt whether I have the guts to kill people." Of course, none of them dared to go against his will. "Rest assured, Master, we will absolutely get the job done." After hearing Zane's words, Naya immediately understood what he wanted to do and quickly offered, "Zane, are you going to get the spirit herb? I can wait for you." However, he refused her. "No need. You go on ahead." Knowing she couldn't persuade him, she had to leave. "Then I'll go back first. You must be careful." Seeing her so concerned for him, he gently replied, "Okay." After seeing her off, Zane stepped closer to the spirit herb. The tri-leaf vermilion fruit is about to ripen. The sweet fragrance of the spirit herb wafted through the air, making him realize what a strange aroma. The spirit herb is fully mature. So, he quickly picked the spirit herb and began to absorb it. "I don't have a storage artifact yet. I need to refine the tri-leaf vermilion fruit into a semi-finished elixir to ensure its effects are not lost." After a moment of absorption, he had succeeded. Done. Suddenly, he noticed something else on the tree. I'm afraid no one knows that these leaves are also a rare spiritual herb. Next, he looked down at the water and pondered. The water in this pool is dark and dense, containing an extremely rich metal attribute, elemental energy. What's the main reason? To confirm his thoughts, Zane began to examine the pool. The thing revealed at the bottom made him realize with joy. It's indeed golden essence jade. Metal generates water, which is why the water in this pool is so dense. Furthermore, he also knew the pure golden essence jade hidden deep within can allow me to cultivate my metal body to major completion. By now, it was late afternoon. At Death's Valley, there were women dancing around a bronze cauldron. All of them were great beauties. Snow Lin was now captured by the leader of this place, who was about to make a move. "Don't worry, I'll drain every last bit of green essence. I won't kill you." This man was Kyler. Snow Lin was bullied to tears and resentfully declared, "My master will absolutely not forgive you." Hearing this, Kyler said with interest, "That's even better. It saves me the trouble of finding him. After all, I am a protector of the Lin family. I have to speak up for Lin Zun." At the same time, at Yingui Lake, the Wraith sect had come to find Zane for revenge over the death of Cain. Master Tung fought 3 matches, but ultimately lost to the second disciple of the Wraith sect's leader, Hao. One of the Wraith sect members spoke up, "Master, what's next?" This was Hao. The one he called Master glanced at Master Tung and declared, "Kill this Master Tung and avenge junior brother Cain later." But suddenly this man changed his mind. "No, just hide the 2 girls who were with Master Tung." Master Tung was beaten so badly he couldn't move, only trembling with rage. The one who had just beaten the old man arrogantly issued a challenge. 3 days from now, at this time, in this place, tell Zane to come and accept his death. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. The leader of the Wraith sect, Kaiser. In a beautiful cave, Zane was focused on his cultivation. Metal body at great completion. Cultivation advancing to the 3rd level of chi condensation. After finishing his training, he took out a treasure from his person and decided the golden essence jade, originally the size of a basketball, is now just this small. I'll make it into a magic weapon. He also checked the sword he got from Bell. The sword I got from the underground auction has also been refined. After checking it, he hid it within his body again. Through the Myriad Sword sect's Myriad Sword art, I've cultivated the 1st layer and can now hide it inside my body. With the cultivation session over, he decided to go home. The first phase of cultivation is complete. I can go back now. Evening in the city. Hao and Kaiser were both waiting for Zane. Hao, losing patience, asked, "Where's Zane? Is he here yet?" Master Tung, trembling beside them, replied, "The young master is on his way. Please release the 2 young ladies first." Hearing the old man, Hao smugly said, "Don't worry. As soon as Zane is dead, I will naturally release them. Suddenly, Kaiser ordered, I've lost my patience. Kill this old Taoist first. How? Hearing his master's command, excitedly complied. Yes. He gave a wicked smile and said, This time, I will devour your soul. Master Tongue, seeing this, thought in alarm, last time, he didn't even release his wraith. This time, he's going for the kill. However, the old man wasn't going to just wait to die. He took the initiative to strike. Mountain-splitting palm. The old man's palm strike hit Hao, startling him slightly. But then, the old man himself was heavily injured from the blow. As for Hao, he was enraged by the old man and growled, Your martial technique is strong, but you've exhausted too much inner energy. Let's see how many times you can use it. In this precarious situation, Master Tongue could only cry for help. Young master, where are you? Suddenly, something flew across the sky. That something struck Hao's wraith, making him panic. And he himself was heavily injured, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The one who struck was none other than Zane. Master Tongue, seeing him return, happily called out, Young master. Now, even though Hao was bleeding from every orifice, he still had the guts to challenge Zane. Kid, I heard you know the lightning arts of the Heavenly Master sect. Use it and let me broaden my horizons. Hearing him issue a challenge, Zane reluctantly obliged. All right. As soon as he finished, his spiritual power exploded with a declaration, but it will cost you your life. Zane's spiritual power made Kaiser wary. He shouted an order to Hao, fall back. Now it was Kaiser's turn to face Zane. The moment he released his wraith, it was electrocuted by Zane. And yet, Zane was completely unfazed while doing this. Kaiser and Hao, on the other hand, were a bit startled by his power. Now Kaiser made a demand. Zane, you killed my disciple Cain. You must give me an explanation. He even arrogantly proposed to Zane, considering your extraordinary talent, as long as you become my disciple, I will forgive what happened before. I will even teach and cherish you with all my heart. Of course, Zane didn't even consider his proposal and scoffed. You want to take me as a disciple? Are you even worthy? Seeing Zane dare to refuse him, he furiously wanted to teach him a lesson. Then you've chosen the path of no return. Today, I will let you know the true power of a ghost immortal. Kaiser unleashed his power, a giant arm rising from his energy. Netherworld Ghost Claw. Immediately after, the ghost hand mimicked his action. Take this. Zane calmly muttered a strange phrase. A ghost immortal is not a true immortal. And just as the giant ghost hand rushed forward, his entire body erupted with a massive wave of power, stopping the hand in its tracks. The power emanating from him produced a blinding light. A disciple, seeing Kaiser shield his eyes, quickly asked, Master, are you all right? He frowned in alarm and said, I'm fine. This kind of attack can't harm me. However, Zane's strength has likely already reached the Grandmaster realm. Hearing this, Hao exclaimed in shock, Grandmaster? The disciple behind him added in surprise, to become a Grandmaster at such a young age. That's impossible. Kaiser tried to regain his composure, looked at Zane's immense power and thought, this kid definitely has a secret. The disciple next to Hao immediately suggested, Master, if we capture him and obtain his secret, our Wraith sect will flourish. Hearing the suggestion, he was pleased and ordered, Good. You all, attack with me and capture him. Zane looked at their actions with a hint of boredom. What? You want to gang up on me? You've picked the wrong target. Kaiser and his disciples, still unaware of their opponent's true strength, charged forward confidently. Now, even if you beg for mercy, it's too late. He gritted his teeth and shouted the signal, Attack. Without another word, Zane raised his hand forward, gathering power and softly intoning, Quake. Instantly, a sphere of power began to form, and from it, countless rays of light shot out in all directions. Kaiser's disciples were struck and killed by the light rays, and he himself was not unscathed. Under the influence of the light from Zane's power, they were vaporized as if by the sun. After a moment, He looked at the scene before him, slightly trembling with fatigue, and thought, that one move consumed half of my spiritual energy, yet it still didn't kill Kaiser. A transcendent grandmaster is truly formidable. Kaiser, now enraged and resentful, threatened him. Kid, you wiped out my Wraith Sect's disciples. I swear I won't rest until I kill you. With that, he took out a scroll while saying, I will use the Wraith Sect's Mountain Guardian formation as the price to turn you into blood mist. As soon as he finished speaking, he spat a strange stream of energy into the scroll. From within, countless ghosts emerged one after another. Myriad ghosts' grand formation. Kaiser's eyes filled with killing intent as he roared. Myriad ghosts' world annihilation. From within the scroll, as if a spatial rift had opened, a colossal ghost flew out. In the sky above the city, a dark cloud carrying countless ghosts rushed forward. This ghost horde seemed to attract the attention of others as well. Tanya cried out in alarm. So many evil spirits. Helena, also worried, wondered, I wasn't worried before, but now. Can Zane win? Master Tung's face was pale as he softly uttered, Young Master. In contrast to their anxiety, Zane calmly sneered. You want to destroy the world with a shabby formation like this? I have a sword that can slay 10,000 ghosts. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword shot towards the horde of ghosts, destroying them one by one. Witnessing this, Kaiser couldn't believe his eyes, trembling with fear. He stammered before Zane. Who on earth are you? Let me die knowing the truth. Zane looked towards him and coolly replied, I am a cultivator. Upon receiving his answer, Kaiser suddenly had a strange expression. A cultivator? A cultivator? His vacant white eyes suddenly emitted strange rays of light. Immediately after, his entire body erupted in a violent light, like an exploding bomb. Hal witnessed this scene and cried out in terror. Fearing he would end up like Kaiser, he hurriedly kowtowed to Zane, pleading for his life. From now on, I will be your dog. Please spare my life. However, Zane showed no mercy. He controlled the sword to slice through his head, finishing him. After dealing with him, he turned to Master Tung beside him and said, Your life force has been damaged. Your injuries are severe. You must use a soul-nourishing pill to heal. I'll have Victor Cho find the medicinal ingredients for you. The old man cheerfully bowed in thanks. Thank you, young master. With that, Zane looked toward the capital and said, I still have matters to attend to. You two are responsible for taking care of Master Tung. Helena didn't hesitate to agree. Okay. The scene changes to a desolate mountain forest. Deep within the forest, in a certain place, a fire flickered. Inside the room with the fireplace, on the bed, were beautiful young women who had just endured a storm, mixed with cries for help. Help us! Those girls had already fallen into a daze, no longer conscious. And the cries for help were from Snow Lin and her mother. Help me! Kyler, wearing only shorts, sat leisurely on the sofa, sipping a glass of wine and looking at the person before him. You've arrived. Zane, who had appeared out of nowhere, stood before him and sneered. Using Yin to supplement Yang is a shietsu that both men and gods detest. No wonder you have to hide in this desolate place. Hearing these words, Kyler frowned slightly and replied, You can tell the cultivation method I practice at a glance. You have some skill. No wonder Lin Zun was killed by you. However, I'm not hiding here, I just don't want to go out. This place has serene mountains and beautiful women around, like a paradise on earth. If I wanted to go out, who could stop me? At this moment, Snow Lin saw him and pleaded, Master, please avenge me and my mother. Kill this beast. As soon as she finished speaking, Kyler grabbed her hair and pulled her up. Lin Zun possessed so many beautiful women. He deserved to die. However, I've benefited quite a bit from her these past few days, so I fulfill my duty to Lin Zun. Seeing his action, Zane angrily threatened, I came to send you to meet him. Without another word, Zane moved with astonishing speed and appeared in front of him. Kyler, unable to react in time, widened his eyes in surprise at Zane. Though his reaction was a bit slow, he still managed to dodge Zane's punch. He jumped back, keeping a good distance from Zane. Taking this opportunity, Zane spoke to Snow Lin behind him. "You two, take a recovery pill and start healing." She helped her mother up and quickly replied, "Thank you, Master." Master, he is a protector of the Lin family and reached the Grandmaster realm decades ago. He has cultivated a protective aura, and his strength is extraordinary. Zane ignored that and said with determination, "This kind of scum who relies on absorbing women's vital essence to prolong his life, I must send him to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, Kyler immediately rushed forward to attack. Keat. Zane quickly raised his leg and arm, mirroring his action to block the attack. In the midst of their fight, Zane suddenly felt something. This protective aura must be a weakened version of a cultivator's spiritual energy shield. Kyler, pushed back by Zane's block, asked in surprise, "Kid, what kind of hidden weapon is this?" Zane calmly corrected him. "This is not a hidden weapon. This is the life-bound flying sword of a sword cultivator." Hearing this, Kyler was surprised and wondered, "Sword cultivator? That's just a character from Legends. How could one appear in the real world?" Out of nowhere, Zane had summoned his sword. With terrifying power, he replied, "I have killed immortals and slain dragons. What gives you the right to question me?" He grasped the hilt of his sword, carefully channeling his internal energy, and slowly said, "Remember this, the sword that slays you." As he spoke, he slashed forward. It's called Heaven-Slaying Slash. Kyler, in a panic, gathered his power to form a defensive sphere, Yin-Yang's Sundering Fist. However, before he could even launch his move, Zane's slash shattered his technique and struck him. After taking the full force of the slash, Kyler immediately fell to the ground. He couldn't believe his eyes, his face pale, trembling as he looked up at Zane. What kind of sword technique is this?" Zane lowered his gaze and coldly said, "You don't need to know the answer anymore." Hearing this, he panicked and begged, "Spare me. My fortune in this place, all these girls, they're all yours." Zane found it slightly amusing and mocked him. "You've become stupid now that you're about to die. After I kill you, aren't all these things mine anyway?" With that, Zane glanced at Snow Lin behind him. "I'll leave him to you." She immediately bowed to him. "Thank you, Master." Not stopping there, he continued to give orders, arrange for people to rescue these girls, then scour this place thoroughly and clean out all of the Lin family's assets. Snow Lin quickly replied, "Yes." Suddenly, she brought him a box, revealing this was hidden under the chair in the main hall. It must be Kyler's important treasure. Zane took out a book from it and exclaimed, "As expected." With that, he threw the book straight into the fireplace and ordered, "The remaining methods are not recorded. You can look at it and deal with it as you see fit." He continued to search in a box and found a strange object. As soon as he opened the sturdy wrapping of the object, he was astonished and thought to himself, "A storage ring. This is a good item." Although the storage space inside is only 45 square meters, it's enough for me to use for now. On this yellow cloth was written that this ring came from the Void Mountain. Master Yuan once said, "Entering the Void Mountain guarantees becoming a Grandmaster." It seems I must make a trip to find cultivation resources. A while later, the scene changes to Victor Cho's villa in Saitang. Zane carefully examined the items before him and praised, "Good, you found all the materials I need. I can now refine the soul-nourishing pill to treat Master Tone." Of course, he kept the next thought to himself. It seems these rich people are still quite useful. With that thought, he praised Victor Cho behind him. "You did well. A reward for you. 1 recovery pill. It will protect your health in the future." Hearing Zane reward him, he quickly thanked him. "Thank you, Master Zane." Seeing him get a reward, Titus and also quickly claimed credit. "Master Zane, I also helped find the medicinal ingredients. Look." Hearing this, Zane had to reward him as well. "I've run out of ready-made pills. If you want, you can collect ingredients according to this recipe, and I'll refine them for you." Receiving Zane's agreement, he exclaimed happily, Thank you, Master Zane. Little did Titus know what Zane was thinking. Of course, I'll keep most of the refined pills as my processing fee. And then he continued to speak to Zane. Master Zane, in a few days, it will be the Jianya Summit Conference. Famous figures from all over Jianya will attend. With your current status, you could suppress Warren Van, the richest man in Jianya, so much that he wouldn't dare to raise his head. Hearing this, Zane suddenly became angry as he recalled the past. Warren Van, CEO of the Guanghan Group, the richest in Jianya. In my previous life, he caused my family's ruin. However, he managed to calm himself and gave an order. I do need to go to the Jianya Summit, but you two should attend under your own names first. Titus and Victor Cho immediately bowed their heads and replied, Understood. A while later, the scene changes to a room where Master Tongue was lying on the bed when he saw Zane walk in. Young Master. Zane quickly put a pill into the old man's mouth. This is a soul-nourishing pill. It can restore your damaged soul. Hurry and recover your cultivation. Receiving his kindness, the old man was grateful. Thank you, young master, for your concern. Under the quiet and gentle night sky. After a while of absorbing the soul-nourishing pill, Master Tongue looked much healthier and bowed on the ground to thank him. This disciple thanks Master for saving my life. Zane, seeing the old man could move again, said, It seems the soul-nourishing pill has helped you greatly. If not for your short cultivation time and insufficient accumulation of inner energy, you would have already reached the transcendent realm by now. Hearing this, the old man raised his head and looked at him with determination. Master, I have confidence. Within 3 months, I will definitely become a grandmaster. However, Zane acted on his own accord. He unleashed his power and retorted, No need to wait. I will help you achieve it now. Immediately after, he began to guide Master Tongue in his practice. Circulate your cultivation technique. The old man quickly sat cross-legged and replied, Yes. Following Zane's every word, the old man began to circulate his energy. Inner energy at its peak, the Grandmaster realm is within reach. Zane stood behind the old man and raised his hand. From his hand, a small stream of power appeared. Under his influence, Master Tongue seemed to enter another space. The old man's eyes glowed with a brilliant red light. The void issue, the transcendent realm Grandmaster. After completing his ascension to the transcendent realm, the old man immediately bowed to him. Your disciple has no way to repay Master's great kindness. Zane said politely, No need for such words. Please rise. Tidy up a bit. Tomorrow morning you'll come with me to Jianya. Master Tongue quickly replied, As you command. Time flew by, and it was around 5 a.m. the next day. Tanya seemed to sense something and suddenly exclaimed, This powerful aura, Master Tongue has become a grandmaster. Hearing this, Helena pondered for a moment. A month ago, Master Tongue was just like me, an ordinary person. Now he stands at the pinnacle of the martial arts world. What's the use of being the #1 beauty or a wealthy young lady? We still can't escape old age and sickness. Only by following Zane can I control my own destiny. Seeing her leave, Tanya quickly called after her. Miss, where are you going? The scene changes to Master Tongue's room. While the old man and Zane were talking, a knock came at the door. Helena walked in from outside and softly called Zane. Seeing her call him, he was a bit confused. She gathered all her courage and, without hesitation, proposed, I want to take you as my master. As long as you teach me cultivation methods, I'm willing to pay any price. Hearing Helena's words, Master Tongue was so shocked his jaw dropped, and Zane was also at a loss for words. Did she misunderstand something? Despite this thought, he still replied to her, Your determination is not bad, but you still lack persistence. As soon as Zane finished speaking, Helena immediately stood up and guaranteed, Persistence? Starting from today, I will be your maid and servant, serving you tea, pouring you water, making your bed and quilt, until you agree to accept me as a disciple. Tanya, behind her, heard this and was surprised, hitting Helena's soft spot. "Miss, do you even know how to serve people?" Zane let out a helpless sigh and replied, "I'm afraid you can't humble yourself as much as you think." The scene changes again to another room. He was sitting on the bed, cultivating, when he heard a knock at the door. "Come in." Suddenly, Helena walked in wearing a sultry outfit, leaving Zane flustered. Zane watched her lie down next to him, blushing slightly and struggling to speak. "You," and just like that, Helena lay on his bed, while he sat on a chair far away from her. Time flew by until the sun shone brightly. Zane quietly opened his room door and stepped outside, where he met Tanya and Master Tong. The two of them stared blankly as he lifelessly walked past, muttering strange words. "Monstrous!" Following him, a frustrated Helena stepped out, disappointedly making an excuse. Nothing happened. Hearing this, Tanya seemed incredulous and exclaimed, "Amazing. If it were any other man, he would have pounced long ago." After a terrifying morning, the scene shifts to the Immortal Manhwa group. Zane led Helena and Master Tong inside and said to the receptionist, "Hello, I'm looking for Chairman Lee." The receptionist asked as per procedure, "Do you have an appointment?" He replied without hesitation, "No." Receiving his answer, she regretfully said, "I'm sorry, you must have an appointment." Just then, Vanessa and Benny walked over and, seeing him, called out, "Zane." The person who had just arrived was Sophia, Lee's adopted daughter, Zane's sworn sister, Vanessa. She asked in surprise, "Zane, why are you here?" She quickly walked over and gently ruffled his hair, asking, "When did you get here? Why didn't you call first?" Being patted on the head made him a bit embarrassed. "I wanted to surprise you and Mom, but I didn't expect to need an appointment." Hearing his complaint, she felt a bit embarrassed. "It's company policy, don't mind it. The chairman is on a business trip. Let me get you settled first." Immediately, he pointed to the people behind him and said, "I also have a few friends. Please arrange for them, Vanessa." Vanessa looked at Master Tong's clothes and thought to herself, why would anyone dress like that? She ignored the old man and turned to Helena. "And this is..." Realizing something, she winked at Zane. "Zane, could it be?" He calmly refuted, "Just a classmate. Don't misunderstand." Just then, Benny, behind them, boredly picked his ear and asked, "Vanessa, is this Chairman Lee's useless son?" Noticing his attitude, she immediately snapped, "Benny, please use my full name. And please don't insult Zane." Hearing the name she called him, Zane lowered his gaze and thought to himself, "Benny, I have some impression of this person. He's the son of a board member of the Manhwa group, and he's always had a thing for Vanessa." Ignoring her words, he didn't stop his taunts. In middle school, he was always number one from the bottom. If that's not useless, what is? His words completely infuriated Vanessa. She confronted him angrily. "Say that again." But Benny was unfazed and challenged. "Secretary one, watch your attitude. I can't guarantee my father won't pull his investment." Hearing this, though her attitude softened slightly, she didn't forget to warn him. "Benny, you dare to use the company's interests to threaten me? Be careful. Chairman Dong will make you pay for your words and actions." With an arrogant expression, he calmly replied, "Well, I've already said my piece." Amidst the tense situation, Zane walked up, put his arm around Vanessa's shoulder, and taunted, "Sis, since when did the Manhwa group let outsiders throw their weight around?" And just like that, he turned and pulled her away, leaving Benny behind. Let's go. I want the presidential suite." He watched Zane's action and gritted his teeth in anger. "Dare to ignore me? At tomorrow's anniversary celebration, I'll show you." A while later, in a luxurious room, Vanessa stood before Zane, who was sitting on the sofa, and reported the situation. The chairman just acquired a piece of land and is preparing to expand. But several banks that initially agreed to provide loans suddenly changed their minds, causing a break in Manhwa's capital chain. "We can't even find a company in Janya willing to partner with us. The chairman feels that someone might be targeting Manhwa, so she went elsewhere to raise funds." As soon as she finished, Zane added, the Janya Summit is being held tomorrow. She nodded gently and replied, yes, the chairman will probably return tomorrow to attend the conference. She will definitely bring you along. With that, she stood up to leave his room, saying, you rest first. I'm going back to the company to work. Suddenly, Zane looked after her and said something strange. Vanessa, don't worry. Tomorrow, all problems will be solved smoothly. She took this as a normal, comforting remark and smiled back. Yeah, they will be. At this moment, she thought to herself with determination. For the chairman and Zane, I will definitely work hard to make Manhwa persevere to the end. Of course, Zane also had his own thoughts at this moment. With me here, all of Manhwa's problems will be easily solved. Time flew by, and the beautiful morning was gradually replaced by a quiet night. Actually, it wasn't that quiet, with the urgent wail of police sirens echoing. A high-rise building was engulfed in a massive fire, causing panic among the people. It's on fire. Look, the fire has reached the upper floors. Can the people inside still get out? Below the building, firefighters were busy assigning tasks, trying to extinguish the fire and save people. Captain, the fire has started to move inside the building. Our ladder truck can only reach the 20th floor. As for the upper floors, I'm afraid. You stay here and direct the evacuation. The rest of you, follow me in. Save as many as we can. A young firefighter heard this and immediately offered to lead the charge. Captain, you stay down here in command. I'll go. But the fire captain yelled at him, follow orders. He then commanded the others, brothers, follow me. The surrounding firefighters responded in unison, yes. They didn't know that at that moment, someone across the street was intently watching the building engulfed in flames. Zane channeled his power, took off his ring, and muttered, fire is merciless, but people have compassion. I'll help you out. 3,000 weak waters. And then, in the quiet sky, flashes of lightning suddenly appeared. Right after the lightning, a downpour of rain began. The rain poured down on the blazing building, to the cheers of the people. It's raining. It's raining. The heavens have opened their eyes. The surrounding residents witnessed this and discussed strangely, miraculous. This rain came at the perfect time. This rain is only falling within a few dozen meters around the building. What a coincidence. At the same time, at the security brigade's office in the surveillance hall, everyone in the surveillance hall became much busier under this unexpected situation. Get your spirits up and keep searching. The man next to the surveillance officer was the mayor, Kong Dukvan. He couldn't believe his eyes and said, this rain came too coincidentally. It's definitely being controlled by someone. Suddenly, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. Stop. Zoom in on the image from surveillance screen number 9. The surveillance officer quickly followed his command. On surveillance screen number 9, an image of Zane immediately appeared. Seeing this image, the mayor's secretary, one of Kim Trung-won's nephews, Kim Tin-vu, who was just bringing coffee, recognized him and exclaimed, it's him. Dukvan took the coffee cup from him and asked, you know this person? He nodded slightly and replied, yes, but... Hearing his hesitation, the mayor loudly gave an ultimatum to everyone in the surveillance room. Today's events are classified as S-level secrets. Anyone who leaks this will be punished as a spy. Is that clear? Instantly, everyone shouted in unison, yes. After everything was settled, Zane had somehow returned to his room and was sitting in meditation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked straight ahead, calling out in his mind, she's here. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Sophia burst open the door and charged in. You rotten kid, get out here for your mother. Vanessa ran in after her, trying to stop her. CEO, Zane might still be asleep. Seeing her, he made a wry face and said with difficulty, Mom, you're a little too enthusiastic with me, aren't you? She paid no mind to his attitude and angrily lectured him. You rotten kid, instead of studying hard, what are you doing running around here? You're dragging Helena around everywhere. Aren't you afraid the Yin family will get furious with you? He, having his ear twisted in pain, explained, Mom, she's the one who insists on following me. Sophia didn't accept this explanation and asserted, "It must be you who took advantage of her." Outside, Master Tongue, who was eavesdropping, said with some worry, "It seems the only person in the world who can get mad and hit the master." Tanya understood and finished, "Is his mother." At this moment, the main character of this incident, Helena, appeared. "Auntie, what's going on?" Seeing her, she quickly stopped her actions and smiled sweetly, praising, "You must be Helena. Truly a name that suits you." With that, Sophia let go of him and approached her, confused. "Why aren't you staying with the Yin family? Why are you with Zane?" Asked unexpectedly, Helena forced a difficult smile and tried to find a reason. "I am now Zane's maid, nanny, disciple in waiting. How should I put this?" Because of her incomplete answer, things got worse. "What? It's gotten to the point where you can't even say it." Instantly, Zane received a punch from Sophia that made him spit blood. "You rotten kid. Did you learn some bad things and ruin her? Do you think you have several heads to serve as soccer balls for the Yin family?" He panicked and shouted with all his might to defend himself. "Mom, I didn't do anything. She did it willingly." Helena hurried over to stop her and explained, "Auntie, it's really completely consensual on my part." However, this explanation didn't clear up the misunderstanding much. Sophia seemed unable to believe it and turned to look at her. Willingly ruined by this rotten kid? Because she was too helpless, she decided to let it go. "Forget it. I don't understand the affairs of you young people. But be careful, don't cause trouble that brings shame to both families." Zane realized the unusual meaning in her words. He looked grim and questioned, "Mom, did you misunderstand something?" However, her next words quickly brought him back to reality. All right. Sophia's expression turned serious as she looked at him and instructed, "Go pack up. Come with me to the Jianan anniversary celebration." Zane suddenly remembered something and took out a small box. "Right, Mom, sis. This is a gift I prepared for you too." Looking at the box in his hand, Sophia was a bit surprised. Vanessa, on the other hand, was excited and urged, "This is the first time you've given a gift to me and the CEO. Hurry and open it so I can see." When he opened the box, they were surprised to see two small treasures inside. Jade jewelry. This must not be cheap. Zane looked straight at Sophia with a determined gaze and instructed, "Mom, you must wear this with you. Wear it with you, you understand?" She took the longevity lock, and though she didn't understand, she still agreed. "Okay." Witnessing this, Vanessa smiled faintly, happy in her heart. Zane has become much more thoughtful. This is great. A while later, the scene changes to the high-rise building of Jianya's premier international business hotel, the Dingsheng. From the entrance, Sophia's group, including Vanessa, Zane, Tanya, Helena, and Master Tongue, each dressed in spectacular attire, entered, attracting the attention of the surrounding crowd. The people from Manhwa have arrived. Say what you will, but their women are truly numerous and beautiful. Once inside the hall, Sophia turned to Zane and instructed, "Zane, Vanessa, and I are going to discuss business. You take care of Helena and don't cause any trouble." He confidently asserted, "I'm the best-behaved kid. How could I cause trouble?" In the space of the anniversary celebration, everywhere were men in elegant suits. Not only that, but there were also women in magnificent high-class attire. Zane sat down at a banquet table, put his hands behind his head, leaned back in his chair, and thought to himself, "In my past life, I really wanted to attend this Jianya summit. Now I feel it's so boring. Fame and fortune are worthless. Only strength is the ultimate asset." Just then, he noticed a familiar face in the distance and quietly called out, "Victor Cho's group is here too." There are also a few martial artists here with considerable strength, including one grandmaster. While he was thinking, the host came on stage to open the ceremony. "Now, let's give the warmest round of applause to welcome the CEO of Guanghan Group, Mr. Warren Van." After the host's introduction, he stood up with a bright smile and walked towards the stage amidst everyone's applause. As soon as he stepped into the center of attention, he began his speech. "It's the annual summit again. Everyone sitting here is an elite from all walks of life. It is you who support the entire economy of Jianya. Please feel free to talk and mingle freely, and together, let's promote the development of Jianya." The speech ended, and Warren Van stepped down from the stage to return to his seat, where he received a fawning compliment. "CEO Van, that was a wonderful speech." He calmly and quickly replied, "Brother Wong, you're too kind. Please sit." As one person moved on, a second came to shake his hand. "CEO Van, it's been a few days, and you look younger." Warren Van returned the compliment professionally. "Brother Liu, I heard you were sick a few days ago. You look like you've recovered well." After interacting with CEO Wong and CEO Liu, Sophia also approached to greet him. "CEO Van, long time no see. You're as sharp as ever." Although he heard her compliment, he remained silent and didn't react. Sophia felt a bit awkward seeing him not reply and thought, "Why is Warren Van ignoring me?" He tried to ignore her by addressing the other directors. Come, everyone, please be seated." Sophia didn't give up. She forced a smile and said, "CEO Van, we had dinner together last year. We've also done business together. You're a busy man with many things on your mind. Perhaps you don't remember me?" But his response was utterly ruthless. "Is that so? Then I'll have someone stop all business with you immediately. Please see yourself out." Witnessing such a dramatic scene, the people in the room began to gossip animatedly. "Look over there. Sophia Lee just got turned on by Warren Van. It seems the rumors are true." In the distance, Zane and Vanessa watched everything with worried frowns. Sophia tried to compose herself and requested, "CEO Van, could you please give me an explanation?" But Warren Van had a cold expression and didn't want to hear any arguments. "Explain? Am I obligated to explain anything to you?" Just then, her phone rang, and she quickly answered it. "Hello." The person on the other end urgently reported the situation. "CEO, something's happened. 8 of the company's shareholders want to withdraw their capital. The sponsor you negotiated with before has also suddenly backed out." Hearing this, Sophia's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" The person on the other end of the line continued to speak as the phone slowly and helplessly slipped from her hand. "The Van family and others want to terminate their cooperation with us." Without a word of reply, her phone hit the ground with a hopeless cry from the other end. "CEO, what should we do? CEO." Just then, a group of strangers arrogantly walked in from outside amidst whispers. "They're the directors of the Manhwa group. What are they doing here? Are they going to support Manhwa?" The leader of this group was Benny's father, Ji Zhonghua. He bowed respectfully with a cunning smile and reported, "Mr. Van, we have withdrawn from the Manhwa group and hope to cooperate with you in the future." Warren Van happily welcomed him and the others who followed. "Welcome, a warm welcome." Benny, standing behind them, smiled with amusement and contemptuously muttered, "Vanessa, even if you beg me to take care of you now, it's too late." Immediately after, Warren Van's face hardened as he loudly declared, "Anyone who supports Manhwa today will be considered an enemy of my Van family." The situation had completely changed. Sophia and Vanessa were isolated in a corner, being mocked by the crowd. As expected, Sophia Lee has been targeted. Shareholders are pulling out. Manhwa is finished. Looking at the current situation, Sophia trembled with tension and thought, "Manhwa doesn't have enough money, and now we're being divided in front of everyone. No one will invest anymore." Suddenly, the sound of a familiar figure's chair hitting the ground was heard. Zane placed the chair right in the middle of the hall in front of his mother, followed by Master Tung, Helena, and Tanya. Seeing this, the crowd in the hall started murmuring. Who is that, daring to sit next to Sophia Lee during such a storm? The old man next to him seems to be a master, and those two women are truly beautiful. That's Sophia Lee's son. What a loser. He's an idiot, always at the bottom of his class in exams. With a son like that, Manhwa is doomed sooner or later. Vanessa looked at him with some confusion. Zane, what are you doing here? Sophia sighed softly and advised, Zane, go home now. Don't stay here and be embarrassed with me. But he stubbornly and mysteriously replied, "Mom, I can save Manhwa." Hearing Zane's words, she was a bit surprised and exclaimed, "What time is it to be boasting like this?" Vanessa also didn't believe him and advised, "Zane, go quickly. The chairman is trying to protect you." No matter how they advised him, he just turned his head, gave a cool smile, and said, "I'm grown up now. It's time for me to protect you too." With that, he looked towards the oppressive crowd and declared, "With me here, no one can touch the Manhwa group." Hearing this, the gossiping crowd behind Warren Van sneered contemptuously. "Shameless. You're just a student. It's a good thing I didn't partner with Manhwa. Otherwise, I would have been tricked to death by this idiot." Zane paid no mind to their words. He seriously lowered his voice and asked menacingly, "Now I ask, who is willing to help the Manhwa group resolve this crisis?" As soon as he finished speaking, Taishan from the middle of the crowd raised his hand and shouted, "And Lin's Taiyushan is willing to help the Manhwa group with all my strength." Hearing this, Warren Van was a bit startled, his heart wavering. Taiyushan is the top dog in Lin and has always been on good terms with me. Why would he publicly stand up to support the Manhwa group and oppose me? Following him was a series of other directors led by Victor Cho and Titus and Saitong's Titus and Longhwa's son Jin Fei, Saitong's Victor Cho, Jingyang's Fong Butong. We are willing to do our utmost to help the Manhwa group. After this series of bold actions, Titus approached and bowed to Zane. "Greetings, Mr. Zane." Zane politely replied, "Mr. Jio, you've worked hard." He smiled obsequiously and respectfully replied, "Mr. Zane is too kind. It's all thanks to Mr. Zane for giving us this opportunity." The situation changed once again. This time, it seemed to be in Sophia's favor as someone realized the situation and exclaimed, "Half of the summit's bosses have responded to Zane's call." Vanessa seemed confused and stunned. What is going on? Sophia, on the other hand, had tears of gratitude in her eyes. Thank you all." Victor Cho smiled politely and said, "Chairman Lee, this is what we should do. Don't be so polite." Titus also eagerly added, "Regarding investment, cooperation, or networking, it all depends on Chairman Lee's guidance." After Zane's recent display, Warren Van still maintained a calm and contemptuous demeanor. "Not bad, kid. You have some ability. But your Manhwa group has provoked someone you shouldn't have. Today, no one can save you." With that, he suddenly gritted his teeth and called out loudly, "Brotherly." After this command, a figure slowly emerged from behind the crowd and approached them. I really didn't expect Sophia Lee's son to have such a large network. The people in the hall looked at the approaching man with some confusion and disgust. "Who is this? Mr. Lee? Is there a big shot in Janya with the surname Lee? Could it be?" It seems Sophia knew this person as she trembled with anger. So that's how it is. The person who arrived was indeed an acquaintance of hers, from the Lee family, Leon Lee. He stared intently at Zane with a stern expression, his brow slightly furrowed. At that moment, Zane's heart trembled as he looked at him seriously. History seems to have changed. The Manhwa crisis in my past life had nothing to do with the Lee family, but this time, it was entirely planned by them. Seeing Leon, Victor Cho, and Titus were a bit flustered. The Lee family. They are indeed a super powerful family. Can Master Zane compete with them? At this moment, he arrogantly stepped forward and made a declaration. "I, Leon Lee, under the orders of my family, am here to destroy your Manhwa. Do you submit?" Sophia, hearing his words, gritted her teeth and cursed silently in her heart. "Father, you are truly ruthless. I know the terrifying methods of the Lee family too well. There's no point in resisting." With that thought, she turned to Victor Cho and Titus and bowed and apologized. "I sincerely thank you all for your support in this cold time, but my Manhwa cannot drag you down." Seeing her like this, Victor Cho immediately turned to Zane. "Master Zane." Titus also turned and added, "Your Excellency." Immediately, he spoke up contemptuously, "You're just a servant of the Lee family. You're not even qualified to come out and intimidate me." His response was a confident and dangerous expression from Leon. Don't worry, the family head has prepared someone qualified enough for you. And then, following his command, Logan Lee, the Grandmaster, appeared. Grandmaster Lee, please make your move. Seeing him, the entire hall became lively with admiration. Is this a martial artist from the legends? Is he even human? Is this magic? Leon approached Logan and bowed. Grandmaster Lee, you've worked hard. After accepting his bow, a deadly glint flashed in his eyes as his attention focused on Zane. Kid, you have talent, but it's a pity your path is narrowing. Zane frowned slightly, calculating. The Lee family is not a small clan. He can't be the only one they have. With that thought, he casually propped his leg up and asked Logan, Donovan Lee wouldn't have just sent you alone, would he? Is there anyone else? Come on out, and I'll deal with all of you at once. Hearing him say that, he became furious and shouted, Are you so arrogant that you don't even put a grandmaster in your eyes? Then you'll regret it with your life. From his reaction, Zane seemed to understand and gave an order. So it's really just you. Then I don't need to act. You come. Master Tongue received the order and quickly replied, Yes. Immediately after, the old man began to channel his power, releasing his strength to the surprise of the common folk. Another grandmaster. My God, have grandmasters become as common as cabbages? At this moment, a delighted Sophia ran over and asked him a difficult question. Zane, is this your mysterious master? Logan was still extremely confident and looked down on Master Tongue. I didn't expect you to have a grandmaster by your side, but are you sure he can protect you? Zane smiled faintly with a challenging tone and replied, He's not here to protect me right now, but to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, Logan was filled with rage and charged forward. Arrogant. D. Master Tongue immediately raised his fist, preparing to retaliate, and shouted, What a coincidence! I also have a punch for you to taste. The sound of their two fists colliding was powerful and deafening. However, Master Tongue's fist was stronger, as it sent Logan flying backward. Taking that one punch caused him to be injured and spit up blood. The surrounding onlookers exclaimed in surprise. He heavily injured a grandmaster with one punch. Even Leon couldn't believe his eyes. Grandmasters should fight for hundreds of rounds before a winner is decided. How could it be just one punch? Returning to the fight, Logan struggled to sit up and asked, What is your fist technique? Why is it so powerful? Master Tongue, with overwhelming momentum, stepped forward and simply replied, A dead man doesn't need to know much. Hearing this, he turned pale with fear and pleaded, Stop. You can't kill me. None of you can withstand the wrath of the Leaf family. As soon as he finished, Zane, sitting behind him, bravely declared, If your Leaf family wants to fight openly in business, Manhwa will take you on to the end. If you want to use underhanded tactics, let's see how many grandmasters you have for me to kill. As he spoke, he gave a signal to Master Tongue to finish him off, vowing, I promise I will kill until not a single person from your Leaf family is left. Following his command, the old man immediately rushed towards Logan, gathering his strength to deliver the finishing blow. Safe travels. I won't see you off. Of course, he wasn't going to just sit and wait for death. He tried to use what little strength he had left to block. You'll pay a heavy price if you want to kill me. However, before his attack could land, he took a punch to the stomach from Master Tongue and coughed up blood. With the momentum of the punch, Logan was sent flying backward forcefully. His entire body slammed against the wall behind him, officially ending his arrogant life. Witnessing this, Leon turned pale with fright and was at a loss for words. The others, however, continued to gossip. Killing a grandmaster with just 2 punches? Aren't they both grandmasters? Why is the gap so big? Only Zane remained unchanged amidst the chaos, evaluating the fight. Even though Logan Lee entered the Transcendent Realm a few years earlier than Master Tongue, his cultivation techniques and martial arts are 100 times inferior to what I taught Master Tongue. If Master Tongue couldn't even beat him, I would just have to find another disciple. Although the fight was over, the aura on Master Tongue's body remained. When the old man looked over, it still startled others. And the ones most affected by that gaze right now were Leon and Warren Van. At this moment, Zane spoke up with an ultimatum. Go back and tell Donovan Lee that in 3 years, I will make his Lee family kneel before me and apologize. Leon, hearing him speak, trembled all over and asked, I will relay this to the family head. Can I go now? Without hesitation, Zane shooed him away. Get lost. Seeing his frightened appearance, Sophia was a bit surprised. Not noticing Vanessa beside her had discovered something. So the Lee family is not invincible. What she discovered was Benny's father, Zhonghua, trying to sneak away. I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I'll be leaving first. Zane glanced at the cowardly turtles with a thoughtful expression. Although I really want to destroy the Van family, it's not the right time yet. Thanks to the recent scene, the situation had changed. Sophia was surrounded by a group of directors, chatting excitedly. Chairman Lee has raised a fine son. Whatever help Manhwa needs, I'll help. All right. Thank you, everyone. We are kneeling to cooperate with Manhwa. A while later, the scene changed to a villa in Xiadu, the Lee family estate. Leon, with an innocent face, was being questioned. Really? Donovan frowned slightly, finding it hard to believe. I never expected the Grandmaster by his side to be so formidable. Lee Wen also became serious and immediately suggested, Father, should we ask that person to reveal himself? The old man glanced at him and stopped him. No, it's not that critical yet. In the future, we will only use the power of the secular world to surround the Manhwa group. People in the martial world cannot easily interfere in the affairs of the secular world. He wouldn't dare to defy this rule. The scene changes again. Night gradually falls over the sky. In Saitang Prefecture, Jianya County, Fengshan District, Biyun residential area. Inside a luxurious villa, Sophia led Zane's group into the house, revealing, Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and your father is still at work. It seems Fengshan County can't function without him. Master Zane, please make yourselves at home. At this moment, Master Tung felt a bit shocked and lamented. Mrs. Lee insists on calling me Master Zane. My little heart can't take it. While the old man was lamenting, Zane was extremely dissatisfied, glancing at the people behind him. I originally wanted them to go home for the new year, but Helena insisted on coming along. So annoying. Just then, his father opened the door from outside and walked in. Hi, you're all back? Why didn't you call me? Seeing him with a gentle smile, Zane felt a pang of heartache as he recalled the past. Dad always wanted to rely on his own strength, working hard to prove himself to the Lee and Jin families, but he failed in the previous life. I still remember the regret in his dying eyes. Dad, I want to fulfill your wish in this life, to let you prove your abilities in front of the Lee and Jun families. A while later, they had moved from the doorway to a lavish dining table. Zane's father served food to Master Tung and politely invited him. So it's Master Zane who has been taking care of my son. You must eat and drink to your heart's content. Next, he turned his attention to the other special guests. Helena, Tanya, eat up, don't be shy. Helena smiled gently and respectfully replied, Thank you, Uncle Jean. After eating, they moved to the living room to talk. Uncle Jean was the first to speak. Zane, after the new year, you have to take the business trial of our Yuyang Jean family. The Jean family is a business dynasty, with a family rule called the Business War, held once every 5 years. Every young person in the family between the ages of 18 and 23 will be given a sum of money to start learning business. And at the annual meeting, the top 3, judged by the public on their progress and achievements, will be nurtured by the family as key talents. Zane confidently assured him, Dad, don't worry. I will definitely bring back first place for you, to make you proud. Seeing him so confident, he reminded him, You're quite ambitious, huh? I can't help you with anything. You have to rely on yourself. Hearing this, Sophia immediately interjected, scolding Uncle Jean, If you don't help, I will. Besides, I believe Master Jin definitely won't just stand by. Feeling this trust, Master Tung felt a heavy burden on his shoulders and forced a smile. Of course. Uncle Jean ignored them and focused on advising Zane. Wait until the new year. The Jean family will provide you with startup capital. Don't spend it recklessly. Study business and investment hard. If you lose it all, we'll become a laughingstock. Zane confidently affirmed, Jean and Dad, don't worry. Immediately after, he stood up and asked for their permission to go out. Mom, Dad, I'm going out for a walk to hang out with friends. Uncle Jean didn't hesitate to agree. Go on, don't cause trouble. Sophia added, not forgetting to remind him, don't bully people. And just like that, he led Master Tung outside, dialing his phone as he walked. I'll call Sean Yin first. After a long ring, Zane finally heard the other end pick up, a bit annoyed. What's the meaning of this? Why did it take you so long to answer? Sean on the other end panicked and explained, No, the phone was on vibrate. I didn't hear it ring. Zane seemed to notice his strangeness and frowned slightly. Sean Yan's tone is a bit off. With that thought, he quickly got back to his main purpose. I'm back. Call Leo and Tiana. Let's meet up. Receiving the suggestion, he was a bit surprised, but quickly agreed. Okay, where are you? I'll call Leo to pick you up. Zane swiftly replied, I'll be waiting for you guys at the entrance of the residential area. After confirming the location, Sean Yin immediately agreed. Okay, see you in a bit. The conversation ended, leaving only the steady dial tone. Zane stared at his phone, lost in thought. In my previous life, I never heard of Sean Yin getting into any trouble, but maybe it's because of my rebirth. A while later, a luxury car pulled up in front of him. Inside the car, Leo waved his hand in greeting. Hello, Zane. In the driver's seat, Sean Yin immediately signaled for Zane to get in the car. He got in the passenger seat and asked how they were doing. How have you two been lately? Sean immediately replied, Definitely not as good as you. You got into the best high school in Jianya. Leo looked at Master Tung beside him, a bit shyly, and wondered, Zane, who is this? Zane didn't hesitate to reassure him. A friend of mine. We're all on the same side. No need to be suspicious. Suddenly, he noticed someone was missing in the car and asked, Right? Where's Tiana? Is she coming? Hearing him ask, Sean quickly replied, In a bit. She'll meet us in a little while. A few hours later, the four of them were now in a private room of a restaurant, having a meal. Sean cheerfully invited, Zane, go ahead and pick your favorite dish. It's my treat today. Hearing this, Zane didn't hold back and, looking at the menu, exclaimed, Then let's order everything. At this, Sean was flustered and chided him. You're too much. Not holding back at all, are you? While they were joking, a figure entered. It must be Tiana. The extremely beautiful girl was Tiana Nye. Seeing her, Sean happily exclaimed, You're here. However, Zane's expression was not good. He seemed to sense something was off. He looked at the gentle, smiling Tiana before him and silently confirmed, There's a fluctuation of spiritual energy on Tiana's body. It's faint and unstable, strong then weak, just like a heartbeat. So she was implanted with a demonic parasite long ago. The demonic parasite is a cultivation technique of the heavenly demon clan. After a woman becomes pregnant with a demonic parasite, she becomes a cauldron, and her yin energy is absorbed by another to supplement their yang, causing their cultivation to soar. And the cauldron, as the demonic parasite is withdrawn, will lose all of its vital blood and become a dried-up husk. In my previous life, Tiana Nye suddenly disappeared. I'm afraid this was her fate. Zane pondered and silently resolved. In this life, I will not let this ending happen again. He pulled out a chair and invited Tiana to sit. Tiana, long time no see. Have a seat. At the same time, he calculated silently. Tiana's body currently only has a flawed demonic parasite implanted by a deficient demonic art. I can easily remove it. Zane narrowed his eyes, wanted to see what kind of demon or monster was causing this trouble. Across from him, seeing a dignified old man sitting with his eyes closed, Tiana was curious. Who is that? But seeing that Zane didn't introduce him, she let it go and teased. Zane, you're back. I thought you'd forget about us after going to Saidang. Sean looked displeased. Of course, He only came back for the new year. Leo stepped in to smooth things over. All right, let's order. Before long, the table was filled with tempting dishes. Zane hadn't touched his chopsticks. Before eating, he looked at Tiana and suddenly said, "By the way, if you guys run into any trouble, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you solve it." Tiana was confused. Sean's face darkened without a word, and Leo awkwardly picked up food and put it in his mouth. Tiana smiled brightly. "What trouble could we have? You're overthinking it." However, everyone had different feelings. Sean, out of insecurity, got angry. He slammed the table and stood up. "Zane, do you think I, Sean Yin, am inferior to you? Why do you think you can solve a problem I can't?" Leo was startled and couldn't believe Sean's attitude. "Your reaction is too extreme. Isn't this just Zane being concerned about us? Why did you flip out like that?" Zane remained silent, his face gradually becoming indifferent. Sean wasn't done scolding. He was still very bitter. You think you're so high and mighty just because you used connections to climb up in Saidang. He even wanted to end his friendship with Zane, drawing a clear line. "You're clearly not as good as me in anything, yet you always act like you're above me. If that's the case, let's make it clear today. From now on, we're done. Is that clear?" Leo was surprised and unhappy with his words. "Sean Yin, what's gotten into you?" Tiana tried her best to persuade him. "Don't talk nonsense. You're hurting our friendship." Sean gritted his teeth in anger, but since Zane, the target of his scolding, said nothing, he had no basis to continue. Zane silently poured beer into a glass. Then he raised the glass and downed the entire glass of beer in one gulp, as if to show his attitude toward Sean Yin. Sean, who had a competitive nature, saw this and trembled with anger. He grabbed the beer bottle and chugged it down. "Fine." After finishing, he slammed the bottle on the table and said angrily, "You guys eat. I'll pay." With that, Sean Yin turned and walked out. Leo saw this and chased after him. "Is he possessed? I'll go talk to him." Tiana felt a bit awkward, not expecting things to turn out like this. "Zane," he reassured her, "it's fine. I don't take his words seriously." He got to the main point. "Now that it's just the two of us, can you tell me about your situation?" Tiana was silent for a moment, her eyes filled with sorrow and hesitation. In the end, perhaps not ready to share, she stood up. "What'd be wrong with me? This meal isn't enjoyable anymore. Let's just call it a day." After speaking, Tiana turned and left. Everyone dispersed in an unhappy atmosphere. Zane let out a sigh, lost in thought. He ordered Master Tongue, who had been sitting quietly beside him, "Follow her. Don't alert her." The old man respectfully replied, "Yes." Outside, Inga the insect was leaning against a car, smoking. He said unhappily, "You've been in there for a long time." He reminded her, "Tiana, the master doesn't like you interacting with those boys. You'll bring them harm." She coldly threatened, "I've said I won't do anything to betray the master. If you dare to touch them, don't blame me for taking you down with me." Ing didn't seem angry at all. "I'm just reminding you. You should know your place." Tiana opened the car door and got into the back seat. "No need to waste your breath." Master Tongue, hiding behind a tree, had overheard their conversation. The scene changes back to the luxurious private dining room, where Zane was waiting for news. Master Tongue returned to report everything to Zane. Then they left. He nodded and said, "I know." Just then, Leo returned. He spoke up for Sean Yin. "Zane, don't take Sean Yan's words to heart. He's been going through a tough time. Since he wanted to help them, he didn't hold a grudge against his old friend and instead asked with concern, 'Don't worry, I saw that long ago. What kind of trouble has he gotten into?'" Leo sighed and then told Zane about Sean Yan's situation. Sean Yan's family and the family of our classmate Ken, who are both in the hotel business. And they've always been rivals, you know. After learning that the Jean family intended to build a chain of high-end clubs in Fengshan County, both of them went to Saidang to find young Master Jean. As a result, young Master Jean chose Ken Hu and threw Sean Yin out, saying some very harsh things. Zane sat silently listening for a moment, his face darkening as he muttered, "Young Master Jean, the Jean family." Leo continued, "I heard that next year The Hu family will use the Jin family support to acquire Sean Yan's family's hotel. Sigh. Sean Yan is under too much pressure, which is why he said those things. After hearing the whole story, Zane stood up, patted Leo on the shoulder, and promised, "All right, I know. I'll take care of this." Leo was stunned and full of surprise. "You can solve this?" Zane led Master Tung away first, waved his hand, and said, "That's right. Happy New Year." A few days later, on the first day of the year, at the Four Seas Hotel run by the Yuan family, Sean Yin stood welcoming guests. "Happy New Year." Beside him, Yuan Guanghui, Sean Yin's father, smiled warmly. "Please come in, come in. A private room is ready for you." The father and son duo, Hu Wenwei and Ken Hu, also arrived. "Old brother Yuan, Happy New Year." Yuan Guanghui kept a smile on his face. "Old brother Hu, Happy New Year." Hu Wenwei was very arrogant. As soon as he entered, he sat down and sized up the hotel. "Old brother Yin, the Four Seas Hotel is getting better and better." Guanghui replied politely. "Brother Hu, you're joking. I still have a lot to work on." Ken Hu wasn't so polite. He sneered. "Looks like you're quite self-aware. Compared to our royal hotel, this place of yours is just a public toilet." Guanghui couldn't smile anymore. He said coldly, "Brother Hu, today is New Year's Day. Let's talk after the first." "What about it?" Behind him, Sean Yin was already gritting his teeth and glaring at the kid. Wenwei was a sly fox. He smiled and refused. "Old brother Yin, I can't help it either. Young Master Jin has requested that I integrate the hotel industry in Fengshan County as soon as possible." He held up 3 fingers. "Young Master Jin has offered to buy this place for 3 million. Sean couldn't take it anymore and stood up to argue. 3 million? Our Four Seas Hotel is worth at least 20 million. Ken, who was indifferent to his reaction, he casually replied, 3 million is enough. Otherwise, who do you think would dare to go against young Master Jin and visit this rundown hotel of yours? Guanghui disagreed. His face darkened as he politely refused. The Four Seas Hotel is my life's hard work, and I have no intention of giving it up yet. Well, Wenwei didn't want to let it go. Old brother Yin, don't be ungrateful. Not wanting to get entangled with the Hu family, Guanghui called his nephew. Yin Lin, see the guests out. Yin Lin was tall and muscular. He said coldly, Mr. Hu, please. Wenwei sat still, frowning and not moving. At this moment, Mr. Shun stood up to block Yin Lin. He furiously raised his fist and charged forward. Yin Lin was punched in the face and fell heavily to the floor. Sean Yin rushed forward to help him up. Are you okay? Yin Lin's mouth was bleeding. He trembled as he said to Guanghui, Second uncle, he's a martial artist. He alone can easily wipe out our Yin family. Guanghui was extremely worried. Wenwei now stood up, cracking his knuckles. Old brother Yin, based on our years of friendship, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't put up a useless resistance. Just then, Zane walked into the hotel lobby. Uncle Yuan, I come to wish you a happy new year. Sean Yin, worried he would get caught up in this mess, immediately tried to send him away. Zane, what are you doing here? Go home. Guanghui, seeing his son's friend, felt it was inappropriate to involve outsiders in their family's troubles. He said, Zane, thank you for coming today. I appreciate the thought. Another day, I'll bring Sean Yin to your house for New Year's greetings. For now, you should go home first. Zane wasn't persuaded by the two. He smiled and negotiated. Uncle Yin, today, I'm not just here to wish you a happy new year. I also want to discuss business with you. I want to acquire the Four Seas Hotel. Ken, who frowned and stepped forward to insult him. Zane, what's a loser like you doing causing trouble? Even if you have some money from your mother's business, you can't afford a hotel. Besides, do you dare to oppose the Jin family? Guanghui was stunned. Sean thought he was causing trouble, frowned slightly. Zane, stop causing trouble. This is about the Jin family. However, he didn't leave. Instead, he stepped closer and made an attractive offer. Uncle Yin, name your price. I'll buy it unconditionally. Sean stepped forward and pulled him. Zane, please go. I'm begging you. Zane felt hurt. Sean, I'll let you name your price freely. That's sincere enough. Why are you trying to chase me away? Wenwei didn't want any unexpected trouble. He asked the martial artist from before, Mr. Shun, please escort this kid out. Mr. Shin nodded. All right, after all, this is helping young Master Jean. With that, he began to show his strength. His inner energy erupted, terrifying everyone. Shan Ying grew even more worried for his friend. Zane, do you see that? If you keep messing around, you'll lose your life. Zane didn't seem to care and instead smirked. Just a mere external realm martial artist. He raised his hand, released his inner energy, and coldly uttered a single word, scram. Taking a full blast of powerful inner energy from Zane, Mr. Shun coughed up blood and retreated. He was utterly shocked. External release of inner energy. He's a transcendent realm grandmaster. Zane put his hands in his pockets, his inner energy exploding around him, and warned, if we weren't in Uncle Yuan's hotel, you'd be dead already. Mr. Shin immediately knelt. It was I who was blind and offended a grandmaster. Please spare my life, grandmaster. Kenu was dumbfounded. What? Wenwei was furious but could do nothing. How could this be? Shan Yin was stunned and speechless. Zane, since when did you become so powerful? Zane smiled and replied, we'll talk about that later. We need to solve this matter first. Mr. Shun, though defeated, thought of the Jean family backing him and issued a warning. Even if you're powerful, it's hard to go against the Jean family. I advise you to mind your own business. Zane was indifferent and aloof. Perhaps in your eyes, the Jean family is untouchable, but in my eyes, the Jean family is just a group of ordinary people. Just then, an authoritative voice came from behind. Who dares to speak ill of my Jean family behind my back? An annoyed young man walked in. This was the eldest son of Jean Jinghua, the grandson of Jean Zhongshuan, named Jean Quaning. Seeing the newcomer, Wenwei immediately started to flatter him. Young Master Jean. Quaning didn't even look at him and ordered his subordinates. Dare to disrespect my Jean family? Seize him. As soon as his subordinates got close to Zane, they were all sent flying by the inner energy surrounding him. Suddenly, two people approached. Quaning saw them and quickly called out, Grandfather, father. He immediately pointed at Zane and tattled. Dad, this kid, he... However, Quaning's grandfather and father ignored him, walked over, and bowed to apologize to Zane. Kim Zhongshuan failed to teach his descendant well. I've come specially to apologize to Mr. Zhan. The crowd was stunned. What? Quaning was also dumbfounded at this moment. Could he be the legendary Master Zane? Zane maintained his indifferent attitude while speaking to Jean Zhongshuan. Old Master Jean, my friend Shan Yin was kicked out before and insulted. It was this young Master Jean. He immediately turned to his grandson and coldly ordered Quaning kneel. He knew he had done something foolish and immediately obeyed his grandfather, kneeling to apologize without a moment's hesitation. Mr. Zane, it was I who was blind. Please punish me, Mr. Zane. Zane didn't act. He turned his head and said to the person behind him, Sean, how he treated you back then, you can treat him the same way now. Don't worry. If he dares to seek revenge on you later, I guarantee he will regret it with his life. Quaning turned pale with fear and quickly knelt on the ground, pleading, Mr. Zane, I didn't know he was your friend. Otherwise, I would never have dared to treat him like that. Sean, seeing this, spoke up, Zane, let it go. It's all in the past. Hearing this, Zane opened his mouth to forgive him. Old Master Jean, my friend doesn't want to press the matter. I hope you won't disappoint me. Old Master Jean broke out in a cold sweat before Zane's calm demeanor. Rest assured, Master Zane, this old man will definitely handle this to your satisfaction. Immediately after, the old man turned and called out, Zhenghua, he's your son. You will administer the family punishment. House arrest. It seems Quaning did not anticipate this punishment at all. He wailed and begged, Grandfather, no. Dad, save me, please. While a servant brought a rod, Zhenghua sighed in frustration. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being arrogant and blind. The next second, without a moment's hesitation, he struck Quaning's leg hard. His painful screams alarmed everyone around. House arrest means breaking his leg. This is how a great family can stand firm in the world, inseparable from its harsh and cruel family rules. After the punishment was over, old Master Jean asked for Zane's opinion. Master Zane, is this acceptable? Zane kept a cold face. Don't let there be a next time. As if a heavy burden had just been lifted, the old man sighed in relief and bowed respectfully. Then I'll take this disgraceful mutt home. Wen Wei had been watching from the side, his face showing clear disbelief as he thought, that great tree, the Jean family, is so respectful to this kid. Qin Hu, standing behind, was also worried. What on earth is Zane's background? On the other side, Guang Hui, though trembling, still politely thanked Zane. Mr. Zane, thank you for your help. Seeing this, Zane quickly stepped forward to help him up. Uncle Yuan, don't be so polite. Based on the relationship between me and Sean, your family's business is my business. Then he slowly walked away and bid farewell to Sean Yen. All right, I should be going now. Uncle Yuan Sean, goodbye. A while later, Guang Hui remarked, Son, you're quite lucky. You made a good friend. Despite just being helped, Sean Yin was not happy at all. So from now on, we're not from the same world anymore. The scene shifts to the image of a luxury car parked in front of a house. Ing asked seriously, Big brother, is it time? Akoma's eyes glinted as he replied, Yes. Load that thing onto the car. We're leaving immediately. Insect, Akoma Ing. Just as they were about to leave, a mocking voice rang out. Trying to leave? It turned out to be the figure of Spirit Sex Lien, who had appeared to block their path. His presence immediately enraged Akoma. Lien, you've come to steal the Een maiden of my Een sect. Hearing this, Lien smirked and asserted confidently, Akoma Ing, this is clearly the spirit maiden of my spirit sect. His confident statement made Akoma erupt with power. If you want to take her, you'll have to go through us. His power, far from scaring Lien, only made him more excited. The vile aura of the Een sect's body cultivation is not worth mentioning. Lien quickly concentrated his power, creating a magic sphere in his hand. From a small sphere, he transformed it into a stone golem brimming with power. With just 1 foot, it stomped Akoma flat on the ground like an ant. Tiana, who had been fought over all this time, had long run out of patience with him. All these people treat me like a gift to be given away. It would be best if they all died. Though beaten black and blue, Akoma was still stubborn. Lien, she was discovered by our Ing family first. She is the Een maiden of the Een sect. You can't take her. While floating in the air, Lien put on a superior air and said, Considering we are from the same Een spirit sect lineage, I'll spare your lives. But if you dare to take my spirit maiden away again, don't blame me for being merciless. From a distance, Zane had observed the entire story. He crossed his arms and speculated to himself, the Een spirit sect, isn't that a cultivation sect that has lasted since the time of the Great Star? It might have treasures that I could use. From a hidden corner, Zane and Master Tung slowly walked out at the same time. As soon as he saw them, Lien asked loudly in confusion, Who are you? Meanwhile, Tiana shouted worriedly, Zane, why are you here? Run. But ignoring her fear, he calmly ordered, Let her go, and call your young sect master to come see me. Zane's cold attitude quickly put him on guard. What? You're a martial artist. Despite this, Lien stubbornly ordered the stone golem to attack. Stomp him to death. While its foot was about to crush him, Zane just slowly spoke seal. Instantly, magical circles surrounded the stone golem. The next second, its entire body gradually dissolved into thin air. Seeing that the situation didn't look good, Lien landed on the ground from above. To be able to dissipate the spiritual energy I control, what is this? Next, he reached out to grab Tiana. Come with me. Lien's aggression scared her, and she waved her hand away. No! Zane's face remained unchanged. Slash. Following his incantation, a sword appeared. lightly slashing a sweet line that Lien couldn't even react to. This astonishing scene instantly made Tiana's jaw drop in surprise. The clear expression on her face made Zane curious. Scared, after a moment of recovery, she answered without thinking, "No, I feel great. He deserved to die." In stark contrast to Tiana's glee, Zane's immense power made both Ing and Akuma surrender unconditionally. Don't kill me. We are willing to submit." Zane sternly threatened them. "You will answer what I ask. If you're not honest, you know the consequences." Seeing this, he trembled and loudly promised, "Yes, we dare not hide half a thing." It turned out that the Ing sect was founded 200 years ago by a disillusioned scholar who obtained a volume of cultivation techniques, not some ancient immortal cultivation sect. To this day, serious internal strife has split it into the Ing sect and the Spirit sect, each managed by a young sect master. Tiana Nye was born on an Ing month, Ing day, Ing hour, a pure Ing maiden recorded in the classics of the Ing Spirit sect. Both the Ing and Lien families want to offer her to their respective young sect masters. Hearing this, Zane curiously continued to ask, "What about that demonic parasite? Who implanted it?" Akuma's trembling voice rang out. "Demonic parasite? What's that?" "I don't know. I really don't know." He thought to himself, "It seems they don't know the inside story." After making his own judgment, Zane gave them 2 pills and ordered, "Eat these. Then take me to find your young sect master." Akuma was surprised to see the item, a high-grade spirit pill. He used both carrot and stick, his deep voice threatening them. "I can bestow pills upon you, and I can also kill you with a wave of my hand." "Understood." Without a moment's hesitation, Akuma quickly replied, "We understand." Yiping also quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior." While leading everyone into the gloomy forest, Akuma thoughtfully introduced, "This place is Tongjing Mountain, the home of the Ing Spirit sect." A long while later, Zane calculated in his mind, this Tongjing Mountain contains a dense spiritual energy, and within it, there's a hint of a strange aroma. Next, he glanced to the side and quickly realized something. This Tongjing Mountain holds a secret. Zane took a step and spoke to everyone up the mountain. Large boulders stood imposingly around the mountain, and even the tree branches became increasingly eerie on this mountain. Akuma was leading the way, and everyone quickly followed in the quiet atmosphere. Suddenly, Zane noticed something right in front of him. As expected, Akuma also noticed it and pointed in a direction. "This is the guard post. Further ahead is the entrance to the Ing Spirit sect." The sky had turned dark, and the moon had hung in the sky for some time. After careful observation, Zane slowly gave his assessment. The spiritual energy here is abundant, but the vile aura is also becoming denser. Upon hearing this, Tiana realized, so it's vile aura. No wonder I feel so uncomfortable right now. I really want to lash out. In a flash, he gently took her hand and transferred spiritual energy to her. With a gentle expression, Zane asked Tiana with concern, "This should be a bit better, right?" Her shy voice rang out, "Thank you so much." A while later, Akuma pointed into the distance and said, "Over there is the entrance to the Ing sect mountain. Get a little closer and you can see the cave on that wall." He worriedly explained to Zane, "Senior, although we are also members of the Ing Spirit sect, we are only responsible for gathering cultivation resources in the secular world. We've only been to this mountain gate once when we joined the sect over a decade ago. We don't know if there are any traps or mechanisms." Hearing this, Zane returned to his cold tone and replied, "It doesn't matter. Whatever traps or formations there are, I can easily break them." Everyone continued to advance under the gentle glow of the moonlight. Suddenly, the guards of the Ing sect's mountain gate rushed out in front of them. "Who are you?" Despite Akuma's gaping mouth, Zane, as if expecting it, confidently said, "I'm here to collect a debt from your incompetent young sect master." His arrogance made them furious. "What? Daring to be disrespectful to our young sect master? You're looking for death. Just as the guards finished their sentence, Zane extended his hand and struck. With just a light wave of his hand, he sent them flying, coughing up blood in pain. One guard clutched his chest and tremblingly questioned, "Who on earth are you?" Zane's eyes quickly showed impatience. "Call that waste out to see me." The next second, dark figures flew out from the insect's base. They surrounded Zane and Tiana's group in malevolent chain formation. From within the gate, a gloomy, calculating voice emerged. "You want to see me? Get past them first." This scene seemed to have scared Akuma. His face turned pale, but he still managed to warn. "Senior, this malevolent chain formation is the insect's strongest formation, specifically designed to target powerful enemies." The men of the insect charged towards Zane without a moment's hesitation. "Keep that girl, kill the rest." The Master Tongue, seeing this, his face changed with fear. "Master!" Next, the old man's body was enveloped in a dazzling light. In a flash, he stood strong, shielding Zane. Though he blocked the attack, Master Tongue was not satisfied. "Damn it, I was actually pushed back by a dozen weaklings." From behind him, Zane seriously instructed, "This grand formation can gather spiritual energy. It blocked your attack. Don't waste any more time, let me." As soon as he heard Zane would take action, Master Tongue immediately bowed his head respectfully in apology. It is this disciple's lack of skill. While slowly stepping forward, Zane still offered words of comfort. "It's not your fault. Although your strength has entered the transcendent realm, you're still no match. Learn slowly." The gloomy voice from within the insect's gate rang out again, as if to provoke him. "Just for show. If you have the skill, try breaking my grand formation." Then, Zane focused his power into his clenched fist. Heavenly Mystic Divine Fist, third form. The next second, he slammed a powerful punch into the empty space in front of him, quaking heaven and earth. This technique delivered a terrifyingly massive explosion upon the insect's formation. With just one blow, Zane annihilated all the enemies before him. The men of the insect were electrocuted and thrown backward. It seems Zane's limitless power had petrified both Akuma and Ing. What kind of power is this? Is he even human? Even Tiana couldn't have expected this scene. Zane actually has such incredible power. Despite Zane having just displayed his magic, the young master of the insect remained extremely arrogant. "Kid, you kill men for my insect. I will use you to avenge my disciples today." As expected, Zane was angered by his arrogance. "That sentence is enough for me to wipe out your entire in-spirit sect." At this moment, the sorrowful memories of his past life flooded Zane's mind. "In my past life, my biggest regret was my friends and family suffering tragic fates." The fire of resentment blazed in his heart, and Zane became even more determined. "Reborn this time, I must protect them well to make up for my past life." Tiana's eyes widened in shock, her hand covering her mouth in confusion. She thought to herself, "Zane is angry." Master Tongue, standing beside her, was equally surprised, thinking he's truly angry now. The deeper they went into the in-spirit sect mountain, the dimmer the light became in the dark cave. Vines clung tightly to the cliff walls. In the darkness of the cave, dewdrops sparkled like transparent gems carved by time. Zane's group slowly explored the cave, cautiously observing as they went. Suddenly, they saw a hazy figure ahead. In the gloomy silence, on the mossy wall, there was a stone niche filled with strange symbols, looking like a mechanism. Right below it, a fat man sat cross-legged on a stone chair. A wicked, self-satisfied smile was on his face, and he was surrounded by a mysterious purple aura. The young sect master of the Een sect rested his chin on his hand, looking at Zane's group and muttering, "After I kill you, I will use a secret technique and the Een maiden to cultivate. My strength can surpass the sect masters, and then the Een spirit sect will be mine." The young sect master of the Een sect. Tiana frowned at him, cursing in her heart. "How disgusting." Zane asked coldly, "You think you can kill me just by relying on the vile aura here?" The insect's young sect master looked at Zane with suspicion and sneered. You actually know about the vile aura? Kid, what's your background? Zane coldly replied, You don't need to know. I ask you, did you implant the demonic parasite in Tiana? The insect's young sect master asked back, confused. Demonic parasite? He closed his eyes in annoyance, his brows furrowed tightly. So it wasn't you either. Quick as a flash, Zane's heaven-slaying sword swept past the insect's young sect master. He quickly raised his hand to block, blood spewing from his arm. Zane gritted his teeth. Then you can die. But then, the scene before him left him utterly astonished. The insect's young sect master frowned in anger, his face covered in sweat. His injured arm went limp, the flesh twisting and contorting as if a new arm was about to grow. Zane asked in surprise, Your arm can heal itself? He calmly continued, You've cultivated a Tao body. No, it's not a Tao body. The young sect master of the Een sect was smug, his smile reaching his ears. Kid, now you see how powerful I am. You can't kill me. Obediently submit to me. Hand over your secrets, and I might spare your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Zane drew his sword again and slashed towards him. Again, the young sect master of the Een sect quickly stood up, channeling his internal energy to block Zane's sword. He smiled smugly with narrowed eyes. Vile aura body protection. He was furious, his eyes like burning coals. Zane waved his hand, continuing to control the heaven-slaying sword to charge at the Een sect's young sect master. Go! Zane's heart was filled with doubt. What kind of vile aura can block the heaven-slaying sword? The heaven-slaying sword whizzed towards the young sect master of the Een sect, his eyes filled with arrogance. He quickly dodged to the side, and it plunged deep into the wall behind him. Tiana stood behind Zane, observing her surroundings. Suddenly, her eyes widened in terror, and she screamed, Oh my God! In a dark corner of the cave, countless skeletons lay piled on top of each other, all surrounded by a strange layer of light. She confirmed, This is the source of the vile aura. Hearing these words, the young sect master of the Een sect was extremely surprised. He didn't expect his secret to be discovered so quickly. Tiana stammered in fear. These people. At this moment, she saw a rifle placed neatly on a cold stone slab in a corner of the cliff. Tiana became even more certain. It was a military unit. The Een sect's young sect master gave a smug smile, his eyes red as if on fire. He said excitedly, That's right. Only these strong, self-sacrificing, and unyielding soldiers could release so much vile aura after death. Tiana gently told Zane, I heard that year there was a troop of over 1,000 soldiers who set out for the front lines and then went missing. They were determined to have sacrificed gloriously for the country. It turns out their bones are here. At this, his face darkened, his eyes turning cold. They couldn't go to the front lines, but instead became vengeful spirits, which is why such a fierce vile aura was born. The Een sect's young sect master smugly said, These strong men were useless when they were alive. Their deaths have perfected me. It's just a pity that too few died. Otherwise, my vile aura body tempering divine art could be cultivated to the highest level. Zane frowned in anger and said coldly, You deserve to die. Suddenly, the Een sect's young sect master puffed out his cheeks, puckered his lips, and took a deep breath with all his might, as if trying to suck all the surrounding air into his body. His body suddenly tensed, slowly growing larger. His arrogant eyes looked at Zane with contempt. I admit you're a bit tough, but with this intense vile aura, I am an invincible existence. Zane glared with contempt, quickly unleashing his spiritual power. A small fireball appeared in his hand. Zane's voice was icy. Invincible? In front of me, you're not even an ant. In the dark space, Zane's eyes were sharp, exuding a decisive aura. A fiery light erupted from his chest, forming a formation. He put 2 fingers together in front of his chest and uttered each word. Samadhi, true fire, activate formation. Immediately after, A blazing red flame erupted violently, rolling towards the insect's young sect master. He arrogantly unleashed his power, laughing ferociously. The laughter echoed, shaking the space. Ha ha! My body is impervious to water and fire. You think you can kill me with this childish trick? Dream on. As soon as the insect's young sect master finished speaking, a flame latched onto his shoulder, slowly burning his flesh. The insect's young sect master broke out in a cold sweat, screaming in terror. What's happening? This fire can actually harm me. The flame grew increasingly intense, as if wanting to swallow him whole. The insect's young sect master couldn't stop asking, "What kind of fire is this? Why can't I put out?" He screamed in pain, begging for mercy. "It hurts. Spare me. Spare me. I was wrong," Zane coldly said. "Look at the remains of the heroic souls behind you. Who could possibly save you?" The young sect master of the insect was engulfed in a sea of flames. He struggled in fear, constantly begging for help. "I was wrong. Master, spare my life. I know I was wrong. Sect master, save me." The flames burned away the young sect master of the insect's body, revealing his true form, an innate spiritual wood. Zane picked it up, calculating in his mind. This is a top-grade material for refining elixirs and magical artifacts. With this, I can cultivate the wood body of the primordial immortal body. Suddenly, in the quiet atmosphere, the sound of light footsteps was heard. Master Tung and Tiana were both startled and turned towards the source of the sound. The evening sect master stood in the cave, having appeared at some point. He had a majestic and imposing figure, his hands clasped behind his back as he looked down on Zane's group. "Leave my cauldron behind, and you can all leave as you please." Zane indifferently asked him, "You are the sect master of the Een Spirit sect. Did you plant the demonic parasite in my friend?" The evening sect master's face was cold, and he arrogantly uttered harsh words. "To be my cauldron, to witness me achieve the great Tao, is her honor." Zane calmly replied, "Then to be killed by me is your honor." The evening sect master laughed mockingly, his contemptuous laughter echoing throughout the dark cave. "Ah!" He narrowed his eyes in contempt, spiritual energy roiling and rising from his entire body. "My Jade Maiden art has been cultivated to the realm of yin-yang harmony. Once I absorb the demonic parasite within her, I can become the first divine realm expert in the last 100 years. You think you can kill me just by yourself?" Zane also quickly erupted with spiritual power, his entire body seeming to glow. He replied coolly, "It's just a little more effort. Why couldn't I kill you?" The corner of the Een Spirit sect master's lips twitched slightly. He gave a smile filled with dangerous mockery. "Is that so?" The evening sect master charged at Zane as fast as lightning. "Then let me see what you're capable of." Tiana was so scared her mouth hung open. Master Tung was also startled by the Een Spirit sect master's action. He thought to himself, "I can't even see his movements clearly. His cultivation is terrifying." Zane snorted coldly, instantly raising his fist to counter. Trash. Zane's powerful fist struck the Een Spirit sect master directly. Spiritual energy surged like a torrent, tearing through space and sending him flying. The evening sect master was terrified, looking at his enemy with full guard. "Who on earth are you?" Zane sneered. "A dead man doesn't need to know." Then, his entire body erupted with spiritual light, his pressure unceasing. Heavenly Mystic Divine Fist, first form, mountain-shattering fist. The evening sect master also quickly erupted with spiritual power, unleashing his ultimate move. In malevolent body protection, heaven's sundering hand. Two powerful streams of spiritual energy collided, tearing through the void and creating earth-shattering sounds. Zane continuously launched powerful punches. He looked at the Een Spirit sect master with a dangerous, demonic gaze. "You still haven't died. On the contrary, let me get some practice in." The evening sect master gritted his teeth in anger, veins popping on his face. he swore loudly, "If I don't kill you today, I'm not a man." Then, the Een Spirit Sect Master pointed 2 fingers straight ahead, and spiritual energy surged from his body. He continued to unleash his move. His spiritual power erupted violently, his entire body emitting a blinding halo. Seal the world. Soon, the entire cave was covered in a thin layer of ice. The layers of ice slowly enveloped Zane's feet, showing no signs of stopping. Akuma was terrified, sweating profusely. He asked in a panic, "What is this?" Tiana was scared and worried. "What should we do? Are we going to freeze to death?" Master Tung's eyes were as sharp as lightning. All his spiritual energy gathered in his fist. A punch was thrown out like a thunderclap. The layer of ice in front of him was shattered into pieces. But the layers of ice continued to spread. It quickly clung to his legs and rapidly advanced to the unfrozen areas. Zane stood motionless and cold, letting the ice almost freeze his body solid. Master Tung was worried. "This won't do. The ice is still spreading." The Een Spirit Sect Master continued to unleash his power, streams of cold spiritual energy surrounding Zane. He was overjoyed and gloated. "You are very strong, but still not strong enough to resist my magic." Zane coldly replied, "You dare call this mere trick a spell?" Immediately after, he raised both hands, gathering spiritual energy and unleashing his move. "Behold my world-sealing ice." Instantly, sharp ice mountains appeared. They surrounded the Een Spirit Sect Master. He was terrified, his face turning red then white, unable to believe his eyes. How is this possible? The Een Sect Master was so scared he was sweating profusely, not believing what was happening. "Why is your magic so powerful? This is impossible." Suddenly, he trembled and pulled out a small sphere. Inside the sphere were 5 spiritual energies of different colors: red, purple, white, yellow, and black, representing the 5 elements. If that's the case, looking at the small sphere, Zane frowned in fear and thought to himself, "Not good." He turned back urgently and shouted, "Go! Go quickly!" The Een Spirit Sect Master quickly raised the sect-guarding Grand Formation Sphere to deploy the formation. The sphere emitted a powerful source of spiritual energy, and 5 colored streams of light shot out from within. He said coldly, "Too late." The 5 streams of light intertwined, and the surging spiritual energy created an incredibly terrifying power, as if it could turn the universe. At this moment, the Een Spirit Sect Master's entire body was frozen, except for his ferocious face and crazed eyes. He laughed madly and declared, "Today, I will use the Een Spirit Sect's sect-guarding Grand Formation to perish together with you." Immediately after, a massive energy explosion erupted. 5 blinding streams of spiritual energy intertwined and swirled, dust and smoke filling the air, creating an incredibly chaotic scene. At this moment, outside the mountain, powerful rays of light shot through the cracks. Layers of rock and soil were crushed and shattered, and streams of tyrannical spiritual energy erupted from the mountain's mouth. The young sect master of the Spirit Sect stood outside, watching the battle intently. He muttered, "The sect master actually self-destructed the sect-guarding Grand Formation. It seems that kid's strength is far beyond imagination." Luckily, I've been watching from the shadows and didn't rush in. Otherwise, I would have been buried in there too. Suddenly, he gave a smug smile. Hee, so the Een Spirit Sect is mine now. I'll go consolidate my forces first, then I'll wipe out all of that kid's people as a form of revenge for the sect master. At this point, the mountain had been shattered into thousands of pieces. The rubble suddenly trembled slightly. A thin hand reached up from amidst the rubble. Master Tung, with his hair disheveled and covered in dust, struggled to climb out of the rubble. Then he quickly ran to Zane's group. "Master, are you okay?" Akuma and Ing were sent flying by the force of the explosion. Their bodies hit the ground hard, and they passed out from the dizziness. Zane used his body to protect Tiana. He endured the pain, his whole body trembling as he sat up. Zane immediately instructed Master Tongue. Tiana just fainted. Help me find a safe cave. Protect me. I need to immediately go into seclusion to heal. He clasped his hands and accepted the order, quickly leaving. Yes, this disciple thanks Master for saving my life. Over half a month later, in a place blessed by heaven and earth, sunlight filtered through the dense canopy of trees. Zane sat in the cave, eyes closed in meditation, hands forming a seal in front of his chest. Spiritual energy surrounded his body, flowing through each meridian, passing through each acupoint, and seeping into the wounds on his body. Tiana and Master Tongue stood guard outside, ensuring Zane's safety. She asked worriedly, Taoist Master, when will Zane wake up? The old man was extremely anxious in his heart and slowly replied, I have never seen the Master so heavily injured. I don't know either. At the same time, in the outskirts of Fengyang, the young sect master of the spirit sect stood in a large room, looking at the two girls in front of him, and said with a vile voice, You two beauties, don't be afraid. Actually, losing your innocence is a kind of pleasure. In a little while, I'll have a lot of fun with you. Helena and Vanessa were tied up, their mouths gagged with a dirty cloth, unable to cry for help. They both looked at him with eyes full of hatred. The young sect master of the spirit sect just kept laughing. At this moment, the scene changes to the cave where Zane was healing. The sky was still clear, and the bright yellow sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a sense of peace. After many days of waiting, Zane finally spoke. Master Tongue, how many days have passed? Tiana was overjoyed. Zane, you're awake. Master Tongue's expression also relaxed. He replied happily, Master, it's been half a month. Zane calmly continued. Thanks to the tri-leaf crimson fruit and the spiritual wood, not only was I able to heal my injuries in a short time, but I also made a breakthrough in my cultivation. The jade body protection pendant that Zane had given Vanessa before shattered. He was terrified, his eyes wide and vacant. Something's happened to Vanessa. Zane hurriedly used his speed technique, leaping into the air and flying like the wind to save Vanessa. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give instructions. You take Tiana back. I have an urgent matter and must leave first. At this moment, on Vanessa's side, the jade ring fell to the ground and shattered. From the break, thin wisps of smoke curled up, slowly spreading in the quiet space. The young sect master of the spirit sect was in a defensive stance. He looked at the shattered jade on the ground, astonished. I never expected an ordinary person to have such a powerful, protective, magical artifact. Helena and Vanessa struggled continuously, glaring at him with hatred. Vanessa thought to herself, no wonder Zane always told me to wear that jade ring. It actually blocked this pervert for half an hour. The young sect master of the spirit sect frowned slightly, a smug look on his face. He gave a lewd smile. But now, I see no one can come to your rescue. Helena fought back, kicking at him, her resentful eyes wanting to burn him to a crisp. Her mouth was gagged, wishing she could curse him. MMPH. The young sect master of the spirit sect quickly grabbed Helena's leg. He laughed lewdly. Little beauty, don't worry, one by one. Then, he loomed over Vanessa, his lecherous face sporting a perverted smile. Let's start with you. Don't be afraid, it will be very fun. Vanessa struggled with all her might, her gagged mouth constantly making sounds. MMPH. MMPH. She struggled relentlessly, tears of sorrow and hatred welling up in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, a sword whizzed towards the young sect master of the spirit sect. He quickly dodged, narrowly escaping the deadly blade. The young sect master of the spirit sect's face was furious, veins popping. He shouted, Who dares to attack me? Seeing the person in front of him, he was extremely surprised, his eyes wide, not believing what he saw. Zane stood coldly in front of Helena and Vanessa, the heaven-slaying sword returning to its master. The young sect master of the spirit sect stammered in fear. It's you. Seeing Zane was like seeing a lifeline. Helena felt a sense of relief, while Vanessa was overjoyed, tears streaming down her face like a pear blossom in the rain. Zane was furious. Fire shot from his eyes, as if to burn the despicable man in front of him to ashes. He gritted out each word. "I will make you completely erased from this world." The young sect master of the spirit sect looked at Zane with contempt. A hero saving the damsel. Huh? Kid, you. Before he could finish his sentence, Zane's heaven-slaying sword swept past him like a cold wind. His arm fell to the ground before he could even feel the pain. Zane coldly shouted, "Shut up. The dead don't need to speak." The heaven-slaying sword once again slashed off the young sect master of the spirit sect's other arm, which immediately fell to the ground. His face was drained of blood, and he continuously begged, "Ah." The heaven-slaying sword continued to fly towards the young sect master of the spirit sect, who begged in despair, "Spare me." Then Zane ran over to untie Vanessa. He slowly helped her up and gently comforted her. "Vanessa, you've suffered." She hugged Zane and sobbed, as if to release all the grievances from the past few miserable days. "Sobi, Sobi, Sobi." Zane looked at her with sorrow, remaining silent, letting Vanessa release the resentment in her heart. Helena stood silently and sadly, watching the two of them. Waiting for Vanessa to gradually calm down, Zane gently encouraged, "Vanessa, Helena, don't be sad anymore." The anger in his heart flared up fiercely. Zane promised, "Watch me help you two vent your anger." Next, at the Een Spirit sect, the sound of rushed footsteps echoed as people ran to stop the illegal intruder. Zane leisurely led Helena and Vanessa into the Een Spirit sect. The disciples hurriedly rushed to block them. "Who are you? Stop!" Zane's face was as cold as ice. He coldly drew his heaven-slaying sword to fight. The heaven-slaying sword danced and twisted around the Een Spirit sect disciples, fresh blood splashing everywhere. They screamed in terror, "You! This is—" The entire Een sect was in a violent uproar. Shouts echoed everywhere. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Very quickly, all the disciples gathered, forming a defensive formation to block Zane's group at the entrance, preventing them from advancing deeper inside. The disciples of the Een sect were furious, their faces ferocious, their eyes filled with killing intent. They aggressively shouted, "Who are you? I'm warning you. This is the territory of the Een sect. Our Een sect is not a place you can mess with." Zane stood in front of Helena and Vanessa, his face cold and impassive as he looked at the crowd. "You're all too noisy." Immediately after, Zane unleashed his fighting move. Violent spiritual energy roiled on his fist. Heavenly Mystic Divine Fist, third form. A single, heaven-sent blow dealt with all the Een Spirit sect disciples, quaking heaven and earth. Helena and Vanessa were shocked, their eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to speak. Zane still stood there, his fist raised with all his might towards the Een Spirit sect disciples, his cold eyes watching them fall one by one. By the time they returned home, it was late at night. The crescent moon cast a dim light in the quiet night, a stark contrast to the anxiety of those waiting for news of Helena and Vanessa. Seeing their group, everyone was overjoyed. Zane's mother happily said, "Zane is back." Seeing him, Tanya was extremely surprised. "You saved them." She then hugged Helena tightly and sobbed, "Miss, I was useless. I couldn't protect you." Helena gently patted Tanya's head and comforted her. "It's okay now. Don't cry anymore. You did great." Uncle Jean was stunned and kept asking Zane, "What about those kidnappers? They threatened us not to report to the police, saying it would be useless. How did you manage to save them?" Zane's eyes sharpened, a dangerous glint appearing. He said seriously, "Don't worry anymore. Those people are all dead." Zane's mother looked at him with a complicated expression. She asked question after question. "All dead? Who killed them?" He calmly replied, "Me." At this moment, his anger erupted. His spiritual energy seemed to lose control and burst forth violently. He gritted his teeth and growled each word. My only regret is not killing enough. If I kill enough, no one will dare to touch my family and friends anymore. Zane's eyes were fierce and crazed. He defiantly declared, I want everyone to know what happens when you touch the family and friends of Zane. Zane's parents were stunned, speechless, unable to believe the person standing before them was their son. Zane's father softly called, Zane. Hearing his father's call, he snapped out of his rage, realizing he had scared his parents. Zane immediately changed his attitude, stammering an explanation. It was all Master Tongue. He taught me this style of doing things. Yes, it was Master Tongue. At the same time, Master Tongue, being wrongly blamed, sneezed nonstop. Then, Zane took 3 green jade pendants from his leather pouch. Dad, Vanessa, Helena, one for each of you. A personal jade pendant. Uncle Jean held up the jade piece to examine it and asked curiously, what does this little toy do? Is it a good luck charm? Zane's mother turned to glare at her husband and muttered, Just wear it if he tells you to. Uncle Jean quickly interrupted, I'll wear it. I'll wear it. I'll definitely wear it. Afterwards, Zane returned to the small courtyard in Saitang City. At this moment, in a large room, Zane sat solemnly on a chair, with Master Tongue standing majestically beside him. Helena humbly knelt before him, pleading. Zane calmly looked at her. Then he made a decision. Stand up. I agree to accept you as my disciple. He glanced at the person standing next to him and continued. From today on, Master Tongue is your senior brother. Helena was overjoyed. Following Zane's words, she immediately stood up and thanked him. Thank you, Master. Afterwards, Helena went to bow to Master Tongue. Greetings, senior brother. He quickly helped her up. Junior sister, no need for formalities. Master Tongue thought to himself, who knows, one day junior sister might become the master's wife. I must not be disrespectful. Zane rested his chin on his hand, thoughtfully looking at his new disciple. What cultivation technique should I teach Helena now? After that, Helena diligently practiced the cultivation technique without rest. She progressed rapidly in just 3 days. Tanya and Zane stood by, observing Helena. He pondered, I had Helena build her foundation with the 7 sacred arts of the Jade Pond. She has progressed very quickly. Within 3 days, she has reached. But very quickly, Zane noticed something unusual. However, her cultivation speed is abnormally fast. There might be something wrong. He immediately placed his hand on Helena's forehead, using his spiritual energy to probe her constitution. Suddenly, Helena's spiritual energy surged violently. The roiling spiritual energy intertwined and manifested the image of a blazing red phoenix. Tanya's eyes widened in stunned surprise. What is that? Zane's eyes and smile both showed joy. So that's it. She possesses the heavenly phoenix bloodline. Helena was still meditating and cultivating, oblivious to what was happening outside. Tanya asked Zane, confused, What is the heavenly phoenix bloodline? Will my lady be in danger? He happily explained, Not at all. This is an excellent constitution for cultivation. Zane gently looked at Helena, determined in his heart to fulfill his promise. When I leave this planet, I will lead you on the path of cultivation to eternal life. Sometime later, at the school's anniversary celebration, the lights shone brightly throughout the hall. The sounds of cheering and excitement made the atmosphere even more lively. Seeing Zane at the door, Wayne immediately jumped up, waved his hand, and hissed, Over here, Zane! He quickly walked towards Wayne, who immediately complained, Why are you only just arriving? The celebration is already halfway over. Zane casually replied, Well, I'm here now, aren't I? On stage, the host introduced the next performance. Next, please welcome Naya Morong from Class 3 and Hayden Hua from Class 5. In an instant, the whole auditorium erupted. The stands exploded with cheers. After waiting so long, my goddess Naya Morong is finally on stage. Hayden, my marriage proposal. All eyes turned towards the side of the stage. The curtain trembled slightly as the two of them prepared to step out. Hayden sat down at the piano, and Naya, like a fairy, twirled in a graceful dance. The entire hall seemed to hold its breath, mesmerized by Naya's fluid dance moves. Each of her movements seemed to blend with the music, soft yet decisive, gentle yet full of inner strength. Her face was melancholic, her eyes sorrowful, the dance like a wordless story. Zayn followed Naya's every move, delighted in his heart. It's a joy to be able to watch her dance once again. A while later, the performance ended, and the audience erupted once more like a beehive. Excited cheers rang out. So beautiful. Naya, 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 Naya. Zayn thought, ever since I killed the golden crocodile at Spirit Marshall Mountain, I haven't seen her again. It's less trouble not to see her now. He then immediately got up from his seat, turned to leave, and didn't forget to tell Wayne, I'm going to the restroom for a bit. Naya, standing on stage, noticed a familiar figure and called out loudly, Zayn. Next, Naya ran like the wind towards Zayn. In a flash, she threw herself into his arms and hugged him, saying, I thought I would never see you again. The scene was like a bolt from the blue. Everyone's mouths hung open in shock, and they started whispering. Isn't Naya Morong supposed to be the cold goddess? Where's the aloofness? Where's the shyness? The goddess has fallen into someone else's arms. It's heartbreaking. Wayne was surprised, not thinking Naya would dare to do that in front of everyone. She's so bold. Kayla was equally shocked. She cursed silently in her heart. Is there something wrong with Naya's brain? Liking someone like him? Naya held on to Zayn and wouldn't let go. He gently comforted her. All right, I'm standing right here, aren't I? Naya let go of Zayn and complained. That's right. Why couldn't I reach your phone? Zayn gently replied. That's right, but I have her number saved and will proactively add you on WeChat. Naya's face lit up, and she looked at Zayn with anticipation. All right, then I'll wait for your message. The ceremony ended, and Zayn went home. Under the dim moonlight, he walked slowly on the deserted and quiet late-night road. Zayn noticed Kayla had been following him for a while. He stopped and asked, Why are you following me? Kayla approached Zayn and loudly questioned, I don't know what trick you used to deceive Naya, but stay away from her. You're not worthy of her at all. Zayn was displeased and looked at her with contempt, asking annoyed, Is that so? Then tell me, in what way am I not worthy of her? Zayn stood there coldly, waiting for Kayla's answer. She loudly criticized, I know you're good at fighting, and you have some connections to take over your mother's office in the future. But even so, you're not worthy of Naya. Zayn's face showed clear contempt, and he laughed scornfully. Haha, Kayla, you're so naive. The background and status you care about are worthless in my eyes. Kayla's face turned pale at Zayn's dismissive words. The wealth and status you see before you are like garbage to me. He frowned in annoyance and warned her, Don't use your short-sighted eyes to judge me. He smirked slightly, uttered a sarcastic remark, then turned and walked away. You think the values of a mortal and a god are the same? Ridiculous. Kayla stood frozen, her face pale, a stream of silent curses flowing in her heart. You want to be a god? You'll regret it one day if you keep pretending like this. 3 p.m. the next day, at the Vientiane Hotel. Belle explained the situation to Zayn. Master Zayn, I heard there will be a magical artifact in this charity auction. I believe you will be interested. He nodded in agreement. I'll leave after seeing the magical artifact. By now, the guests had arrived in droves. The sounds of greetings and cheerful chatter echoed throughout the hotel lobby. A moment later, Yuan Hao led a group of people into the hotel. Tully's eyes widened with excitement. Wow, thanks to Brother Hao, we can come in here and broaden our horizons. Tian looked around with interest and praised. This hall is really high class. Suddenly, she froze, unable to believe her eyes, and exclaimed, Look, isn't that Zayn? Why is he here too? Yuan Hao stared at Zayn, gritting his teeth in anger, his heart full of suspicion. How could he be here? Is it because of the people he knows? Naya also appeared at the party. Today, She wore a lovely pink dress, dotted with small purple flowers. She looked like an adorable little princess. As soon as she walked in, she saw Yuan Hao and greeted him. "Hi, you're here too?" Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a familiar figure. Naya's eyes lit up as she called out loudly, "Zane!" Then she happily and eagerly ran over to greet him. "Zane, you're here too." Zane smiled back. "A friend invited me to see something. Do you want to come with me?" A tall man appeared at the threshold, his face cold and expressionless, his eyes sharp. His appearance caused a stir throughout the hall. "Look, isn't that Ethan Yi? Didn't Ethan Yi go to military academy? Why is he suddenly back?" Tian quickly caught on to the gossip. "You don't know? Young Master Yi joined a special ace force and is now back home for a visit." Tully crossed her arms, her face smug, happy to see Zane about to face trouble. Young Master Yi is back. Someone's about to be unlucky. Ethan saw the girl of his dreams. His face immediately softened, his eyes filled with adoration, and he softly called her name, Naya. Seeing Zane, Ethan immediately questioned him. "Kid, who are you?" The malicious Tully shouted from afar. "Young Master Yi, he's Zane, the one Naya willingly ran into the arms of at the school anniversary." Hearing this, Ethan's expression immediately changed, and he roared, "What?" Ethan was furious, his icy gaze sweeping over Zane. He gritted his teeth and cursed. "What the hell are you? You even dare to touch my Ethan Ye's woman. Who gave you the guts?" Naya was annoyed and quickly retorted. "Ethan Yi, I'm warning you not to be ridiculous. Since when did I become yours? Have you no shame?" Zane was calm, his face cold as he looked at the madman before him. He said to Naya, but every word was aimed at Ethan, "Naya, let's go over there. There's a dog barking too loudly here." Ethan choked with anger, his eyes blazing as he sneered, "Loser, all you know is how to hide behind a woman." Zane smirked mockingly. "That's hilarious. The fact that you don't even have a woman willing to protect you proves you're even worse than a loser." Ethan was so angry his face turned red. He was so enraged he raised his fist. "You dare to humiliate me like that? Are you looking for death?" Zane looked straight at him, his eyes glinting dangerously, and uttered a single word, "Scram." Without needing to say anything more, this one word, like a cold blade, showed Zane's temperament. Ethan froze, a look of fear on his face. He was terrified in his heart. How was this possible? He's clearly so weak a gust of wind could blow him over. Why does he have such a powerful and dangerous aura? At this moment, Zane calmly extended his hand and called, "Naya, let's go." Ethan, like a madman, immediately drew a gun and aimed it at Zane. "Stop!" The entire hall was in an uproar. People screamed in terror. "He has a gun. Something's going to happen." Zane remained silent, trying to suppress his anger. Naya shouted angrily, "Ethan Yi, are you crazy?" He seemed to have lost his mind, his eyes sharp and cold as ice. His teeth clenched as he threatened, "I want to see if he's more powerful than a bullet." Zane still said nothing, his eyes emotionless as he looked at him, calculating in his head. "As long as he dares to shoot, I'll kill him directly. You dare to threaten me? Do I, a cultivator, not have any face?" Bell bravely stepped out from the crowd, unflinchingly shouting straight at the gunman. "Ethan Yi, put the gun away, then get out of here." Ethan turned to where the shout came from. Seeing Bell, he immediately lost his nerve. "Jean, Bell Jean, my Yi family is not as powerful as the Jean family. I can't afford to offend her." Bell frowned in anger. "Mr. Zane is a distinguished guest I invited. You dare to point a weapon at him? Does your Yi family want to start an all-out war with my Jianya Jean family?" As soon as she finished speaking, the entire hall became noisy again. People started whispering among themselves. Bell Jean actually escalated the situation to the point of a full-scale war between two major families. What is that kid's background? Ethan still held the gun firmly in his hand. Although he knew he couldn't beat the Jean family, he still had his pride. Bell Jean, for your sake today, I'll spare this kid for now." He turned to leave in a huff, not forgetting to glare a warning at Zane. "If you're still entangled with Naya, I'll definitely make you wish you were dead." Ethan stormed out from the middle of the crowd, shouting irritably, "Get out of the way!" Tully stood silently watching Zane, her eyes full of contempt, sneering in her heart. "Zane, the Jean family's backing isn't your own strength. Once the Jean family abandons you, you'll be worthless." Belle gently approached Zane and Naya. She politely said, "Mr. Zane, please take a seat in the VIP section at the front." Zane's cold gaze fixed on Belle. He was angry, his voice low and full of warning. "Don't try to scheme in front of me again. If there's a next time, don't blame me for not showing you any courtesy." Belle's face turned pale. She quickly bowed in apology. "Mr. Zane, please forgive me." Her heart was in turmoil. He knew I was actually protecting Ethan. Belle trembled, not daring to look up. Zane turned and walked away. He called for Naya to go with him. "Let's go to the front." She immediately agreed, striding after him. "Okay." Suddenly, a middle-aged man from behind strode after the two of them. Though his face bore the marks of time, he was still very handsome. His deep, warm voice softly called, "Naya, come here with Dad." The whole hall suddenly became noisy, and people were surprised. Whispers spread. "White Horse Cade Murong. He's here too. That girl turns out to be Cade Murong's daughter. He's a great hero in the South." Belle quickly approached, smiling and bowing to greet Cade Murong. "Hello, Mr. Murong." He quickly reached out to help her up and said gently, "Miss Jean, no need for formalities." Naya's cheeks flushed red. She shyly glanced at Zane and introduced him awkwardly. "Zane, this is my father." He calmly looked at the man in front of him, his composed gaze sweeping over him. He politely greeted, "Hello." Cade Murong's face was stern. His deep eyes seemed to want to bore into Zane. He gently advised, "Young man, you are very good and have a lot of character, but you shouldn't be too arrogant." Cade Murong once again called his daughter. "Naya, come over here with your father." Naya looked at Zane shyly. She gave a bright smile to dispel the awkward atmosphere. She explained awkwardly, "Zane, my father's actually a pretty good person. Don't mind him too much." Zane just smiled, nodded and replied, "It's fine, you can go." Naya walked toward her father. Before leaving, she didn't forget to wave goodbye to Zane. "Let's talk again later." Zane watched Cade Murong's retreating back. His smiling face suddenly darkened, the smile vanishing as if blown away by the wind. His eyes turned sharp and cold. He thought with contempt, "He calls me arrogant? If it weren't for Naya's sake, you wouldn't even be qualified to ask me to respond." After that, Zane went to the auction. At this moment, the female auctioneer stepped onto the stage with a confident and professional air. She wore an elegant cheongsam, bowed to the audience below, a graceful smile always on her lips. She spoke gently, "Distinguished guests, thank you for your patience. The charity auction now officially begins." One item after another was brought out. Next, another model walked out from behind the curtain, her gait graceful and confident. In her hands was the auction item, placed neatly on a wooden tray. The auctioneer quickly continued her introduction. The next auction item is said to be a peerless treasure of an immortal from ancient times. Zane sat upright and serious, his eyes intently following the auction. Suddenly, he smelled a familiar scent. This familiar, long-lost aura. He leaned forward to carefully observe the auction item. Inside the ancient wooden tray was a light pink silk cloth. On the cloth were white, softly curving patterns. At first glance, it looked simple, but it was extremely exquisite, seeming to exude a light, fresh fragrance. Zane frowned slightly, his eyes filled with stunned shock. In his mind, he realized many things. That's Luo Li's handkerchief. It has the aura of the top-tier cultivation technique of the Xiandao sect, the heavenly mystic Dao art. The female auctioneer smiled faintly, her voice clear and captivating. The starting price for this divine relic is 100,000. Each bid must be no less than 10,000. Bidding now begins. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire hall suddenly became lively. Hands were raised high, and the sound of bids rang out rapidly. 150,000, 180,000. 200,000. Zayn also joined in the fun, determined to win this item. Zayn raised his hand and offered an unbelievable price. 10 million. As soon as Zayn made his bid, the entire hall immediately erupted in noise. People started whispering among themselves, 10 million. Is this kid crazy? It's just a handkerchief. Yuan Hao was just like everyone else, his face aghast, speechless. Tian also screamed in shock. Did I hear that right? Zayn bid 10 million. Does he have that much money? Zayn ignored the whispers, his expression serious. He frowned slightly, his determined gaze fixed forward without a hint of wavering. He resolved, the relic left behind by my junior sister. To me, it is priceless. I must have it, no matter the cost. The female auctioneer's eyes lit up with joy when she saw the big spender arrive, a smile she couldn't hide on her lips. Without a moment's hesitation, she quickly closed the bid. This gentleman bids 10 million. 10 million going once. 10 million going twice. 10 million sold. Very quickly, the female auctioneer pointed towards Zayn. Congratulations to this gentleman. This fairy's handkerchief is now yours. By the time Zayn got home, it was late at night. In the peaceful scene, the moon hung lazily in the dark sky, casting a faint light over the entire villa. The warm yellow light from inside made the villa look even more luxurious. Inside the living room, Zayn sat quietly on the sofa, his face pensive, his hand clutching the handkerchief as if holding onto an important memory. He murmured, "Little junior sister." Zayn stared at the handkerchief without blinking, a myriad of thoughts in his mind. This handkerchief has a history of at least 1,000 years. Could it be that junior sister was reincarnated into ancient times? Zayn recalled his past life when he and his junior sister were fighting in a formation, a bronze stone coffin sealed by countless nine-legged, three-footed cauldrons of the forbidden land of the immortals, the eye of the universe. Later, Zayn and Luo Li quickly approached the bronze stone coffin. It was hundreds of times larger than them. The bronze stone coffin was carved with strange patterns and bound by huge chains. Luo Li asked in surprise, "This is..." Zayn's face paled, his curious eyes scanning every nook and cranny of the bronze coffin. What is suppressed inside this stone coffin? Suddenly, the chains began to crack and then gradually shattered. The lid of the bronze stone coffin was pushed open by a giant, purple-green hand, as if heralding the imminent rise of a terrifying demon. Realizing the imminent and terrifying threat, Luo Li quickly pushed Zayn out of the danger zone. Not good. Senior brother, go quickly. Her eyes were sad as she looked towards Zayn. Her eyes were filled with tears, whether from the sorrow of parting with this life or the joy of saving someone important in her life. She softly said, "Senior." Before Luo Li could finish her sentence, her entire body collapsed, her eyes shut tight. Wisps of seemingly harmless white smoke coiled around Luo Li like strange figures draining her life force. Luo Li showed no signs of life. She fell to the ground, and Zayn cried out in despair, "Little junior sister." Returning to the present, Zayn sat with his head in his hands, lost in thought. Tens of thousands of questions appeared in his mind. The nine-legged, three-footed cauldron, the bronze stone coffin, the giant hand. What kind of existence were they all? Why was that place called the forbidden land of immortals, the eye of the universe? Could the eye of the universe be related to the most mysterious rules of time? His hands were tightly clasped, his brows slightly furrowed. Deep in thought, I must quickly increase my strength and investigate other clues that junior sister might have left behind. Then, the ringing of his phone broke his train of thought. He quickly answered it. "Hello." On the other end of the line, Vanessa anxiously reported the situation. "Zayn, the Van family sent a martial artist to cause trouble for no reason at the Lanqing Hotel, which is under Manhwa's umbrella. We can't get rid of him. Can you ask Taoist Master Zhen to help?" Zayn calmly reassured her. "All right, I know. You guys calm down. Wait for me to get there, and we'll talk." He immediately hung up, his face contorted in frustration, cursing in his heart. If the Van family wants to do this, I don't mind sending them on their way. At this moment, in Janya District, at the Launching Hotel, the sparkling lights cast a warm yellow glow, enhancing the luxurious beauty of the hotel. At the hotel restaurant, the martial artist Nathaniel Gong was sitting with his arms crossed and his legs propped up on the table. His rugged face was marked by an ugly scar running across the bridge of his nose. He raised an eyebrow and said, "There was a fly in your food. You haven't explained it and are ignoring me. What's the meaning of this?" Warren Van's son, Van Wenyu, also added fuel to the fire, his eyes filled with ridicule. He sneered, "With this kind of service attitude, you still dare to call yourself a five-star hotel restaurant." The restaurant chef tried to explain to the chairman of Manhwa Group, "Chairman, our hygiene is absolutely not a problem." Sophia looked coldly at the troublemakers. She reassured him, "I know. He was sent by the Van family to deliberately cause trouble." Suddenly, the sound of steady footsteps on the floor grew closer to them. A sharp voice rang out. "It seems that last time at the Jenya Summit, I was too merciful with you all." Zane stood proudly facing the troublemakers, his hands in his pockets, his face cold and expressionless as he stared at them. Sophia, hearing the familiar voice, instinctively turned around and softly called Zane. Zane gently walked over to his mother and asked with concern, "Mom, are you okay?" Sophia ran over and hugged Zane tightly, her loving gaze never leaving him. "I'm fine. You're finally here." Then she asked Zane, "Where is Master Jun?" He turned as if to leave and said seriously, "This time, I'll handle it myself." Long Tian was extremely surprised. He didn't expect a snot-nosed kid to dare to speak so boldly. "Kid, just by yourself?" Feeling looked down upon, Zane was furious. His anger flared, and spiritual energy erupted from his body. Zane's dangerous eyes turned to Lin Tian, and he sneered coldly, "Don't worry. I guarantee you'll come, but you won't leave." Zane's words infuriated Lin Tian. He immediately shot up, his eyes filled with killing intent, and said angrily, "Kid, I heard you're very arrogant." Immediately after, he directly raised his fist and charged towards Zane. His face was full of confidence, his eyes disdainful of the kid in front of him. "Right now, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents." But a slap like a bolt from the blue from Zane immediately landed on Lin Tian's face. His head snapped to the side, blood spraying from his mouth. He couldn't believe he was so strong. Zane looked at him with contempt, his cold voice ringing out, "Just at the peak of the inner realm, and you dare to show off in front of me." The slap was so powerful that it sent Lin Tian flying. He fell in a heap, breaking several tables in the restaurant. He cried out in fear. "Ah!" Tian Lin struggled to sit up, his face contorted in pain. He asked in fear, "You're a peerless grandmaster?" Lin Tian's subordinates also rushed to his side. They were worried. "Young Master Nam Kung." Lin Tian's subordinate quickly helped him up. Lin Tian was in pain, his whole body trembling. His venomous eyes stared at Zane as if he wanted to chop him into 1,000 pieces, but he was powerless. Lin Tian quickly ordered his subordinate, "I'm no match for him. We're retreating." Lin Tian gritted his teeth in anger. Although he couldn't beat Zane, he still threatened him. "Zane, for today's score, I, Nathaniel Gong, will remember it." Zane, quick as lightning, ran to him and said coldly, "Still want to leave?" Zane immediately reached out and grabbed his neck, lifting Lin Tian's entire body off the ground. Zane's sharp eyes stared at him. He angrily cursed. "Who do you think I, Zane, am?" Lin Tian cried out in alarm. "Kid, what do you want to do?" When you stepped forward to defuse the situation. He crossed his arms and threatened. "Zane, if you dare to hurt him, the Namkung family will level the Hua Mei group." Zane coolly replied, "Are you threatening me?" Zane's cold voice scared Wenyu. His arrogance had diminished significantly. Wenyu stammered, I'm just telling the truth." Zane tightened his grip. Long Tian trembled, his face pale, but he still spoke tough. "Kid, if my Namkung family wants to kill you, It's as easy as killing an ant. I advise you to obediently let me go, then kowtow and apologize to me." When you shouted from the side, "Zane, didn't you hear what young Master Namkung said? Let him go now." Lin Tian grabbed Zane's wrist, trying to struggle free. He shouted, "Let me go." Zane's sharp eyes stared at the troublemaker in front of him, as if to pierce through him. He calculated softly, "Van Wenyu wants to cause trouble. No problem, I'll play along." Zane tightened his grip even more. Long Tian was terrified, his eyes bulging, his mouth agape as he struggled to breathe. Blood spurted from his mouth in gulps, his face gradually turning purple and losing life. Sophia was shocked, unable to believe her son could be so cruel. Vanessa shouted anxiously, "Zane!" Wenyu, seeing this, was also panicked, sweating profusely and shouting in fear, "Zane, you killed young Master Namkung. The Namkung family will not let you go." Zane naturally threw Lin Tian aside and said coldly, "I'll be waiting for them to find me. But you want to just leave like that?" Wenyu was startled and screamed in fear. "What do you want to do? Are you going to kill me? I'm a person from the secular world. You from the martial arts world can't touch me." Zane didn't care much. He made his move. "I might not kill you, but a price must be paid." Wenyu's face turned green as he knelt on the ground, trembling and screaming in pain. Zane glanced at him and said, "Relay a message to Warren Van. If it's the next time, I'll wipe out the entire Van family." Vanessa looked at Zane in fear. "Zane, you really killed someone." Zane replied, "To deal with these people, you need to use thunderous methods. Suppression is the most ruthless method. For everyone's sake, let alone killing one person, even if I have to oppose the entire world, I wouldn't mind." Zane's mother was deeply moved. "Son, my good son." Zane hugged his mother and replied, "Mom." Seeing this scene, Vanessa and his family were happy for him. The scene changes to night in the city. The doctors and nurses were extremely tense. "Dr. Jun, can my son still recover?" The doctor sweated and said, "It's impossible." Both knees were shattered. From now on, the young master won't be able to leave his wheelchair. Wenyu sweated and reassured, "Dad, don't worry about me." Zane killed Nathaniel Gong. This is the best outcome we initially expected. Next, we'll have the Namkung family deal with Zane. Warren Van replied angrily, "Son, you focus on recovering. Leave your revenge to your father. This time, I'll definitely make that brat Zane pay in blood." The next morning, Zane, along with Master Tung, Helena, and Tanya, went to Yingui Lake, Luoyin Villa, a luxurious two-story villa with the most modern architecture. Master Tung gently knocked on the door. The person inside quickly ran to open the door. Seeing strangers, he was extremely surprised and asked loudly, "Who are you?" Immediately, Zane's group stormed into the house. He made a bold declaration that startled the Van family servant. "I know this is Warren Van's house. From now on, it belongs to me." He panicked and quickly stepped forward, his face pale with fear. He quickly raised his arm to try and stop the strangers who had just boldly declared their ownership. "Stop! What do you want?" Breaking into a private residence. Zane glanced over, his eyes sharp and cold, yet calm enough to make others tremble. He turned to the Van family servant and said, "Go and tell Warren Van. Thank him for gifting me this villa." "Oh, right, my name is Zane." Zane stood calmly in the middle of the room, his eyes cold and powerful. Master Tung's eyes were sharp. He shouted a single word that sent the Van family's servant running in terror. "Scram!" The four of them slowly walked deeper into the large villa. The interior was luxuriously decorated. Every item exuded an air of opulence and expense. Zane couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, worthy of being the richest in Jianya. Even his villa is so lavishly decorated. Then, he immediately gave an order. "Master Tung, go and inform Victor Cho and Titus and tell them to collect all kinds of spirit stones and precious jades. Regardless of size, 10 pieces can be exchanged for 1 recovery pill, no limit." Master Tung clasped his hands and respectfully obeyed. Yes. Next, Zane turned to Helena and Tanya. You two, pick any room you like. We'll be staying here from now on. Helena couldn't believe what she had just heard. She said excitedly, Really? That's great. After everything was arranged, he gently stepped out onto the balcony, standing quietly and admiring the panoramic view outside the villa. Zane couldn't help but marvel at the picturesque natural scenery, like a fairyland. The spiritual energy here is much richer, nestled by mountains and rivers, with beautiful scenery. It's just right for setting up the great heavenly circulation array. Suddenly, a man appeared in the air, charging towards him. His hands were clenched as if he was very angry, ready to attack. Zane quickly realized the imminent danger. As if he had predicted this, he frowned slightly, his cold eyes sweeping over the man. He issued a warning, So you've come. I'll give you a chance to say your name before you die. The man with long, neatly tied red hair and a long scar running from his cheek to the bridge of his nose made his face look even more ferocious. His sharp eyes stared at Zane as he coldly introduced himself. Nam Kung Yu's sword-wielding attendant, Feng. Feng said indifferently, You shouldn't have provoked the Nam Kung family. Immediately after, he drew his weapon, and powerful streams of spiritual energy surged and flowed along the sword's body, releasing into the surroundings. This move was called Azure Cloud Sword Intent. Feng's teeth were clenched, his face tense and ferocious. Using all his strength, he slashed towards his enemy with one sword strike. Zane let out a sigh, his eyes also becoming sharp. Spiritual energy also quickly erupted. He raised his fist in a ready-to-attack stance. Heavenly Mystic Divine Fist, first form. A punch came down, spiritual energy surging like a flood, like a bomb with terrifying destructive power, tearing the surrounding space. Feng couldn't react in time. He subconsciously raised his hands as if to block the terrifying attack. Zane continued, Mountain-shattering fist. Feng was immediately sent flying backward and fell down. He was terrified, his mouth making unclear sounds. Zane quickly jumped down. He slowly approached the defeated opponent. Feng tried to sit up. His whole body trembled. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he praised the man in front of him. Not dead yet. Your strength is indeed not bad. Nathaniel Gong's father, Long Gong, was hiding in a corner of the garden. He had been watching the fight from beginning to end, his heart filled with terror. How is this possible? Such a powerful sword strike. How did he block it? Zane's eyes scanned the area, and he suddenly noticed the person hiding there. It's your turn. Hearing his threatening words, Long Gong was startled. He quickly stepped out from his hiding place. Although scared, he still spoke toughly. Kid, don't touch me. Otherwise, after my father comes out of seclusion, you'll be dead. Before Long Gong could finish his sentence, a palm strike from Zane hit him. His eyes widened, his two eyeballs looking like they were about to fall out, his mouth agape as he died without being able to gasp. Zane maintained his striking posture, his sharp eyes filled with contempt as he looked at the loser. Even if your father doesn't come looking for me, I will go looking for him. Long Gong lay there, blood pooling into a crimson puddle. Feng took the opportunity while Zane was dealing with him to flee. By the time Zane noticed, it was too late. That old man ran away. Well, he won't survive past 7 days anyway. His eyes narrowed, a sinister glint appearing. But I'm starting to look forward to Nam Kung Yu's strength. A week later, many large and small spirit stones and precious jades were brought to the villa. They were neatly arranged on large wooden trays. Zane picked up a spirit stone and examined it intently. He smiled, unable to hide his delight. The old foxes of the secular world are indeed still useful. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Naya. He quickly answered. Hello, Naya, what's up? From the other end came Naya's gentle voice. The day after tomorrow is my birthday party. Can you come? Zane immediately agreed. No problem. She was overjoyed. That's great. See you then. As soon as Naya hung up, Zane's mind was filled with memories of his past life. He resolved, I remember in my past life, something will happen at Naya Murong's birthday party this time. No matter what in this life, I can't let Naya Murong face any danger. Then Zane used the spirit stones and precious jades to set up a formation. Streams of spiritual energy surged like a tide, erupting violently and emitting colorful spiritual lights. Soon, it filled the entire villa. Zane muttered, "The spirit-gathering formation is complete. Plus a cloaking technique, without my command, no one can get close to the villa." The formation ended, and the spiritual light gathered into a sparkling drop of water. Zane carefully poured it into a jade bottle. He held up the bottle, his eyes filled with unconcealable joy as he said softly, "My other plan can now be deployed." At the same time, at another luxurious villa, the villa was located in the middle of a large campus. The magnificent facade with large pillars had both classical and modern styles. Next to the villa was a large swimming pool, and a gentle breeze swept across the deep blue surface of the pool. Victor Cho was relaxing on a lounge chair by the pool. Beside him were two beautiful, scantily clad young women gently massaging him. Suddenly, a loud call came from outside. "Victor Cho." He frowned, his face clearly showing annoyance. His deep voice boomed, "Who is it?" Seeing that the troublemaker was Zane, Victor Cho immediately shot up. Victor Cho's expression instantly changed. His face turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain. He asked nervously, "Master Zane, why have you come here?" Zane gently approached Victor Cho and sat opposite him. "I have something for you to handle. Sit down." Victor Cho quickly sat down, his hands tightly gripping his knees. He replied with a serious demeanor, "Yes." His eyes were filled with fear, sweat still pouring down his forehead. He thought to himself, "This club clearly has 100 guards. Not even a fly could get in. He's too ghostly." At this moment, Zane took a bottle of water from his person. He gently opened the cap. Victor Cho was very surprised to see this and asked confusedly, "This is—" Zane replied, while carefully dripping a few drops of water from the bottle onto the flower, "This is spiritual energy water." The drop of water gently fell onto the seedling and broke apart. The young leaves trembled slightly, glistening with water. Soon, the seedling, as if having drunk a high dose of growth hormone, grew rapidly. In just a flash, a pot of colorful flowers appeared before him. Victor Cho was stunned, his mouth agape. He stammered, "This is divine water." Zane looked at the pot of flowers before him and smiled, explaining, "Spiritual energy water has a very obvious effect on plants like these. If humans drink it for a long time, it can cure all diseases and prolong life." Victor Cho was even more shocked, unable to believe what he had just heard. He shouted, "Cure all diseases, prolong life. Isn't this an immortal elixir?" Seeing an opportunity to get rich, his eyes immediately lit up. He said fawningly, "Master Zane, is this spiritual energy water for sale? Name your price. I won't hesitate." Zane held up 2 fingers and seriously negotiated. "I don't want to sell it to you. I want you to set up a company, dilute this spiritual energy water, and then sell it. I'll give you 2/10 of the profit." Victor Cho's eyes lit up, reflecting the image of glittering coins. His mouth watered, his desire unconcealed. He immediately accepted the offer. I'll do it. I'll do it right away." Victor Cho was overjoyed in his heart. "I'm rich, and from now on, I won't be short of spiritual energy water." Suddenly, he paused and asked Zane confusedly, "Master Zane, aren't you indifferent to secular wealth? Why are you selling spiritual energy water?" He crossed his arms, his cold eyes sweeping over the person opposite him, looking mysterious. "This is a setup. You don't need to know that much." Victor Cho didn't dare to ask any more questions and stammered, "Yes, I understand. I will absolutely not ask any more questions." He laughed awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. "Master Zane, what name do you want to give the company?" Zane rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful, but in a flash, an idea came to him. "Let's take it from Yin Gue Lake. Let's call it Gue Lake's Life Spirit Liquid." The golden sunlight still covered the magnificent villa, creating a peaceful atmosphere completely opposite to the excitement happening inside. Victor Cho shouted excitedly, "Good! It will definitely sell well." The next day, at the train station, a large modern white train was parked at the platform. A bustling crowd stood around, waiting for their trips. Zayn had already boarded the train. He sat with his arms crossed, leaning against a seat by the window, silently lost in thought. This 18th birthday party for Naya Morong is being held in a very grand manner. The party is in by Ma County. Suddenly, a gentle voice broke the silence. "Hey, you switch with us." Zayn looked up and saw two strangers. The two of them were from the Vu Van family. Vincent was dressed politely, his hands in his pockets, looking at him with contempt. Phoebe was wearing a school uniform, and though she was still young, her personality was already unpleasant. She shouted loudly, "Did you hear me?" Phoebe pointed in another direction and ordered with a tilt of her head, "Hey, switch seats with my brother. I want to sit with my brother." Zayn closed his eyes, pretending not to care, and said indifferently, "My ticket says my seat is here. Why should I switch with you?" Phoebe retorted without hesitation, "You're sitting alone, and there are two of us. We want to sit together, so of course you have to switch." Zayn firmly refused. No. She was unreasonable and stared at Zayn angrily, shouting, "You?" She then immediately turned to Vincent for help. "I'm so mad. Brother, teach him a lesson for me." Vincent seemed more reasonable. He patted his arrogant little sister's shoulder. "All right, sis. It's his right not to switch. We can't force him." Although he appeared gentle on the outside, Vincent's eyes were completely different. He quietly looked at Zayn, silently holding a grudge. After a while, an announcement echoed through the station. "We have arrived at Ma County. Passengers, please prepare to disembark." Zayn squeezed through the bustling crowd and quickly got off the train. He muttered, "I remember the location is the Azure Dragon Manor." Suddenly, someone approached him. Zayn was surprised and didn't understand why they were blocking his way. Vincent and Phoebe stood arrogantly in front of him, his tone full of provocation. "Kid, there were too many people on the train just now, so I couldn't teach you a lesson. Now you want to leave?" Phoebe stood smugly with her arms crossed behind her brother, observing the situation. Vincent's eyes were cold. He slowly cracked his knuckles, ready to attack. He threatened, "Apologize to my sister now, and I might let you go. Otherwise, I don't mind beating you up a bit to make you remember this for a long time." Zayn frowned, his contemptuous gaze sweeping over the man in front of him. He said coldly, "You think cultivating to the inner realm means you can do whatever you want?" Vincent was startled and surprised. He didn't expect someone who looked so ordinary to be a martial artist. "You know about the inner realm? You're a martial artist too?" A slap like a bolt from the blue immediately landed on Vincent's handsome face. His head snapped to the side, his vision blurred, his ears ringing, and a few drops of fresh red blood dotted the corner of his mouth. Phoebe was so scared she couldn't speak, her trembling hands covering her mouth, her eyes fixed on her brother's pathetic state. He lost his balance and stumbled backward. Zayn was furious, his cold voice rising. "If I wasn't in a hurry, you'd be dead." Vincent held his slapped cheek, the sting still burning. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred as he stared at his opponent. He shouted, "Who on earth are you?" Zayn glanced at Phoebe and coldly warned, "I am not someone you can target." His sharp, knife-like gaze made her tremble with fear. Phoebe's face turned pale as she screamed, "Huh? What do you want? Don't come here." Zayn immediately grabbed her by the collar, lifting her up, and angrily said, "Scared now? It's too late." Phoebe struggled frantically, trying to get free. The arrogant look in her eyes was now filled with tears as she screamed in terror, "You! What do you want?" Even with tears streaming down her face, her fear was clear, but she still stubbornly threatened, "I am a member of the Vu Van family. If you dare to humiliate me, my father will kill you." Zayn angrily threw Phoebe headfirst into a trash can. She screamed, "Ah!" Then Zayn coldly turned and walked away, saying only one thing to her, I'll be waiting. Next, Zane took a taxi to Naya's place. By the time he arrived, it was afternoon. The sunset dyed the magnificent manor in a golden hue. Outside the manor, luxury cars were parked neatly under the afternoon sun. Zane opened the door and leisurely stepped out of the car. Zane's simple appearance in such a glamorous place immediately became the center of attention. People whispered among themselves, "Who is this kid?" He actually took a taxi to the Azure Dragon Manor. I bet he's a classmate of Miss Naya, who came for free food and drinks. Zane walked into the grand hall. The curious and contemptuous gazes of everyone were directed at him. Zane didn't care and continued to walk. He thought, I'll see Naya Morone, give her the gift, and then leave. Yuan Hao and Kayla were also there. He was very surprised to see Zane. Isn't that Zane? He came too. Kayla looked at Zane with a mocking gaze and said, he really came. Standing amidst the guests, a young master with golden hair hanging down to cover one, I saw Zane and smirked. He uttered words full of contempt. Zane, that loser, actually came to Naya's birthday party. He doesn't even look at himself to see if he's worthy. This was none other than the rich second generation of Baima County, Jaden Vu. Kayla quickly ran up to Zane and reprimanded him. Zane, you shouldn't have come here. Her contemptuous gaze fixed on him as she continued with her harsh words. I advise you to give up your delusional thoughts about Naya. You're just humiliating yourself. Zane didn't pay any attention and casually walked past Kayla. He retorted, I know what I'm doing. Stop bothering me. Kayla still wouldn't let him go. She tagged along behind Zane, her condescending words continuously pouring from her precious mouth. Zane, even with the Hua Mei group, you can't accomplish anything here. Well, you have to compete with them. You and Naya are from two different worlds. You're not worthy of Naya. Zane couldn't take it anymore. He glanced back, his cold eyes a warning. For Uncle Anne's sake, this is the last time I'll let you talk to me like that. Now get lost. Frightened by his aura, Kayla still stubbornly added, You're really unreasonable. She stared blankly at Zane's retreating back as he quickly walked away in annoyance. Zane's heart was filled with contempt, just wanting to curse. You only know that the Murong family is powerful, but you don't know that I'm not the me of the past. At this moment, outside the Grand Hall, seeing the two new arrivals, Jaden Hao quickly ran over to greet them. Ta and Phoebe. These two were the descendants of the Vu Van family, Vincent Vu and Phoebe Vu. The siblings had changed their clothes, no longer looking disheveled, though the fingerprints were still faintly visible on his face. Jaden Hao quickly ran over to report the situation. Young Master Chung, Naya's rumored boyfriend, is also here today. Hearing the name of that damned person, Vincent's eyes filled with anger. He replied, I know. He dares to snatch my, Vincent Vu's woman. I want to teach him a good lesson. After hearing his question, Jaden Hao immediately pointed towards Zane. That person is over there. Vincent saw the familiar figure, and his face immediately changed. He was startled and blurted out, What? It's him. Vincent gritted his teeth in anger, his sinister eyes fixed on Zane. A mocking thought flashed through Vincent's mind. Kid, it's truly a narrow road for enemies. Heaven has a path, but you don't take it. Hell has no door, but you barge in. Without a word, he quickly ran to find reinforcements. Jaden Hao called after him in confusion. Young Master Tan, what are you doing? Aren't you going to deal with that kid? A while later, the grand hall suddenly became noisy, and whispers spread everywhere. Someone asked curiously, Look, young Master Chung is back. Who is that following him? A voice replied, That's Chu Tian Wang, the boss of the Chu family. Tian Wang led an old Taoist priest and his dog into the grand hall. At this moment, Vincent stood cowardly behind him. He raised his finger and pointed at Zane. Uncle Chu, it's him. The Chu family. People continued to whisper. This is a great family close to the Murong clan. This kid is dead for sure. Phoebe gave a smug smile, gloating in her heart. You damn bastard. You won't be able to leave this place today. I'll show you the consequences of offending the Vu Van family. Kayla looked coldly at what was happening, a cold smile on her face. I advise you to leave just now, but you didn't listen. Now it's too late for you to leave even if you want to. Instantly, Phoebe threw herself at Tian Wang, pulling his clothes, pretending to be pitiful, and crying as she told her story. Uncle Chu, you must stand up for me. This bastard bullied me. Without asking for details, he immediately went to settle the score with Zane. He tilted his chin, looking down at him with a superior gaze, and threatened, Kid, go apologize to them, and I'll spare you this time. Zane just said one word, then calmly brought the glass of golden wine to his lips and sipped slowly. Scram. Tian Wang was stunned, his eyes wide, unable to believe what he had just heard. The people in the grand hall were equally shocked. A voice spoke up. I didn't mishear that, did I? Is this kid crazy? He dared to tell Chu Tian Wang to scram. Another person added, even the old master of the Morong family wouldn't dare to speak to Chu Tian Wang like that. A frightened voice rang out. Chu Tian Wang is going to kill him. Vincent smirked gloatingly. He's going to die. Phoebe's eyes lit up, and she raised her hands in excitement. Uncle won't let him off easy. Tianwen was furious, but remained silent. The old Taoist priest following him quickly shouted, Insolent! You're tired of living. Zane's eyes were as cold as ice, as if he wanted to pierce through everyone in front of him. Spiritual energy radiated from his body like a surging tide. Zane angrily cursed, just a mere inner-realm grand completion martial artist, get out of my way. The old Taoist priest sensed his powerful aura and quickly stood in front of him, shielding Tian Wang. Mr. Chu, please step back. This kid's strength is not weak. Tian Wang angrily ordered, kill him. I'll take responsibility for all the consequences. Suddenly, Cade Morone walked over. Not understanding what was happening, he quickly asked about the current situation. What happened? Vincent was flustered and softly greeted, Uncle Morone. Cade Morone slowly approached Tian Wang. He gently advised, Brother Chu, today is my daughter's coming-of-age ceremony. You shouldn't be so angry. Tian Wang couldn't swallow his anger and said frustratedly, Old Brother Morone, someone actually dared to tell me to scram. Cade Morone's gaze swept over Zane, feeling troubled. This kid is really a troublemaker. He then continued to de-escalate, saying gently, Brother Chu, just give me some face here. Once you're out of the Azure Dragon Manor, you could do whatever you want. Tian Wang found this agreeable and agreed, no longer seeking to settle scores with Zane. All right, old Brother Morone's face I naturally want to give. However, his resentful gaze never left Zane. Tian Wang was furious and muttered a threat. Kid, don't let me see you outside. Then he turned and left. Vincent was angry, his hands clenched tightly. He looked at Zane with hatred and said with a hidden meaning, Kid, consider yourself lucky. Phoebe didn't dare to do anything, her hateful eyes fixed on Zane. She snorted, Oomph. Cade Morong approached Zane and lectured him loudly. Even I have to give Chu Tian Wang some face. You are truly. Zane's eyes were cold as he looked at the man before him. He uttered arrogant words. I'm not arrogant. I have the strength. The Chu family, the Vuvan family, even your Morong family, with all your heaven-defying schemes, are not worth a penny in my eyes. Cade Morong was frustrated and let out a heavy sigh, saying angrily, Kid, when you leave the manor, you'd better watch out for yourself. I want to fend the Vuvan family and the Chu family for you. Suddenly, an excited voice broke the stuffy atmosphere. Look, it's Miss Naya. Naya wore an exquisite white tiara, its soft, flowing lines accentuating the deep blue of the gem. Blue high heels hugged her slender feet, and a small purple butterfly trembled with each step. Naya wore an evening gown of a soft yellow hue, the red chiffon overlay making the dress even more ethereal. Tiny crystals were meticulously embroidered on the bodice, sparkling like the Milky Way. She looked like a pure little princess. Phoebe was stunned, her eyes fixed on Naya, and she praised, Brother, Naya is so beautiful. You have to try harder. Don't let someone else steal her away. Vincent stared without blinking, his resolve firm. Don't worry. No matter who wants to tarnish her, they will pay a heavy price. Cade Murong dotingly looked at his daughter. Naya gently thanked the guests present at the party. Thank you all for taking the time to attend my birthday banquet. I express my sincerest gratitude to all of you. Her voice was clear and melodious like a bird's song. Everyone in their hearts silently praised, worthy of the Murong family. Her words and actions are just right. Her attitude graceful, neither arrogant nor servile. Cade Murong has raised a fine daughter. Everyone came forward to give Naya many valuable gifts. One person gave her a new Porsche. Naya, my dear niece, this is my birthday gift. Someone gave her a pair of Cartier bracelets. I hope you like it. And many designer handbags, precious emerald jewelry. A small token of my affection. Please accept it as you wish. Kayla approached and gently took Naya's hands. She couldn't help but praise. Naya, you look so beautiful today. Naya softly replied, Thank you. She glanced towards Zane. He stood quietly amidst the bustling crowd, making no further moves since she appeared. Naya felt a little disappointed. Didn't Zane prepare a birthday gift for me? I would like anything. Naya's eyes never left Zane. She comforted herself. It's fine. As long as he could come, that's good. It shows that I'm still in his heart. At the same time, Jaden Howe cast a contemptuous look at Zane and taunted, Zane, today is Naya's 18th birthday. I wonder what you're planning to give. Zane replied nonchalantly, It's Naya's birthday. How could I not have a gift? Then he slowly walked towards Naya. Zane held a green jade necklace, intricately carved with patterns, exuding an elegant and noble aura. Naya looked at him without blinking. Zane gently placed the necklace around her neck and said softly, This is something I made myself, a gift for you. He looked straight into Naya's eyes, his voice gentle. Happy birthday. She was shy, her beautiful face blushing as she softly replied, Thank you, Zane. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and exclaimed, Huh? He actually put it on her. Vincent gritted his teeth in anger, his resentment towards Zane growing stronger. He cursed silently. Damn it, this loser is taking another step forward. After giving the gift, Zane turned to leave. Naya, I have something to do. I'm leaving first. Naya quickly stopped him. Stay and eat before you go. Jaden Howe said with a knowing look, Someone bought a street-side trinket for a few bucks as a birthday gift. No wonder he doesn't even want to stay for dinner. He's probably afraid someone will find out and he'll lose face. Zane turned back abruptly, his face dark as he warned him, If it weren't Naya's birthday today, I would have beaten you to death. Jaden Howe thought he had hit a nerve and taunted him with a tilt of his chin. What? You used a street-side item as a gift, and you won't let others talk about it? This situation made Naya very embarrassed. She quickly looked at Zane and then at Jaden Howe, saying, As long as everyone could come, that's enough. The gift really isn't important. Zane really didn't want to argue with them. He frowned and walked closer to Naya. Is the gift I, Zane, give something your mortal trinkets can compare to? Then he raised his hand and drew a few circles around the jade pendant. A pure energy emerged, enveloping Naya's body. Now she looked nothing less than a princess. Everyone at the party witnessed this miracle, their jaws dropping. What is this? It feels so light and refreshing. It's amazing, Vincent exclaimed in shock. This is a pure water attribute, spiritual energy, fluctuation. How is this possible? This jade pendant is a magical artifact. He gave her a magical artifact. Naya, seeing Uncle Shui approaching, called out in confusion, Uncle Shui. He extended his hand and asked, Miss, can I see that jade pendant? Although Naya didn't know the reason, she politely took it off and gave it to him. Here you go. Uncle Shui took it with both hands. He carefully held it up to his face and examined it meticulously. After a moment of contemplation, he returned the jade pendant to Naya and instructed her, Miss, you must wear this jade pendant on your person at all times. He turned to look at Jaden Howe and said with a hidden meaning, This jade pendant is the most precious gift. Everything else compared to it is trash. After speaking, Uncle Shui looked at Zane sincerely and said, "For you to give something so precious to Naya, I thank you on Naya's behalf." Zane also smiled and nodded at him. Jaden Hao lost face. He gritted his teeth in anger and thought, "Damn it, I can't believe that old man values that jade pendant so much." Kayla frowned, a doubt in her heart. "Zane, how many secrets are you hiding that you don't want others to know?" Perhaps only the main character of the party was extremely happy. Naya's face was flushed red. She cherished the jade pendant in her hand. "Zane gave me something so precious. It seems I am very important in his heart." The rosy atmosphere was shattered in an instant. A guard was knocked to the floor, and someone shouted, "Who is it?" The crisp sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. 2 or 3 men in suits carrying a white wreath walked in. The people in the party hall immediately started whispering. "What's going on? Giving a wreath?" This is a direct slap in the face to the Murong family. Cade Murong shouted loudly, "Who are you people? Do you know where this is?" Tam Loy stepped out and arrogantly replied, "Of course I know. Isn't this just the Azure Dragon Manor of the Murong family?" A Murong family member asked, "Who on earth are you?" Tam Loy's expression was extremely gloomy. He sneered, "Who I am is not important. I just want to seek justice for the dozen or so lives of the Triad Society." The guests looked at each other in confusion. The Triad Society? Cade Murong was also stunned when he heard this. He immediately turned and ordered, "Someone, seize him." Tam Loy laughed grimly and said sinisterly, "Mr. Murong, so quick to make a move. Are you afraid I'll reveal the past of your Murong family?" The guards received Cade Murong's order and charged forward. Tam Loy's guard also reacted very quickly. He jumped up and kicked the guard in the face. The other guard couldn't avoid being punched in the stomach. With just 2 moves, he had subdued the guards. Tam Loy sneered, "Mr. Murong, these subordinates of yours are getting worse and worse. Did the Murong family, after going legitimate, just hire bodyguards to fill the numbers?" Cade Murong's face turned pale with anger as he shouted, "Uncle Shui!" Uncle Shui rubbed his wrist and stepped out to block in front of him. Yes, an outsider daring to be so presumptuous? Seeing Uncle Shui powering up, Tam Loy clenched his fists and provoked him. "Come on, let me see what you've got." The two of them engaged in a fierce fight. Everyone in the party hall consciously moved to the side to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. But they couldn't help but whisper in admiration. "He's a true martial arts master. This scene is like a movie. So powerful." Uncle Shui dodged a blow and then slid forward, launching a punch straight at Tam Loy's chest. He was knocked back several steps. Blood trickled from the corner of Tam Loy's mouth. He clutched his chest and said resentfully, "It seems that relying solely on the Triad will not be enough to get justice." With that, he turned and called out behind him, "Master." Cade Murong felt a bit uneasy. There's a master behind this old man. Ba Tian's fierce gaze appeared behind the door. He strode in and asked, "Cade Murong, do you still remember me?" Cade Murong immediately recognized him. "You are Ren Ba Tian, the son of Ren Tianwu." Ba Tian smiled, but his face contorted. He raised his hand to touch the long scar across his eye and said, "It seems you haven't forgotten the scar you personally gave me. You probably didn't expect me to still be alive." He said sternly, "That year, you wiped out my entire Ren family and took over the Triad. Today, you will pay a heavy price." Cade Murong pointed at him and ordered, "Uncle Shui, take him down." Uncle Shui obediently replied, "As you command." The moment Uncle Shui charged forward to punch Ba Tian, he stood still without any movement. His face was as dark as if a storm was brewing. He looked at Uncle Shui and said loudly, "I remember you. You were the one who personally killed my parents. Luckily, you're still alive, so I can take my revenge now." Uncle Shui frowned and raised his brows. "Cut the crap. If you want revenge, you need real skill." He widened his stance and shouted, "Remnant of the Triad, accept your death." Witnessing the power exploding around Uncle Shui, everyone quickly guessed, is this the legendary return to youth? Bactan arrogantly tilted his chin. Is that all? Uncle Shui roared and lunged with his fist. But before he could even touch Batian, he was struck by him. He sneered, "You overestimate yourself." After dealing with Uncle Shui, he waved his hand and said, "Cade Morong, it's your turn to die." Just then, Naya rushed out to shield him. She said loudly, "Don't harm my father." Batian looked at her and smiled sinisterly. "Cade Morong, you've raised a fine daughter." He suddenly reached out his hand. Batian restrained Naya's hands and said in a teasing tone, "If I touch her in front of everyone, wouldn't that be more unbearable for you than death?" Naya struggled to get away, but it was useless. She snapped, "Let me go. You dare. You dare." Cade Morong, seeing his daughter captured, trembled with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Renba Tian, I'll fight you to the death." Tian stood in the corner, scared, and said, "What should we do? We can't just watch Naya get bullied." Kayla's face also turned pale with fear. She hesitated and replied, "But we don't have the ability. We can't save her." Phoebe nervously looked at Vincent and said, "Brother, that guy wants to bully Naya. Do you have a way to save her?" Vincent frowned, looking troubled. "I can't beat him. I can't lose my life for a woman. Besides, if the Morong family falls, the Vuvan family might have a chance to do something big." He pulled Phoebe's hand to make her stand behind him and instructed, "You hide behind me. Don't let him find you." Phoebe could only nod and obey. "Okay." Batian pressed his face against Naya's, stuck out his tongue, and said brazenly, "Cade Morong, watch closely. The fun is about to begin." Before he could do anything, he took a punch right in the face. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. His whole face was probably a mess by now. Zane rushed to catch Naya. As for Batian, he was punched to the ground, with no strength left to resist. His fist was still clenched, veins popping on his hand. He held Naya's shoulder and said coldly, "Bullying my classmate in front of me, that will only leave you with no face." Batian trembled as he sat on the ground and asked, "Who are you? How dare you?" Zane replied matter-of-factly, "What is there that I wouldn't dare?" Batian's subordinate angrily charged forward. "Don't touch my master." In a flash, he lightly swung his hand and punched him. "You don't know your own strength." With just a basic blow, the subordinate was sent flying and slammed into the opposite wall. He was knocked out so badly that his eyes rolled back. Zane quickly stood in front of Naya. "You should get to a safe place first." Sophia, standing nearby, saw this and called out his name in shock, "Zane." At the same time, Tian happily exclaimed, "That's great. She's safe." Beside her, Kayla was thinking with a serious face, just how strong is Zane? Uncle Shuei's face showed clear happiness as he exclaimed, "We're saved this time." Even Cade Morong couldn't have expected it. His strength is so great. This situation made Vincent unable to believe his eyes, and he stammered, "He's that strong? No, that's impossible." Though just scared, Bactian stubbornly stood up and provoked. What a surprise. Cade Morong even has a dog that can bite like this. Not caring about his arrogance, Zane frowned and gave an ultimatum. "You can take your revenge as you please, but you're not allowed to touch Naya." While releasing a stream of dark power, he laughed and teased. "That's hilarious. You just sneak attacked me. What are you so arrogant about?" The next second, Bactian leaped high into the air, building momentum to attack Zane. "Try this." Then, he calmly extended a finger and softly intoned seal. Zane's block made Bactian feel an unprecedented suppression. "Damn it, I can't fight like this anymore." As expected, Bactian was sent flying backward. Even so, he gradually grew excited, as if he had found a worthy opponent. "It seems you are worthy of my serious attention." Bactian pointed at him. "Kid, even if you're strong, can you be stronger than me, a grandmaster?" Zane looked up as he slowly floated up. He's actually flying. The people outside started whispering, "A grandmaster? Can Zane win?" Zane calmly replied, "Grandmaster? Are you even worthy? At most, you're only a half-step grandmaster." Bactian smugly clasped his hands together. It's enough to kill you. Blood demon, great hand seal. Uncle Shui broke out in a cold sweat. The blood demon, great hand seal? His master is a grandmaster who rampages across Southeast Asia, known as the eight-armed divine ape of the bitter spring. On this side, Batian unleashed his move towards Zane. Kill. Tian and Kayla were beyond surprised. Such a powerful blow. Can he withstand it? Zane. He smiled confidently. Too weak. So weak it makes me want to puke. Heavenly Mystic Divine Fist. First form, mountain-shattering fist. With just one punch, Zane easily blocked Ba Tian's move. Not only that, but he also sent him flying high into the sky. Zane withdrew his fist. Heavenly Mystic Divine Fist. Second form, River Sundering Fist. Ba Tian trembled and thought to himself, "Not good. I have to find a way to escape." Then he aimed for Naya. "You, be my hostage," she cried out in fear. "Oh, save me, Zane." Ba Tian quickly reached for Naya as if to attack her. No! Before his hand could even touch her fingernail, it was stopped by a powerful aura. This invisible barrier stunned Ba Tian. As soon as he saw the necklace around Naya's neck, he immediately recognized it. A magical artifact. Unwilling to give up, Ba Tian charged forward to strike, terrifying her. "Break for me." Things didn't go as he had hoped, which made him extremely frustrated. This magical artifact can actually take a full-powered punch from me. After hearing Ba Tian's roar, Naya's eyes lit up. This blue halo comes from the jade pendant that Zane gave me. It turns out to be a protective, magical artifact. Kayla stood behind Zane, thinking to herself, if she wanted Zane to get a jade pendant like that, would he give it to her? At the same time, Zane had approached Ba Tian. "Don't you dare get entangled with a little girl." Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, I admit defeat this time. Next time, none of you will escape." Hearing this, Zane's voice became serious and the killing intent in his eyes radiated around him. "You still have a next time?" "Next." He was surprised to hear Zane's firm assertion. Suddenly, to his surprise, Ba Tian cowardly gave up and ran for his life. As if he had just done something great, he turned his head to provoke. "I admit you are very strong, but if I want to leave, no one can stop me." Though a bit surprised, Zane quickly regained his composure and took out a wooden stick. The next second, he focused his power, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. Seeing this, Uncle Shui was so panicked he couldn't hold back his voice. Inner energy released externally. This is a transcendent realm grandmaster. Zane's strike had arrived, and Ba Tian's time was up. "What? Impossible. I'm not resigned." Even as he fell, he stubbornly muttered, "My master will not let you go." Instantly, the sound of the result announcement echoed throughout the hall. Ren Tianyu is dead. Zane wins. It seems Uncle Shui was so shocked he broke out in a cold sweat. An 18-year-old grandmaster. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, you could kill me and I wouldn't believe it. Cade Murong also held his head in helplessness. Before, I still felt he was too arrogant. It turns out he has absolute strength. With this kind of power to control life and death, wealth and status are all trash. And with this power, how could he lack wealth and status? On Zane's side, he gently asked Naya, "Did that scare you?" She replied joyfully, "With you here, what am I afraid of?" Their harmonious scene made Kayla feel regretful. When she advised Zane to give up pursuing Naya, he said Kayla and he were not from the same world. It turns out she was the ridiculous one. After a moment of heartfelt conversation, Zane seriously turned around and said, "Let's continue Naya's birthday party. But first, we need to clean up some trash." Naya still didn't understand a thing. Amidst the shocked faces of everyone, Tian Wang was trembling like a leaf, trying to hide. Not letting him get his wish, Zane walked closer. "Before, you wanted to kill me." After seeing his true strength, Tian Wang was scared and stammered, trying to explain, "Master, Grandmaster Zane, it's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding." Immediately after, Zane replied decisively, I have always been clear about my grievances and favors. Since you wanted to kill me, I naturally won't be polite. He continuously kowtowed, begging for a way to live. Master, I was wrong. Please forgive me. As soon as Tian Wang finished speaking, he swung his hand and slammed him to the ground. While Tian Wang was breathless, the guests at the party whispered among themselves, Chu Tian Wang is dead. What on earth happened? Zane actually killed him just like that. After dealing with one nuisance, Zane glanced over to where Vincent and Phoebe were standing. Overwhelmed, she fell to the ground and cried loudly, Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Vincent also wisely knelt straight down, begging for mercy with tears in his eyes. Master, I unintentionally offended you. I beg for your forgiveness, Master. Seeing this, Zane's face showed no extra expression, as if he was speechless. Zane looked down at Vincent sitting on the floor, pointed straight at his face, and said, All right, since it's Naya's birthday, I'll just cripple your cultivation and be done with it. Vincent froze, completely stunned. Suddenly, he fell backward, his whole body twitching, his hair disheveled. He screamed in pain, My body. Cade Morong approached and bowed respectfully in thanks. Thank you, Master Zane, for saving my life. Zane smiled and waved his hand. No need. I did it for Naya. Naya's cheeks flushed red. She gently tugged at his sleeve and asked, Zane, can you stay at my birthday party with me today? Zane smiled with narrowed eyes and replied, Kayla watched the two of them being intimate, feeling extremely uncomfortable. She clenched her fists and thought, Why? All of this was originally mine. Why did it turn out like this? Scene change, Yingue Lake Villa. Wen Xiong anxiously looked at his watch. He cried out impatiently, Why isn't Master Zane back yet? As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Zane walked in with a gloomy expression. Victor hurriedly ran over and said, Master Zane, you're finally back. Our life spirit liquid is in short supply, but the Gongsun family in Zijing is still slandering you. They even dared to counterfeit our product to make money. His face scrunched up into a ball. He frowned and sighed in a low voice. The Gongsun family in Zijing is actually not inferior to the Jian family in Jianya. I and his old man really have no way. We can only rely on you to take action. This time, Zane was completely enraged. He coldly replied, In that case, I will personally deal with the Gongsun family. The scene changes to Zijing County, Wuhan Prefecture, Gongsun family, Tianshun Manor. The party was held in a closed hall, and guests moved around freely, socializing. It was noisy when someone announced, The Gongsun family head is coming out. A few people whispered to each other, I guess he wants to announce something about the life spirit liquid. Gongsun Su walked out with a dignified posture. He gestured with his hand, Thank you all for giving me, Gongsun face. Everyone here is a friend of the Gongsun family. At this point, he smiled sinisterly and raised his voice. As for those who are not here, my Gongsun family will visit them later. He said loudly and clearly, Everyone, I know you all see the huge benefits of the life spirit liquid, but I want to invite everyone to join me in preventing the life spirit liquid from entering the market, fiercely counterattacking it to seize the market and completely control it. Below, someone raised their hand and asked, Family head Gongsun, that life spirit liquid is incredibly miraculous. It will soon become popular throughout the country. What do we have to compete with them? A calculating glint flashed in Gongsun's eyes. He calmly replied, Don't worry, I have researched and developed a super product that is even more effective than the life spirit liquid. As long as everyone follows me, we will definitely succeed. On the surface, he said this, but in his heart, he had already prepared all his plans. As long as I can counterfeit the life spirit liquid and harvest these leaks, the Gongsun family can be the sole dominant force. The guests were all business people, yet they were easily led by the nose. They raised their hands in agreement. In that case, I am willing to follow family head Gongsun. I am willing too. Gongsun smiled with satisfaction. Good. Thank you, everyone. I will definitely not treat you unfairly. He swept his gaze and saw the Tan sitting not far away. Looking as if he didn't care about the world, his eyes half closed. He asked unhappily, "Buhua, I wonder what the family's attitude is towards this matter." Seeing the Tan remain silent, he walked over and patted his shoulder to get his attention. "Old brotherin, you should show your attitude too." And the Tan, he turned back and said sharply, "Old brother Gongsun, I've had people study that life spirit liquid too, but they couldn't figure anything out. How did you do it?" Gongsun frowned and replied in a low voice, "This is a secret of my Gongsun family. Only if old brother and helps me can I tell you the secret in return." The Tan flicked the cigarette in his hand, his cold eyes seeming to have seen through all the calculations of the person opposite him. "Then that's not possible. If no one knows, are you taking advantage of us?" Gongsun's expression changed when he heard this. He removed his hand from the Tan's shoulder and growled, "Old brotherin, you're slandering me in front of everyone." In response, the Tan looked at him and laughed mockingly. "I don't understand, and the benefits of the life spirit liquid are obvious even to a fool. You're not letting me make money, which makes it very difficult for me." Suddenly, Gongsun stood up straight. He smiled sinisterly, clapped his hands, and called, "Tan's son." Tan's son, who had been hiding somewhere, appeared in the middle of the hall upon being called. He rubbed his wrist and threatened loudly, "Agree to the Gongsun family's request or die." The Tan showed no fear. He frowned and replied, "So what if you're a martial artist? I and the Tan have never been threatened by anyone. At worst, I'll die, and the family will just get a new head." Gongsun stood at a distance and pointed, ordering, "Tan's son, kill him." In the critical moment, Zane appeared in time to intervene. He grabbed Tan's son's arm with one hand and held the Tan's shoulder tightly with the other. Gongsun's face turned pale. "You are..." Although he spoke tough, having just faced death, the Tan was also sweating profusely. He stood up, clutching Zane's shoulder, and said, "Little brother, although I don't know you, I accept your good intentions." Zane looked at him, smiled, and declared, "You want to bring the life spirit liquid into business. I, Zane, agree with you." Tan's son, being ignored, was furious. "I am Yuan Tan's son of the Yulam sect. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." Zane calmly looked at him and smirked. "You only have one chance. Show me what you've got." Tan's son, provoked to madness, took a running start and charged, cursing, "Arrogant kid." Zane raised a finger and shook his head helplessly. "I said, you only have one chance to make a move. Why don't you cherish it?" He punched straight at him, quake. Tan's son took the blow and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was stunned and thought, "What?" Zane lowered his hand. His body then fell to the floor. He sneered, "Only this level of skill." Tan's son lay flat on the floor, breathing heavily, blood constantly flowing from the corner of his mouth. Gongsun's face flushed red, then turned ashen. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "How is this possible? Yuan Tan's son actually lost. You are Master Zane." The guests in the hall exclaimed in surprise. "Master Zane? He really is Master Zane." Someone perceptive noticed and couldn't help but exclaim, "That aura is much stronger than Yuan Tan's. He must be a peerless grandmaster." Tan's son clutched his stomach and stood up shakily, saying, "You think you've won?" He reached into his pocket and took something out. Tan's son held a magical artifact in his hand and spat a mouthful of fresh blood onto it. His body was instantly filled with strength, and he was clad in a suit of golden armor that sparkled with a dazzling light. Zane silently observed and evaluated. Another top-grade, defensive magical artifact. It seems this guy has had some fortuitous encounters. Tan's son laughed smugly. "Haha, can you break through my defense?" Zane didn't answer, but bent his knees to build momentum. He straightened up and charged in front of him. When they were face to face, he raised his hand into a fist and shouted, "Heavenly Mystic Divine Fist, second form." Mountain and river sundering. Tan's son's eyes went wide, and he cried out, "Impossible!" He was sent flying several meters by Zane, his body limp and unable to fight back. During the fight, Tan's son accidentally dropped his magical artifact. Whether by accident or intentionally, it rolled to Zane's feet. He picked it up and frowned, examining the pattern. This, Zane stored the magical artifact in his ring. When he was done, he turned back coldly to look at Gongsun Su and said, "Next." He knelt in fear, constantly begging, "Master Zane, I was wrong. Please spare me this once. From now on, my Gongsun family will honor you as our master. I beg you, spare me. Leave me my life. This is my tribute to you." Suddenly, his voice cut off. A hole was pierced through his forehead. Zane coldly replied, "Too late." Gongsun Su lost all signs of life and fell to the floor. The guests cried out in fear. Gongsun just died like that. How terrifying. "Master Zane, spare our lives." They all knelt down and kowtowed in unison. "Master Zane, spare our lives." We were all forced. Zane turned to look at the Tan and gave instructions regarding the life origin liquid. "Go and contact Victor Cho in Jianya. He will know what I mean." The Tan was stunned for a moment, then snapped out of it and replied, "Yes, Master Zane." After dealing with the necessary matters, Zane turned to leave. Seeing everyone still trembling and kneeling in a corner, he said, "You all can stand up now. I only came to teach the Gongsun family a lesson." Scene change. Tan's son was actually still alive, although he looked a bit tattered. He opened his eyes and asked confusedly, "Ugh, what happened to me?" Zane didn't wait for him to wake up and stomped hard on his back. He cried out in alarm, "It's you. What do you want?" He said with a serious face and a low voice, "I'm asking you." He took out the magical artifact he had picked up during the fight and said, "Where did you get this bronze mirror?" Tan's son answered nervously and confusedly, "That magical artifact. I stole it from a tomb raider." The tomb raider said he got it from Anaya ruins deep in the desert. Zane sat on his back, muttering the location he had just mentioned. The Naya ruins is the ancient city of Jingjue. He was curious. Could there have been cultivators there? With that thought, he made a request. "Take me to the ancient city of Jingjue." Tan's son really wanted to refuse, but was afraid that if he did, his life would be over. So he stammered and agreed, "You're right, all right." 3 days later, at the entrance to the ancient city of Jingjue in Chakalama, Shinshan, 2 people on camels arrived in front of a canyon. Tan's son led the way. "Master Zane, we're almost there." Looking at the gate at the entrance, Zane was surprised and thought to himself, the gate in front was cut open by a single sword strike. There's still a trace of spiritual energy left on it. Tan's son couldn't see it that clearly. He excitedly introduced, "Master Zane, this cliff face looks like it's been mined before. It's so smooth. There's really everything here." Continuing forward, Zane suddenly noticed the scenery over there. We're almost at the end. Ahead is the ancient city of Jingjue. The silhouette of the city gradually came into his view. However, when he actually got closer, the desolate scene before him left him stunned. Zane was a bit worried. What kind of power could cause this ancient city to be buried in an endless sea of sand? The 2 of them continued into a structure that looked like a temple with a Buddha statue inside. Zane looked around and pointed in one direction. From the looks of it, this place was probably a temple used for sacrifices. The entrance to the ancient tomb is here. They entered and saw stairs leading down. Tan's son was a bit confused. The entrance to the tomb of the Jingjue queen is actually open. It was probably done by tomb raiders. Zane hadn't even gone down yet, but could already confirm the one below is not a tomb raider. This made Tan's son even more confused. What? Ignoring Tan's son, Zane decided to go down and have a look. After a few steps, he was a bit surprised to see a few people below. Below, there were a few people. Among them 3 were quite prominent. A monk holding a staff, a red-haired girl, and a bald old man. Tan's son also realized that the group was not ordinary. He spoke up. "Those 3 bald men are clearly recent masters of the secret sect. The old man behind that girl is also definitely not an ordinary person, Master Zane." Zane didn't care much. He paid more attention to the gate that the group was surrounding. He touched his chin and pondered this great gate, this formation. The girl noticed the newcomers and immediately questioned them loudly. "Hey, who are you? What are you doing here?" The monk holding the staff, named F.A. Kong, heard this and turned to look at the two of them. Zane didn't introduce himself but asked back, "Then who are you? And what are you doing here?" The girl smugly introduced herself. "I'm the eldest young lady of the Guandu Tai family, Tanya Tai. Let me tell you, the spider lily inside belongs to my Tai family. You'd better be sensible and not compete with me." Zane ignored her unthreatening threats and walked directly to the gate. Standing before the massive stone gate, he raised his hand. Tanya and the old man behind her stared with expectant eyes, wondering if he could open the door. Well, Zane just gently placed his hand on the stone door. On it, a magical formation appeared. He withdrew his hand and muttered. As expected, Tanya sneered. "This stone door has a protective formation. Even Master Jiang can't open it. You want to push it open? Are you stupid?" Tan's son, from behind, wanted to try his luck. He confidently clenched his fists. "Everyone step aside. Let me try." With that, he took a running start and charged straight at the door. However, when his hand touched the door, a powerful repulsive force acted on his hand. He was immediately thrown back, but the gate remained unmoved. He was confused. What kind of formation can throw me back? The monk F.A. Kong walked over and patted Tan's son's shoulder, calmly explaining, "Friend, the formation on the door gets stronger the more force is used against it. The harder you hit, the stronger its repulsive force will be." Tanya asked, "So how do we open this door?" "Master Jiang, should we dig a tunnel? Go around this stone door." Master Jiang shook his head. "It's useless. The formation must cover the entire tomb." Zane didn't say much. He stood a distance from the door, then raised his hand. His hand glowed, and he said only one word, "Open." Tanya found Zane's actions hilarious. She looked over with curiosity, her words laced with contempt. "What have you been doing since just now? Do you think this is open sesame? Just say open and—" Before she could finish her sentence, the door creaked and slowly opened. Tanya couldn't hide her surprise. "What? The door?" Zane smiled and thought to himself, "The protective formation on this stone door is a simplified version of the basic defensive formation of the Xindao sect. This Jingjue ancient tomb must be related to my junior sister." Tan's son came over to collect Zane's hat and overcoat. He flattered him. "Master Zane, how did you open the door just now? It was amazing. With you in this tomb, I feel so relieved." Zane didn't answer. He led the way inside. Tan's son immediately followed. Master Jiang also followed, instructing Tanya, "Young lady, stay behind me." Tanya nodded. While he was at it, he instructed the rest of the group, "Stay close. There's no guarantee there won't be danger in here." After walking for a while, Zane's eyes lit up when he saw something up high. The tomb was designed quite uniquely. The coffin was placed below a skylight, but was situated high up. Stone stairs led up to it. In the middle of the night, the silvery moonlight gently cast a faint, misty light like a thin blanket. The group looked up, and everyone exclaimed, "I can't believe there's such a deep place underground. Oh my God, it's magnificent." Tanya couldn't help but point at the coffin up high and wonder, is that coffin at the top the Queen of Excellence? Master Jiang stroked his chin and pondered, "Not sure, perhaps." She asked again, "Is the spider lily in there?" Without waiting for an answer, she immediately ran up. "The spider lily must be in this white jade coffin. No one can steal it from me." Master Jiang was frantic. He shouted, "Don't act rashly. Stop that girl quickly." The three followers immediately blocked Tanya's path, advising, "Young lady, don't be reckless. What if there's a trap?" One person was still advising, "Young lady, calm down," when suddenly his body caught fire. No one knew where the fire came from. The flames burned fiercely. In the ancient tomb, there was no water to extinguish the fire. He could only scream in pain. "Ah, ah, ah." He rolled on the ground, reaching out for help. "Ah, help me, help me." Tanya, seeing this, screamed in terror. Instead of trying to save him, she turned and ran. Everyone run. It's dangerous. Master Jiang held an yin-yang compass in his hand, wanting to get closer to investigate the problem. What happened? Let me see. In front of him was a bright shield. The man had been burned to ashes by the fire, and the flames were slowly dying down. Master Jiang looked on in horror. To be able to burn a person to ashes in such a short time, what on earth is it? Suddenly, the flame, as if sentient, shot up, but it hit the shield in front of Master Jiang. He was surprised. What? This is... The spark fell to the ground, revealing its true form, a blazing red snake. Master Jiang understood. A snake. So it was the culprit. He threw a punch at it, die, but the snake quickly dodged. It changed its target to Zane's group. Someone shouted in fear, "It's coming!" The red snake raised its head and opened its mouth, hissing at the group that had desecrated the ancient tomb. Zane raised his hand and used his inner energy to lock the snake in place, unable to hide his surprise. What a surprise! There are actually red-scaled snakes on the Emperor's Star. The snake was choked to death by Zane. It coughed up blood and then fell to the ground. Grandmaster Jiang asked curiously, "What is a red-scaled snake?" Chun Mo kindly explained that a red-scaled snake is about a foot long, covered in fiery red scales. Upon contact, they cause objects to burst into violent flames. Anya, cowering behind Grandmaster Jiang, only had one question on her mind. Is it dead? Ignoring her question, Chun Mo shared an even more terrifying piece of information. Red-scaled snakes have another distinct characteristic. They love to live in swarms. And just as he said, a swarm of red-scaled snakes began slithering towards them. Anya let out a blood-curdling scream. What? Grandmaster Jiang felt his scalp tingle with fear. There are so many. This is too dangerous. We must turn back now. Seeing the snakes approach, someone tried to reassure the group. Don't panic. There are many of us. But Anya continued to scream hysterically. Do something. Hurry up. Chun Mo watched them calmly, his inner energy forming a protective barrier around his body. He quickly deduced that the red-scaled snakes serve a mother snake. If he could find and kill the mother, the rest would retreat. Suddenly, the swarm of red-scaled snakes coiled into one spot, piling on top of one another. From a mass, a giant red-scaled snake emerged. It spoke with rage. Humans, you dare disturb my master's eternal rest. Today, all of you must die. Chun Mo wasn't afraid. In fact, he was intrigued. So the smaller snakes are all a part of you. When they combine, they form the great mother snake. The giant mother snake's entire body burst into flames. It blocked the way up the stairs, preventing anyone from getting near the coffin. Anya stammered in absolute terror. It can talk. It can actually talk. It's a monster, a real demon. At that moment, Monk Kong and his two disciples brandished their weapons. The monk chanted, Amitabha, foul beast, surrender your life. The red snake looked at them with contempt, opening its maw and unleashing a torrent of scorching fire. Monk Kong leaped swiftly into the air, dodging the jet of flames. However, his weapon had caught fire, and the flames rapidly spread to the hand gripping his monastic staff. Seeing this, Grandmaster Jiang urgently shouted a warning. Throw away your weapon, quickly. The two monks hastily threw down their artifacts, their faces filled with regret as they thought. This demonic flame, it can incinerate even blessed artifacts. Monk Kong stared at his burned hand and muttered, even the sacred burns before it. So the legends are true. We underestimated our enemy. Just then, Chun Mo spoke up coolly. If you don't have a way to beat it, then step back. Let me have a try. But before he could act, Grandmaster Jiang had already tossed out his yin-yang compass, intending to test his own strength with a powerful sealing technique. The yin-yang compass hovered above the snake's head, emitting a deafening, low-frequency hum. Before the snake could react, Grandmaster Jiang unleashed 4 sealing flags. Go! The 4 flags revolved around the compass, creating a powerful formation. Seal! The snake watched for a moment before remarking, You have some skill, but this is nowhere near enough to bind me." As it finished speaking, legs suddenly sprouted from its body, resembling dragon limbs with razor-sharp claws. 2 horns, like those of a dragon, also sprouted from its head. The snake's transformation was complete. It now stood on 4 legs with 2 draconic horns. It scoffed at Grandmaster Jiang. "Your cultivation level is far too low." With that, it shattered his formation. "Don't even dream of binding me with a pathetic array like this." The yin-yang compass and the 4 flags clattered to the ground. The backlash struck Grandmaster Jiang, who coughed up a mouthful of blood. This red-scaled spirit snake is of the fire dragon bloodline. It has already grown limbs and horns. Only a master at the divine realm can subdue it. "Young miss, you must run." But Anya was still fixated on the red spider lily. She whined, "But we haven't gotten the lily yet." Grandmaster Jiang pleaded with a shaky voice. "Young miss, your life is more important." Suddenly, Anya's eyes widened as she stared at something behind him. "Grandmaster Jiang, look over there." Chen Mo had finally made his move. Before the astonished eyes of everyone present, he leaped high into the air. Reaching the same height as the giant serpent, he unleashed a punch. Heavenly Profound Fist, first form. The snake once again opened its maw to spew fire. However, Chen Mo twisted his body in midair, effortlessly dodging the inferno. Nothing could stop the devastating force of his fist as it slammed down on the snake's head, completely crushing its skull. Anya was utterly stunned. He just obliterated that giant snake. Grandmaster Jiang took a sharp breath, thinking to himself, "This boy's true strength is terrifyingly profound." Its body shattered, the snake quickly devised a plan. "I must transfer my spiritual soul out of here now." But alas, before it could make its escape, the lightning-fast Chen Mo snatched it right out of the air. In the end, the spiritual soul of the red-scaled snake trembled in his palm. It didn't dare make a single move, knowing he could extinguish it at any moment. Looking at the miniature snake in his hand, Chen Mo smiled. "So you've managed to cultivate a spiritual soul. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. In fact, I'll even grant you a great opportunity." With the snake taken care of, nothing blocked the path to the tomb. Anya immediately sprinted towards the sarcophagus. Grandmaster Jiang was exasperated. "Young miss, please don't be so reckless. There might be other dangers ahead." But Anya wasn't listening. The only thing on her mind was the red spider lily. Standing beside the coffin, she declared, "The lily is mine. It must be inside this queen's sarcophagus. Men, open it for me now." Her followers, equipped with all the necessary tools, quickly obeyed her command. The heavy lid of the sarcophagus was pried open. As the lid was lifted, the entire group stared inside, utterly shocked. Inside the sarcophagus, there was nothing but a set of burial robes. The crowd murmured in confusion. "Why is it empty?" Anya became frantic. "Where's the red spider lily? Where's my lily?" The sharp-eyed monk Kong noticed something unusual. He pointed to a scroll lying beside the robes. "Look at that fabric. The clothes have all disintegrated into dust, but that scroll is perfectly preserved." He picked up the scroll to examine it. "This is made of goat skin," he observed, "and the text is from the ancient Western regions." Having studied this ancient script, he was able to read a few lines. He read aloud for the others. "The great earthquake has destroyed the kingdom of Jingjue. This land is no longer habitable. I will lead my people to a new world." His 2 disciples were confused. "The kingdom of Jingjue? What is that? And where is this new world?" Grandmaster Jiang offered a theory. Jingjue probably refers to the underground river that formed after the earthquake. The mountains were cut off from this new water source, causing the springs to dry up. After that, the Jingjue kingdom could no longer survive here. Monk Kong continued reading, though he admitted the next part was difficult to comprehend. The text became cryptic and obscure, speaking of spiritual passages and heavenly senses. But as Chen Mo listened, he was completely stunned. He thought, this This is a modified version of a cultivation technique from my profound Tao sect. Could it be? Was the exquisite queen a disciple of my junior sister? He glanced around the chamber, deducing, if that's true, then that spiritual spring they mentioned isn't a water source. It must be referring to something else hidden nearby. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Why would the exquisite queen place her empty sarcophagus right in this specific spot? Unless, wasting no time, Chun Mo slammed his fist into the ground beneath him. The entire tomb began to tremble as a deep rumbling sound echoed through the chamber. The stone floor cracked and split apart, revealing a thick wooden platform that had been concealed underneath. The violent tremor caused Anya to lose her balance. "What's happening?" she cried out. Grandmaster Jiang quickly grabbed her wrist to steady her. "Young miss, be careful." Staring at the thick wooden platform, now exposed beneath the floor, Chunimo slowly pulled back his fist. He sat down to inspect it, immensely satisfied. Just as he thought, this was a pound of the primordial spirit root. Jet pondered for a moment and finally understood. The primordial spirit root of the astral nation was damaged by an earth-shattering event. It then absorbed all the world's primordial energy within a 1,000-mile radius to heal itself, which turned the astral nation into a desolate ruin. The piece of wood emanated a dense spiritual energy. Grandmaster Jiang approached for a closer look and was struck with astonishment. This thing, it has an incomparably powerful life force. My internal injuries are rapidly healing just by being near it, Cyan remarked with awe. If I could cultivate here, I could break through to the Grandmaster realm within a year. Grandmaster Jiang immediately suggested to Anya, "Miss, if you could bring this back and place it beside the old master, his illness would surely be cured completely." Anya's face lit up for a moment, but then worry set in as she considered the wood's significant size and weight. Really? That would be wonderful. But how could we possibly carry it back? Grandmaster Jiang sat down, pulled out a dagger, and explained, "We don't need the whole thing. We just need to take a piece." He intended to cut off a segment of the spirit root, but when he plunged the dagger in, it snapped in two. The spirit root was far tougher than he'd imagined. What? Grandmaster Jiang was in disbelief. How is this possible? Jet narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "The primordial spirit root is impervious to fire and water, and it's incredibly durable. It's impossible for you to cut it." Anya was resolute. She would do anything to cure her grandfather. "No matter what, I have to bring this back to heal my grandpa." Jet had wondered what she needed the spirit root for. It turned out it was just for healing. He offered her a pill. "If you just want to cure an illness, this one pill is more than enough." Looking at the pill in his hand, Anya was half skeptical, half hopeful. Could this be? Grandmaster Jiang stepped forward to examine it. "Let me see." One look was all it took. Upon inspecting the pill closely, even Grandmaster Jiang had to exclaim, "A top-grade spirit elixir." He joyfully turned to report to Anya, "Miss, this elixir is more than enough to completely cure the old master's illness." Anya was a bit surprised. She knew anything that could heal her grandfather had to be incredibly valuable. She asked hesitantly, "Really? An elixir this precious? Are you really willing to give it to me?" Jet replied, "Of course, I'm not giving it to you for free. For this elixir, I want half of your family's entire fortune." Anya was furious. "Half? Why don't you just rob us outright?" Seeing she didn't want to trade, Jet clenched his fist. "It seems you don't want to heal your grandpa after all. In that case, you all should leave. And don't even think about touching this primordial spirit root. Or don't blame me for getting hostile." Anya had witnessed Jet's power on their journey here. She knew no one present was his match, so she accepted the offer. "Fine, I agree to your terms." But in her heart, she had no intention of keeping her promise. Asterisk first, I'll get the elixir. As for the family fortune, I won't give it to you anyway, and it's not like you can just take it. Asterisk. With that, Jet took out a vial of pills and handed it to Anya. "Take it. This one vial will be enough." Holding the vial, Anya was overjoyed. Grandpa is saved. Jet unceremoniously shooed them away, as if this ancient tomb was his own house. You've achieved your goal. Now get out of here. After they left, he turned back towards the coffin. Behind him, Grandmaster Jiang advised, Miss, let's head back. Anya nodded. Okay. Cyan, seeing that everything was settled, knew he had his own duties to attend to. He bid farewell. Thank you, Grandmaster Jet. I must be going. Do you have other business here, Grandmaster? Jet warned him coldly. Don't ask so many questions. He then said to Cyan, I plan to stay here for a while. Your mission is complete. Go now. Looking at the primordial wood spirit root at his feet, Jet calculated. This primordial spirit root is enough for me to cultivate one of my elemental bodies to perfection. Half a month later, a group of people entered the ancient tomb, carrying picks and shovels to excavate the site. Someone gave an order, start digging from here. Dig deeper. The clanging sound of digging startled Jet, snapping his eyes open. Annoyance washed over his face, and he immediately attacked, courting death. Boom! A massive explosion threw the digging crew back, sending them tumbling down the stairs. Seeing the workers fall towards her, Anya, who was standing below, let out a piercing scream. Seeing that scheming woman again, Jet grew even more displeased. Humans truly are insatiably greedy. Anya was startled, but she saw nothing wrong with her actions. She retorted, This primordial spirit root is so long, and you want to monopolize it all for yourself? You have the nerve to call me greedy. Grandmaster Zhang's own greed flared up. He made a demand. Treasures like the primordial spirit root belong to whoever finds them. Give me half, and I won't make things difficult for you. Jet's eyes turned cold, filled with killing intent and disdain. He sneered, You want to snatch something from my hands? You're not worthy. Who could tolerate being looked down upon like that? Grandmaster Jiang was enraged. Unable to get what he wanted through threats, he angrily pulled out a spellbook. Then died. The book seemed to contain all the techniques he had cultivated. He flipped to a specific page and chanted loudly, Spirits of the earth, heed my command. A magic circle appeared at Grandmaster Zhang's feet, and he began to manipulate the rocks and earth within the ancient tomb. Stones moved under his control. Colossal rock dragon fist. An earth dragon, formed from countless rocks and stones, materialized and charged towards Jet. Jet didn't strike immediately. He just stood still, narrowing his eyes, completely unfazed. Jet smirked as a shimmering shield materialized in front of him. The earth dragon slammed into the shield. A thunderous explosion shook the ground, and the chamber filled with dust and debris. Grandmaster Jiang, certain of his victory, laughed maniacally. Kid, you really think you can block that with a mere defensive artifact? Ha ha, you're just digging your own grave. When the smoke cleared, Jet was still standing in the same spot, unharmed. Seeing his opponent completely unscathed, the Grandmaster panicked. What? He's not dead? Is this kid even human? Grandmaster Jiang gritted his teeth. But I have another move. You won't be able to stop this one. A triumphant grin spread across his face. You definitely can't block this attack. Earth Prison Burial. As he spoke, the ground beneath Jet cracked open, and he lost his balance, falling into the fissure. Immediately after, Grandmaster Jiang manipulated the earth, causing the fissure to slam shut, intending to crush Jet on the spot. He let out a victorious laugh. But his triumphant smile barely had time to form before it twisted into a grimace. His joy turned to sheer terror as Jet burst out from the ground and flew into the air. How is that possible? Jet quite enjoyed opponents who didn't know their own limits. It meant he could play a little cat and mouse. Is that all you've got? Because now it's my turn. Grandmaster Jiang was seething. He decided to go all out. I'll risk it all against you. Spirits of the great earth, heed my call. His body instantly grew to a colossal size, with rocks and earth clinging to him, transforming him into a powerful stone giant. Earth-shattering descent. The transformed Grandmaster Jiang declared menacingly, I am now one with the earth. As long as I stand on the ground, I can draw upon an endless source of energy. Among his followers, someone trembled in confusion and fear. Oh my God! Grandmaster Jiang turned into a monster. Anya immediately scolded him. You idiot! Grandmaster Jiang is casting a spell. Don't disturb him. Grandmaster Jiang threw a punch. Kid, prepare to die. His hand was halfway to its target when a blade of sharp, green spiritual energy sliced through it. The agony of having his hand severed made him lose control of his expression. But moments later, the arm reconnected as if it had never been cut. Grandmaster Jiang laughed wildly. Huh, like I said, as long as I stand on this earth, I am an invincible existence. The folly of villains is that they talk too much, often revealing their own weaknesses for others to exploit. Jet casually raised his hand. Is that so? 5 elements sealing art. A golden light shot out from his hand, gradually enveloping the giant Grandmaster Jiang. Grandmaster Jiang suddenly felt something was wrong. He roared, no, I can't absorb the elemental power from the earth. What's happening? Jit didn't bother explaining. He commanded his weapon, Heaven Slayer's sword, go. The sword obeyed, soaring into the air and emitting a blinding golden light. It was controlled with masterful skill, slicing left and weaving right, its golden aura making it difficult for anyone to see what was happening. Finally, when the aura dissipated, Grandmaster Jiang's body had been cut into countless pieces. He died without a corpse, turning into dust that vanished into the air. Only a few rocks fell to the ground. He was utterly obliterated. Anya stood as if struck by lightning, unable to believe her eyes. Grandmaster Jiang. She saw Jet approaching. She and her subordinates huddled together. Jet! Jet Tran! Anya waved her hands frantically, her voice trembling with fear. I'm sorry. It was Grandmaster Jiang who forced me to come here. It has nothing to do with me. Jet waved his hand dismissively, sparing her. If it weren't for the debt I owe you, you'd be dead already. Scram! Anya and her men immediately fled for their lives. Yes, we're leaving right now. Only after escaping the underground tomb did the group finally breathe a sigh of relief. One of the naive underlings asked, Miss, Grandmaster Jiang is dead. How are we going to get the primordial spirit root? Anya, furious, snapped at him. Do you want me to die? That kid is too strong. Who could possibly take anything from him? Then, a calculating smile spread across her face. But even if we can't get it, we can't let him benefit either. A few days later, in a VIP lounge, someone reported, Miss, all of his information has been sent to your phone. Anya looked at her phone. Grandmaster Jet of Jianya, Huamei Group, Life Elixir, the Tran family of Wuyang. This kid is so arrogant. He must have a ton of enemies. She gave an order. Spread the news that Grandmaster Jet of Jianya died in the Sea of Death. Anya smiled, thinking to herself, Grandmaster Jet, when you finally emerge, I wonder how you'll feel when you find all your friends and family have been slaughtered by your enemies. Half a month later, in a luxurious karaoke room, Victor Chu was surrounded by scantily clad waitresses, laughing as he ordered, Keep the music playing, and you dance. Suddenly, the door to the room was forcefully shoved open. The person who entered let out a sharp oath. Victor Chu frowned. Who is it? The visitor was Kale Chin, Cyan's senior brother. He clenched his fist menacingly. Victor Chu, you have 3 days. Bring out all of Grandmaster Jet's allies, or I will kill every single one of you. Terrified, Victor Chu begged for mercy. Brother, don't be rash. We can talk this out. I'll do as you say. Kale Chin turned to leave. Oomph. You worthless scum know your place. Victor Chu sat stunned in the room, thinking to himself, Asterisk, is this an enemy? Could the news of Grandmaster Jet's death actually be true? Asterisk. At the same time, in Jianya District, at the Huamei Group Chairman's office, Serena Li and Madame Fong were discussing business. So the next new project must be handled this way, and this issue. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Someone in the room asked, Who's there? A strange young man holding a sword walked into the office, a provocative smile on his face. Chairwoman Lee, prepare to meet your maker. The blond young man drew his sword and lunged towards Madame Fong. She was terrified, frozen like a statue, unable to dodge the blade. But in the nick of time, Silas appeared. He grabbed the attacker's sword hand with one hand, stopping his assault. With his other hand, he seized the attacker's throat and demanded, "Who sent you?" The assassin struggled to breathe and confessed immediately. I don't know. I only know that after I succeed, I'll receive a top-grade spirit elixir. Unable to find out who was behind it, Silas tightened his grip in anger, cutting off the assassin's air supply. Then you are of no more use. The unlucky assassin died on the spot and was tossed to the floor. Serena Lee looked worriedly at Madame Fong. That's the third assassination attempt recently, Chairwoman. Madame Fong regained her composure and quickly analyzed the situation. It must be the Van family. They heard the rumor that my son is dead, so they're constantly making moves. Sooner or later, they will pay the price. The scene shifts to a luxurious room somewhere in the city. Kale Chin sat imposingly on the sofa, looking down at the group of people kneeling on the floor. He commanded menacingly, "Hand over all your assets and the entire production line for the water of life." Victor Chu and his subordinates nervously wiped their sweat. He hesitated, thinking to himself, no amount of assets is as important as the water of life. Kale Chin was losing patience. He began to threaten them again. "What? You don't want to talk? You want to die, is that it?" After a moment of thought, Victor Chu clenched his teeth. Ultimately, he led Kale Chin to the production site of the Water of Life. The facility was located in a remote, secluded area, accessible only by crossing a rickety suspension bridge. When Kale Chin arrived, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Meanwhile, Victor Chu sighed in frustration. Kale Chin's joy was short-lived as two figures landed in front of him. "Who dares to cause trouble here? Get lost now, or don't blame us for being impolite." The newcomers were Katara and Xing, who stood blocking the entrance, preventing Kale Chin from entering. He gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. "Gatekeepers, don't get in my way." With that, he leaped forward at incredible speed, moving so fast he was just a blur. Seeing this, Xing warned Katara, "Be careful." Katara managed to draw her wooden sword to fight him. Seeing her weapon, Kale Chin was slightly surprised. "A wooden sword? You've got some skill. Who is your master?" Katara replied coldly, "You are not qualified to ask." With those words, she unleashed a technique that was both elegant and powerful. The phantom of a fire phoenix appeared behind her. Phoenix dance of the 9 heavens. Kale Chin was not afraid. On the contrary, he was delighted. What a powerful sword technique. Luckily, you're only at the peak of the inner realm. If you had reached the Grandmaster realm, I wouldn't be able to defeat you. He also got serious and unleashed his own move, Great Primal Hand. A giant hand appeared and shattered Katara's Phoenix Phantom. She exclaimed in shock, "What?" The Phoenix Phantom was shattered, and the powerful explosion sent Katara flying backward. Xing rushed to check on her injuries. "Miss," Katara grunted. "I'm fine. We need to escape first." After the smoke cleared, Kale Chin couldn't see the two of them anymore. Damn it, they run fast. But with no one to stop him, he entered the large, luxurious villa before him. Kale Chin walked in, admiring the lavishly furnished mansion. He laughed deviously, thinking of his bright future. From now on, this is all mine. I'll move the Yulam sect here. In just a few years, my Yulam sect will dominate the martial world." Over on the other side, Xing had taken Katara to see Silas. He gave Katara a healing pill. "This is a core restoration pill. Take it to heal your injuries." "What exactly happened?" Xing replied. Victor Chu's group led a martial arts grandmaster to break the mist formation and seize the mountaintop villa. Silas pondered for a moment, then analyzed. Victor Chu and his men are ordinary people. I'm afraid they were acting in self-defense, not leading the way willingly. Right now, our most important task is to ensure the chairwoman's safety. Everything else can wait until the master returns. In a rather desolate place, Marcus Hua, a military man or ally, dragged his wounded body as he fled. They probably can't catch up now. The internal injuries caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His legs trembled, unable to go on, and he supported himself as he sank to the ground. Seeing the unusual color of his blood, Marcus muttered, "Black blood. So, I was poisoned long ago." Suddenly, two figures appeared before him. One was dressed like a mage with a hooded face. The other, a blonde, was dressed like a noble from the Middle Ages. They spoke in unison. "Lord Hatcha has already placed the death mark on you. You only have 5 minutes left to live." Marcus was stunned for a moment. He looked up at them, his resolve hardening. "Even if I die, I'm taking you with me." The blonde man was a vampire named John. He feigned fear, taunting. "Oh my God, you want to fight us to the death? I'm so scared." He licked his finger, revealing sharp fangs, and described with relish, "The blood of your two comrades gave me great power. I believe yours will be even more exquisite." Hearing John mention his fallen comrades, Marcus roared in anger, "Damn vampire." He struggled to his feet and threw a punch at him. "I'll take you down with me." However, vampires move faster than ordinary people. Before Marcus's already injured fist could land, John had appeared behind him in a flash. He commented, "Too slow." Now, Marcus was caught in the middle. John shook his head slightly. "I think you should stop your useless resistance. The sooner you die, the sooner you can be reborn." The mage, Hatcha, raised his hand, and black magic surged forth. He smiled wickedly. "Let me send you on your way." Bone-corroding finger. Marcus gave up. He didn't have the strength to fight these two. His only regret was, "I can't believe I sacrificed all my teammates, and in the end, I still couldn't bring the intel back." Suddenly, a massive sword fell from the sky, landing in front of Marcus. John was stunned. "What?" He felt a sharp pain slice through his arm as black blood spurted out. He was dazed. "What the hell is this?" By the time he reacted, his arm had already fallen to the ground. John roared in pain. "Damn it, my arm." Marcus fell to the ground, staring blankly at the huge sword in front of him. John clutched his severed arm, his face twisted in fury. "Even though my body can recover, it still hurts like hell. Damn it, who was that cowardly attacker?" Hatcha pointed at the sword and said hesitantly, "This looks like the flying sword from Eastern mythology." Just then, the ground where the sword was embedded cracked open, and someone emerged from within. John wondered, what's happening now? In the empty field outside the ancient tomb, Jit appeared. He glanced around and muttered, "So there are descendants of the vampire race here. But their bloodline is very impure, just mongrels." Hatcha laughed at the other's misfortune. "Haha, John, he's insulting you." John, enraged, snapped, "Shut up." Jit didn't spare the mage either. He assessed him, a human who sacrificed his soul to a foreign god. "You are unworthy of being human." Hatcha raged. John seized the chance for revenge. "Hatcha, did you hear that? He said you're not human." The mage, seething, roared, "Shut your mouth." Marcus felt that Jet could be trusted. He pleaded, "Brother, you're from the Dailai Nation, right? I'm begging you, when you get back, take this badge to Jung Din Thien in the capital and tell him." He handed the badge to Jet and continued, "The Death God organization has begun assassinating Dai Li's martial arts masters. Tell him to be on guard, both inside and out." Taking the badge, Jet nodded seriously. "All right." Then, he turned to look at the vampire and the mage, a cold smile forming. "However, the thorns in my side must be removed first." Those two were no pushovers. Hatcha felt he had been provoked. He announced excitedly, "Arrogant kid, I will definitely kill you both." With that, he raised his hand to his head and chanted an incantation. "Great God of darkness, please hear the call of your most loyal servant. Grant me the power of darkness." A black energy sphere grew larger and larger in Hatch's hand. When it reached a certain power, he hurled the sphere towards Jet. D. Just then, Marcus, who had been lying exhausted on the ground, suddenly rushed forward to shield him. "Brother, get back." Jet was grateful for his selfless act. He created a defensive shield for both of them with his own hands, blocking the mage's black magic sphere. Seeing his opponent's technique, Hacha was completely stunned. A defensive spell? Are you a mage? At the same time, John wasn't idle either. He charged forward, saying confidently, "Watch me shatter that turtle shell of yours." With that, he threw a punch. One punch wasn't enough, so he threw more. After all, vampires were strong. However, even multiple punches couldn't shake Jet's defensive shield. He smirked mockingly at his opponent. "You couldn't break this in 100 years, but I don't want to waste any more time. Go!" Standing inside the defensive shield, Jet raised his hand to control the massive sword from before. John was momentarily stunned. What? He instinctively dodged the sword as a reflex. Unfortunately for the mage behind him, he didn't react in time and was impaled by the sword. Hacha cried out, "What? I am the most loyal servant of the God of Darkness. My body is immortal. This kind of attack can't kill me." But as his life slipped away, he finally felt a pang of fear. No, why isn't my wound closing? On the other side, Jet snapped his fingers. Burn. Instantly, Hatch's body erupted in inextinguishable flames. He screamed in agony, ah. Even at the moment of his death, he couldn't understand why his immortal body could be so easily incinerated. Looking at the pile of ashes before him, John was terrified. Acha, how is this possible? Marcus had now moved behind Jet. He watched in a daze as Jet annihilated their opponent, wondering to himself, this young man easily killed a 6th-tier dark mage, who is equivalent to a Grandmaster Realm expert. Jet smiled with satisfaction. To deal with a corrupt human who has abandoned his soul and flesh, the best way is to use fire attribute True Chi to destroy his body. John had gone berserk by now. Losing his comrade was as painful as losing a lover. You killed Hacha. You actually killed Hacha. I'll drain you of your blood and make you my slave. Jet stood still, waiting for the vampire to charge, not forgetting to taunt him, so much talk. He controlled the sword with his mind, making it slice through John's flesh. Swish! The arm that had just regrown was chopped off by the sword and fell to the ground. John didn't seem to care much. He smiled. Even if your flying sword gets faster, you still can't kill me. I am an immortal vampire. As soon as he finished speaking, his body had already regenerated a new arm. Seeing this, Marcus began to worry for Jet. A vampire's life force is incredibly strong. Unless you pierce their heart, you basically can't kill them. John heard this too. He said smugly, "Our vampire hearts are completely different from you humans. If you want to attack it, you'll have to find it first." Jet didn't much care where his heart was. He continued to control the flying sword, retorting coldly, "You're wrong." The flying sword moved like lightning, slicing through John's immortal body, leaving countless fatal wounds. John's body was cut into many pieces. The cuts were scorched with a fire hot as lava that ran through his body. When his head and body were in separate places, he screamed in disbelief, "No, how is this possible? I can't regenerate my body. I'm going to die." Only then did Jet calmly share, vampires don't have immortal bodies, and their weakness isn't the heart. The way to kill them is to inflict damage that exceeds the limits of what you yourselves can withstand. He then turned to Marcus, handing the badge back to him. "You should still deliver this to June Din Thien yourself." However, at that moment, the poison in his body took effect. Marcus said weakly, "It's too late. I've been too heavily injured on this journey. I'm not going to make it." With those words, he collapsed to the ground. "Brothers, I'm coming." Jet was speechless. "Just because I'm from Dai Lai, you can trust me unconditionally?" He turned to leave, calculating his next move. Next is to return to Chaizong, then leave. Before he could finish his thought, Jet's brow furrowed tightly. He was utterly horrified. I sensed the formation exploding. The protective jade talismans for my mother and sister Serena have shattered. on a deserted stretch of road. A luxury car quickly swerved in front of an ambulance. Outside the car, Madame Fong was sitting on the ground. "Serena, I can't believe we're still alive." Serena's face also showed clear signs of terror. Suddenly, her expression turned to joyous relief as she looked at her. "The jade pendant is gone. It was the pendant Jet gave us that saved us." Jet is so thoughtful. The scene shifts to the hospital where Madame Fong and Serena are having their injuries checked. While they were talking with the police, Jet's figure rushed over, shouting. As soon as she saw him, Madame Fong cried out with joy, "Jet, you're back. So the rumors of you dying in the desert were just false rumors." He, sweating profusely, asked, "It's great that you two are okay. I felt the protective jade talismans you were wearing explode. What happened?" From behind, Serena slowly stepped forward and recounted the whole story. "The chairwoman and I were heading to Yuzhong for the group's new project launch ceremony. We got into an accident on the highway just now. Luckily, the jade pendant you gave us saved us." In an instant, Jet grasped the key points. Rumors of my death. A traffic accident. The scene shifts to the office of the chairman of the Van Corporation. Magnus Van slammed his hand on the table, showing his disbelief. The entire Mercedes-Benz was totaled, but they're fine. Impossible. Hugh Van gritted his teeth and speculated. Jet must have left them some powerful treasure to survive that catastrophe. After composing himself, he looked up and asked, "Have you dealt with the truck driver cleanly?" Although the plan had failed, Hugh was still extremely arrogant. "Of course, no one will be able to trace it back to us." Before they could revel in their arrogance for long, Jet strode menacingly into the office. "And of course, no one will be able to trace how you are about to die." They shouted in unison, terrified. "You're not dead," as if they had driven him mad. He curled his lip and replied, "Disappointed, are we?" After a moment, Magnus Van forced himself to calm down and replied, "Yes. So many people wish you were dead." Next, Jet stepped forward and asked, "That accident was your plan, wasn't it?" It seemed he still didn't realize what he was about to face. Magnus tried to play dumb. "I don't know what you're talking about." A sharp light flashed in Jet's eyes. "Won't admit it? It's fine. I have many methods." Magnus Van finally felt fear and shot up from his seat, trying to intimidate him. "What do you want to do? This is a lawful society. You're from the martial world. You're not allowed to interfere in worldly affairs." His blustering actions made Jet unable to hold back any longer. "If you dare to harm my family, then you must bear the consequences." As Jet's decisive blow struck, Magnus Van screamed, "What?" Jet's face darkened. "I will make you watch as the 3 branches of the Van family are wiped out before your very eyes." Without any hesitation, he activated a dangerous formation. Bloodline Soul Tracking Formation Activate. Above the magic circle, the words "Exterminate 3 generations" appeared. Immediately after, every single member of the Van family appeared vividly through this formation. The images of the Van family members gradually appeared, terrifying Magnus Van. Uncle, cousin, they're all from the Van family. In the next moment, the people appearing in the circle were gradually consumed by an extremely powerful flame. They screamed in agony, even though they didn't understand why. Hugh Van was suffering the same fate. He screamed for help, terrified. Dad, save me." Only now did Magnus Van feel fear and kneel down to beg. "Stop, I'm begging you." But it was too late. Once Jet had made up his mind, there was no turning back. "In my past life, your Van family persecuted my mother to death, causing my father to die of grief. You forced Serena to log out of the server of life. If I hadn't been coincidentally taken away by the Eastern Flower Immortal Emperor, I would have been forced to log out by you as well." Even though he said that, Magnus Van refused to give up and stubbornly begged, "Stop it. I'll do whatever you want." Before Magnus Van could finish his sentence, Jet had already directed the flames towards him. "No!" Jet watched this scene of revenge and retribution carefully. "Van family, the blood debt you owed me is paid in full today." In the splendid city, the Van family skyscraper was engulfed in flames, burning brightly against the night sky. Following that, news outlets quickly updated the situation. The Van Corporation skyscraper is on fire. The family's mansion is also on fire. I only heard that one of their young masters mysteriously burst into flames. It's so scary. The entire Van family suddenly wiped out. Hot search, spontaneous combustion, divine punishment apocalypse. Sensational news. Van Corporation skyscraper mysteriously catches fire. Chairman of the board missing. The scene shifts to an office where Madame Fong is resting. The confident voice of an employee rings out. The chairman of the Huame Group just had an accident, and the Van family was immediately annihilated. Do you understand? It was Grandmaster Jet. As soon as she heard these words, she held her head and lamented. Jet has caused a huge disaster this time. With such a sensational event, the government will definitely get involved. In the next second, Madame Fong's eyes suddenly sharpened as if she had just realized something. Immediately, she stood up and said gravely to Serena, "Serena, go apply for passports right away. At any cost, as long as it's fast. Then transfer all our current funds to a Swiss bank account." "Huh," she replied, though she still didn't understand what was happening. "Huh, yes, ma'am." Then, Serena turned to leave. "I'll go find Jet now." At the same time, Jet opened the office door and walked in with a surprised look. "Why are you two in such a hurry?" Madame Fong's face showed a mix of worry and reproach. "You still have to ask? Come with me, quickly, if we're late." Before she could finish, Serena sighed and said, "Jet, this time we have to go." Just hearing this, he immediately knew what they were worried about. "Don't be afraid. I will handle everything." Madame Fong's concerned voice rang out again. "You silly boy, how will you handle it?" Jet gently interrupted her. "Mom, can you trust me?" It seemed his composure had a calming effect on Madame Fong. "All right, but you have to promise me you will absolutely not go against the government." With an incredibly confident tone, Jet quickly affirmed, "I understand." The scene shifts to the villa at Turtle Rest Lake on the Boo Bang River. Inside the villa, Kale Chin was concentrating his power, cultivating seriously. He even moved the entire Yulam sect here, and there's still no sign of a spirit energy shortage. This place is truly a treasure of feng shui. Suddenly, in that moment, several figures flashed by Kale's eyes as fast as lightning. As soon as he sensed this aura, he snapped his eyes open. Not good. As expected, a massive explosion erupted right before his eyes. His appearance made Kale Chin pause for a few seconds to think. "It's you." After a moment of consideration, he laughed with contempt. "Ridiculous. Only the more skilled are entitled to better cultivation resources. You're just a snot-nosed kid, and you dare to call yourself Grandmaster Jet." Suddenly, Cyan rushed over, shouting, "What's going on? Is there an enemy attack?" "It's the assassin." He widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh my God! So Grandmaster Jet is still alive." A wise man knows when to retreat. Cyan quickly said to Kale Chin, "Senior brother, if Grandmaster Jet isn't dead, we should leave quickly." Like a master of avoiding trouble, he scratched his head and laughed sheepishly, apologizing. "Grandmaster Jet, we were all deceived by the rumors. Please forgive us. We'll leave right away." It seems Cyan's unconditional retreat infuriated Kale Chin. "Cyan, you're nothing but a traitor." He pointed at Jet and yelled, "You think I'm going to lose to this kid?" Cyan's face and voice gradually became more serious than ever. "Senior brother, I'm trying to save our Yulam sect. Grandmaster Jet's strength is beyond your imagination." His sincere words had no effect on Kale. "Enough." After flying up, he waved his hand and shouted, "The survivor is the one who deserves to own this place." While the great primal fist technique was directly attacking Jet, Xing's warning came out, "Be careful." He used this move to defeat the young miss before. Despite her fear, he remained calm and disdainful. "Is that all?" As soon as Jet finished speaking, an explosion with terrifying power erupted in the night sky. Cyan and Xing, standing nearby, were continuously amazed and exclaimed, Such powerful force. What was the result? Did Master win? The explosion gradually dissipated into the quiet night at the Turtle Rest Lake Villa. Jet stood before Kale Chin, who was lying sprawled on the ground, and declared, "The victor is decided." Kale Chin's disciples were horrified by the scene before them. This, Master lost in a single move. Although he had anticipated it, Jet's terrifying power still made Cyan's jaw drop. Compared to when he killed those vipers in the underground palace, Grandmaster Jet has become much stronger. Katara also secretly compared herself in her heart. I thought that by working desperately, I was about to catch up to him. I never imagined the gap in our power would only grow larger. Next, Kale Chin's disciples quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Grandmaster Jet, spare us. We didn't come here willingly. Cyan also tried to beg for a way out. My senior brother has paid for his crimes. Please show mercy and spare the lives of my fellow sect members. I swear from now on, the Ulam sect will follow Grandmaster Jet. Seeing this, Jet threatened them with a deep voice. If there's a next time, I absolutely will not show mercy. He was overjoyed and grateful. Thank you, Grandmaster Jet. Then, like pre-programmed machines, they all chanted in unison. Thank you, Grandmaster Jet. Grandmaster Jet's divine power is supreme. Thank you, Grandmaster Jet, for sparing our lives. A long while later, the villa had returned to its original peaceful state. Jet carefully observed the interior while remarking, "It seems he really moved his entire sect here, wanting to develop his clan in this place. I think that's for the best." Suddenly, he stared in one direction, completely surprised, as if he had discovered something. It turned out Jet had seen Kale Chin's valuables. Now, the Ulam sect's entire lifetime of accumulated wealth belongs to me. Holding 2 jade stones in his hand, Jet smiled and said, "Just consider it your rent payment. It's just enough for me to upgrade the Grand Formation." In the next second, he summoned the red-scaled snake. "Come out. From now on, this is your home. Your mission is to protect this place." Hearing this, it looked overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Jet carefully instructed, "Haha, be good and listen. Use the spiritual energy here to cultivate your body, and I will reward you with a great fortune." It was still the same villa, but several days had passed. While enjoying tea, Jet quickly sensed, as expected, someone has come. But why is there only one? It was Hassan who had come to investigate. "The mist before me is cleared. I can understand that as your invitation." His calm demeanor surprised the man. "You're not very old, but you're unusually composed. Do you not know who I am?" With an assertive tone, Jet replied, "You must be from the government." A look of interest appeared on Hassan's face. "So, are you prepared to surrender peacefully, or will you stubbornly resist and involve your family?" His threat made Jet grit his teeth. "If you have the guts, then come at me. If you dare to touch my family, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Next, he gradually questioned with a serious tone, "Are you threatening me? You want to go against the government?" Unfazed by Hassan's threat, he focused his power and declared loudly, "You can think of it that way. I Jet always keep my word." Suddenly, he laughed heartily and praised, "Good kid, arrogant enough. It seems you really were the one who wiped out the Van family." After laughing his fill, Hassan returned to a serious tone. "Kid, I'm Jiang Hassan. You probably haven't heard my name, but you must have heard of the Dragon War Special Forces, Dung Din Thien." As soon as he heard this introduction, Jet immediately recognized this as a top-level decision-maker. While he was still lost in thought, the man continued as if he owned the place. "The War Dragon Special Forces is the elite special unit under my command. Kid, right now the old man, the head, along with the 6 super powerful families are thinking of using any means necessary to deal with you." At this point, Hassan's voice grew grave. Fortunately, the great leader is wise and saw through the state preceptor's use of public office for personal revenge, temporarily suppressing the matter. But it won't last long. It seemed that after careful thought, Jet already knew his purpose. "But you didn't come here today just to remind me of these things, did you?" Hassan sat opposite Jet and said, "You now have only two choices. Either become an official employee and redeem your crimes through meritorious service, or stubbornly resist to the end and oppose the nation." His blunt words made Jet curious, and he asked, "Recruiting me so directly? Won't the 6 super clans in the capital object?" Hearing this, Hassan snorted with contempt. Dai Lai belongs to the people of Dai Lai, not to the 6 great families. As long as you agree to join the government and submit to its supervision from now on, we will naturally handle the trouble with the 6 great families for you. Jet replied calmly, "Joining is fine, but I don't want to be controlled by you people." Before he could finish his sentence, the man interrupted, "You want to refuse?" Jet, full of confidence, proposed a strategy. "At worst, I'll just have his Leaf family change its head, or make the government change all its high-ranking officials at once." His defiant attitude immediately angered Hassan. "Arrogant! Do you want a rebel?" As if to provoke him, Jet smirked and deliberately challenged, "Why not?" Unexpectedly, Hassan gradually regained his composure. "Forget it. The great leader had already anticipated your demands. But you must have an official identity. Captain Marcus Hua of the Divine Eagle Special Forces has been missing for some time. You can temporarily take his place." The plan not working out made him a little disappointed. "If that's the case, I guess I have no choice but to accept." Next, he handed something shimmering and silver to Jet. "After you've handled your affairs, bring this Divine Eagle Special Forces badge and come find me." It turned out to be a silver badge with a soaring eagle emblem. As soon as he saw the familiar pattern, he recognized it. "I have a gold one too." Holding the gold badge in his hand, Hassan was extremely curious. "How'd you get this badge?" Jet was not stingy with his answer. In the great northwestern desert, a middle-aged man was being chased by 2 powerful Western experts. He told me to pass a message to Jung Din Thien, and then he died. As if he had just heard terrible news, Hassan's expression gradually became grave. "He's dead? Then what did he ask you to say?" After careful consideration, Jet rested his chin on his hand and recounted, "You are Jung Din Thien's leader, so telling you is no different. He said the Death God organization has begun assassinating Dai Li's martial arts masters, and told Jung Din Thien not to act rashly, to stop the enemy at the border." He stared at the badge and sighed. "Fate. It's all fate. The one who gave you the badge was Marcus Hua." Before he could reply, Hassan hastily stood up. "Marcus Hua exchanged his life for this crucial information. I must return to the capital immediately. You should come find me as soon as possible." Jet silently agreed in his heart. "Just give me a few days to prepare." In the next moment, Jet sprang into action. "I must give the refined protective jade pendants to Mom and anyone." He continued to give gifts to Katara, presenting the specially refined Phoenix Cry sword to Yin Quinton for her to claim as her own. Then, Jet secretly calculated his next steps. "And I also have to cultivate my wood element body to great perfection. It seems I won't be bored." The scene shifts to a few days later. The capital. In the car, a man named Zhuang began to speak. "Mr. Jet, Elder Jiang has arranged a place for you to stay. Tomorrow morning, Elder Jiang will personally come and pick you up." Meanwhile, Jet's sixth sense was tingling. He kept feeling like he had been drawn into something dangerous. Just as he finished his thought, the car stopped and Zhuang spoke up. "Mr. Jet, please exit the car. We've arrived." The sight before him left Jet speechless. Is this a hotel or a detention camp? However, Zhuang had no intention of answering his question. "Sir, the entrance is right ahead." As if he had already guessed what was about to happen, Jet chuckled softly and muttered, "I really want to see what the hell they're up to." Zhuang walked up to the guard booth and politely requested, "Excuse me, please open the gate." At the same time, Jet saw the door of the strange hotel. It seems Zhuang could no longer maintain his polite demeanor. His tone gradually became more sinister. "Mr. Jet." Jet only needed a quick glance to see Zhuang's smug satisfaction. Not caring, Jet turned his back and walked away decisively. "Whatever tricks you have, just bring them all out." As the door slowly closed, De Zhuang's blessing echoed, "Kid, good luck." As soon as he stepped into the room, Jet lowered his head and silently sensed his surroundings. He carefully observed all the items inside. After a moment, Jet thought to himself, there are more than 10 auras hidden here. Just as he predicted, dark figures suddenly appeared, shouting, "Surround him!" Instantly, standing before him were elite masters, poised and ready for battle. Their footsteps echoed in the quiet room. Hailong spoke with a confident face. "You are Jet Tran?" Despite their questioning, Jet remained calm and assessed the situation. 2 grandmasters along with 10 inner realm martial artists at the great success stage. This strength is enough to wipe out some of the smaller sects in the martial arts world. Then, he slowly raised his voice and answered, "What if I am?" Unconcerned with the blatant anger of the masters, Jet continued to mock them. "You don't know your own limits." In the next second, he summoned a technique, third style of the heavenly mystic divine fist, Shake the Cosmos. Immediately, Jet swung his hand forcefully, launching the attack forward. The terrifying force of his attack was too much for them to bear, and they roared in pain. It seems Hailong hadn't expected this. He was inwardly surprised. This move is unexpectedly powerful. He could currently only barely stand his ground. After delivering the show of force, Jet withdrew his hand and questioned loudly, "Speak. What does Jiang Ha-sun want?" Hailong's slowness annoyed him, and he shouted loudly, "Are you waiting for me to kill these 2 before you show yourself?" Then, Ha-sun calmly spoke up to explain, "This is a test that all personnel who wish to enter important government agencies must pass." From a corner of the room, he slowly walked out and continued, "They all have to go through it once." Jet, hearing this, became curious. "A test? Here." Ha-sun continued with a helpless tone. "Originally, there was more to it, but now we can't even get past the first step. You're the first person to create this situation." His remark made Jet annoyed. "Boring. Take me to the Divine Eagle Special Forces." As if he had anticipated his attitude, Ha-sun stood with his hands on his hips and said, "You've already arrived." Jet's face was filled with disbelief. He turned around to look carefully. "You're saying this place is the Divine Eagle Special Forces?" Ha-sun nodded while giving an order to his subordinate. "Hailong, bring your team out here to welcome your new captain." Although Jet's attack had ended long ago, Hailong still couldn't stand up straight. "Yes, sir." A moment later, Ha-sun extended his hand to introduce. The Divine Eagle Special Forces is an elite military unit selected from the best of the best. None of them are easy to command. Your position as captain won't be easy. Just as he said, the sharp commands of the Divine Eagle team members rang out. "At attention. About face. Right face. Eyes front. Report." Divine Eagle Special Forces has a total of 36 members. All 36 are present and accounted for. Report. Seeing their discipline, Jet was very satisfied and introduced himself. "I am Jet Tran. From today onwards, I will be your captain." A soldier quickly spoke up, "Report." Jet then interjected, "Speak." As if a dam had broken, the soldiers in the squad continuously voiced their disapproval. "Our captain is Marcus Hua. On what grounds are you our captain?" "Our captain is a hero who stands tall between heaven and earth. How can you compare to him? Our captain led us through a hail of bullets to slay our enemies. How can a student like you compare to him?" Jet replied calmly, "I don't deny that Marcus Hua is indeed a hero, but I wouldn't throw my life away for a piece of information because I would never let it get to that point." After a pause of about 2 seconds, he continued, "I also won't lead you through a hail of bullets, because if we encounter something that even I can't solve, then you all certainly can't." Jet's sincere words not only failed to move them, but instead, the soldiers gritted their teeth and cursed. "Kid, you're not allowed to slander Captain Hua. You're not worthy. If you have the guts, prove yourself to us. Want to be our captain? Dream on." Their attitude didn't make Jet's voice waver in the slightest. "Do you all have guns?" It seems this question of his made one soldier more agitated than ever. "Yes. What do you want to do?" With a confident look, Jet spread his arms and ordered, "Shoot at me." A soldier, stunned and bewildered, almost fell over. He said, "What did you say?" So arrogant. "You want to die?" Liu seemed unable to stand Jet's confidence. "I'll do it. You trying to scare us? Don't blame me if you get killed." His resistance made Jet curious. "What's your name?" In a flash, Li Hu aimed his weapon straight ahead. "I am Li Hu." His face was filled with fury. "You dare to slander our captain. You must die." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Hu pulled the trigger. In the next second, Jet casually caught the bullet between two fingers. Seeing this scene, the surrounding soldiers were all stunned, their mouths agape. How was this possible? He didn't dodge, nor did he use true chi to block it. Jet slowly asked again, "Now, do you think I can be your captain?" The scene shifts to his office. "Stop. I am only responsible for teaching you martial arts. I don't care about anything else." Hailong spoke up to explain the Divine Eagle Special Forces already has a martial arts instructor. Jet, hearing this, immediately asked, "Who is it?" He quickly answered, "Bai Ma, a member of a martial arts family." Next, Hailong handed Jet some documents. "This is the Tiger's Roar technique that the Divine Eagle Special Forces is currently cultivating. Because of my special status, I have a different cultivation technique." He calmly asked, "Is your cultivation level the highest here?" Hailong heard this and replied, "Yes, my cultivation is at the peak of the inner realm. The majority of the other team members are still stuck at the outer realm." Then, Jet waved his hand dismissively. "All right, you can go now. I understand." Hailong clasped his hands respectfully and obeyed. After reading the documents for a while, he thought up a plan. These people's foundations are too weak, and there are too many of them. The most suitable for them is the Illusory Sky Ascending Dragon Path. This type is best for group cultivation of the technique's foundation. The scene shifts to the training area of the Divine Eagle Special Forces. Jet ordered Hailong. Hailong, step forward. He quickly stepped out and replied, "Yes, sir." In a flash, he handed a new document to Hailong. Next, Jet used a calm tone to give instructions. "This is the technique after I've improved it. It's called the Ascending Dragon Art. It will replace the Tiger's Roar art you are currently cultivating. In 3 days, I will check your cultivation progress and answer any questions you have during the process." Hailong's head was full of question marks as he thought to himself. Any cultivation technique has been created and improved by countless geniuses, yet he managed to do it in just one evening. Although he was initially skeptical, after just a moment, Hailong's eyes widened in amazement. My heavens! The soldiers standing behind him were also very suspicious. Improving a technique overnight? Let's just hope no one gets killed. This doesn't seem reliable. Before they could gossip, Hailong turned around, his eyes shining like he had struck gold. This technique is incredibly rare. It's 100 times more powerful than the technique we've been practicing. Everyone must cultivate diligently and cherish this opportunity. Hearing this, they were curious but no less excited. Really? That's great. We can get stronger now. Like a diligent student, Hailong quickly turned back to ask, "Captain Tran, can the true chi cultivated from this ascending dragon art be compatible with the true chi everyone else is cultivating?" Jet rested his chin on his hand and replied, "The ascending dragon art is an improvement based on the foundation of the Tiger's Roar art. The true chi it cultivates is completely compatible with the Tiger's Roar art." Before he could finish his sentence, Instructor Fan's shout rang out, "Nonsense!" Instructor Fan strode forward with a contemptuous expression. No matter the technique, even a slight modification to the meridian pathways will make the cultivated true chi incompatible. You don't even understand these things, yet you dare to give them a modified technique. You should be thrown out and beaten to death. The soldiers, upon seeing Instructor Fan, happily greeted him. "Instructor Fan? Instructor Fan." Jet spoke bluntly. "You must be Instructor Fan, in charge of martial arts training. You're fired." Instructor Fan sneered contemptuously. "I am not bound by the rules here. I don't need to take orders from anyone." Especially not from someone like you who doesn't even understand the most basic fundamentals of the martial arts world. Hearing this, he sternly exposed him. Those fundamentals of the martial arts world you speak of are just excuses the martial world uses to cover up its own ignorance and incompetence. Jet's frankness quickly made instructor Fan tremble with anger. Oh, you dare to mock the entire martial arts world. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Then I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the martial arts world. Without any hesitation, Instructor Fan lunged forward and unleashed his ultimate move, Diamond Shattering Fist. The soldiers watching from the sidelines exclaimed in alarm. That's his strongest technique. He's using his ultimate move right from the start. Won't Jet be in danger? Should we report this to the higher-ups? Jet only needed to brush lightly with one hand to send his attack flying. Get lost. As expected, Instructor Fan was quickly sent flying 800 meters away. He refused to give up and struggled to get up. You're a grandmaster. How is this possible? Even if you started cultivating from birth, it's impossible. Instructor Fan's incessant nagging finally got on Jet's nerves. Because you are a worthless, ignorant piece of trash. Though his face was bruised, he still raised his voice in provocation. Kid, if you have the guts, come to the White Horse District in 10 days for the martial arts gathering. Someone there will deal with you. Jet curled his lip in response, as if wanting to send Instructor Fan away as quickly as possible. 10 days from now? Fine, I'll be there. He turned away angrily. Fine, don't you regret it? The soldiers continued to buzz with discussion. Unconventional, truly domineering. He's so strong. With that kind of power, his previous behavior was too low-key. If we follow him, we'll become powerful. The scene shifts to 10 days later at a magnificent mansion. A girl was live-streaming the situation inside the house. The White Horse District Martial Arts Gathering has a 100-year history. It's held once every 3 years for 3 days and hosted by the Fan family, a White Horse martial arts family. The invited guests were constantly gossiping among themselves. I heard that the genius of the Fan family, Jian, is coming out of seclusion. There's also a recently emerged Grandmaster Jet, not even 20 years old. I wonder if he'll come. Jade Wei, standing beside them, couldn't contain his disbelief. A Grandmaster under 20? That sounds like a lie. How dare he show his face in White Horse? Just as he finished his sentence, a powerful foot stomped on the floor as if to make a point. It turned out to be Violet, who was frustrated and shouted, "You people shut up right now." As soon as Jade Wei saw her alone, he started his usual troublemaking. Who is this girl? She looks a bit unfamiliar. Violet's face was clearly filled with rage. Grandmaster Jet is my idol. I won't allow you to speak ill of him. The surrounding guests heard this and burst out laughing. So she's a fangirl. I'm a grandmaster too, little sister. Come worship me. A hooligan smirked and spoke lewdly to her. Little sister, you can worship me in any position you want. Your big brothers will all cooperate. Next, Jade Wei spoke in a dark tone. You didn't even bother to find out who I, Jade Wei, am, and you dare to tell me to shut up. He shouted an order to his subordinates around him. Seize her. I'll teach her how to be a woman. But unexpectedly, due to Jade Wei's shamelessness, Violet screamed, What? While she was trying to protect herself, a dark figure appeared in front of Jade Wei. You are not to come over here. Things didn't go as planned, leaving Violet stunned with her mouth wide open in an O shape. It turned out that Jet had arrived just in time to save her life. His ghostly appearance made Jade Wei a little hesitant, but he still used his power to bully others. Who are you? You dare to meddle in the affairs of my Wei family. Jet slowly recounted Jade Wei's earlier words. Just now, you were saying I'm a fraud? As soon as he heard this, he realized, you are Grandmaster Jet. Violet was like a true fan. You're Grandmaster Jet? I'm Xue Qin's granddaughter, Violet Xue. Jade Wei's face turned red with anger, and he shouted, You fraud. You actually dared to come to White Horse to die? I'll grant your wish. Although she was overjoyed to meet her idol, Violet still noticed his aggressive move. Be careful. In a flash, Jade Wei lunged as if to punch Jet's eternally unchanging face. He didn't seem to care and casually swatted him away. Noisy, with just a fraction of his strength, Jet was able to send Jade Wei flying, leaving him no chance to retaliate. He was immediately sent flying and coughed up blood relentlessly. The explosion from Jet's overwhelming attack terrified the onlookers. Young Master Wei, are you all right? Seeing that his strength was no match, Jade Wei quickly stood up and used his family's name as a threat. You dare to hurt me? My Wei family will not let you go. This is White Horse, not Jianya. But unfortunately for him, he didn't care. Shut up. Without any mercy, Jet unleashed another move to shut Jade Wei up. Having just been hit, he realized the extent of his power. External release of true Qi. Grandmaster Realm. He's really a Grandmaster. While Jade Wei was trembling and trying to stand up, Jet gave a stern order. The next time I make a move, your head will fly. Understand? Get lost. Although he had been spared, Jade Wei had no intention of repenting. On the contrary, he held a grudge in his heart. Grandmaster Jet, this grudge, I, Jade Wei, will definitely repay. On Jet and Violet's side, he spoke gently, advising, if you're just here to watch the excitement, you should go back. Her face was full of excitement as she replied, yes, just seeing you once, I'm already satisfied. The scene shifts to the Hu Tan Manor in a secret chamber. Instructor Fan asked sternly, you are all talents of the White Horse martial arts world. What are your views on Grandmaster Jet's participation in this martial arts conference? Before anyone could answer, he slammed the table in frustration. That Grandmaster Jet is definitely here to plunder resources. I absolutely will not allow it. Trong still crossed his arms and asserted with full confidence, as long as my Nguyen family is here, he will certainly not get his way. Hearing this, Instructor Fan couldn't wait any longer and gritted his teeth. Good. This time, we'll make sure that Grandmaster Jet doesn't return. The next day, just as the conference was about to begin, the guests were already buzzing with discussion. I heard Grandmaster Jet has arrived. We must go see him. Inside the arena, Instructor Fan was both acting as a commentator and thinking to himself, welcome, martial arts families and esteemed seniors, to this season's White Horse Martial Arts Convention. Many seniors from the martial arts world who have never come before are here today, probably all to see Grandmaster Jet. His face couldn't hide his joy, but Jet isn't even here yet. He must be scared. Unfortunately for Instructor Fan, the announcement of Jet's arrival rang out. Grandmaster Jet of Jianya has arrived. The guests in the stands were once again in awe. Is he really an 18-year-old Grandmaster? Look, as soon as he stepped in, Jet questioned, who is in charge here? Trong, as if just being called upon, quickly stood up. I'm in charge here. What do you want? He loudly commanded him. Hand over Violet Shui immediately. I might spare the bloodline of your Wei family. Jet's nonsensical statement left everyone surprised and confused. What does he mean? Is he threatening to annihilate the entire Wei family? Hassan had been observing the situation carefully from above. He secretly speculated in his heart. Jet is so assertive. I'm sure this time the martial arts world of White Horse won't be so divided. It seems Trong still hasn't realized who he's up against. He laughed loudly in response. Well said, Grandmaster Jet. Arrogant enough. I'd like to see what you're capable of. A figure beside Trong spoke up. Family head. It turned out to be Nakha, nominating himself. Let me go teach him how to be a man. He didn't bother to think carefully and immediately agreed. All right, go. Don't diminish our prestige. In the next second, Nakha confidently stepped down into the martial arts arena. He clasped his hands and feigned politeness as if to mock Jet. Nakha the Wei family. I asked for Grandmaster Jet's guidance. As if he had just seen an ant, Jet quickly waved his hand in disdain. You're not worthy to fight me. Send someone else. Nakha grew increasingly angry and shouted at Jet. Arrogant. How outrageous. Grandmaster Jet, whether I'm worthy or not, we'll have to see. His noisy clamor bored him. Annoying. With just a light blow, Nakha was sent flying out of the arena. Then, he fell heavily to the ground, creating a shocking explosion. The spectators who had been watching the whole time turned pale with fear. What happened? How did Nakha suddenly fly out? Jet remained as calm as ever and said, "I'll say it again. Hand over Violet Shui." Truong sneered, not even bothering to look at him. "You just defeated a junior from my Wei family. That's all. I'll test you myself." As soon as he finished speaking, he flew down from above and landed on the fighting stage. Then Truong comforted himself. "I've been a grandmaster for decades. I'm definitely stronger than this kid." Before he could even make a move, Jet rushed forward. First style of the heavenly mystic fist, severing the first mountain. This blow from him quickly knocked Truong down. How is this possible? It seemed his patience had been worn thin by these people. Where is Violet Shui? To everyone's surprise, Jet swung his hand and cleanly severed a path through the crowd. It turned out he had quickly made the people of the Wei family group headless. Fan Tui, in a desperate move, instigated the crowd. "Everyone, this man is arrogant and insults us like this. If we can't teach him a lesson, how can we have the face to stand here?" The guests heard this and actively supported him. "Mr. Fan is right. Kill Grandmaster Jet. Kill Grandmaster Jet. Kill Grandmaster Jet." They resorted to a group attack without hesitation. "Wadcon, you brought this upon yourself." Having achieved his goal, Instructor Fan laughed gleefully to himself. 6 Grandmasters joining forces. Let's see if Jet dies this time. Despite them continuously surrounding him, Jet remained indifferent and motionless. The Masters flew towards him together, attacking in unison. Jet finally reacted. Third style of the heavenly mystic divine fist. In a flash, his technique sent them all flying. Shake the cosmos. The remaining spectators were both terrified and couldn't believe their eyes. They roared. One fist defeated 6 people. The audience continued to buzz with excitement. This is too unbelievable. How could a Grandmaster be defeated by him with just one punch? Instructor Fan's face was pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He had guessed Jet was strong, but he never expected him to be this strong. Even 6 people couldn't suppress him. In the next second, Jet attacked the person standing in front of Instructor Fan again. "Hand over Violet Shui." Before he could hear the answer, a powerful voice echoed through the martial arts arena. "Stop." It turned out to be the head of the martial arts world in White Horse, the head of the Fan family, Fan Yushan, who had appeared. He stroked his beard with a superior air. "Kid, I can't even see through your strength. Your technique must be quite something. Hand it over to me, and I'll let you leave." Jet curled his lip and exposed Naxun's strength. "Same to you. Your technique is also quite good, just a bit eclectic." His comment surprised the man, who asked back, "You can see the technique I cultivate?" Immediately after, Jet answered Naxun's question. "You want to try to break through, but your vision has limited your creativity, leading to you cultivating great power, but finding it very difficult to store. A wise man knows a great opportunity when he sees one." Naxun immediately asked for guidance. "Yes, can you help me solve this?" Jet smiled faintly and guided Naxun. "You also need a container corresponding to this type of power." Hearing this, he stroked his beard curiously. "What does that mean?" Suddenly, Naxun clapped his hands with a pop, as if he had realized something. As soon as he was enlightened, he sat down and began to circulate his energy, following Jet's words. Meanwhile, Instructor Fan's terrified voice rang out. "Protect the family head." He quickly led his men to form a protective barrier in front of Naxun. Unconcerned with them, Jet praised him inwardly. Fan Yushan is indeed a genius. Harmonizing the strengths of 100 schools of thought, he found the path of a cultivator, cultivating spiritual power. He has extremely high talent and willpower. The guests who saw this scene were amazed. What's happening? The Fan family head was enlightened by a few words from Grandmaster Jet? If so, his comprehension is truly admirable. After a moment, Naxun's eyes snapped open. In the next second, he stood up, his body as light as a feather. To instructor Fan's utter astonishment, Nak's son bowed respectfully in gratitude. "Thank you, Master Jet, for your guidance." The surrounding audience was once again shaken. Master Jet? He called him Master Jet? Does he want to take Grandmaster Jet as his teacher, to be his junior? Even Instructor Fan couldn't believe it and hastily spoke up. "Family head, he is the one who has been continuously slaughtering the martial arts world of Whitehorse. I asked the family head to seek justice for the martial arts world of Whitehorse." But upon hearing something strange, Naksun's face was filled with confusion. "Does the Whitehorse martial arts world have anything to do with me?" He quickly turned and said politely, "Master Jet, please let me host you, to fulfill my duty as a host." Jet, hearing this, refused. "No need. I still have things to do." Immediately after, he frowned and questioned with a deep voice, "Still not telling me the whereabouts of Violet Shui?" A subordinate who had been knocked down, pale with fear, recounted, I'll talk. Miss Shui was hidden in the Wei family's private courtyard by young Master Chung." It seemed that wasn't enough information. Jet continued to intimidate him. "If you are so loyal to the Wei family, then I'll grant your wish." In a flash, he focused his power into 2 fingers and pointed forward. The subordinate saw this and became even more terrified. "Grandmaster Jet, I'll lead you to find her. Don't kill us." Fortunately, Jet had already struck the others. "I'm not willing." It seems the events that had just transpired had shocked Instructor Fan so much that he didn't know what to say. The people of Wei family. Naksun didn't pay any attention to the life or death of those wicked people. He bowed and saluted, respectfully seeing off Master Jet. Seeing this, Instructor Fan also wisely surrendered, respectfully seeing off Grandmaster Jet. While the subordinate from earlier was pointing the way, Jet didn't look back but simply waved goodbye. The audience still couldn't recover. Too powerful. This is Grandmaster Jet. The scene changes to a large house. The subordinate is telling Jet, young Master Chung is hiding the person in there. I don't know the specific location. In the next second, he stepped inside and was met by Jade Wei, who was waiting for him. Although his face was bruised and battered, he was still stubborn. Grandmaster Jet, I didn't expect you to find your way here. You've truly surprised me. Suddenly, Jet spoke seriously, come out. As expected, Jade Wei's grandfather appeared. Grandmaster Jet is truly capable. This old man is already half dead, yet you were still able to sense my presence. Jade Wei turned his head and warned, Grandfather, be careful. Then, he spoke in a low voice as if granting a favor. I say, Grandmaster Jet, do you know how many girls want to get into my grandson's bed? For Violet Shui to be noticed by my grandson is her good fortune. Jade Wei's grandfather's overconfidence made Jet unable to resist smirking. I went on a trip to the martial arts conference. Your Wei family was completely wiped out by me. Now it's your turn. If you hand over Violet Shui, I'll let you have a clean death. This information sent him into a rage. What did you say? You brat. You killed my entire Wei family. I'll tear you to pieces. Jet slowly glanced over, provoking. Then we'll have to see if you have the ability. Jade Wei's team quickly rushed to attack. His collision was so powerful that it blew up everything around them. But fortunately, Jet managed to block the blow in time. This blow is stronger than the combined strength of those 6 earlier. But immediately after, he used his internal energy and said disdainfully, it's still just a useless move. Jet, without a moment's hesitation, swung his hand and punched him. With just one punch, Jade Wei's grandfather fell to the ground. Jade Wei, watching from a distance, shouted in worry, Grandfather. Yet he was still stubborn enough to push himself up with his hands. I'm fine. Seeing that he couldn't defeat Jet, Jade Wei's grandfather resorted to a dirty trick. Your life elixir is particularly potent. I will absorb it. As soon as he saw it, he immediately realized, you are a vicious demon who lives by sucking the life force of others. I will kill you. He didn't seem to care and roared, less nonsense. Soul stealing. But this technique had long been seen through by Jet. It's just an illusion. Heaven Slayer, go. In the next second, Heaven Slayer appeared at his command and radiated a brilliant light. Before Jadeway's grandfather could even recover, he was sent flying. Then he couldn't believe it and screamed, "What is this magic weapon?" Jet's face showed clear contempt. "You are not worthy to know." While being attacked by Heaven Slayer, Jadeway's grandfather still stubbornly shouted, "Get out of the way." It seemed this noise annoyed Heaven Slayer, as it gently made a clean cut. Seeing this, from the top floor, Jadeway worriedly ran toward his grandfather. At the same time, Heaven Slayer was still flying aggressively. As soon as Jadeway arrived, he shouted an order to his subordinates. "What are you two still standing there for? Get over here and help." As soon as he finished his sentence, Heaven Slayer rushed forward as if to end the battle. Before Jadeway could even react, he was pushed forward by his grandfather to block the blow. Just as he wished, Heaven Slayer struck Jadeway, who was still stunned. Seeing this, the two subordinates turned and fled in terror. "Run!" This old man even used his own grandson as a shield. The subordinate had only run a few steps before Jadeway's grandfather flew up behind him. Like a starving ghost, he revealed his fangs and bit into the unlucky subordinate. In a flash, Jadeway's grandfather's arm was restored to its original state. He sighed in relief. Much better. Suddenly, Jadeway's grandfather turned around and glared at Jet. "I will deal with that brat to avenge my grandson." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped out the window and fled. Jet chased after him without any fear, courting death. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly swung his hand and unleashed a move. Jadeway's grandfather's body was split in two, and at that moment Jet realized what? A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. "So you've been demonized. Then I'll just have to slay a demon." Jet raised his hand and used his firepower, pointing at the figure hovering in the air, and then shouted an order, "Go!" The flames from his hand flew towards Nguyen, Noctan's grandfather, causing the old man's purple face to be gradually engulfed by the flames. The old man was engulfed, his body already split in two, and then gradually consumed by the flames. Nguyen Noctan's team was gradually burned to ashes by the flames. The scene shifts to a messy, moldy room. The door slowly opens, letting a sliver of light into the room. Inside the room, where Violet Shui was locked up, tears streamed down her face in fear, but when she realized who had just entered, her eyes widened and she let out a cry. Standing before her was Jet. He stood with his hands in his pockets, looking down at Violet Shui. When Violet Shui saw him, she was both happy and crying and shyly called out, "Sob, Grandmaster Jet, thank you for coming to save me." Jet smiled and raised his hand to pat her head comfortingly. "It's all right. It's all over now." Then suddenly, the phone rang. Jet reached into his pocket to get it. The phone screen showed a call from Murong Nani. Jet asked in confusion, "Nani, why are you calling me?" At the same time, at a crowded association venue, people were watching a fierce battle. At the same time in Hongnam Village, the Four Corners Conference is an annual conference of the four regions of Jiangbei, White Horse, East Lake, and West Lake to handle disputes, divide resources, held for many years, very famous, and each time it will attract a large number of powerful and influential figures to watch. Everyone was intently watching the battle taking place in the arena below. On the fighting stage, where Fach Thien struck hard at Tam Kai Tang's subordinate grandmaster, he gritted his teeth and said, "Trash." Then the referee's voice rang out excitedly. Hong Tran Long's invited fist fighter sent Tam Kai Tang's subordinate grandmaster from West Lake flying with one punch. Fach Thien smirked. He clenched his fist as the voices of the surrounding people cried out in confusion. Defeated a grandmaster with one punch. Who on earth is he? He arrogantly turned towards the stands, his voice full of confidence. "I am Don Fach Thien. As my name suggests, I will make you ants tremble in fear." "Ha ha!" Hong Tran Long sat in the stands, looking down at Fach Thien, who was waving and said excitedly, "Grandmaster Tun is amazing. This time I can get the majority of the benefits from Jiangbei and Westlake." Ha ha ha. On the other side, Tam Kai Tang was jealous and gritted his teeth, confused. Where did Hong Tran Long find such a master? Ko Fong from the other side also chimed in. Damn it, he's taken a lot of advantage of us this time. A serious loss. Hong Tran Long gritted his teeth and looked at Mo Dong Ku, his voice filled with venom. Mo Dong Ku, you won 2 matches last time, causing me great losses. Today, I want you to hand over half of White Horse. Mo Dong Clip looked at Tui Ba, then quietly said, Uncle Tui, this person can defeat a grandmaster with 1 punch. His strength is extraordinary. Don't go up. I'll just forfeit. Tui Ba suddenly stood up, placed his hand on his chest, and said solemnly, Family head, I'll go up and try to stall for time. As long as Grandmaster Jet can arrive in time, our Mo Dung family can turn the tables and become the winner. Mo Dung looked at him in alarm, his voice hesitant and unsure. Uncle Tui, are you planning to sacrifice yourself? No. Oh. But before he could say more, Tui Ba had already leaped down to the stands. Tui Ba jumped down and landed squarely on the fighting stage. His solemn voice rang out. I've come to witness your excellency's skills. He frowned in contemplation, thinking, Nani, I hope you hold enough weight in Grandmaster Jet's heart for him to rush here and save the day. Fatch Thien smirked at Tui Ba before him, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Just a dying ember. Then he suddenly rushed towards where he stood and added, But even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. Take my fist. Tui Ba, seeing Fatch Thien rushing towards him, also unleashed a powerful move, shouting, Phantom Hand. But Fatch Thien was unharmed. Instead, he threw a punch at Tui Ba, sending him flying. He used all his strength to steady himself after the impact. Tui Ba clutched his stomach, his face purple with pain, his body trembling as he spoke. You are very strong, but I can still fight. Before Tui Ba had time to adapt, Fatch Thien rushed forward, preparing to unleash another blow. His face was terrifying, his voice sarcastic. You're all talk. Take another one of my punches. Tui Ba worriedly looked behind him, thinking to himself, Aster's Grandmaster Jet still hasn't arrived? Forget it. I originally intended to use this body to repay the Mo Dung family for saving my life. Asterisk. Fatch Thien shouted and rushed towards Tui Ba, causing him to turn around in alarm and pale. Get lost. Suddenly, Jet slowly walked towards the stands, causing everyone around him to exclaim, Grandmaster Jet. Tui Ba cried out with joy when he saw him. Grandmaster Jet, you've finally arrived. Hong Tran Long frowned in confusion, his tone disapproving. Grandmaster Jet? Isn't he just a high school kid? Fatch Thien laughed until tears streamed down his face, his voice filled with contempt and ridicule. This snot-nosed kid is Grandmaster Jet? Stop bluffing. Kneel down and confess your sins, and I'll be merciful enough not to kill you. But Jet seemed completely unaffected by his words and calmly raised an eyebrow in response. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I might spare your life. Hong Tran Long, seeing his arrogance, was filled with anger and his voice trembled with rage. Arrogant, you dare to act high and mighty in front of Master Tun? You must be tired of living. Jet frowned, glanced at him, and his voice boomed with power. Vanish! Suddenly, Hong Tran Long fell to the ground, trembling, his face filled with terror as if he had seen a truly horrifying sight, causing him to widen his eyes and scream. Then Hong Tran Long stood up, ran towards the crowd, and shouted for help, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Help! Help! Ko Fong pondered the situation before him. He raised his hand to stroke his chin and said, The killing intent is so strong it's almost tangible. It seems he does have some skill. Fatch Thien didn't seem to care about the matter at all. He laughed loudly, his tone completely nonchalant. So what if you really are Grandmaster Jet? My power is not something you can imagine. Fatch Thien's face was terrifying, showing a frightening expression. He raised his hand and confidently declared, "Don't dream that I will go easy on you." Then suddenly, Fatch Thien used all his strength, and a shadow appeared behind him, then rushed towards Jet. Tui Ba, terrified by his technique, widened his eyes and shouted, "Eight-armed, three-pronged halberd. That's the signature technique of the eight-armed divine ape, Hang Sung. So he's Hang Sung's disciple." He recounted, 20 years ago, Hang Sung from Southeast Asia led the Azure Dragon Hall. He founded a Dai Lai, successively defeating 8 grandmasters. It's rumored that later, the Dai Lai government used high-tech weapons to threaten Hang Sung, forcing him to leave. Jet raised an eyebrow, as if there was something different about Fatch Thien. He smirked in praise. This person is indeed a genius to be able to create this kind of martial art on the imperial throne. He raised his hand, his power surrounding him, preparing to strike. First style of the heavenly mystic divine fist. Jet swung his arm up, striking decisively at the approaching Fatch Thien. But his technique was so powerful that even the people in the stands were affected by its force. Fat Thien was struck by his blow, sent flying and falling heavily to the ground in pain. But before he could figure out what was happening, Jet raised his hand and created a ball, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Second style of the heavenly mystic divine fist." Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the move on Fatch Thien, who was trying to flee. He was terrified, turned his head back with his mouth agape, his whole body breaking out in a cold sweat. Fat Thien couldn't dodge the attack in time and was sent flying by Jet's technique. He was in pain, and if he had thought about it, he would have realized what kind of power it was. I've reached the half-step divine realm, yet I couldn't even withstand one move. Fat Thien struggled to sit up, his face pale, trembling and gritting his teeth, a warning echoing in his mind. I have to get out of here at all costs. Thinking this, Fatch Thien immediately stood up and used his strength to flee the stage. Then suddenly, a sword appeared out of nowhere. That sword flew straight towards Fatch Thien, who was trying to escape. Jet frowned and reminded him, "Try to escape now? It's too late." Then that sword pierced through Fatch Thien's body, surprising him and making him cry out in disbelief. How could it be? He fell to the ground with a thud. This time, the referee's voice rang out again, announcing, "Tun Fatch Thien is dead." Jet stood tall, arms crossed, and eyes closed. The referee's voice rang out again. Grandmaster Jet has defeated his opponent in 3 moves. Jet smirked, glancing at Hong Tran Long, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Hong Tran Long trembled on the ground, waving his hands and begging, "Spare me. Grandmaster Jet, spare me. I am willing to gift East Lake to Grandmaster Jet." Jet raised an eyebrow and looked at Tam Kai Tang in the stands. He was startled, his mouth agape. Tam Kai Tang paled and trembled, his voice stammering, "If Grandmaster Jet wants, I am willing to give him all of Westlake." Then Jet looked at Mo Dung Ku and suggested, "Family head Mo Dung, please manage the East Lake and Westlake regions on my behalf." He bowed his head and placed a hand on his chest, respectfully replying, "It shall be done." The scene shifts to a base where soldiers are training under the scorching sun. The base of the Divine Eagle Special Forces. At the same time, in a room, Jiang Ha-sun sat before Jet, his face grim as he asked, "Do you know who you killed in Hongnam village?" He was Hang Sung's disciple. Jet didn't seem to care, just smirking coldly and replying, "Oh, and then what?" Jiang Ha-sun worriedly explained, "Hang Sung entered Dai Lai 20 years ago and swept through the entire martial arts world of Dai Lai, forcing the nation to use special means to drive him away. Now he has a reason to enter Dai Lai again." Jet smiled, his voice arrogant. "If he dares to come, I'll just kill him again." Jiang Ha-sun slammed his hand on the table in anger, shouting, "You kid, you're too arrogant. You can't underestimate the enemy." But Jet didn't seem to pay much attention, just shrugging his shoulders and replying nonchalantly, all right. Hearing this, Jiang Ha-sun said nothing more, only reminding him, "Don't cause any more trouble during this time." Jet heard this and thought, it's time to break through to the 6th level of the condensed chi realm. Time passed. In front of University Gate, half a month later, Neem University. Jet let out a heavy sigh. He stood before the gate of Neem University, lost in thought. After 600 years, I've finally returned to this place again. Jet's eyes were determined, and he spoke with confidence. This time, I won't leave any regrets. Inside the school, the bright sunlight shone down on a male dormitory building. Jet was inside, walking to a room. He knocked politely, thinking to himself, Asterisk, I spent some time taking the college entrance exam before and got a decent score, just enough to get into this university. Goodbye, old friend, Asterisk. Jet stepped into the room, causing everyone to turn their heads towards the door. Yin Hoai smiled warmly, welcoming and introducing himself. Hello, I'm from an ethnic minority in Q-Ducat that. Yin Hoai Don, number 1. Hatch Kin gently pushed up his glasses and also introduced himself. I'm Hatch Kin. 2 people arrived early and just left. You can meet them when school officially starts. I've had a lifetime of trouble with the pronunciation of my name. Van den Nock also stood up at this time. He smiled and introduced himself cheerfully. Hello, I am Van den Nock, a scholar from Hong Kong and a fan of ancient martial arts. Jet smiled and waved warmly in introduction. Hello everyone, I'm Jet. At night, in another place, small fireflies flew around. There was a house with its lights on. Janya District, Saitong Yin Lakeside Villa. A group of people were looking towards the Van Ho Villa, seemingly stalking something. Those 2 were Tan Bi and Hong Lan. Han Luke looked at Hong Lan and asked with a raised eyebrow, Hong Lan, I remember you have a more powerful one. Why didn't you bring it? Hong Lang smirked, his face arrogant as he replied, Don't mention it. The security checks in this godforsaken Dai Lai place are too tight. It took a lot of effort just to get this thing in my hands. Tombi observed the movements at the villa and asked doubtfully, Hong Lan, are you sure this thing of yours can successfully eliminate the target? Hong Lang cocked his gun and replied confidently, Don't worry, my baby can level a whole mountain. He fired a large projectile towards the villa, shouting loudly, Go, baby! That projectile flew straight towards the brightly lit villa. A huge explosion occurred, caused by that projectile, destroying everything around it. Hong Lang bought the order, done, retreat. Then suddenly, Gwen Tan appeared behind them and said, Who are you? Did you 2 fire that cannonball? Her face was emotionless as she looked down at them, her eyebrows raised in suspicion. Hong Lan was startled, his eyes wide as he shouted, Is that the angel? If I had known, I wouldn't have blown it up. Tan Bi, seeing that things were not going well, widened his eyes and said, So beautiful. Gwen Tan seemed to recognize the 2 of them, her eyebrows furrowed in anger. So it was you 2. D. Gwen Tan raised her hand and used her power to rush towards them, causing Hong Lang to panic and scream, Help. Then suddenly Tan Bai shouted, Aiya. He raised his hand and managed to block Quin Tana's attack. But it seemed Quin Tana's blow was too strong, causing Tan Bi to tremble. Then he was knocked back far away. Gwen Tan raised an eyebrow and asked, You are also a martial artist? Tan Bi heard this and frowned, immediately refuting. No, I am not a martial artist, but a mutant who controls the wind element. According to your Dai Lai people's classification, I am on par with the Grandmaster. Gwen Tan closed her eyes, raised her hand to feel her chin, and calmly said, Grandmaster, you are not worthy. Tan was enraged and gritted his teeth, saying, Woman, you will pay for daring to insult me. He suddenly raised his hand upwards and began to chant, Winds, heed my command. Then Tan controlled the wind to attack Quin Tana's position. Wind blade attack. Hong Lan worriedly reminded, Tan Bi, don't hurt her. Tan Bi was surprised and turned to look at him, scolding, Hong Lan, are you willing to die for a beautiful face? If she doesn't die, we die. Gwen Tan stood on the opposite side, pulling out a flaming sword, her voice disdainful. Trash martial arts. Open your eyes and see what true Dai Lai martial arts is. She smirked and raised her sword. Gwynton focused all her power, and behind her appeared a large phoenix spreading its wings. Tanbi, seeing that the situation was not good, immediately jumped up high to escape, but did not forget to remind Hong Lang. Run. Hong Lang, as if realizing the situation was not good, looked in the direction Tanbi had just run, sweating and shouting. Damn it, I'm a bombing expert. I can't run fast. Wait for me. Gwynton chased after Tanbi, who was running away. She brandished her sword, her face expressionless as she charged forward. Tan quickly controlled the wind to form a protective shield around him. Oh no, winds, protect me. But it seemed he was still no match for Gwynton. Tanbi was struck by her sword, causing him to scream in pain. Hong Lan, seeing this, was angry and threatened. Woman, you are too fierce. I must punish you. He fired at Gwynton, but she quickly blocked it. Hong Lang paled, looking at her in confusion. His voice panicked. How is this possible? This bullet has been upgraded. It can even pierce through steel. Gwynton took advantage of his confusion and swung her sword at Hong Lan, her voice cold. D. By the time Hong Lan fell, his face was purple with confusion as he asked, How could you cut through it? Gwynton paid no attention and advanced, pointing her sword at Tanbi, interrogating him. Speak. Who sent you two here? I don't know anything. Tanbi, though terrified, still stubbornly replied, Don't think you can get anything out of me. Gwynton just smirked coldly. Is that so? In that case, I'll have to hand you over to the Dai Lai government. I imagine they'll have hundreds of ways to deal with you. Tan was trembling as he looked at the sword pointed at him, and out of extreme fear, he truthfully answered, We are from the Southeast Asian Assassin Organization, the Azure Dragon Hall. They hired us. The target is a man named Grandmaster Jet. Gwynton happily sheathed her sword upon hearing the answer, and said with a smile, Very good. Thank you for your cooperation. Tan immediately shouted, I've told you everything. You have to let me go. He turned and ran, but hadn't gone far before Gwynton swung her sword at him, her voice cold. Did I say I would let you go? She glanced at him and said thoughtfully, The Azure Dragon in Southeast Asia? Jet, who did you offend again? A hand holding a phone. On the screen a message from Gwynton. Last night, the Azure Dragon Hall in Southeast Asia dispatched a specialized assassin organization to attack Yin Kui Ho. They have been completely dealt with. Jet looked at the message on his phone, couldn't help but frown and repeat the sentence on the phone. The fate-chasing organization, the Azure Dragon Hall. Then suddenly a voice from behind called out to him, Jet. The voice belonged to Nani. She waved her hand cheerfully. Jet, you didn't expect me to come to this university too. Jet smiled and turned his head to look, his voice rising. I really didn't expect it. He thought to himself, Asterisk her grades could have clearly gotten her into a better school. AI, how should I repay her feelings? Asterisk. Nani blushed and said gratefully, Jet, thank you for coming to Hongnam Village last time to save my father. Jet's voice was polite, and he smiled lightly. It was nothing. After all, you asked me for help, and besides, I didn't exactly come empty-handed. Suddenly, Jet wrapped his arm around Nani's waist. Then he leaped high into the air, surprising Nani and making her blush as she looked at him. Below where they had just been standing, a hole suddenly appeared in the ground. Then, just as suddenly, the hole closed up and gradually disappeared completely. Nani was surprised, her eyes wide as she shouted, What's going on? We were almost swallowed by the earth. Jet suddenly gave an order to the empty space. Come out. Then suddenly, 3 figures leaped out from the bushes. 3 figures gradually became clear, standing before them. Who are these people? Asked Nani, scared and confused. Mang-e laughed, revealing sharp teeth, his voice filled with provocation. The little girl looks so pretty. Why don't you come with me? Nani paled and said in fear so disgusting. Gantas sternly reminded, Mang-e duck, stop talking nonsense and kill him quickly. Jet ignored them and turned his attention to Hack Lao Kui, asking, Was that earth magic just now you're doing? Hak Lao Kui was surprised by his question and asked softly, You understand magic? Are you also a magic user? Jet casually asked back, Is yours even worthy of being called magic? This made Hak Lao Kui furious. He roared, You dare to look down on my magic? I'll take your life. His face was terrifying. He pointed at the book and began to read aloud, Rock Puppet. A monster made of earth appeared above, growling menacingly. Mangaduk taunted, Hak Lao Kui is angry now. Ha, kid, you're in for it this time. Hak Lao Kui gave the order, Crush him. Nan hid behind Jet's back, whispering a reminder, Jet, be careful. Jet was completely unfazed, raising an eyebrow and saying dismissively, Just a pile of useless dirt. He held out his hand and summoned a small sphere, then gave the command, Ban. A huge explosion occurred, wiping out all the earth monsters. Hak Lao Kui knelt on the ground, clutching his head and wailing piteously. No, you dare to destroy my rock puppet. I swear I will not rest until you are dead. Manga looked at Ganta and suggested, Ganta, from the looks of it, this kid isn't easy to deal with. Let's attack together. Ganta crossed his arms behind his back, his face pensive as he replied, Indeed, he cannot be underestimated. Mao Aduk controlled the snake in his hand, ordering it to go drain his blood, my little baby. He gave the order and pointed towards Jet, causing the snake and Ganta charge forward at the same time. Go! Ganta rushed forward quickly, his tone threatening. I will grant you the most painless death. Jet was completely unfazed. He was in a ready stance, his voice playful and teasing a bunch of ants. Jet unleashed a move against them, leaving them no time to defend themselves. He shouted evil. They were all sent flying by Jet's powerful punch. He punched Mac A's snake, causing it to cough up blood, and then cursed, Vermin. Then it was sent flying. Mac A Duck, heartbroken for his pet snake, ran to catch it and said worriedly, You killed my beloved snake. He was fuming with anger, shouting, I'll skin you alive. Then, Mac A Duck suddenly swelled up and rose high into the air. Then he rushed towards him and said, Watch me crush you into a pile of minced meat. Jet didn't move, but powerfully punched Macaduk. He was surprised to be knocked back, thinking to himself, He can actually reflect my power. Suddenly, Gontar rushed in from behind, a cunning smile on his face. Got you. Crescent Moon Slash. Jet glanced behind him, saw him, and smirked coldly. Get lost, he cursed, kicking towards Ganta. Mangaduk, not giving up, proposed a plan. Ganta, keep charging, we'll coordinate our attacks. Ganta replied, You attack from the front. After discussing, Mangaduk immediately rushed forward, while Ganta attacked from behind, charging at the same time. Jet remained calm and recited the incantation. His hand was suddenly enveloped in a golden light. Third style of the heavenly mystic divine fist. He used his power to raise his hand, and the force of the attack sent them flying backwards, shaking the cosmos. Monta palet and sautet angtu iestet. Don't be lazy. Jet seemed to realize something, a warning echoing in his mind as he glanced behind him. Not good. Over at Nani's location, she was attacked by the assassin on 2, but fortunately, she was blocked by something. Evil. The shadow that couldn't strike quickly vanished. Jet was also worried and rushed to ask, Are you all right? Are you okay? Nani held the broken jade talisman in her hand and said worriedly, I'm fine, but the jade talisman you gave me is broken. Jet shouted towards the empty space. Come out. You despicable scum. You only dare to attack a female student. Then suddenly, something rushed towards him from behind while Jet wasn't paying attention. On2 appeared from behind and sneak attacked Jet, but Michael quickly dodged. Mang Aduk was surprised, his voice filled with admiration. On2's concealment technique is truly miraculous. He's worthy of being the top figure in the organization. Ganta also praised him endlessly. A grandmaster skilled in concealment techniques, his shocking power is beyond imagination. Jet frowned. He ordered, Worthless creature, break for me. He swung his hand, unleashing a move towards where On2 stood, causing him pain. On2 coughed up blood in pain, and like a rat, cursed, "Damn it, retreat." But Jet wouldn't let him escape. He summoned a sword and pointed it at On2, ordering, "Wrong, it's death." He controlled the sword to stab at On2, while he was still rambling about himself. "Impossible. I am a #1 assassin of the fate-chasing organization. A legend. Me." Before On2 could finish, he collapsed with a thud, to their surprise. All of them witnessed such a scene. Everyone paled. On2 asked in confusion, "What kind of magic weapon is that? Could that be the legendary flying sword from mythology? Could he be the heir of a sword immortal?" After dealing with the matter, Jet turned to face them, his voice low and resolute, like a verdict. "It's your turn." Jet slowly approached them. Mang-a-Duk worriedly turned his head back and suggested, "He's so powerful. Let's run." Gonta irritably scolded, "Hey, do you think you could be faster than the shadows? Then what should we do?" Mang-Adidas asked in confusion. Gonta seemed to be at his wit's end. His eyes were firm, mixed with a sense of helplessness. His voice rang out with determination. "Fight him." Mang-a-Duk thought this was a good idea and agreed. "You're right. If we can't run, we might as well go all out." Hak Lao Kui also agreed. "Fight him," even though he had no fighting strength left. Then Gontar rushed forward, shouting, "I'll go first." He drew 2 swords and called out the name of the technique. 10-character Crescent Moon Slash. Mang-a-Duk, seeing this, also joined the battle. He immediately swelled up and said, "Forget it, I'll risk it too." Then both of them rushed towards where Jet was standing. He was not flustered at all, but just raised his hand to the sky and muttered a curse. "The weak are noisy. I'll give you a quick death." Jet was surrounded by a golden light while they continued to charge. Then suddenly, a giant hand appeared from the sky and descended upon them, wiping them out. Jet sighed in his sleep. He walked past Nak Ni and reminded her, "Let's go home." Nak Ni's mouth was agape, and she asked worriedly, "But the bodies of these assassins?" The assassins were all flattened by that hand. Jet replied, "Someone will take care of it. Don't worry. In Magnificent City, the glittering lights are magnificent. Late at night, on the highest floor of the high-end business world, Fu Trung Hai, the bright jade of the East, someone's thought rings out. At my master's request, I established the Mac Jia Chamber of Commerce here, and with the business elites of the Lam Tuet family, we build a business empire with the lifeblood of spirit veins as its core." Jet Tung admired the view outside and couldn't help but feel troubled. However, what is the meaning of power and profit in the secular world? The pursuit of eternal life is the true heroism and dominance. The old man closed his eyes in contemplation, lost in thought. "But besides my master, no one understands this principle. They only care about the immediate benefits, desperately trying to crush others." While Tran Tung Tu was still thinking, someone walked in. For example, that person and his family. Lao Chok walked over, raised his eyebrows, and his unfriendly voice rang out. "Seeing that you're wearing a Taoist robe, you should be a reclusive, wise man who has left worldly possessions behind. Why do you need to compete for fame and fortune in this mortal world?" Tran Tung's emotionless voice came from his face. "Then you have the strength of the peak inner realm. Why can't you let go of this mortal world? Devote yourself to pure cultivation and strive for an early breakthrough." Lao Chok was startled and broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "I can't see through his cultivation level. He saw through me with just a glance. The difference in our strength is not small, But then he regained his composure, pointed at Tran Tung Tu, and warned, "It seems I can't kill you today, but the foundation of my Van family is not something you can imagine. I still have to advise you to leave Trung Hai. My Van family guarantees your safe retreat." The old man was not flustered at all and retorted, "You think Vanda is so great? In my eyes, it's not even worth mentioning." Lao Chok was angered by Tran Tung's words. Veins popped on his forehead, and he gritted his teeth, speechless. "You," Tran Tung Tu frowned and raised his hand to point, his voice stern. Go back and tell those people, if they are not convinced, they can come. I will accept them in the open or in the dark. My Macta Chamber of Commerce wants to be the king of this Fu Trung Hai. Lao Chok couldn't take it anymore. He shouted, You want to be an enemy of all of Trung Hai? I hope you won't regret it later. Jet Tung closed his eyes, his voice filled with contempt. What ability do you all have to resist my master, Jet? At the same time, on the open sea, a boat was docking, and a man stepped aboard. Dukon raised his hand and respectfully called out the name Dai Nan. Jet, in the form of Ganta, smirked and thought, Asterisk, he actually called me sir. It seems this Ganta status is quite high. Asterisk. He raised an eyebrow and thought, Asterisk, so this fate-chasing organization is just a game. I'll just go in and play along. Asterisk. Footsteps echoed on the stairs, leading to a room. Inside a spacious room, Jet, disguised as Ganta, stepped onto a platform. The headquarters of the hired killer organization, the underground lair. He looked around, examining everything. Asterisk, the drawings on the pillars are the 4 great sacred beasts of Dai Lai. Could this hired killer organization have been created by a Dai Lai martial artist? Asterisk. Then suddenly a voice rang out, causing Jet to look in that direction. Is the mission complete? He looked up, searching for the voice. Then someone's voice rang out, Ganta. Jet bowed respectfully and said, It is done, but the others are all dead. The person's voice was filled with confusion. Then why did you come back? He explained, Because I have something I want to give you. You could just leave it on the stone wall. Then suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Jet. It surprised him. Dong Fong extended his hand and ordered, Give it to me. He shook his head and replied, I must go see the Great One in person. Dong Fong asked in confusion, Ganta, why don't you even remember me? But Jet didn't seem to care and replied nonchalantly, If a person at the peak of the inner realm is the leader of a hired killer organization, how could he command a grandmaster subordinate? Dong Fong shouted in fear, You're not Ganta. Who are you? Jet gradually removed his disguise. He said, You sent 2 groups of people to kill me. Don't you know who I am? He grabbed Dong Fong's shirt. He was terrified, gritting his teeth and reminding him, Kid, this is not a place you should have come to. The Great One will kill you. Jet's eyebrows furrowed in a threat. If you don't talk, I'll use a soul-searching technique to see for myself. Dong Fong, terrified, gritted his teeth and agreed, Wait, I'll take you. Then he pointed the way for Jet. This way. They walked silently through a tunnel, the silence enveloping the entire path. The path they walked seemed to be under the sea, with fish swimming back and forth creating a beautiful scene, causing Jet to exclaim, The scenery here is so beautiful. Suddenly, he noticed something. His gaze swept over Lao Dai Fong, who was sitting silently in meditation. Dong Fong approached and whispered into Lao Dai Fong's ear, Sir, the assassin's mission has failed. The target has now found his way here. After hearing him speak, Lao Dai Fong opened his eyes, his face darkening as he praised, Young man, you're the first prey to dare to find your way here. Jet looked at him and said, You're about to die. It's truly disappointing. Tell me who hired you, and I can give you a quick and painless death. Lao Dai Fong calmly replied, Protecting the client's secret is an assassin's duty. Jet ignored his words and reached out to touch him. It's okay, I'll see for myself. But Lao Dai Fong quickly dodged his touch. Then he suddenly appeared behind Jet, surprising him. He managed to react and dodge Lao Dai Fong's attack. Jet seemed to realize something and said with certainty, You are a Kui than Realm Grandmaster. Lao Dai Fong was amused, his voice full of praise. Kid, it seems you have some knowledge. No wonder you dare to come all the way here. Jet, his eyes blazing with excitement, spoke, I am incredibly eager to fight a master. Let me test my current cultivation level on you. He waved his hand, his voice provocative. Come on. Everything around them was silent. Only their breathing could be heard, and they were both in a defensive stance, staring at each other. Jet quickly rushed towards Lao Dai Fong. He also moved quickly. When he saw Jet preparing to attack, Lao Dai Fong leaped from place to gain momentum and charged toward Jet. He saw Jet's power and wanted to recruit him. Kid, you're a true genius. Why don't you become my disciple and join the fate-chasing organization? What do you say? Lao Dai Fong continued. This is an organization with an annual income of over 100 million. Countless people covet it. Jet smirked, his voice filled with contempt. You want to be my master? Are you worthy? Lao Dai Fong, hearing this, was furious and shouted, I gave you a way out, but you refused. You're courting death. Then he used all his strength, and a red aura surrounded him. Bloodhand Azura. A red aura surrounded where Jet stood, concealing Lao Dai Fong's actions. He spoke confidently. Now you're just a blind man. I can attack you at will. Jet smirked coldly. You think I can't do anything to you just because I can't see you? Then suddenly, he launched a kick that struck Lao Dai Fong squarely in the face. He was kicked flying and asked in confusion, Kid, how did you find me? Jet stood tall and imposing, his voice turning a few shades colder. Tell me who hired you, and I can give you a swift death. Lao Dai Fong stood up, and the surroundings appeared again, laughing terrifyingly. You just got lucky. I don't believe you can hit us. Jet didn't seem to notice and uttered a single word of contempt. Fool. He threw a punch at Lao Dai Fong, causing him to exclaim in surprise. How is this possible? The surrounding space seemed to be enveloped in silence. Everyone was astonished by Jet's power. Dung Fong cautiously looked at Jet and asked, How did you break the blood-colored domain? He raised an eyebrow and explained, A true domain can create its own world. The master of the domain is the god of that world. But this is just a fog that obscures vision, yet you dare to call a domain. Lao Dai Fong was enraged, summoning a large sword, his voice crazed. You dare to look down on me? You will pay the price. Jet was not afraid and calmly replied, No wonder you're about to die. It turns out your ultimate move consumes so much essence and blood. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp, and added, But even if you hide in the depths of the sea where the elemental energy is extremely dense, it still can't make up for the consumption. Lao Dai Fong broke out in a cold sweat, his heart unwilling. Why does he know everything about me? Yet I can't do anything to him. He immediately rushed straight towards Jet, shouting, Azura Blood Wave. Jet used a technique, throwing a punch at Lao Dai Fong. Second style of the heavenly mystic divine fist, severing the first mountain. He trembled and fell to the ground, his face pale. Damn it! Lao Dai Fong, seeing that the situation was not good, quickly stood up and fled, shouting, Retreat. Jet saw this, and a cold smile played on his lips. He allowed a soft oomph. You can't escape. A moment later, on the ground, the sunlight shone down, the sky a clear blue. Lao Dai Fong, terrified, tried to stop Jet from advancing further. Wait, don't come any closer. Han tried to offer the most attractive conditions to save his life. He hurriedly begged, Kid, I'll give you the fate-chasing organization and all my accumulated wealth over the years. Just spare me. But Jet was not moved. He raised his hand, his voice turning a few shades colder. If I kill you, I can get those things too. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, But the divine spirit realm is much stronger than the body protection realm. I must also quickly increase my own strength. After that, inside a hall where people were dancing to the melodious music, a few days later at Macneem University, a mid-autumn festival celebration. Nani was in the hall. She frowned, her heart filled with worry. Jet has been missing for a few days. Is he not even coming to see me at the mid-autumn festival? Then suddenly, footsteps echoed towards her. Liet Nuhua ap project Nani. Liet family op Junghai. Liet Nuhua. She spoke up and asked, Nani, you become a waiting wife. As if on fire, she quickly shouted, a mix of hurt and anger in her voice. Nu Hoa, you're always making fun of me. Liet Nu Hoa covered her mouth and giggled, her voice teasing. Ha ha, I'm just telling the truth. I should have taken a picture of you as evidence. Just now, haha. Then suddenly Thien Vu walked over, his voice hesitant. He blushed, closed his eyes, and gathered all his courage to shout, "May I have this dance?" Li Nu Hoa's face flushed pink, and she smiled in agreement. Of course. As she was about to take Thien Vu's hand, she was suddenly stopped by another man's hand. Van Thien Lang took Li Nu Hoa's hand, his voice arrogant. "You can only dance with me." Li Nu Hoa immediately darkened her face, her entire displeasure almost written clearly on every feature of her face. The people around them began to whisper and gossip. One person said, "It's Van Thien Lang." Another continued, "The direct grandson of the Van family in Trung Hai." Another person explained, "The Van family is the largest martial arts family in Trung Hai, known as the Twin Heroes of Trung Hai along with the Leet family, the strongest family on earth." Thien Vu frowned and exclaimed angrily, "Excuse me, friend. I invited her first." Van Thien Lang glanced at him, his eyes filled with contempt and his voice threatening. "If you don't want to die, then get lost." Li Nu Hoa was angry and frowned. Van Thien Lang let go my hand. Nani, standing beside her, couldn't help but get angry. She exclaimed in frustration, "Van Thien Lang, let Nu Hoa go? You're bullying people too much." Van Thien Lang frowned, his face darkening. His voice was low, carrying a clear warning. "I advise you to mind your own business. Even in Mo Dung, Catch wouldn't dare to point fingers at me." Li Nu Hoa's face was worried, and she couldn't say a word. Nani came over and hugged her arm tightly, fearlessly comforting her. "Don't worry, I'm with you. I won't go anywhere." Van Thien Lang angrily threatened, "It seems you won't take the easy way out. You want to do this the hard way." Nani was not to be outdone and retorted, "What? You want to hit a woman?" Suddenly, footsteps echoed, approaching where they stood. "Go Lumfong ap protect Namwa Go family Go Lumfong." He frowned in annoyance and reminded him, "Treating two girls like that, you're going a bit too far." Van Thien Lang raised an eyebrow, his voice filled with contempt. "Go Longfong. Your father came to my house for 3 consecutive years, begging me to accept his gifts like a dog. I didn't even bother to look at him. What the hell are you?" Ko Lam Fong's face darkened, his voice filled with rage. "What did you say?" He used his power and rushed forward, gritting his teeth and saying, "You dare to insult my father? I'll fight you." But Ko Lam Fong was no match for Van Thien Lang. He was sent flying by him, and Van Thien Lang's voice rang out with contempt. "You overestimate yourself." Ko Long Fong was sent flying by Van Thien Lang, landing sprawled on the ground. He approached, his face darkening, his voice cold and filled with contempt. "Don't bother me, you Outer Realm trash." Then suddenly, Jet appeared from behind and spoke, causing Van Thien Lang to turn his head in surprise. Jet's voice rang out with power, resolute. "Who is the trash?" He reminded him, "Don't bother my roommate, you Inner Realm trash." Van Thien Lang raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconcerned, and said contemptuously, "The martial artists of the world are vast. Those who can enter the Inner Realm can be counted on one hand. What the hell are you to dare to speak to me like that?" Jet quickly passed him, not angry at all, just replying softly, "The Inner Realm? What's so difficult about that? It's just a matter of moments." He knelt down and gave Ko Lam Fong a pill, his voice calm. "Take it. Don't worry about adjusting your chi." Ko Lam Fong was surprised and asked back, "You said you're my roommate? Are you Jet? I'm just at the Outer Realm with average aptitude. I know my own limits." Jet repeated the sentence once more. "Take it. Don't worry about adjusting your chi." Ko Lam Fong chewed the pill and replied, "Okay." After taking the pill, he should immediately sit down to circulate and regulate his chi, focusing his power. Van Thien Lang, seeing this, just waited for the show to begin. His voice was filled with contempt. Let me see what you guys will perform next." Jet placed his hand on his shoulder and smiled, guiding Ko Lam Fong. "Thong." Hearing this, he followed Jet's instructions and immediately broke through the realm. Van Thien Lang's jaw dropped in astonishment. He broke through to the inner realm. Impossible. Jet frowned, a slight smile playing on his lips. His voice, filled with satisfaction, echoed. No, no. Open your dog eyes and look carefully. Immediately, a surging, more intense power than before erupted from Ko Lam Fong, spreading everywhere. Jet calmly explained, Step 1, Inner Realm, great success. Thien Lang angrily shouted, What did you give him? Could it be the legendary top-grade spirit elixir? You're feeding it to a pig. What a waste. Jet, hearing him say that, seemed unconcerned and still said nonchalantly, 1,000 gold pieces can't buy my happiness. Provoked by his attitude, he could only exclaim, You. Just then, Long Fong suddenly cried out, this strange feeling. Oh! Then suddenly, he knelt at Jet's feet and thanked him. For your help, I can hardly repay you in this life. Jet, seeing this, quickly told him not to say such useless things. Get up. Make the person who insulted you pay. Heeding his words, he quickly stood up and angrily gritted his teeth, calling out to Van Thien Lang. Thien Lang, of course, was not afraid of Lam Fong and even looked down on him. So what if you've advanced your realm? You're still a drug-addicted waste. Annoyed by his contempt, Long Fong rushed to attack him and demanded, Apologize to my mother. He, of course, still had a contemptuous attitude and said, Humph, I'd like to see how much you've really improved. But before he could finish his sentence, Long Fong had already punched him, causing him to cry out in pain. Even so, he was not satisfied. Not yet. Again. Immediately, he rushed towards Thien Lang again. Being attacked continuously by him, he panicked and thought to himself, his true chi seems to be endless. I'm afraid the elixir is very powerful. I can't keep consuming it with him like this. So he quickly used his ultimate move. I can only use this move to quickly end the fight. Jet, seeing his technique, realized this technique actually conforms to the trajectory of the Great Tao. It seems the Van family really has some depth. At this time, Thien Lang used his move, Li Thien Cham. However, it seemed that his move was no match for Lam Fong. On the contrary, he was sent flying by him. Kai Shun. After taking that punch from him, he fell to the ground. Jet now approached him and declared, Van Thien Lang, you lose. Of course, Thien Lang wouldn't admit defeat and even said with contempt, Even if you can defeat me, can you stand against our entire Van family in Trung Hai? In front of my family's grandmaster, you are still just ants. He didn't even pay attention to his words and just said contemptuously, Don't worry, your Van family is just a bunch of trash in my eyes. Get lost. His contempt made him angry and he secretly swore, You insult my family, you will pay a heavy price. Then he slowly stood up, looked at Nu Hoa, and said resentfully, Our debt, I will slowly settle with Li Kin Thuong. Thien Lang's shamelessness made her angry and she cursed, You have no shame. A moment later, outside, Jet was with Nan Ni. He called out in a low voice, Nan Ni. Then he asked, Don't you have anything to ask me? Hearing this, she assumed, What you want to say, you will say on your own. What you don't want to say, it's useless for me to ask, right? Her attitude made him sad, and he thought to himself, Nan Ni, you shouldn't be so humble. I've been reborn for a lifetime. Am I protecting you or harming you? At the same time, at a villa, two figures stood on the roof. One of them asked, Thien Lang, is this the place? The one who spoke was the grandmaster of the Van family, Van Loi. Thien Lang was still resentful about what had just happened and gritted his teeth, saying, Yes, Jet is not in the dormitory. He's in this courtyard. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. It seems two mice have snuck in. Jet, of course, had already discovered the intrusion of these two. Coming as a guest now, isn't it a bit too late? Van Loi, despite being discovered by him, still maintained a superior attitude and ordered, Your cultivation is indeed profound. Thien Lang's loss to you is not unjust. But since I have come, I must seek justice for Thien Lang. If you kneel down and admit your mistake to Thien Lang now, I will take pity on your youth and may spare you. He, of course, despised him for it. It's late at night, and you're starting to talk nonsense. Being insulted to his face, he angrily shouted, "Kid, I'm a grandmaster of the Van family. You can't afford to provoke me." He heard his boastful words and despised him even more. Grandmaster? Trash. Van Looy was enraged by Jet's contempt and rushed forward to deal with him. Insolent. Let me see what skills you have to be so arrogant. He, of course, was not afraid of a one-on-one fight with him. Use your life to see. After saying that, he punched him hard. This blow from him caused him to spit up blood. It didn't stop there. He also gave him a spiritual power blow, causing a shocking explosion. This scene made Thien Lang exclaim in horror, "Impossible!" Even Van Looy couldn't believe it in front of Jet's power. "No, impossible. You're so young, yet you've already entered the Grandmaster realm." Knowing he was a master, he quickly kowtowed and begged for mercy. "It was my family's fault for offending you. Please forgive us. We'll leave right away." But he wouldn't let them off so easily. "You come and go as you please." This unyielding statement of his made him ask in astonishment, "What do you mean?" He arrogantly said, "I must break both of Van Thien Lang's legs as punishment." Jet's audacity made Thien Lang roar in anger, threatening him. "You dare? My Van family will not let you go." Van Looy also reminded him, "Although your strength is extraordinary, this request is a bit too much." He heard this and immediately mocked. "Too much? Just now you told me to kneel down, called me insolent. Why didn't you say that was too much?" Then he struck Thien Lang's leg directly and said, "Remember today's lesson. Your Van family is nothing special." "My leg!" This blow of his made him clutch his leg in pain and scream, "My leg!" He was still rolling on the ground, crying out, "It hurts! It hurts so much!" Van Looy, seeing this, rushed to his side. "Thien Lang, let me stop the bleeding for you first." At this time, he hated Jet very much and declared, "Jet, I will kill you. I will definitely kill you." Van Looy also turned and said that this grudge would be repaid sooner or later. After saying that, he took Thien Lang and left. Jet, seeing this, just calmly declared, "The Van family no longer needs to exist." At the same time, at Trung Hai Fu, the Mac Jia Chamber of Commerce, Tung Tu spoke up, saying, "Everyone since my Mac Jia Chamber of Commerce entered Trung Hai." The old man solemnly declared, "We have been constantly obstructed by major figures in the Trung Hai business world. Now is the time for our full-scale counterattack." The old man's words received the agreement of everyone in the association. The Macta Chamber of Commerce is now strong enough. We are ready. We're just waiting for your instructions. What followed was the Mac Jia Chamber of Commerce launching a trade war, quickly swallowing up the market. Leet Jia, which was originally supposed to stop, saw its smaller allied families collapse one after another. Leet Jia was hanging by a thread. A few days later, in the Van family living room, Van Sun, the head of the Van family, said that Leet wanted his family to help him eliminate the high-ranking members of the Macta Chamber of Commerce. "It's not impossible." Leet Kin Thuong, the head of the Leet family, heard this and immediately said, "Go ahead and speak." Van Sun bluntly demanded, "Marry Nu Hoa to Thien Lang. Once we become in-laws, the Van family can rightfully help you." Kin Thuong, hearing this, was worried. "I heard that Thien's legs were broken, that he's already disabled. Why do you have to force me to marry my daughter to him?" Van Sun, hearing this, angrily roared, "If it weren't for your daughter confronting Thien Lang at some party, causing a young grandmaster stand up for her, would Thien Lang's legs have been broken?" Kin Thuong was startled by his anger, but then hesitantly promised, "I will definitely make it up to you for this." But his hesitation made him even more furious. "What will you use to compensate me? Unless Nu Hoa marries Thien Lang, don't even think about it. The Lee family can just wait to be kicked out of the business world." Seeing that he had lost his composure, he could only agree. "All right, I agree." Time flies to a few days later at a luxurious party. A luxurious crown was placed on the bride's head. and the bride was none other than Nu Hoa. Hin Thuong led her up to the aisle and whispered to comfort her. "Daughter, the Leet family has no other choice but to sacrifice you. However, you're just a pawn. You can always come home later." Although she was afraid, she pretended to be calm and said, "It's okay. I actually think it's a good thing that his legs are broken." At this time on the altar, the master of ceremonies asked the Yinlang, "Groom, from this moment on, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, you will never leave the bride's side forever. Do you agree?" Thien Lan couldn't wait and quickly replied, "I do." The master of ceremonies turned to ask Nu Hoa, "Bride, from this moment on, for richer or poorer, in sickness or in health, you will never leave the groom's side. Do you agree?" Of course, she stuttered a bit. At that moment, Tung Tu appeared and answered for her. She does not agree. Tung Tu's appearance made Van Sun come forward and call out Tran Dao Truong. He sternly warned, "My Van family's wedding is not for you to interfere in. Do you think the Macta Chamber of Commerce is invincible?" Even Kin Thuong shouted, "Tran Dao Truong, are you trying to ruin our marriage alliance? Do you want to prevent the Van family from helping my Leet family against you?" Of course, Tung Tu didn't care, and even said, "Say whatever you want. None of you will touch this girl from the Leet family." The old man's words confused Nu Hoa. Asterisk, who is this old man? Why did he come to save me? Asterisk. Seeing the old man dare to interfere in his family's affairs, Kin Thuong furiously shouted, "You're meddling too much. The wedding is a private matter of our Leet family. Don't be so arrogant." The old man was not to be outdone and cursed him to his face. "Leet Kin Thuong, in order to get the help of the Van family, you didn't hesitate to sell your own daughter. You, as a father, are truly great." The people in the hall only then realized the old man's identity. The Macta Chamber of Commerce. He is the mastermind behind the Leet family? At that moment, a staff appeared. It was Van Kong. The old man angrily questioned, "Who is causing trouble here?" The old man's appearance made Van Sun quickly step forward and apologize. "Old master, why did we startle you?" The people in the hall all recognized the old man. "Old master, that's Van Kong. 50 years ago, he single-handedly built up the Van family and made it the strongest family in Trung Hai. Van Kong, he's still alive." Tung is now also a bit afraid of this old man. Asterisk, the Van family really does have a trump card. They actually hid such an old monster. Asterisk. Suddenly, Van Kong Chi pointed at the old man and asked, "You're wearing a Taoist robe. You're not cultivating in a Taoist temple. What are you doing here?" The old man replied frankly, defending the weak. Van Kong's face darkened when he heard this and said, "Oh, so you're saying my Van family is doing something unjust. Make your move. Let me see what skills you have to dare to insult my Van family." Without wasting words, Tung Tu rushed toward the old man and shouted, "Take my fist." The old man, upon seeing this fist, realized, not bad. The fist wind is like a cutting knife, truly something. The old man himself didn't mind playing a few moves with Tung Tu. This old man will teach you a lesson. Van Kong's spiritual power made Tung Tu exclaim in surprise. "What?" And then a sky-shaking explosion occurred. The guests and the two family heads of the Van and Leet families were affected by the aftershock. I'm being blown away. A while after the explosion passed, the situation was that Tran Tung Tu had retreated 4 or 5 steps. But he himself didn't retreat a single step. The old man also couldn't believe that Tung Tu was unharmed. He can still stand firm. The old man also praised Tung Tu. "You are indeed not bad. You have already entered the divine spirit realm. Among your peers, you can be said to be invincible." Tung, hearing this, said, "In my eyes, it's not just about being on the same level." The old man's words made Van Kong see you tick Thursday, and he said, "You want to challenge someone of a higher level? Good. I'll grant your wish." This time, the old man made a move, illusory dragon transformation. Suddenly, the old man vanished, leaving everyone confused. Where'd he go? Why did he disappear? Could he be invisible? Although no one could see it, Tung Tu himself knew very well what the old man had turned into. No, he didn't disappear. Instead, he was enveloped by a layer of mist, and this mist was formed by the convergence of his powerful true chi. At this time, the people in the hall saw Van Kong in the form of a dragon. They fled in terror. A dragon? Why is there a dragon here? Is that old man a monster? Run. Now Van Kong smugly said, Old Taoist, this is a little something I learned after 10 years of seclusion. Today, I'll test it on you. Tung Tu was not afraid and replied, Come on. Today, this old man will tread the heavens and slay the dragon. He roared menacingly in the form of a dragon. However, Tung Tu showed no fear at all. The old man from the Ganja family attacked, second style of the 3 heavenly mystic fists. One of the old man's punches went straight for Van Kong, accompanied by the old man's own shout, Kai Sun. This powerful punch sent Van Kong flying backwards. Even so, the old man was able to hold on and said, You have some skill, but let's see how long you can last. The battle did not stop there. Spiritual energy enveloped Tung Tu. The old man roared, second style of the 3 heavenly mystic fists. In response to the old man was Van Kong's roar. Without any fear, the old man unleashed his move, severing water. This move of his made Van Kong revert to his human form. This old man was panting heavily and exclaimed, What a powerful move. Now, Tung Tu unleashed all his spiritual power. Vang, seeing this, he bravely challenged, The final move. Use all your strength to decide the winner. Tung Tu didn't mind and went along with the old man's wishes. I have the same idea. So the old man, Tung Jia True, used his ultimate move. The old man rushed to attack Tung Tu. Look at my move. Without retreating, Tung Tu also made a move. Third style of the 3 heavenly mystic fists, Wind Shock. The people of the Van family, seeing that this battle was reaching its climax, smugly thought, Old Master is using his ultimate dragon hand. Tran Lao Dao is sure to lose. Vang, Loi heard this and immediately smiled in agreement, but did not forget to praise Tung Tu. However, Tran Lao Dao's strength is truly astonishing. At this moment, the 2 old men with terrifying spiritual power collided, creating a shocking explosion. Thien Lang saw the T2 Chow and thought, the resources of my Van family are not something that a rogue cultivator with no background or strength like you can compare to. Now the fists of the 2 old men Java clashed. The aftershock from the punch sent them flying. Tung fell heavily to the ground. The old man coughed once and couldn't help but exclaim, Amazing! Even Van Kong had to give high praise to the old man. Your potential is stronger. In a few years, I will no longer be your opponent. Suddenly, Van Sun said from above, Tran Dao Trong, no matter what the future holds, for now, your strength is not equal to that of the old master of our Van family. Admit defeat. Of course, it was easy for Tung Tu to admit defeat. The old man replied frankly, So what? Hearing the old man's words, Van Sun sneered contemptuously. You clearly know, yet you still ask. You are the loser and must pay the price. Take your Mac to Chamber of Commerce and get out of Trung Hai. Otherwise, we will not hesitate to defeat you at any cost. His tone made the old man laugh out loud. You overestimate yourself. You overestimate yourself too much. You, Van, think you have a trump card, but I don't. The old man's tone made him angry, and he was about to curse. Tran Dao Truong, don't boast. You absolutely can't. Before he could finish his sentence, Tung Tu clasped his hands respectfully and loudly invited. Disciple Tran Tung Tu respectfully invites my master to assist me. The people present heard this and were astonished. Oh my God, did I hear that right? He still has a master. Now Jet stepped out and lamented. This old Taoist is already so powerful, so isn't his master even more monstrous? To be honest, in this situation, only I can suppress him. Jet's appearance left everyone stunned, but then he was surprised and happy to secretly call out to Jet. The people at the party saw him and were surprised, gossiping. He is the master of the old Taoist? How is this possible? He's too young. He's faking it. I think he's tired of living. To protect him, Nuhoa spoke up and said, "Jet, don't be so foolish." Contrary to everyone's suspicions, Van Looy believed that it was very possible he was indeed Tran Lao Dao's master. The member of the Van family heard this and immediately retorted, "Van Looy, are you blind? I think that brat is more likely to be Tran Lao Dao's nephew." However, Van Looy still insisted, "If I couldn't even block one of his punches, would you still think so?" His words startled the member of the Van family. "What? The one who defeated you with a single punch was him? The leg of Thuyen Lang." At this time, Tung Tu was bowing his head in apology to Jet. "Disciple has failed, bringing shame to the sect. I asked for master's punishment." He, of course, did not blame the old man and even sympathized. "It's not your fault. The technique that Van Kong cultivates is not simple, and he has been cultivating for a longer time than you. If you had the same amount of cultivation time, you would kill him as easily as killing an ant." Now Van's son angrily roared, "Nonsense! My Van family has no grudge against you, yet you cruelly crippled my son's legs, turning him into a cripple. Now you even insult the elders of my Van family." After saying the second sentence, he rushed forward and loudly declared, "Jet, die for me." He approached Jet and attacked, overturning Cloud Hand. Thuyen Lang, despite being in a wheelchair, was still boastful. "My father is using his ultimate skill right from the start. Jet, you will undoubtedly die." Nu Hoa, at this time, could do nothing but worry in her heart. "Jet, be careful." Jet himself had no fear at all. He even said with contempt, "You're still far from it." And then he sent Van's son flying with a straight punch. "Get lost. I'll deal with Van Kong." One of his punches caused him to spit up blood. This made Thuyen Lang scream in horror. "No, impossible. My father is a body protection realm grandmaster. How could he not even block one of your moves?" Now, Kin Thuong was also shocked and thought, one move to defeat Van's son, the head of the Van family, and also the master of the person in charge of the Mac Jia Chamber of Commerce. If Nuhoa could marry him, what would be the future status of the Lich family? On another side, the member of the Van family rushed forward to support Van's son and called out worriedly, "Family head." In this situation, Van Kong stood up and declared, "As long as this old man is still alive, the Van family will not fall." Seeing the old man stand up to protect his descendants, Van Sun Hong Han shouted, "Old master." However, the old man remained defiant. "I'm old. The future of the Van family is in your hands." The old man's sacrifice made the descendants of the Van family shout in alarm, "Old master." Now alone, he faced Jet and called out in a low voice, "Jet." He also didn't answer the old man and just observed silently. The old man said with a determined air, "This old man has been famous for decades and has never met an opponent. You are the first opponent to make me feel that I cannot win. I hope that in this battle, you can give my life a perfect ending." Hearing the old man say that, he didn't mind doing as he wished. His smug words made the old man satisfied, and he said loudly, "Good." As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual energy in Van Kong exploded, shattering the old man's staff. The descendants of the Van family, seeing this, cheered each other on. The old master's strength has clearly reached the realm of returning to youth. I feel that the aura erupting from the old master's body is even stronger than when he fought the old Taoist. The old master will surely win. Jet, seeing this, exclaimed helplessly, "Oh, why must you suffer like this?" Jet looked at Van Kong and said seriously, "You are burning your life force. After this battle, whether you win or lose, you will die." Seeing that he already knew what he was going to do, the old man didn't mind admitting it. "That's right. So if you respect me, then go all out." Seeing that the old man was still full of energy despite his age, he would naturally do as the old man wished. "As you wish." Immediately, the old man unleashed his move. "Kid, watch carefully. This is the illusory dragon transformation when I'm at my full strength." A whole dragon appeared in the hall, causing the people there to panic. Heavens, This dragon is even more real. What kind of principle is this? It's unscientific. Van Sun was smug, thinking the old man's illusory dragon transformation has reached this level. This battle is sure to be won. Now the dragon created by Van Sun let out a roar to show its power. Jet was not only unafraid, but also got into a stance to fight it. First style of the heavenly mystic divine fist. He gave it a painful punch, severing the misty mountain. One of his punches sent the dragon flying. He was still unaffected and spat out blood. But the old man was still eager to fight again. Great! Again! The dragon appeared once more and let out a terrifying roar. Jet didn't mind fighting the old man again. Second style of the heavenly mystic divine fist. The reason he did this was, going all out is my respect for you. Without any mercy, he attacked the old man directly. Van Zhongha. This blow of his caused the old man to spit up blood. Tung Tu, seeing this battle, seriously analyzed, the power of severing the first mountain is unparalleled. Like a warrior, cutting down all obstacles in front, while Fan Zhongha is like an assassin, escaping all illusions, directly striking the heart. Contrary to the old man's calmness, the people of the Van family panicked and shouted for the old man. Old man. His descendants were terrified, but he was so amused he burst out laughing. Great! Jet, seeing that the old man still had the energy to laugh, praised him. If it were anyone else, they would have died long ago. You are worthy of being the pillar of the Van family. Not stopping there, he continued to attack. Third style of the heavenly mystic divine fist. Spiritual power began to surround him. Vang, seeing that he was about to attack, he was so excited that he said, "What a powerful aura! Truly a talented young man. Good. If I can die by this heavenly martial skill, then I haven't lived in vain." This time, the old man used his ultimate move. This is my masterpiece. Two dragons created by the old man attacked Jet. Ultimate dragon hand. He didn't avoid it and directly responded, "Shake the cosmos." His spiritual power was naturally stronger than the old man's, so it didn't take long for him to swallow the old man. The dust from the battle flew everywhere. After the battle, the people of the Van family worriedly searched. Old master. Where is the old master? The smoke cleared, and only Jet was left standing there. This made the Van family realize only Jet survived. The old master has burned out. He has failed. They were all terrified by Jet's power. 1 punch to defeat Van Sun, 3 punches to kill Van Kong. Hin Thuong himself, through this battle, had to look at Jet with new eyes. If my Lich family could have him, we could be ranked among the super powerful families. But I've already married my daughter to the cripple of the Van family. Hoa Nu was both happy and admiring. It turns out he didn't need me to worry at all. Now Jet pointed at Thien Lang and declared, "Van Thien Lang, it's your turn." As soon as he finished speaking, he sent him straight to heaven, causing Van Sun to shout in horror, "Thien Lang." So he angrily stood up and questioned him, "Jet, I have no problem with you killing my old master. But why do you still want to kill my son? If you want to act like a hero, don't blame me for being ruthless." The seething hatred made him turn to attack Nu Hoa. Without a bride, let's see you act like a hero. His action made Hin Thuong shout, "Nu Hoa." Van Sun rushed towards Nu Hoa and thought, I can't beat Jet, but I can easily crush a normal person. Seeing him about to attack her, Nu Hoa weakly and helplessly cried out, "Don't." But then, after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. She wondered in confusion, "I'm not dead." But at that moment, there was a hole in the middle of Van Sun's chest, causing him to exclaim in horror. How could this be? As soon as he finished that sentence, he also knelt down and fell. The one who attacked was, of course, Jet. The members of the Van family, seeing this scene, were startled and shouted, "Family head." Now Jet proudly said, "See reality clearly. If I make a move, I can kill your entire Van family." Seeing his power, the entire Van family was now terrified and willing to follow him. "Don't kill us. We are willing to submit." They knelt down and shouted in unison, "We surrender." Seeing that no one had any objections, Jet loudly declared, "From now on, the Van family will be merged into the Mac-Gia Chamber of Commerce. Those who do not comply will die." Then he turned to remind Nu Hoa, "Remember, you should never compromise with anyone." Receiving unconditional help from him made Nu Hoa both grateful and curious. "Thank you, but why are you so good to me?" Hearing her question, he just replied coldly, "Because I owe you." His answer made her confused, and she didn't quite understand. You owe me?" "No, this is only the second time." But he didn't seem to intend to explain it clearly to her. "Some things, it's enough for me to know," he thought to himself. But let the past life stay in the past. I don't want to make you a second Mo Dung Na Ni. After everything was settled, Jet turned and gave an order to Tung Tu. "Next, the Mac-Gia Chamber of Commerce will be managed by a reliable person. You go back to Kien Ingip." Tung Tu had no objections and obeyed. "As you command, master." At this time, in the grand banquet hall, the whispers of the guests could still be heard. The Van family's wedding has turned into a funeral. How can we get on his good side? The Van family is a martial arts family. Being wiped out by someone is considered a matter of Jianghu grudges. He won't bear any responsibility. Time flies to a beautiful day. A few people were lounging on sunbeds when they suddenly saw something in the sky and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, what do you guys see over there?" The scene must have been so shocking that they said to each other, "Oh my God, what is that? Quick, take a picture and post it on WeChat." It turned out the scene they saw was Hang Sung flying somewhere on his chi. He suddenly landed on a villa. It was the Yin Quiho villa. The spiritual energy here made him exclaim in admiration. To think that Dai Lai still has a place with such abundant spiritual energy. It seems that the spiritual energy from 100 miles around has been drawn here. Interesting. He took a deep breath of the spiritual energy and muttered with satisfaction, "This spiritual energy is so refreshing." From inside the house, Tang Tang had sensed a strange source of spiritual power appearing in the yard, so she rushed out and shouted, "Who's there?" Seeing her, Hang Sung was a little surprised and assessed. "You don't look very old, yet you're already at the peak of the inner realm. It seems that Grandmaster Jet really has some skills." Then suddenly he rushed forward to attack her. "Grandmaster Jet killed my disciple, so I'll kill one of his first." His sudden action made her exclaim in surprise, "What?" And so she was hit by one of his moves, causing her to spit up blood. Tang Tang slammed into the wall and then fell to the ground. Hang Sung, seeing that she wasn't dead, wanted to strike again. "She's not dead yet." Then another punch. Just as he was about to deliver another punch, a shout suddenly rang out, "Stop!" Quinton appeared to protect Tang Tang and then loudly questioned, "Who on earth are you?" As soon as he saw her, he was surprised to recognize her level. "Grandmaster Realm." Then he made a lewd comment. "Could it be that you are also Grandmaster Jet's disciple?" It seems Grandmaster Jet really enjoys being served by women. Of course, this remark angered her, and she cursed, "Shameless! You deserve to die." Kuyantan rushed towards Hang Sung and shouted, "D." However, she was no match for him, and he easily blocked her sword. "Not a bad sword, but your strength is lacking." Realizing the situation, she quickly retreated and assessed him. "He is very strong." Even so, she continued to fight to the end. Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens. Hang Sung, upon seeing the fire phoenix appear, showed some admiration but still said with contempt, "This move is not bad, but it's still useless." This time it was his turn to attack. Golden Vajra Fist. Both of them rushed at each other and exchanged loving blows filled with spiritual power. However, because Quintana's spiritual energy was not enough, she couldn't take it and coughed up blood. She fell to the ground while Hang Sung stood firm and composed. She lay unconscious on the ground. Hang Sung then took out his phone and exclaimed in admiration, "The sword technique and the sword are perfectly combined. Just a Grandmaster Realm true chi, yet it can tear my protective chi shield." He then recorded a video and sent it to Jet to challenge him. "Grandmaster Jet, I'll wait for you for 3 days. If you don't come, I'll take this villa and the lives of your 2 female disciples. One night, in the capital, the highest center of power of the Dailai nation, Ha-sun received the news that Hang Sung had escaped and quickly ordered his subordinates. The 8-armed divine monkey Hang Sung has crossed over. Contact Jet immediately. Time flies to 3 days later. 3 days already. A group of people approached the villa. They were chattering as they walked. Grandmaster Jet should be here today, right? I don't think he'll come. He's scared. How can houses and women be more important than his life? They were gossiping about Jet, not knowing that he was standing among them. I don't believe it. Grandmaster Jet's image will not be tarnished. At this time, he approached Tang Tang and Quinton, who were captured, and said loudly, "I'm here." His appearance made Quinton exclaim with joy. "I knew it. You wouldn't be able to stand this provocation." Even Tang Tang was equally happy. "You wouldn't abandon us." In response to their joy was Jet's gentle smile. He asked them with concern, "Are you both all right?" Suddenly, he sensed another source of spiritual power approaching, so he glanced to the side and asked in a deep voice, "You are Hang Sung?" Hang Sung, seeing him, was also a little surprised and asked, "You are Grandmaster Jet? So young? How did you get this cultivation base?" Instead of answering his question, he just coldly declared, "You don't need to know, because you're about to die." Of course, he wasn't afraid of him and even asked back with interest, "Is that so?" As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately jumped up. Jet, without a moment's delay, also rushed forward. Both of them exchanged a punch as a greeting. Hang Sung, seeing that Jet could fight him head-on, couldn't help but praise. "Interesting. You can actually face me directly." Then they both rushed into a fierce battle, causing the spectators who had gathered to watch to exclaim in surprise, "Oh my God, it's starting. When did Jet arrive? Look, everyone, it's starting." For those who haven't followed yet, please click the follow button. Watching the two fight endlessly in the air, everyone exclaimed in surprise. What is the strength of these two? They can actually fly in the sky like that? They must both be in the divine spirit realm. At this point, Hang Sung had lost patience and wanted to go all out. "Let's stop probing each other here. I'm using all my strength." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly unleashed his move, 8-armed Golden Vajra. Jet remained very calm and faced him. He responded with a move, Golden High Demon, Subduing Fist. Hang Sung also rushed forward and unleashed his move, first style of the Heavenly Mystic Divine Fist. After showing off for a while, he was punched and sent flying. Severing the first mountain, he fell straight into the lake, causing the people present to be shocked and horrified. Heavens! That punch sent that huge monster into the lake. I can't believe that 30 years ago, the 8-armed Golden Vajra swept through the martial arts world of Dailai, and now he's defeated by an 18-year-old youth. Fai Long observed the battle from a distance and thought, there must be a secret on Jet's body. If we can get it, we can break through to the divine realm. The scarred-faced man standing next to him heard this and agreed, I agree, but just the two of us is not enough. We need to find 2 more helpers. Fai Long heard this and said smugly, don't worry. With the temptation of the divine realm, it's very easy to find helpers. Back to the battle. Jet saw Hang Sung emerge from the water and immediately mocked. Did you enjoy your swim? Being dealt a fatal blow by him, Hang Sung was very resentful and exclaimed, if I had met you 30 years ago, I'm afraid I would have had only one path, death. Although he was beaten by him, he still arrogantly asserted, but after 30 years of ups and downs, you can only be my defeated opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, he wanted to make a move again. Vajra descent. Spiritual energy enveloped him, making him smugly say, this move is the culmination of 20 years of my hard work. You're the first lucky person to see it. Jet, of course, despised this technique of his and asserted, I will also be the last because this is your last chance to use it. Hang Sung, hearing this, thought he was being arrogant and wanted to see for himself. You're good at boasting. Without any panic, he calmly closed his eyes and muttered, You like to play this kind of game? After saying that, he swung his fist. Seeing one of his punches about to hit his face, Hang Sung was startled and shouted, "What? You can actually find my position." But he still managed to dodge and thought to himself that it must have been a coincidence. He had only just run a short distance before Jet appeared out of nowhere and kicked him, then asked, "Have you played enough?" Being sent flying by him, Hang Sung screamed in terror, "You can really find my position." The resentment had reached its peak, causing him to decide, "Then I will attack you head-on." Suddenly, he unleashed a move towards Jet, Golden High Demon, subduing fist. But Jet was not flustered at all and was ready to retaliate. Third style of the heavenly mystic divine fist. He gave him another punch full of spiritual energy, sending him flying. Shake the cosmos. A shocking explosion occurred right at Jet's villa. But Hang Sung, after being hit by his move, cried out in pain. Jet, seeing him like that, immediately taunted, "Is that all? No way." In this situation, the third master realized that the punch just now was his strongest attack. It seems. Knowing he couldn't beat him, he switched to begging. "Kid, you're really strong. Since you've killed 2 of my disciples, and I've injured 2 of yours, why don't we just stop here?" Of course, he wouldn't let him off so easily. "Stop here? Are you still asleep?" Seeing that Jet really wanted to deal with him, Hang Sung sneered contemptuously and warned him, "Although you are strong, it won't be easy to kill me. So stop while you're ahead." He didn't pay any attention to his warning and directly attacked. "I'm the one who doesn't know what's good for me. What do you want?" In the 36 stratagems, running is the best. Hang Sung quickly fled, but was pursued by Jet's sword. "Go!" Looking at the thing flying towards him at lightning speed, he screamed in horror. "What is this? It's too fast." Knowing he couldn't escape, he decided, "I can't avoid it. I'll have to risk it." So he turned around to face Jet's spiritual power and shouted, "Get lost." After repelling that spiritual power, he proudly exclaimed, "Luckily, the power of this flying sword is not strong. I can block it." But before he could be happy for a few minutes, that spiritual power returned to attack, causing him to wonder in horror. How is this possible? Wasn't it knocked away? How can it still be coming? So, without giving him time to react, that spiritual power had already chopped off his head. The scarred-faced man, seeing this scene, was somewhat terrified and wondered, "Hang Sung is dead? What was that golden light that killed Hang Sung at the end?" Phi Long thought. Fortunately, Hang Sung forced him to use his trump card. He actually has a weapon like the legendary Sword of Mortals, Lifebound Flying Sword. Hearing him say that, the scarred-faced man immediately exclaimed, "It seems 2 helpers are not enough." The night after the great battle, Tang Tang and Quinton sat in the healing room. Outside, Jet was meditating for the 2 of them. Just then, a voice rang out. "Grandmaster Jet, I'm sorry to disturb you so late at night." As soon as he heard that voice, he sternly shouted, "Who?" Phi Long appeared before him and respectfully said, "I am Phi Long, a true person from Hoa Mountain. I wish to discuss something with Grandmaster Jet." Looking at his face, Jet knew he had no good intentions, so he didn't hold back and exposed him. "Discuss? A group of you wants to discuss? Come out, all of you." Seeing that he knew everything, Phi Long burst out laughing and said loudly, "To Sun already said we couldn't fool Grandmaster Jet." Immediately, he called out his hidden companions. "Come out, all of you." Looking over at them from a distance, Jet asked calmly, 12 Grandmasters of the Divine Spirit Realm gathered here. Are you treating my house as a place to be destroyed?" At this point, Phi Long also spoke frankly and arrogantly, demanding of him, "Grandmaster Jet, you won't let us old men go home empty-handed, will you? Hand over the cultivation technique on your body, and we will leave immediately." His words made him feel ridiculous, and he asked, "You think you can force me to compromise just because you have more people?" Of course, he was still confident with his large numbers and replied, "We saw your strength last night. With so many of us, we can definitely defeat you." Not wanting to waste time with this group, he decided to act immediately. If it were anywhere else, Killing 12 Divine Spirit Realm Grandmasters at once might take some effort. But you've forgotten, this is Turtle Rest Lake. Jet began to activate the formation, deploying the 5 elements Grand Formation. Immediately, a large formation surrounded the villa. This made Fai Long a little panicked, and he exclaimed, "What is this?" His companions only now realized the danger and began to chatter among themselves. "He has set up a formation. We're trapped. This kid is too cunning." Seeing them lose their composure, Fai Long quickly reassured them. "What are you afraid of? With the combined strength of the 12 of us, what formation can stop us?" Following his words, the group began to counterattack foolishly. "All right, let's attack together. Let's break this formation." One of the group, seeing that no matter what they did, they couldn't break the formation, angrily shouted, "Damn it, it seems we can't get out of here." Watching the group struggle in vain, Jet laughed and attacked. A bunch of fools. 3,000 weak water waves crash upon the shore. Suddenly, a stream of water appeared out of nowhere and submerged this group of fools, causing them to panic. This water is very strange. This water actually has the power to corrode bones. It can penetrate my protective chi shield. Don't touch the water, otherwise your whole body will become very heavy, like wearing a rock on your back. It didn't stop there. Jet continued to teach this group a lesson. The true fire of Samadhi burns all things. That is, a great fire broke out, causing the people there to panic. What kind of demonic formation is this? This fire can also penetrate the protective chi shield. Everyone don't panic. Let's find the eye of the formation and break it. Fai Long, seeing the situation becoming chaotic, quickly stood up to reassure everyone. "Everyone calm down. This formation is so powerful. The spiritual energy consumption must also be great. He can't hold out for long. We just need to wear him down, and we're done." After a while, the fire also died down. Jit spoke up and asked them, "Everyone, how was your experience of the extreme?" Fai Long, as soon as he saw him, burst out laughing and thought, "Ha! The spiritual power of this formation of his has been exhausted." His words made him feel like laughing, and he said, "Who said it's all used up? A bunch of greedy fools." He suddenly said that there was a hungry man who was so scared he ran away. As soon as he finished speaking, something suddenly appeared in the sky, causing those greedy people to be confused. "There seems to be something hungry over there." "Who's hungry? What does he mean by that?" A large red dragon appeared, scaring the people present out of their wits. "That's a dragon coming out of the clouds." The red dragon now flew to Jet's side. He petted it and said gently, "Good boy." Then the little dragon transformed and became smaller. It nuzzled and coiled around his arm while he allowed it to go. "Go eat them. It will compensate for your year of hard cultivation." Fai Long, in this situation, realized with horror, so he let us out to feed his pet. The scarred-faced man standing next to him was now extremely scared and exclaimed, "A pet." He actually raised a dragon as a pet. Immediately, this greedy group fled. "Run! What are you waiting for? How could Jet let them go so easily? Fool! You think you can escape? Go!" His red dragon flew to Fai Long's side and let out a roar, causing him to scream in horror. "What?" Tell the little dragon to skip the gory images. Viewers under 180 years old are advised to look away. Jet, watching his little red dragon eat its fill, proudly thought, "With your spiritual intelligence, you will definitely be able to transform into a dragon in the future. For now, just be a mountain-protecting spirit beast." After dealing with that troublesome group, he calmly exclaimed, "This time, with the sudden disappearance of 12 divine spirit realm grandmasters, the power structure of the martial arts world will probably be reshuffled again." Thinking about the upcoming events made him so happy he laughed. "But I'm not interested in these things." Time flies. It's already late autumn. Jet visited Nihoa and asked her, "Are your family members still giving you a hard time?" She replied cheerfully, "Not just my family. No one in all of Trunghai dares to give me a hard time." He heard this and thought, "So you're free now?" His words made her laugh awkwardly, and she said, Yes, I'm free. But the burdens that have weighed on me since I was young have suddenly disappeared. I'm still not used to it. Do you think I have a tendency to be abused? Huh. Her words made him realize with a jolt. I always thought that what I gave to others was the best. But was it really what they wanted? Suddenly, Nihoa spoke up and said, "There seems to be someone waving at us up ahead." Jet recognized who it was and immediately asked, "Tu Luke, why are you here?" The person named Tu Luke saluted him formally and then announced, "Instructor Jet, something seems to have happened with the Divine Eagle Special Forces. I hope you can return immediately to check it out." A moment later, Jet arrived at the training ground of the Divine Eagle team. A team member standing guard at the gate saw him and immediately greeted him. "Instructor Jet." From a distance, Hai Long ran to greet him. "Captain, you're finally back." As soon as he saw him, he immediately asked about the ongoing problem. What exactly happened? Panting, he reported, "There's a problem with the cultivation of the team members. We had to temporarily suspend training." His words made him feel that something was wrong because he could be sure of one thing. His technique could not be the problem. Immediately, he and Hai Long entered the training area. He also asked, "What happened? Tell me in detail." After hearing the detailed report, Jet was a little surprised and asked back, "You're saying that after all the team members entered the inner realm, they became very belligerent? They often fight over small matters, even to the point of killing each other." Hai Long confirmed with a resolute result. Yes. Now he began to inspect the spiritual power of each member of the Divine Eagle team. Their cultivation levels have all reached my expectations. It's clear they haven't been slacking. After a while of inspection, he immediately realized the problem. However, they're a special forces unit that has survived hundreds of battles, and they naturally carry a murderous aura. Combined with their rapid cultivation increase and weak foundation, they're unable to control their power well and have become belligerent. As soon as he understood the reason, he turned to Hai Long and said, "I know the reason now. For now, stop cultivating. I'll go take care of it for you." Hai Long heard this and replied happily, "Yes, sir. Thank you, Captain." Jet was now thinking of a way to solve the problem. Since many people have laid their foundations, I must find some elixirs. That place definitely has them. At the same time, in Lam Tui District, Kukjung Prefecture, Danfong Mountain, Jet arrived at a place called Rukvong Valley. According to what he knew about this place, the Mok family, the Nam Kung Lam Thien he had killed before, was the nephew of Mok Tri Hak, the current head of the Mok family, an alchemy family in Rukvong Valley. Standing before the gate of Rukvong Valley, he was a little flustered. "Now that I'm here to ask for medicine, I'm afraid it won't be easy." In front of the gate of Rukvong, a poor little child was kneeling, muttering, "Please help." Jet happened to see the boy and was surprised to realize this child seems to have been kneeling here for a long time. His physical strength is almost at its limit. If he's not saved soon, I'm afraid he won't survive. Without further thought, he acted to save the boy, using his water elemental power to first dispel the fatigue from the boy's body. As soon as he was helped by him, the little child exclaimed with joy, "I'm here." Then the boy quickly turned and asked, "Brother, is this magic?" Suddenly, the boy kowtowed and said in a trembling voice, "I beg you, please save my father." Hearing these words, he felt some pity but could only helplessly reply, "I don't have the ability to heal. I'm also here to ask for medicine." Then he asked again, "But why are you kneeling here?" The poor boy honestly recounted his situation. "To cure my father's illness, my family has nothing left. I'm too young. No one dares to hire me for work. I can only come to Rukvong Valley to try my luck." Dukvong Cuc said that without money, it's not possible. "I can only kneel here, hoping that Long Tan can move them." After hearing these words, the compassion in Jet's heart rose up, causing him to decide. "Silly child, there has never been a shortage of dead people in front of Rukvong Valley's gate. Have they ever shown mercy? How about this? I'll help you." Seeing that he agreed to help him, the child was a little surprised and asked, "Aren't you also here to ask for medicine? Can you still help me? Besides, my family really has no money." Seeing the boy's confusion, He immediately reassured him. Don't worry, I keep my word. At the gate of Duok Vong Valley, he helped the boy up and suggested, let's go take care of your father first. We'll come back later. The boy no longer had his guard up and obediently followed. Okay. A moment later, at a luxurious hotel, Jet brought the poor boy he met at Duok Vong Valley and his father here to stay. Rest here tonight. As soon as they arrived at the hotel entrance, they were stopped by the doorman. What are you doing? Even if you two want to beg, don't enter our hotel. Annoyed by his attitude, Jet released a bit of spiritual energy and threatened. I said stay here, then stay here. If you dare to talk nonsense again. This guy, as soon as he saw his spiritual power, realized with terror. Hey, how can his aura be so strong? At least he must be in the divine spirit realm. So he quickly let him and the boy's father and son in. All right. He even respectfully invited them in. This way, please. Jet, during this time, had noticed the boy's attitude and seemed quite satisfied. This child is not affected by external things, doesn't care about winning or losing. He's a good seed. A while later, at Jukvon Kok, Jet, with a slightly disguised face, and the boy from earlier named Chu Duk Lap, stood before the gate of Duok Vong Kok. The boy said, let's go, brother. Once again, the two were stopped right at the entrance and scolded. Stop! Jukvong Valley is not a place you can just enter whenever you want. Jet, having never encountered this kind of person before, asked a little naively, then how do I get in? Duk Lap, beside him, quickly offered a suggestion. Brother, you have to give them some benefits, which is money. He heard this and immediately realized the problem and exclaimed, oh, so it's just about money. In his heart, he didn't want to be stingy with money. After all, the benefits in his eyes were no longer related to money. So he handed a stack of money to the doorman and asked, is this enough? The man took the stack of old paper money in his hand and his eyes lit up, letting the two in. So much. All right, please come in. Inside, Jukvong Valley was extremely beautiful and vast. Duk Lap walked beside Jet and expressed his gratitude. I was blocked at the door because I didn't have any money. Luckily, I met you, Brother Jet. I'm really grateful. He, of course, didn't pay attention to these things and just wondered. It's nothing, a small matter. But they do this? Doesn't Duok Vong Valley manage it? Duk Lap honestly said, Duok Vong Valley also doesn't want people to just walk in. Doing this can weed out most of the poor. Duok Vong Valley, seeing this, also tacitly approves. A moment later, they both reached the peak of Duok Vong Kok and saw a crowd making a commotion. They angrily shouted, we've already paid the fee. Let us in. The two guards of Rukvong Valley, seeing their anger, quickly explained, Rukvong Valley has been short of medicinal herbs lately. We are not selling elixirs to outsiders. We only accept trades. The guests, hearing this, of course, did not agree and even thought, then will the things we have submitted be returned? You are lazy and deceitful. Jet, mixed in with the crowd, heard the situation and immediately exclaimed, it seems there's more trouble. At this time, Duk Lap worriedly whispered, this time, money is useless. What should I do? Jet replied calmly, it's okay, I have a plan. Then he took out an elixir from his pocket and asked the gatekeeper of Duok Vong Valley, hey, you guys take a look. Is this better than money? The two guards of Rukvong Valley assessed the pill in Jet's hand and then nodded in admiration. This elixir is truly extraordinary. So one of them took the elixir from his hand and said, Your Excellency, please wait a moment. I will go and inform them. Time flies to 10 minutes later. The two guards of Rukvong Valley respectfully invited him in. Your Excellency, the family head invites you. In front of Duk Lap's surprised face, Jet proudly said, I told you I have a way. Let's go. A servant led the two to a room here. That place was the Rukvong Hall. Jet looked at the decorations inside and couldn't help but exclaim, it looks quite impressive. Suddenly he noticed, oh, a lot of people have come. On the Duok Vong Hall, a figure now appeared. This person is the current head of the Muksa family, Muk Chi Hak. He asked Jet, was that elixir just now refined by your master? Jet confidently replied, I refined it myself. His words caused the elders of Rukvong Valley to exclaim in surprise. What? He's so young, yet he can refine a top-grade spirit elixir? How can our Rukvong Valley withstand such a blow? Recognizing his ability, Chi-Hap immediately changed his attitude and respectfully asked, "May I ask your name?" "Your Excellency? What brings you to our Rukvong Valley?" Jet also did not hide it and frankly stated, "My name is Mac Tran. I came to Rukvong Kok to find some medicinal herbs." Hearing him say that, Chi-Hak smiled and asked, "Then your Excellency has come to the right place. What exactly do you need?" He remained silent and didn't answer right away because he was busy thinking. The name of the thing I want is definitely not the same as in the Imperial Throne. So he requested, "You guys just take me to the warehouse to see." Qin Fong, of course, did not agree with his request. How can that be? Our Duok Vong Valley's warehouse. Can outsiders just look at it whenever they want? Seeing him object so strongly, he immediately suggested, "Then how about we make a deal?" He took out a scroll and said, "If the Mok family has what I need, I can use the refining method of that elixir as an exchange." Seeing what Jet wanted to trade, Chi-Hak and Qin Fong were overjoyed and thought, "What? The refining method? He's willing to hand over the refining method? Then we can refine countless top-grade spirit elixirs. This is a prodigal son who wouldn't even be sad to sell his ancestral land." Duk Lap himself, upon seeing Jet trade something so valuable, was grateful and thought to himself, "Although I don't know what the refining method is, from the reactions of these people, the refining method must be very precious. He actually went to this extent for my father's illness." So, without making Jet wait long, Chi-Hak agreed to his proposal. "I accept this deal, but you must hand it over to the alchemy room for me to inspect first. Rest assured, I will use the honor of Duok Von Kok to guarantee to you that I will absolutely not copy or steal the refining method." His statement made one of the clan members hear it and feel a little wrong. Asterisk looking over, I remember now. So it will belong to our Rukvong Valley. The family head's words are a bit shameless. Asterisk. But upon reflection, this person also agreed with his approach. However, this prodigal son might agree. But if he doesn't agree, the refining method for the top-grade spirit elixir will be gone. Jet at this time immediately agreed to let the people of Duok Vong Valley see the refining method. "All right." Chi-Hak, as soon as he saw the characters on it, exclaimed in horror, This is The clan members, seeing his strange expression, immediately became curious and started chattering. "I want to see too. Family head, let me see." Not paying any attention to these people, he held the refining method in his hand and said happily, "Mr. Mac, this refining method of yours is truly miraculous. We will now go and verify it. Please wait a moment." Jet comfortably sat down in a chair and said, "It's fine. You can take your time." At the alchemy room, the people of Chi-Hak were present and discussing with each other. If I'm not mistaken, this must be a part of the refining method left over from ancient times. I'm afraid we don't have the medicinal herbs he wants." One of the elders immediately came up with a bad plan for Chi-Hak. "Family head, regardless of whether our Mok family has what he wants or not, this refining method must be kept." He insisted that, "Family head, no matter what, this refining method cannot be returned." His words were surprisingly supported by the other members of the clan. Yes, it absolutely cannot be returned. So, in a daze, Chi-Hak ordered them, "You guys quickly make a copy." Of course, this group of people quickly followed his orders. Yes, Chi-Hak now speculated that, furthermore, seeing that he doesn't care about this refining method, it also means that he has something better, even the refining method for an immortal elixir. The clan members, hearing his speculation, immediately cheered in unison. The family head is right. That kid definitely has more secrets. Yes, we can't let him leave Rukvong Valley. We have to squeeze him dry. After a while, the alchemy furnace showed signs of being finished. Qin Fong took a few pills from the furnace and cried out with joy, "Success! Success! Top-grade spirit elixir." Chi-Hak looked at the pills on the tray with interest and thought, "Successfully refined on the first try." This refining method is truly extraordinary. It must be an ancient refining method. But outside at this time, Jet had also heard the sound of the alchemy furnace and realized that sound just now, it must be finished. Now, Chi-Hak held the elixir in his hand and sinisterly ordered the other clan members. You guys cooperate with me later. We must slaughter this fat sheep. Of course, Jet heard all of his words. He just gave a light, contemptuous smile. Instead of exposing them at that moment, he played along. Family head mock. What's the result? Chi-Hak coughed a few times and then said, it failed. That refining method of yours simply can't produce a pill. It's obviously a fake. Qin Fong was confused by his lie and exclaimed, family head. He was a little disappointed with his actions. But why? Is the family head planning to directly swindle the refining method? How can he be so greedy? Jet, hearing this, calmly said, if you can't refine a pill, then return the refining method to me. Chi-Hak, having already started acting, also acted until the end, so he quickly agreed to his request. All right then, what a pity. After taking back the refining method, he said in surprise, that's right. This time, it was his turn to lure this greedy group into a trap. I used a little magic on this elixir refining method. You will immediately forget everything related to this refining method. Any copies or photos will also disappear. The people at Duok Vong, hearing his words, seemed to be manipulated and exclaimed, is there such a miraculous magic in this world? Yes, I don't remember anything anymore. This made Chi-Hak a little panicked, and he quickly turned to ask Qin Fong, you refined the pill, so your impression of the refining method should be the deepest. Could it be that? Qin Fong also replied helplessly, I've forgotten everything too. Seeing them being played with like this, Jet was very satisfied and continued to act. Goodbye. Seeing him about to leave, Chi-Hak quickly stopped him. Wait a minute. Seeing him call out to him, he calmly asked, Family head mock, is there anything else? He quickly came up with various reasons to see the refining method again. Mr. Mactran, perhaps it wasn't a problem with your refining method, but rather that we made a mistake while refining the elixir, which is why we couldn't succeed. However, the value of that refining method is limited. To trade it for medicinal ingredients from us, you must add at least one more refining method for a top-grade spirit elixir. Jet, hearing these deceitful words, immediately burst out laughing. Then he bluntly exposed Chi-Hak's true face. Family head mock, you're truly shameless. Aren't you afraid of being crushed by your greed? Being exposed by him, Chi-Hak angrily shouted, What? How dare you insult my Duok Vong Valley? If you don't give my Duok Vong Valley a reasonable explanation today, don't even think about leaving. His words made the people in Duok Vong Kok look at each other in confusion, wondering, he wants us to keep him here? After a moment of bewilderment, they also echoed his words. Yes, this brat actually dared to insult our Ruk Vong Valley. They surrounded Jet and demanded, he can't leave. He must give us a reasonable explanation. Teach him a lesson. Seeing clearly what they intended to do, Jet didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, what kind of explanation do you want? For example, all the elixir refining methods on my person. Now, Qin Fong, seeing their actions becoming more and more outrageous, quickly intervened. Family head, wait. Our Duok Vong Valley became the #1 family in the alchemy world, not because of refining methods or spirit elixirs, but because of the reputation accumulated by our ancestors. But of course, Chi-Hak didn't listen to him and even thought, Qin Fong, this kid insulted Ruk Vong Valley. If I don't teach him a lesson, how can I face our ancestors? He himself knew what he wanted and still patiently advised. Family head, don't be greedy. Don't be tempted by your heart. Seeing him still try and persuade him, he immediately used his status as the family head to give an order. A Qin Fong, I order you in my capacity as the family head. Get out of the way. Helpless in this situation, he could only sigh and exclaim, AI, our Makta will be destroyed at your hands, family head. At this time, Chi-Hak came before Jet and arrogantly demanded, Kid, will you surrender yourself? Or will you let's do it? Jet, not afraid of this group at all, replied frankly, I haven't ordered the surrender skill yet. After saying that, he immediately took off his mask, revealing his true face, scaring the group here and making them realize his face. Seeing that they knew who he was, he didn't mind admitting his identity. You're Jet, that's me, family head. The hatred in Chi-Hak's heart began to surge. He didn't even think and ordered, so it's you, the villain who killed the Nam Kung family. Men, seize him for me. Chin Fong, seeing him go mad, panicked and stopped him. Family head, absolutely not. You absolutely must not drag the whole Muck family into this. However, he didn't listen and even kicked him away. Get lost. At this point, he could only helplessly exclaim, Mok Jiak is afraid that he's about to. Jet was not afraid at all and even challenged. What? Are you trying to find another excuse for your greed? Like avenging the Nam Kung family? I can cooperate with your acting. Knowing he was about to fight, he patted Duk Lap's head and said, If you're scared, close your eyes. Duk Lap bravely replied, I'm not scared. The current situation is that Chi-Hak, not knowing his own limits, attacks Jet. Kid, hand over the refining method, and I might spare your life. Jet didn't even bother to dodge and kicked Chi-Hak straight in the stomach. Get lost from me. The members of Duok Vong Cuc, seeing him being kicked away, worriedly shouted, Family head. Immediately, they wanted to gang up on Jet. Damn it, let's go. We have more people. Jet didn't even flinch and even look down on them. A bunch of trash. He shouted once and sent this group flying. Get lost, all of you. These people were beaten by him and were rolling on the ground, wailing, After finishing the fight, he asked dismissively, Is this all Duok Vong Valley has? Chi-Hak had stood up by now. He angrily challenged, My Muck family has been passed down for hundreds of years. Our foundation is not something you can imagine. If you have the guts, follow me. Jet, of course, was not afraid of his challenge. All right, I'm also very curious about the alchemy family that has been passed down for hundreds of years. What kind of trump card they have hidden? A moment later, he led him to an empty field. Chi-Hak suddenly knelt down and respectfully apologized. Unfilial descendant of the Muck family, Muck Chi-Hak, I invite the ancestor to come out and resolve the crisis of the Muck family. Jet's heart had already noticed a point. The ancestor of the Muck family is another old monster. Suddenly, the stone door opened and a figure appeared, causing Chi-Hak to politely call out, Ancestor. The person he called Ancestor was named Mok Hong Dao. As soon as he stepped out of the training ground, Hong Dao asked, Which generation's family head of the Muck family are you? Chi-Hak politely replied, Reporting to the Ancestor, I am Muck Chi-Hak, the 37th family head of the Muck family. Hong Dao, hearing this, realized, 37th? So I've been in seclusion for over 60 years. His words made Chi-Hak exclaim in his heart. A single seclusion of over 60 years. Is the ancestor an immortal? Jet, however, remained very calm and judged. The imperial throne does not have a technique that allows a martial artist to go into seclusion for decades at a time. It seems he used elixirs to maintain himself. At this time, Hong Dao turned to ask about him. This Daoist friend beside me, I am Mok Hong Dao. May I ask what your name is? He replied frankly, Grandmaster Jet. Seeing him dare to use the two words Grandmaster, he was a little angry and reprimanded. Grandmaster? Arrogant and self-proclaimed, with no manners. He also retorted without missing a beat. So the manners of your Muck family is to plot and scheme for other people's elixir refining methods? He pointed at Chi-Hak and accused him, thick-skinned and shameless, turning black into white. Hong Dao, after hearing these words, was enraged and challenged. Kid, make your move. Let me see what you have to rely on. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly got into a fighting stance. Immediately, he attacked at the same time as Jet, Heavenly Silk Knot. The spiritual power of both collided. The result was that Jet's spiritual power was stronger, so he easily sent Hong Dao flying. He studied the scene and screamed in horror. Ancestor, knowing he couldn't defeat Jet, Hong Dao suggested, "Kid, you have some skills. Let's make a deal. Leave my mock family, and my mock family can let you take what you want." Jet, of course, wouldn't let them off so easily. "I originally wanted to make a fair trade with your mock family, but you played dirty with me. Now I'm talking with my fists, and you want to make a deal with me?" Seeing him refuse to back down, Hong Dao immediately threatened, "Your Excellency, if you are unwilling to compromise, then don't blame me for being impolite." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately took out a tube of medicine. Jet immediately recognized what that tube of medicine was. That foul-smelling gas is definitely a potent poison. Hong Dao loudly summoned, "Mok Hong Dao, the 8th-generation guardian of the Mok family. In order to resolve the crisis of the Mok family, I hereby specially activate the mountain-protecting Grand Formation." The formation was activated by him. 100 poisons devouring Immortal Formation. Open. Immediately, Jet felt a murderous aura flying towards him. In the endless darkness, Hong Dao's smug voice rang out, "My Mok family's Grand Formation will only stop when the devouring immortal vines have completely devoured all living beings. Just stay there and wait for death." Duc Lap was surrounded by darkness and shouted in fear, "I can't see anyone from the Mok family." Jet at this time was still very calm and realized something. Dang. Suddenly, several vines appeared from under his feet. They wrapped around his hand, causing him to exclaim contemptuously, Then he cut them with his bare hands and said, "It looks like it's poisonous." Impatient, he used his sword to cut through all these vines at once. Heaven Slayer's sword. He swung his sword repeatedly, cutting through the vines. However, those vines suddenly returned to their original state, causing him to exclaim in admiration, "It's not working. The 100 poisons devouring Immortal Formation is indeed special." So he switched to another tactic. To deal with plants, he said, "You have to use fire." Jet opened a fire formation. "Samadhi, true fire, burn for me." Outside, Chi-Hak asked anxiously, "Ancestor, how is that kid doing?" Hong Dao replied smugly, "He's struggling in pain in my formation. He'll probably turn into a thick liquid in a moment." Chi-Hak heard this and immediately smiled and begged, "Ancestor, that kid has many rare spirit elixirs, even immortal elixir formulas. Do you have any way to get them?" Hong Dao was helpless and couldn't grant this request. "Impossible. That kid will be eaten by the devouring immortal vines without a trace." His words made Chi-Hak sigh with regret. "That's such a pity." Just then, the ground suddenly burst into flames, causing him to scream in terror. The ground. Before he could even register what was happening, he himself was engulfed in the flames. This scene made Chi-Hak scream in terror, "Ancestor," while he was still crying out in pain, "Ah, ah, ah." This situation left Chi-Hak not knowing what to do. How could this be? At this moment, Jet appeared out of nowhere and proudly said, "The 100 poisons devouring Immortal Formation seems to have been broken." As soon as he saw him, Chi-Hak screamed in horror, "Jet." Without wasting time, he immediately demanded of him, "Quickly take me to your Mok family's medicinal herb warehouse." With the current situation, he could only do as he said. All right, go, follow me." A moment later, at the old Mok family's medicine warehouse, Chi-Hak respectfully invited Jet in. This is the place where Duok Vong Valley stores its elixirs and medicinal herbs. Jet, seeing this, said with satisfaction to Duc Lap, "Let's go in and take a look." Duc Lap timidly followed him inside and worriedly wondered, "The medicinal herbs here should be able to cure my father's illness, right?" The boy glanced at the medicine here and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, as expected of the #1 family in the alchemy world. This storage is truly amazing. But Jet didn't care much about these medicines and said, "There's still the 2nd floor." Seeing him about to go up to the 2nd floor, Chi-Hak quickly stopped him. "Wait, the 2nd floor is the library. There are no medicinal herbs." But he still insisted, "I want to go see. You dare to stop me?" Seeing him go straight up to the 2nd floor, he thought helplessly to himself, "Just now I wanted to steal his elixir formula, and now he wants to steal my entire Duok Vong Valley. When he reached the second floor, Jet glanced at the things up here with some contempt. There are quite a few books here, but they're all actually trash. Just then, he sensed something. This ancient spiritual energy. He held the secret technique in his hand and immediately knew. This book, so this is the cultivation place of the Dan Ding Jinren from 800 years ago. Immediately, he took the secret technique and said, "Today is actually a good day. Your Duok Vong Valley has occupied the cultivation place of others for hundreds of years. Today, you should return it." Jet's accusation made Tri Hawk exclaim in disbelief. "What did you say? I don't understand. My Duok Vong Valley has been passed down for hundreds of years. How could it have been seized from others?" He even shamelessly thought, besides, even if this was someone's cultivation place, if that person has abandoned it, then it belongs to the Mok family. Jet didn't bother to argue with him. He just stated bluntly, the last will of Dan Ding Junrun is very clear. Whoever is the first to find this last will is the master of Duok Vong Valley. Now I'm a master of Duok Vong Valley. I'll give you 3 days to pack up and get out of here. Seeing him dare to kick the Mok family out of this place, he angrily questioned him. "Grandmaster Jet, you dare to seize Ruok Vong Valley? Aren't you afraid of being besieged by the martial arts world?" Seeing him rambling on, he sent him away with a straight face. "All right." After dealing with the person, he said calmly, "I've changed my mind. It's better to have you all get out immediately." A moment later, out of the warehouse, Jet destroyed this place without hesitation. "Go!" From within the ruins, a crying sound was heard. Gu-a. Duk Lap, hearing this sound, was startled and realized, this sounds like a child crying. Could be a ghost. Suddenly, a shadow ran out from the ruins. Jet wouldn't let this thing escape so easily. "You want to run?" Just as he was about to catch it, it quickly shrunk and ran away. Seeing this, he praised, but also said smugly, "Oh, very clever, but you can't escape." Immediately, he shot out a Tien Lin Luke ban. This stream of spiritual power struck the shadow directly. Trapped by the spiritual power, it struggled in panic and screamed, "Hey, hey, ah!" At this time, Jet started the space. He quickly pulled the shadow inside and left. Duk Lap, who had been watching this scene, asked in confusion, "What was that white shadow?" Jet quickly landed on the ground and explained in detail, "It is the water element of the 5 elements, the purest water elemental energy in heaven and earth condensed, a relic left behind by an ancient immortal." A moment later, they both returned to Duok Kok. The Mok family members that were chattering among themselves. "We don't know how the family head is doing now. Just now, I heard a loud explosion. Don't worry, our giant Vong Valley will definitely win." Hearing these words from them, Jet smiled slyly and let them know, "Don't delude yourselves. Your ancestor and family head are both dead." He climbed straight onto the main seat and ordered, "And you, if you don't want to die, then get the hell out of this Ruok Vong Valley for me." They, seeing him dare to climb up there and sit, were angry and chattered. "That's not your position. You must be talking nonsense. Get down." "On what grounds?" Seeing them being too noisy, he dealt with the whole group with a straight face. "Go." After dealing with this group, Jet turned to the only remaining elder here, Mok Chin Fong. "Now that the high-ranking members of the Mok family are gone except for you, what will you choose?" He stammered, His eyes looked at the group of juniors behind him with worry. "I'm actually fine, but the younger generation of the Mok family still needs to rely on Ruok Vong Kok to survive." So he immediately knelt down and accepted his submission to Jet, while also begging him, "Grandmaster Jet, we are willing to submit. Please allow our Mok clan members to continue living in Ruok Vong Valley." He, of course, would not hunt them down and kill them all, but only requested, "I really need someone to manage Ruok Vong Valley. I can also give you those rare spirit elixir formulas, so that your Mok family can sit firmly in the position of the #1 family in the alchemy world." His request made Chin Fong exclaim in surprise, "Grandmaster Jet, but that..." Before he could finish, he interrupted and said, but you must completely submit. Even if I want you to die immediately, you are not allowed to hesitate." At this point, he asked them in a low voice if they could do that. In this situation, Qin Feng was forced to humble himself and obey. "I'm willing to submit. From now on, I will only listen to Grandmaster Jet as if he were the Thunder God, striking wherever he points." Back at the hotel, Jet gave the elixir to Duke Lap and explained its use. "This is the Ning Shan Gui Yuan Dan. Give it to your father. You'll see the effect in half an hour." Duke Lap didn't doubt it and quickly gave the elixir to his father. "Father, hurry up and take your medicine." After giving him the medicine, Jet immediately asked Duke Lap, "You've seen quite a few things. What are your thoughts?" Duke Lap honestly replied, "Before I met you, besides my belief in saving my father, I had no attachment to this world." The boy's answer made Jet ask with some anticipation, "So what about after you met me?" Duke Lap's eyes lit up and he said, "Now I seem to be very curious about this world. I hope I can become you." Hearing the boy say that, Jet also warned him first, "Then you have to leave your father. Are you willing? You may have to live a lonely life. Can you bear the loneliness?" The boy, of course, didn't care about those things and replied, "If my father's illness is cured, then I have no more worries. As for loneliness, I've been used to it for a long time." It didn't stop there. Jet continued to warn, "This is a path of no return. Once you step on it, you will befriend danger from now on. If you don't advance, you will fall behind." Besides the dangers mentioned above, he also told Duke Lap what he would receive, like you will have extraordinary power and a long life. His words made Duke very happy, and he exclaimed, "Really? I'm willing." Although he already understood the boy's personality a little, he still had to remind him, "Enter my sect, respect me as your master, and abide by my sect's rules. If you break them, I will definitely make your soul scatter." After reminding the boy, he asked again, "Are you still willing?" The boy was obviously scared by him and stammered, "Aye." But in the end, the boy still gathered all his courage and replied, "I'm willing." As soon as Duke Lap's words came out, the boy's inner demon also dissipated. Seeing this, he was satisfied and said, "Kneel down and become my disciple." Duke Lap quickly knelt down and respectfully called out, "Disciple Chu Duke Lap pays respects to master." Jet, like the boy, replied cheerfully, a joyous occasion for a disciple." Then he helped the boy up and gave him two choices. You can choose to stay and live in Rukvong Kok, or you can go to the Yin Quiho Villa. There's a senior sister of yours there. The boy politely replied, "Disciple will temporarily stay at Rukvong Valley. I'll wait until my father has fully recovered to decide." He heard this and had no objections, but also passed on a secret technique to the boy and instructed, "All right, this is the foundation building technique. Remember, you're not allowed to spread it." The boy, of course, obediently replied, "Yes." A few days later, Jet returned to the training office of the Divine Eagle team. He handed the elixir to Ha Sun and said, "This is the foundation establishment pill. One for each of them. After taking it, they will no longer be angry." He took the elixir and had some doubts. One foundation establishment pill for each person. Will it be effective? Or should I give them a few more? He heard this and replied with a smile, "Do you think it's candy? Don't worry, it's enough." Then he turned his back and left without hesitation, but not without leaving behind a shocking statement. Furthermore, their strength has increased again. It won't be long before they all become grandmasters. His words made Hassan exclaim in surprise. 36 grandmasters. A special forces team composed of 36 martial arts grandmasters. Oh my God! He burst out laughing with delight and thought to himself, "Ha ha, this kid finally did something good." Back to Jet. As soon as he left the training area, his phone rang. He immediately answered, "Hello." The person on the other end of the line urgently announced, "Jet, I'm Tu Hao. Something has happened to Tu Tien." A moment later, in Phuong Sun County, Jet had quickly arrived and asked about the situation. What happened? At this time, Tu Tien, lying on the bed, suddenly coughed a few times. Cough, cough, cough. Tu Hao, as soon as he saw Jet, cried out with joy. "Jet, you're finally here." He quickly recounted Chu Tian's unstable situation. That day, Chu Tian suddenly came to my place, covered in blood. I told her to go to the hospital, but she refused. Before she fainted, she just told me to quickly inform you. I had a maid change her clothes and clean her up. She said there were no external injuries. This statement made Jet notice one thing. Her injuries were not external. He quickly realized how far Chu Tian's strength had come. This girl has actually reached the Grandmaster realm. Then he quickly diagnosed her condition. Her meridians are very chaotic, and she can't heal them. I must restore her damaged meridians. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly used his spiritual power to heal her. Tu Hao saw this and exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" "The legendary internal energy healing." Time flies to half an hour later. Jet sighed and said, "Finally, it's done." Tu Hao now didn't even bother to worry about him and just kept asking, "Diu Tian, Zhu Wei, how do you feel?" Chu Tian smiled proudly in response, "I'm much better now. I'm sorry to have worried you." At this time, Jet finally asked her the main question. "Chu Tian, what exactly happened? Could it be the remnants of the Yin spirit sect? And what about this martial arts cultivation of yours?" Chu Tian honestly recounted, "My cultivation was created by the demonic seed that the Yin spirit sect master planted in my body back then." At this point, she hesitated a little. "And what happened?" Then she also said, "Because I found out that I only have martial arts cultivation but lack knowledge about cultivation. So I wanted to go to some famous mountains and great rivers to try my luck, to see if I could meet any fellow cultivators." She revealed that she had found a rather mysterious place. "I found a strange place in the Dai Luong Mountains. There, she stumbled upon a hidden master, but was suddenly ambushed by 3 powerful martial artists. Looking at the 3 experts, Sylphie realized, I can't hold them off, but I can't run either. In the end, she had no choice but to enter that strange place. However, something strange happened. Even weirder was that I could also enter. Those 3 were stronger than me, so they couldn't get in. In this desperate situation, she felt helpless. But that place was just too dangerous, so I paced back and forth outside, waiting for the 3 to leave before I dared to exit. Finally, the 3 masters left, so she seized the opportunity to escape. I waited there for a whole night, and only came out after seeing they were gone. But she never expected those 3 to be waiting in ambush outside. I never thought they were still hiding outside. The moment I came out, I was severely injured before I managed to escape. Although Sylphie escaped, a strange object suddenly appeared in her hand. But when I left that place, this thing was in my hand. She didn't know what it was, so she showed it to Ashen. "I don't know what it does. You take a look." Ashen sniffed the stone and realized this was a jade that could preserve the world's natural energy. "This must be an identity talisman, which is the reason you were able to enter that place." He also compared it to the one he had, which was similar to the spiritual power of his storage pouch from the Void Mountain. He then returned Sylphie's stone and made a suggestion. "Right, take this essence pill to recuperate." Then, he made a decision. That place might hold a great opportunity. I have to go see it. Sylphie eagerly volunteered. "Okay, I'll lead the way." Once she recovered, she led Ashen to that strange place, which was the mountain range up ahead. Arriving at the bridge leading to the cave, he simply said, "Let's go." After walking for a while, they saw quite a few people, which made them wonder. This place is usually deserted. Why are there so many martial artists now? Sylphie became alarmed, thinking, it seems the news has leaked. These people must be here for the Void Mountain. Ashen, however, seemed unconcerned. "It's fine. They can search for their things. We'll search for ours. If they dare cause trouble, we'll just kill them." A moment later, she brought him to the cave. "That's it." He immediately dashed forward, saying, "Let's move." Seeing his urgency, she quickly followed. "Okay, wait for me." The other martial artists heading for Void Mountain saw them suddenly running and thought, "Follow them. They must have found something. Quick, let's see what's going on." At the same time, high above, one of the 3 masters recognized Sylphie. The girl with the jade talisman is back, and she brought a friend? They really don't know their place. Instantly, they descended in front of Ashen with a greeting. Long time no see. Sylphie recognized them and shouted, Ashen, they're the ones who injured me. Immediately, one of the three attacked her. Hand over the jade talisman. Ashen took the opportunity to gauge their strength and concluded, the strength of these three is probably only at the Aegis realm, but their aura is stronger than the Void God realm. Why is that? Whatever, let's test them with a punch. After sending one martial artist flying backward with a punch, he quickly made an assessment. That punch felt completely effortless. These three are definitely not ordinary martial artists. The martial artist he just hit was astonished by his power. Which sex genius is this kid to have such strength at this age? Now, one of the remaining two stepped forward to mock his companion. Old Third, have you gotten rusty for not being out for a few years? Getting knocked back by a mere brat. The one called Old Third replied with difficulty, this kid is strange. He's probably from martial lineage like us. His words prompted the one who looked like the leader to ask, Kid, which lineage are you from? Ashen didn't answer directly, but asked them back, which lineage are you from? The leader replied, we are from the Soaring Cloud sect, one of the 12 great sections. Hearing this, Ashen mockingly replied, one of the 12 sects? So you're saying there are many more sects just like yours? His response infuriated the leader. Playing games with me, kid? You're not from the ancient martial lineage. Seeing the second and third brothers rush at him, Ashen told Sylphie, get back. Sylphie obeyed and moved away, but not without a word of caution. Ashen, be careful. At this moment, the three masters had surrounded Ashen. Their fierce battle attracted the attention of others. They're fighting over there. It seems the entrance to the Void Mountain is there. Back at the fight, a hand was raised. Ashen exhaled and began to gather spiritual energy. Boom! He then unleashed a palm strike towards the three masters. The leader took the hit and furiously yelled, this kid! It seemed the three masters were no match for Ashen and were beaten back by him. Old Third said, this kid is too strong. The leader reluctantly admitted, our ancient martial arts haven't been out in the world for a long time. I can't believe a non-martial artist from the outside could possess this kind of power. Hearing the old man's words, Old Third asked worriedly, what do we do now? Are we just going to give up on the jade talisman that girl has? The old man immediately dismissed the idea. Of course not. The old man then decided to use their final trump card. Quick, bring out the ace. The three masters instantly formed a battle array. The Trinity Sword Formation. They spun around each other like a whirlwind. Their formation emitted a formidable spiritual power that could not be underestimated. Seeing this, Sylphie asked in confusion, what kind of technique is that? Ashen, however, seemed intrigued. Interesting. Now, a great sword materialized before him. The sword rose high, preparing to strike him down. Sylphie was terrified by the sight and screamed, be careful. I think. As the three grandmasters roared, the sword shot straight down at Ashen. Kill. He didn't even bother to dodge, ready to counter. Fist of the Divine Heavens, first style. He unleashed a powerful blow that shattered the greatsword. Mountain Breaker. The three masters were sent flying by the impact. Even Ashen was affected, taking 2 steps back. The three masters knew they couldn't beat him and quickly retreated. This kid is unnaturally strong. Let's go. Report back to the sect master immediately. Of course, he wasn't about to let them run. Did I say you could leave? Seeing he wouldn't let them go, the leader asked nervously, what? You want to keep us here? Naturally, his answer was that he wouldn't let them escape. Correct. Leave our lives behind. Fist of the Divine Heavens, third style. Seeing him about to attack, the second and third brothers stepped in front of their leader and shouted, it's over. Big brother, run. The second brother said to the leader, who had already fled some distance, go back and report to the sect master. The third brother then turned to challenge Ashen. We'll fight you to the death. Ashen found these two a bit annoying and struck them down without mercy. You overestimate yourselves. One move from him finished off the second and third brothers. Seeing this, the leader fled even faster in terror, not forgetting to shout, "Second brother, third brother, you just wait. My Soaring Cloud sect will definitely get revenge." But how could the old man possibly return to report when Ashen Sword was already sending him to the afterlife? "Did you think you could leave?" In his final moments, the old man could only utter in disbelief, "How could?" After sending the three masters on their way, Ashen became a little pensive. Sylphie then rushed over to check on him. "Are you okay? Are you all right?" Ashen calmly replied, "I'm fine. Is this the place you were talking about?" He looked around for a moment and concluded, "There are no spiritual power fluctuations here at all. It doesn't seem like there's a barrier." Sylphie, thinking he doubted her, loudly affirmed, "This is absolutely the place. I'm sure I remember it correctly." Her words led him to a theory. "I'm afraid the Void Mountain is a floating pocket dimension. Its specific location and appearance time are completely random. It was here last time, but it won't necessarily be here next time." Several days passed, and a large number of people had gathered at the mountain. Seeing this, Sylphie said worriedly, "Ashen, more and more people are coming." Ashen maintained his calm and determined attitude. "If they don't bother me, I won't bother them. If anyone gets out of line, I won't show any mercy." Suddenly, he turned and gave Sylphie a talisman. "Right, this is for you. If you encounter a life-threatening situation, channel your true energy into this jade talisman. It can save your life." She looked at the talisman and happily accepted it with a thank you. The two were peacefully cultivating in hiding. Sylphie was the first to be startled awake by a loud noise. She noticed the commotion below. Someone's fighting. A voice from below cried out, "Help!" Sylphie looked down and saw someone being pursued, so she suggested, "It's in the valley below. Let's go check it out." The person being chased desperately took out his token and made a tempting offer. "Who can protect me? I'm willing to give up my Void Mountain identity talisman." The others present heard this, but were wary. The talisman is valuable, but not worth risking our lives. Getting it now would just make us the next target. Everyone looked closely. The pursued man saw that no one would help and muttered in disappointment. "So no one is going to step up? Fine." In this desperate moment, he decided to throw the token. "I'd rather throw it away than give it to you." The words on the token read, "Jade Talisman," and it ultimately landed in Ashen's hand, prompting him to remark, "Oh, a lucky catch." The pursued man saw this and, panting, laughed. "Haha, your luck isn't bad. Let's see if you have the ability to keep it." Now his pursuers had caught up. They arrogantly ordered Ashen, "Hand over the Jade Talisman." Among the crowd, someone recognized him. "I didn't expect you to be here, Ashen. You've grown this strong already." Ashen, however, casually pocketed the talisman and taunted the three. "Give it to you." Seeing him disrespect them, the three assassins lunged at him. "You're courting death. Kill him and take back the talisman." Looking at the three, he snorted with contempt. Mere peak inner force brats dare to be so arrogant. After saying that, he sent them to the afterlife without a second thought. Get lost. Instantly, a massive explosion occurred. Reese, witnessing the scene, was stunned and wondered. He seems to be this terrifying without even using his full strength. He then turned to his master and asked, "Master, what realm has that man's cultivation reached?" His master replied, "Unsure. I can't see through it. This kid's cultivation technique must have a concealing effect." His master's words shocked him. "You mean even you can't see through his cultivation?" Although he didn't know Ashen's realm, the master arrogantly declared, "Don't worry. He probably just has a peculiar technique. At most, he's a grandmaster in the Aegis realm. He's still far from my Void God realm." At that moment, in the Western Valley, the Void Mountain appeared with a flash of green light. Everyone saw the light from the Void Mountain and exclaimed, "The Void Mountain has appeared. Quick, let's go." Ashen saw the situation and warned Sylphie, "You must stay close to me. Do not get separated." Sylphie agreed without hesitation. A short while later, everyone arrived at the foot of the Void Mountain. The scene there made them a bit anxious. We're at the foot of the mountain, but why is it all foggy? Who cares? Let's just charge in. One person who reached the Void Mountain suddenly felt something was wrong. Why does it feel like there's a force in the fog preventing us from entering? Suddenly, something happened that threw everyone into a panic. Strange. I can't get in, but someone else did. Is it related to the identity talisman? In the current situation, their greed took over and they decided to resort to robbery. Steal the identity talismans. Rob the people behind us. Someone among them must have one. Sylphie looked at the crowd with malicious intent and asked nervously, Ashen, what should we do? Two greedy men realized Ashen had what they needed. He definitely has one. He's the one who got the talisman earlier. They immediately attacked him, but he stated nonchalantly, Whoever blocks my path dies. As soon as he finished speaking, he sent them to the afterlife without a second thought. He then continued to move through the fog with Sylphie. As they walked, she said, Ashen, it's a good thing you got a talisman earlier. I wouldn't dare to enter this fog alone. Hearing this, he replied confidently, It doesn't matter. If I want a talisman, they wouldn't dare refuse me. Just then she saw something. What's that up ahead? Before her eyes was a magnificent palace radiating powerful spiritual energy. Ashen seemed extremely interested in it. This place has major spiritual fluctuations. It's truly an immortal's abode. Unlike his excitement, Sylphie was somewhat frightened. Ashen, this palace feels a bit gloomy and terrifying. Maybe we shouldn't go in. Seeing her like this, he realized the problem. She's not scared. She's feeling the spiritual pressure from a high-level being. He then reassured her, Don't worry. I'm here. Nothing will happen. Right now, the people present were trying to find a way into the palace. We can't break the formation. No one can get in. There's a formation here. Ashen saw them struggling and asked, Stop mumbling. Can no one break it? To save time, he decided to do it himself. Break! Seeing him attempt to break the formation, they sneered disdainfully. What is this kid saying? Does he think he can break the formation? Humph, he overestimates himself. So many of us couldn't break it. You think you can just... Before they could finish, he had actually shattered the formation. This scene left everyone stunned. He actually broke the formation. Damn, he really did it. That's too incredible. Seeing the door open, they quickly rushed inside. Let's go. The spiritual energy emanating from it entranced them as they stepped inside. Heavens, the spiritual energy here is so dense. It's 1,000 times denser than outside. No wonder they say entering the Void Mountain guarantees becoming a Grandmaster. It must be because of this energy. Sylphie comfortably breathed in the spiritual energy and exclaimed, Ashen, the energy here is amazing. It's so good I'm even getting a little sleepy. Seeing her so relaxed, Ashen reminded her, Go straight ahead. We don't know when this place will close. We need to explore quickly. Hearing him, she quickly composed herself. Okay. Just then, he heard a shout. Cultivating here is twice as effective. Our strength will skyrocket in no time. Quick, let's cultivate. Seeing them sit down to cultivate, he thought, with such dense spiritual energy, some powerful life forms are bound to be born here. You think you can cultivate in peace? Impossible. At that moment, something suddenly burst out from the ground. This thing looked and sounded like a rat. Asterisk, squeak, squeak, asterisk. Its appearance caused a stir among the crowd. What is this? It looks like a giant rat. Sylphie also asked in fear. What kind of monster is this? Ashen explained. It was originally an ordinary rat, but it was nourished by the spiritual energy of this place. He realized what this rat had become after absorbing the energy here. Over time, it evolved into a demonic beast. Suddenly, the rat lunged at the people present, causing them to scream. Heavens, it's coming this way. Ashen raised his flaming fist. He then delivered a powerful punch to the giant rat's body and shouted, Get lost! The people who had come to the Void Mountain exclaimed in awe, Wow, so strong. We can't just stand by and watch. Let's go. They charged forward. Go! Meanwhile, Ashen thought, the Void Mountain might close soon. I have to search quickly. I can't waste time here. Suddenly, Sylphie approached and asked, Ashen, are you okay? He replied to her, yeah, we can't stay here long. Let's go. She turned to look at the tower behind them and said, look, someone has already run ahead. Let's go too. The group that came to the Void Mountain was blocked by a group of strange soldiers. They wondered, what are these things? Someone spoke up. These things have the aura of the Aegis Realm Grandmasters, but they aren't human. They're puppets. They must be the guardians of this stone tower. The group from a Void Mountain made a decision. Let's fight. Everyone help. Destroy the guardians. As for Ashen, he turned to instruct Sylphie. I'm going too. The Void Mountain could close at any moment. We have to make the most of our time. You wait here and protect yourself. Sometime later, the group had defeated all the Guardian soldiers. This stone tower was guarded by 12 Grandmaster-level puppets. There must be a lot of good stuff inside. Let's go. Seeing this, Sylphie turned to Ashen and said, Are we going in? He crossed his arms and calmly said, No rush. There are indeed very strong spiritual fluctuations there. But there's also a deathly aura. Not long after, the group that had just entered the tower came running out in a panic, while demonic screams echoed from within. The terrified group yelled, There's a ghost. Help! Ashen knew the time was right and said, Let's go. Now we'll go in and take a look. Hearing him say that, Sylphie froze for a moment. She asked him again, Really? Isn't it a trap? And so, the two of them stepped inside the tower. In a certain room, Ashen saw an altar. Judging by the shape, this is a place for offerings. Sylphie bent down to examine the dust. To corrode a spiritual metal item like this, how long would it take? 10,000 years or 100,000 years? He turned and called to her. Let's go. To the second floor. When the pair set foot on the second floor, Sylphie couldn't help but wonder, why is the second floor empty? Ashen replied, Because this is where the worshipped soul resides. He seemed to have discovered something and called out, Come out. Stop hiding. Sylphie looked at him blankly as he continued in a serious tone, If you don't show yourself, then I'll force you out. As soon as he finished speaking, an Baitian appeared with an extremely fierce look. Who dares be so bold? Sylphie screamed in shock and fell to the ground. Her face turned pale. It's really a ghost. An Baitian seemed to know Ashen. He said, Are you a survivor of the Great War from back then? He asked back, How long has it been since that Great War? He scratched his chin and said, It's been too long, I don't remember clearly. He asked further, Then do you remember who won in the end? He replied, There was no winner. Then he asked again, Do you know where this is? And Baitian looked around and exclaimed in panic, This place, this is the Spirit Tower. This is the Spirit Tower. Then why am I here? He said excitedly, Am I dead? No, impossible. I am a Baitian. How could I die? Who? Who killed me? Without another word, he raised his hand to attack him. Give me back my life. Ashen quickly dodged the blow. He instructed Sylphie, Quick, go to the upper floor. I'll hold him off. And Baitian continued to attack, and he countered with a move, True Samadhi Fire. On the third floor, another altar was placed. Oh my God, so many spirit tablets. Ashen read the names on each tablet, and Ling Tian and Xing Tian and Pa Tian and Baitian. This is the infamily Spirit Tower. There's nothing here, let's go. He then walked out of the tower with Sylphie. The people around them gathered and asked, Is there really a ghost inside? Did you get any treasures? He replied, They're all spirit tablets of the dead. Nothing useful. Ashen and his companion made their way out of the crowd. On another side, the group that came to the Void Mountain watched Ashen and said, Look at those people. It seems there's more than one entrance to the Void Mountain. In another place, Sylphie wondered, Azure Cloud Palace. Could this be the abode of Master Azure Pine? He replied, Master Azure Pine was the last immortal from 1,000 years ago. In today's terms, he probably broke through the God realm. She asked, Ashen, why aren't these people going in? What are they doing just standing here? He said, There's a formation. Sylphie couldn't help but be curious. Ah, there's a formation here too? Why do they like to set up formations in their own places? While the two were talking, a girl suddenly walked up to them. If you can tell there's a formation at a glance, then do you have a way to break it? Ashen asked nonchalantly. Who are you? The mysterious girl thought to herself. Normal men look at me like they want to devour me piece by piece. But he's different. Then she said, I am Stella of the Soaring Dance Sect. And you are? He closed his eyes and said dismissively, It's not necessary. I don't want to get to know you. But in his heart, he thought, this girl is clearly a deep schemer. Suddenly, another person interjected to tease her. I never thought Stella of the Soaring Dance, one of the four spirit beauties of the ancient martial clans, would be given the cold shoulder. She retorted angrily, Shut your mouth. Immediately after, Stella put on a saintly face to approach Ashen. You're not from the ancient martial clans, are you? He replied coldly, None of your business. Being ignored, her face fell. To treat me like this. But I don't know anything about him, so I can't just lose my temper. Damn it. She turned to leave. My apologies for disturbing you. Ashen and Sylphie walked towards the formation, ignoring the chatter around them. Kid, if you don't want to be struck dead by lightning, don't show off. What does he want to do? Can he break the formation? Don't lead that beautiful big sister to her death. He looked up at the formation and thought, they can't even see these formation patterns. Then, Ashen raised his hand and used his magic to strike the formation in front of him. Just a simple lightning guiding formation? It seems this Master Azure Pine isn't all that. The energy of the formation surged into his body. Once I drain all the stored energy of this formation, it will break. Once everything was settled, he and the surrounding group stepped into the building. The living room inside this building was decorated with an exquisite set of wooden furniture. The people who arrived at the mountain expressed their dissatisfaction. There's no way forward. Is this the end of the Void Mountain? Is this it? Sylphie looked around and couldn't help but sigh. After all that effort, it was just to see this rundown hall. Ashen spoke up, It's not that simple. When everyone had entered the building, the door suddenly closed on its own. The people around panicked and cried out, What's happening? Who closed the door? He pulled her hand and said, Stay close to me. Sylphie replied, Okay. Suddenly, a whirlwind appeared in the room, along with a voice. Why? Why can I clearly see that door, but I can't enter? What? The people around cried out in fear. Who's there? Who is it? The whirlwind disappeared, revealing a figure. I'm a master of this place. The crowd exclaimed, He is Master Azure Pine. Ashen said coldly, A mere remnant of resentful energy dares to call itself a master. Hearing him, Master Azure Pine became furious. Nonsense. I am Azure Pine. I am not some resentful spirit. He immediately lunged at Ashen. I must kill you. Ashen didn't flinch and knocked him away. Get lost. Azure Pine sat up, trembling. You are a descendant of the ancients. Can you give me an answer? Hearing him, the surrounding people started to gossip. A descendant of the ancients? Him? That kid? What does that mean? Did he travel through time? Ashen ignored their words and thought. It seems a prosperous cultivation civilization once existed on this planet. Both the resentful spirit of Master Azure Pine and the evil spirit of Nbatian see me as a descendant of ancient cultivators. After a moment, he spoke, Ask your question. Azure Pine frowned, his body trembling as he spoke. My strength back then had broken through the god realm, becoming an immortal revered by all. But I knew this was not the end, but just the beginning. The people around started gossiping again. Breaking through the god realm is just the beginning? Then what are we, who aren't even grandmasters? So we really are just ants. He then covered his face in panic and said, I could clearly see it, but no matter what, I couldn't step through. Could it be that the immortal gate has closed? Suddenly, he roared, I am not reconciled. I am not reconciled. Ashen replied flatly, I don't know what you saw, but the immortal realm is without boundaries. An immortal realm that can be seen is fundamentally not the real immortal realm. He muttered to himself like a madman. The immortal realm is boundless. The immortal realm is boundless. The immortal realm is boundless. Then he looked up and pointed at him. Kid, I'll kill you first, then slowly deal with these ants. I'll choose one with good potential to possess and be reborn, to finish what I couldn't in my past life. Hearing this, Ashen sneered, a fine plan, but can you pull it off? He roared, die. Immediately after, a stream of dark energy emanated from his body. He shouted, Guardian Sword Formation. He summoned swords that flew around him. They then shot forward, piercing straight into Ashen's body. Sylphie saw this and screamed, Ashen! Reese, standing in the crowd, was extremely pleased. He died just like that? Good riddance. Azure Pine laughed heartily and said, So what if you're a descendant of the ancients? This grand formation was passed down from ancient times. Even your ancestors couldn't defeat it, let alone you. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. It turned out Ashen was unharmed. He said coldly, Look clearly before you speak. Sylphie covered her mouth and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I knew you would be fine. As for Reese, he clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. Ashen, just how many tricks do you have up your sleeve? As for Azure Pine, he covered himself with his hands and stammered out a few words. No. How is this possible? Ashen looked at him coldly. My patience is not something you can imagine. He raised his flaming fist. Fist of the divine heavens, first style. He punched him squarely. Mountain Breaker. Ashen's punch sent Azure Pine flying. He could only let out a single scream before going silent. After finishing the job, he thought to himself, a mere wisp of a resentful spirit, yet it could cultivate a physical form. This Master Azure Pine truly had some skill. Sylphie ran over and hugged him. Ashen, it's so good that you're okay. He comforted her. All right, there's nothing of value left here. Let's leave. After everyone had left the mountain, it immediately collapsed a moment later. Sylphie looked at the scene before her and said, The Void Mountain collapsed. We were almost trapped inside. However, Ashen was thinking about something else. Master Azure Pine was clearly like the master of the Sunken Valley, who later occupied the Void Mountain. The disappearance of that remnant soul shouldn't have been enough to cause the Void Mountain to collapse. What exactly happened? I have a bad feeling about this. Whatever, I should go take care of other business. That evening, at Guangdu Airport, Ashen thought, half of the Kai clan's assets I've come to collect. The scene changes to a beautiful morning. A car brings him to a villa. We're here. This is the Kai clan's main villa in Guangdu, also considered a family landmark. He got out of the car, but the driver stopped him. Why are you getting out? You can just look from the outside. They won't let you in. He walked into the house and met a person sitting in the living room. Miss Kai, we meet again. Anya Kai saw him and exclaimed, It's you. A short while later, he entered the study where Victor Kai was sitting. Master Ashen, I already know about the matter between you and Anya. He said slowly, Thank you for saving my family's old master, but if you want to use this to blackmail my Kai clan, then you've miscalculated. For the pill you provided, my Kai clan can pay double, but if you're talking about half our assets, a price that high, don't blame my Kai clan for being impolite. Ashen said without hesitation, Impolite? Fine then. I don't want the money anymore. I'll take the pill back. Anya immediately said, Humph, what do you mean? My grandfather has already taken the pill. He replied coldly to her, Then I'll take his life. The surrounding bodyguards all stood up. You're courting death. Victor calmly put his hand in his pocket. Master Ashen, if we can't negotiate, then accept this challenge letter. This is a challenge from Master J-Dragon, the master of the Jiang Grandmaster you previously killed. He then threw a challenge letter to him. If you can defeat Master J-Dragon, then my Kai clan will accept your terms. Ashen burned the letter with fire and said, Fine, but I want to raise the stakes. He continued, Speak. In his mind, he thought, Accepting the challenge? You're dead for sure. He raised his hand and pointed straight at Victor, saying, "If I win, I want all of your Kai clan's assets and the life of your old clan head as well." Hearing this, he shouted angrily, "Insolent! You want to wipe out my Kai clan?" Ashen glanced at him. "You didn't want to honor the agreement to give up half your assets. Instead, you plotted against me, challenged me. This is the price." 3 days later, 9 p.m., at the foot of Jade Dragon Mountain. Cars of the invited guests were lined up neatly, everyone whispering amongst themselves. The top master of Guangdu's magic arts world has challenged Master Ashen of Jianya. It's bound to be spectacular. Who will win? Master Jade Dragon hasn't fought in over a decade. What realm has he reached? At the summit of Jade Dragon Mountain, Master Jade Dragon was already waiting. "You're right on time, Master Ashen. I never expected you to be so young." He didn't spare any praise for his opponent either. "Your cultivation of magical arts is also quite impressive." Ashen gestured with his hand. "Make your move. Let me see the skill of your magical arts lineage." Master Jade Dragon immediately pointed his finger and cast a spell, Dragon Binding Formation. He summoned iron chains that tightly bound Ashen. He glanced at him and said, "You are indeed stronger than that Jiang Grandmaster." Master Jade Dragon cast his second spell, Dragon Cyclone Kill. He also immediately used his strength to break the iron chains. He then took the opportunity to counterattack. Ashen threw a punch, shattering Master Jade Dragon's Dragon Cyclone Kill technique. Seeing his technique broken, he was extremely shocked. He dispelled it so easily with just one punch. What level has his strength reached? Ashen spoke up, "My turn." He took a stance, gathered his strength, and unleashed a move. Fist of the Divine Heavens, first style, Mountain Breaker. Master Jade Dragon frowned. So strong. He then unleashed a technique, Celestial Tome, first style, Star Fortress. He quickly deployed a protective art and managed to block Ashen's attack. However, Master Jade Dragon also suffered considerable pain. Ashen looked surprised. He actually blocked it. He then gathered his power to unleash another move. Again, Fist of the Divine Heavens, second style, River Splitter. On Master Jade Dragon's side, he touched his spellbook to unleash a counter technique. Celestial Tome, second style. He summoned Raging Star Hammer. The hammer flew towards Ashen, who raised his hand to block it. The impact created a world-shaking explosion. The surrounding spectators were all dumbfounded. Master Jade Dragon is worthy of his reputation from years ago, but Master Ashen being able to fight him to a standstill also makes him an absolute powerhouse. Victor watched the fight intently from the side, unable to hide his anxiety. If Master Jade Dragon loses, then my Kai clan is finished. As for Master Jade Dragon, he panted heavily, thinking, "I've used 2 techniques from the Celestial Tome, yet I can't win. I've even fallen into a disadvantage. It seems I have no choice but to use the 3rd technique, even if it will cause damage to my own body." He went all in, biting his finger to cast the spell. Celestial Tome, 3rd style, Heavenly Starfall. Above Ashen's head, streaks of light appeared, preparing to descend upon him. Master Jade Dragon confidently pointed to the sky. "Master Ashen, try this move of mine. Open." Immediately, sources of power surrounded and attacked him. Anya, who was watching, declared with utmost confidence, "Master Ashen is definitely dead this time." However, Ashen refused to give up. He immediately gathered power into his fist. Fist of the Divine Heavens, 3rd style. He unleashed his power and blew away Master Jade Dragon's attack. World Shaker. A moment later, the air fell completely silent. He said seriously, "A very strong attack, but still not enough to defeat me." Anya couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, He's still alive." As for Master Jade Dragon, he couldn't believe his eyes. What? This was the final and most powerful attack of the Celestial Tome, yet he's completely unharmed. Ashen crossed his arms and said, "If this is the full extent of your power, then you have lost." He suddenly sneered. "Admit defeat? Master Ashen, This is my Jade Dragon Mountain." He looked extremely menacing. "I will not lose." He then opened his spellbook to cast a technique. A disciple of Jade Dragon borrows the power of the stars in the heavens. Celestial Tome, unleash all your power. Ashen immediately noticed his actions. Master Jade Dragon raised the book high and shouted, "Grant." The energy from the book shot upwards, gathering into a colossal energy sphere. The surrounding people exclaimed in shock, "What's happening?" The people who had come from the Void Mountain were terrified by this overwhelming aura. "I can't breathe, this pressure descending from the heavens." Ashen recognized this technique. This is the power of heaven and earth. This is a grand formation left by ancient cultivators. Master Jade Dragon shouted, "Myriad stars grand formation." The sphere in the sky locked onto Ashen as its target. He remained completely unfazed. "It seems I've been locked by the grand formation. I can't dodge it. I can only face it head-on." Ashen then used the Heaven Sunder technique. A stream of energy that looked like a sword erupted from his hand. He commanded, "Go." Master Jade Dragon sneered at him. "You actually want to fight against heaven and earth? You truly don't know the meaning of death." Ashen's sword immediately shot up and pierced into the energy sphere in the sky. The spectators chattered endlessly. "What is that? They're both using their trump cards. It's too terrifying. These two forces are not something mortals can contend with." His sword held the energy sphere at bay. This scene left Master Jade Dragon utterly horrified. He actually blocked it. How is this possible? No, he's just barely holding on. This is a grand formation left from ancient times. Although I can only unleash a tenth of its power, it's enough to sweep away all the powerhouses on this planet. However, the sword was knocked back by the pressure of the sphere. Anya saw this and said gleefully, "Master Ashen can't hold on anymore." Now, he had to withstand the entire sphere of power himself. The people around clicked their tongues and commented, "Ah, a mortal definitely can't contend with heaven and earth. This Myriad Stars grand formation is truly formidable. I'm afraid even a God Realm powerhouse couldn't block it." Ashen was calm and smiled lightly. This formation is truly not bad. As expected, the energy sphere slammed into him, creating a massive earthquake. The impact left a deep, dark crater. Master Jade Dragon let out a breath. Under the Myriad Stars grand formation, anyone is certain to die. Anya walked over to look down into the crater and sneered contemptuously, "That bastard is finally dead." The others chimed in, "Yes, he's finally dead. The Kai clan is safe now." Suddenly, a few cracks spread out from the edge of the crater. Everyone asked each other, What's happening? Is it an earthquake?" Immediately, Ashen leaped out of the crater to the utter astonishment of the surrounding people, seeing him still intact without a scratch standing before them. "And Master Ashen, he's not dead." Master Jade Dragon cried out in alarm. How is this possible?" Ashen said calmly, "My abilities, how could you possibly fathom them?" He swung his hand, unleashing a slash straight at his neck. He immediately fell to the ground. Someone shouted, "Someone fell? Impossible." Victor was frozen on the spot, while Anya cried out, "Master Jade Dragon is dead." Ashen flew to the father and daughter and said, "Go back and prepare. Tomorrow, I will come to collect what is mine." Victor collapsed to his knees in despair. The Kai clan is doomed. Anya turned to call out to him. As for Ashen, he flew into the Jade Dragon Temple. When he landed, two people in the temple saw him and quickly moved aside. He thought, to be honest, that was quite dangerous. If I hadn't cultivated the metal body and wood body of the primordial chaos undying body, and if my water body wasn't at a minor completion stage, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to withstand that. Master Jade Dragon, you probably won't mind if I help myself to your treasures, right? Inside this temple were many shelves displaying spiritual herbs. Truly a vast fortune. These spiritual herbs alone are enough for me to refine a soul genesis pill to heal my injuries. The next day, at the Kai estate, Ashen arrogantly arrived to take over the Kai clan. Victor's subordinates looked extremely resentful. He spoke up. Now I've come to take what is mine. A member of the Kai clan shouted loudly. On what grounds do you take everything from my Kai clan? Ashen glanced at him and said, It's simple. Because my fist is bigger than your Kai clan's. When your Kai clan bullied others, wasn't it also because you thought your fist was bigger than theirs? Victor Kai's father sat on a chair, trying to salvage the situation for the Kai clan. Master Ashen, is there truly no room for reconciliation? He spoke up. If you had honored your promise from the beginning, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Everything is already too late. Victor's father pleaded with him. I can give you everything from my Kai clan, but please show mercy. Don't kill them, he assured. As long as they don't provoke me, I have no interest in killing them. Suddenly, a flash of light struck him in the head. He only had time to say one last thing. Then I can rest assured. The one who finished him off was Ashen. Anya rushed to support him. Grandfather. The person beside him supported his other arm. Old clan head. Ashen said coldly, This is the price. Victor looked at him in grief. Father, he demanded. Now, hand over all of the Kai clan's assets. Victor resolutely refused. Demon, how can the Kai clan's century-old foundation be so easily taken by you? Without another word, Ashen unleashed a move to finish him off. If you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. Anya cried out, He then turned and said, Is there anyone else in the Kai clan who could take responsibility? If there is no one. Before he could finish, a man stepped forward. I can. I am Quentin Kai. Let me take responsibility. Please don't kill anymore. Ashen ordered. After all of the Kai clan's assets are dealt with, you will temporarily help me manage the clan. Anyone who doesn't want to leave can stay and help. Those who perform well may have their personal assets returned. The other subordinates of the Kai clan breathed a sigh of relief. This is great. We don't have to worry about ending up on the streets. I thought I was going to die for a second. Anya suddenly shouted, What's wrong with all of you? Do you even remember who you are? He's just returning what was originally yours. Do you have any pride left? He looked at her. If anyone intends to cause trouble, you must handle it properly. If you can't, I will find someone else to manage the Kai clan for me. Quentin gave a sinister, sycophantic smile. Please rest assured, Master Ashen. I know what to do. His words stunned Anya. He snapped, Do what? What do you think? Obviously, I'll do something to please Master Ashen. Anya shouted loudly, Insolent. I'm the great young miss of the Kai clan. Quentin sneered. The great young miss of the Kai clan? Ha! Now I call the shots in the Kai clan. Who among you wants to serve our great young miss? A man named Wunley gently placed his hand on his shoulder and said with a perverted tone, Second uncle, let me. He slowly approached her. What are you doing? He lifted her up and said with a laugh, Cousin, I'll let you enjoy this slowly. Anya's face flushed with anger as she screamed incessantly. Let me go. Help me. I'm also a member of the Kai clan. Quentin looked at her struggling with contempt. You still have a nerve to say you're a member of the Kai clan? If you hadn't provoked Master Ashen, would the Kai clan be in this state today? You jinx. The matter of the Kai clan concluded late at night on Jade Dragon Mountain. Ashen was cultivating there. The 6th to 7th level of the Chi condensation stage is a bottleneck. I have to pass a small lightning tribulation. The effects of the Soul Genesis pill have been fully absorbed. I'm about to break through to the 7th level of Chi condensation. Then, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and struck the mountain. He immediately jumped up to meet the lightning bolt. Ashen spread his arms wide, feeling the power brought by the lightning. He smiled with satisfaction. Others fear and avoid lightning, but I want to use it to temper my body. When the thunder passed, he gently landed on the ground. Ashen felt his power. Indeed, after the lightning tribulation tempered my body, both my body and spiritual power have become pure. My strength is now firmly at the 7th level of Chi condensation, and I've reached the dragon form stage earlier than expected. If I cultivate the dragon form to its limit, I will have dragon scales, equivalent to the pure bloodline of a true dragon. He looked down at himself and said, just the pressure alone is enough to make weaker cultivators unable to bear it. But I'll have to prepare a few more sets of clothes from now on. The scene changes to another place. At this time, Ashen was pondering. So there's still grand formations left by ancient cultivators on this planet. Luckily, Master Jade Dragon's strength wasn't that great, otherwise I would have been in danger. I must quickly complete the cultivation of the primordial chaos undying body. He then raised the ring on his finger. Ashen commanded the 5 elements power of the primordial water, spit out a little deep-sea origin stone for me. The little creature immediately spat out a gem into the bowl he had prepared. All right, don't look like that. It's just a little bit of your own cultivation base. I won't let you suffer a loss. Ashen handed the creature a golden pill. Metal